301. Leopard pattern panties and the theory of relativity are amazing. Welcome to Sakurasu. Chihiro, Misaki, Ritsu, Mayumi, and Sayaka welcomed Nanami together. Strangely, Shiro-san didn't join, but when Shishio asked where Shiro-san was, they told him that Shiro-san was on a journey on the research of his new novel. Being a novelist is nice. Shishio felt that being a novelist was great since they had a lot of free time, and they didn't need to waste their time on a tiresome interpersonal relationship. They could also enjoy their life freely and had quite nice sums of money. If someone asked if there was a disadvantage of being a novelist, then it was at how they worked at home, so their neighbor thought of them as weird or unemployed since, unlike most people who would go to the office to work, novelists didn't need to do that and hold up in their room, writing most of the time or doing research, so it was normal for them to misunderstand. Also, it wasn't a stable job since no novelist could be so sure that their works would become a big hit, so they could only live in borderline poverty if they didn't have a support or side job. Shishio thought that it might also be the reason why most novelists didn't write about their main job as a novelist. Instead, their job as a novelist was just a side job, not their main one. Thank you very much. Nanami said in a blush, feeling quite happy when everyone welcomed her together. Alright, Shishio, you prepare for the welcome party. As for the rest, can you help Aoyama to move her things? Chihiro asked. Sir. Misaki saluted. Ritsu nodded and helped Nanami. Well, Nanami, I'll leave you first, Shishio said. I'll help you too, Shishio-kun, Nanami quickly said when she heard that Shishio was going to prepare her welcoming party. Shishio stared at Nanami speechlessly and said, we're going to prepare your welcoming party. If you help me, then it isn't your party, right? Nanami blinked her eyes, but then she said, but she was her maid, and Shishio also had paid her, and if she let him do this, what was the use of paying her? Just today, all right? You're also busy sorting out your luggage, right? Tomorrow, you can make me breakfast and take care of my chores, Shishio said. Well. Nanami could only nod at Shishio reluctantly before she moved her things to her room quickly so she could help him as soon as possible. Luckily with the help of everyone, she could move all of the things faster. Let's go, Nanaman. Misaki said as she carried Nanami's luggage. Wait for a moment, Kamiagasa-senpai. Nanami cried out. Call me Misaki from now on, Nanaman. Wait, my panties are scattered on the ground. Please stop Kamiagasa-senpai. Wow, Nanaman, you have leopard print panties. How bold. Misaki held Nanami's leopard print panties in surprise, raising them up to the sky. Ritsu, Shina, and Roberta were also surprised, thinking that this quiet girl was bolder than they had thought. Chihiro, Mayumi, and Sayaka looked at Nanami thoughtfully, thinking that the quiet girl was always the lewd one. Kamiagasa-senpai. Nanami was almost crying, her face as red as a boiled lobster. She then grabbed her panties from Misaki and quickly turned towards Shishio. Shishio-kun, did you see them? Sorry, what did you say? I had been talking with Mayumi-san about a theory of relativity, so I didn't know what had happened, Shishio said with an innocent expression. What the heck is the theory of relativity? Mayumi looked at Shishio, who was so shameless at that moment. Shishio noticed Nanami kept staring at him, and he could only sigh and say, I saw them. Nanami. Don't worry, it is in Osaka's people's blood wants to be flashier, Shishio said calmly. Luckily, Shiro-san wasn't here, and Ryu Unosuka was in his room, so the only male in this place was him. Still, it's a nice choice. Nanami's face was so red before she quickly ran away to her room. Oga-kun, as a gentleman, you should keep quiet in that situation and pretend not to see anything, you know. Sayaka tried to reprimand Shishio. Shishio also knew that he was wrong, but he didn't think that he was wrong since his relationship with Nanami was close, so even if he had a perverted joke subtly, it would make their relationship closer. Well, I will apologize to her later. He didn't waste his time and went to the kitchen to cook, but Chihiro stopped him and asked, Shishio, what's your relationship with Aoyama? She felt weird since she could see that the relationship between Shishio and Nanami wasn't just a normal classmate, but more than that. I hired her, Shishio said since he didn't have anything to hide. You hire her? Chihiro, Sayaka, and Mayumi were surprised when they heard Shishio's words. I hired her as my maid, Shishio said. Chihiro. Mayumi looked at Shishio thoughtfully and asked, Shishio, do you like maids that much? I love them, Shishio said without hesitation. Chihiro, Sayaka, Mayumi. I was joking, Shishio said, but the three women looked at him with a skeptical expression. Okay, stop looking at me with that kind of expression, and if you keep asking me such a weird question, I can't make dinner, or are you alright with that? Please cook dinner. 3x. The three women didn't stop him and let him go to the kitchen since they were starving, waiting for him to cook dinner. By the way, I saw a thick cut of beef in the kitchen. Are we going to eat that? Sayaka asked. Yes, we're going to eat all-you-can-eat roast beef, Shishio said. Oh. They were full of excitement at that moment. My panties were seen by Shishio. Nanami was in her room, holding her leopard print panties with a blush on her face. She looked at her panties that were given by her friend in Osaka and wondered whether Shishio loved these kinds of panties. Nanami. What's wrong, Mashiro? Nanami looked at Shina, who called her out. Where did you buy those panties? Shina asked. Nanami had to admit that this place was so unique. After cleaning up Nanami's room, Shina, Nanami, Misaki, Ritsu, and Roberta walked out to the dining room since they were a bit starving. They stayed for a while in Nanami's room since they talked to each other to get to know each other. They were also quite curious about Osaka, especially when Shishio said that Osaka's people loved to be flashier. Nanami also didn't hide it since it was the truth that the Osaka people loved to be flashier, but not all of them since she didn't buy her leopard pattern panties by herself. Instead, it was a gift from her friend since she moved to Tokyo. They walked to the dining room and were stunned when a huge piece of meat was in front of Shishio. Oh, you're here. Come on. Let's eat, Shishio said. You're late. Come on and sit down. We're going to eat roast beef. Mayumi said hurriedly. Roast beef. Misaki, Ritsu, and Nanami were dumbfounded. You all can eat beef, right? Shishio asked. Yes. They said without hesitation. Okay, Nanami, I'll give you the first cut, Shishio said. Is that all right? Nanami asked in surprise. It's your welcoming party, after all. Shishio held a carving fork and knife in both of his hands. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Nanami was a bit embarrassed, and she accepted Shishio's offer. So, how thick would you want your meat to be? Shishio asked. Nanami thought that her welcoming party was amazing. After dinner, they let out a satisfied sigh while patting her stomach gently. The roast beef that Shishio cooked was so delicious, and it was also so tender that the meat melted directly in their mouths, and as the meat burst, their mouths were full of meat juice, causing them to think that they were drowned in the ocean of beef. But, more importantly, they could choose how thick their cut be, which made them realize how lavish this dinner be. Nanami knew how good Shishio's cooking ability was and wondered why he asked him to cook. Chihiro, Mayumi, and Sayaka didn't hesitate and drank red wine since the roast beef was the best paired with red wine. Still, Shishio was a bit helpless since the three women directly drank and passed out after drinking a lot of wine, but he wasn't that surprised since tomorrow was Saturday, and they were on holiday, so they went all out. As for doing something perverted to them, he didn't have that kind of thoughts since they were drunk, and he didn't have a hobby to do it with someone without their consent. The other girls cleaned up the dishes, Shina and Misaki continued with their manga and anime. Ryu Unosuke also returned to his room after he ate with everyone. Shishio had to admit that Ryu Unosuke had made a lot of progress, and Ryu Unosuke's anti-social was cured slowly. Shishio took care of Chihiro, Mayumi, and Sayaka, letting them sleep in the living room, covering them with a blanket with a sigh, staring at the three of them. You should be more careful, you know? What if I'm a beast and attack you? He murmured while gently pinching Mayumi's nose, moving it right and left. HMNNH. Mayumi frowned, showing an uncomfortable expression. Shishio looked at the three women again, who had just fallen asleep after they ate, wondering whether they didn't feel worried that their belly might stick out later. Shishio-kun. What's wrong, senpai? Shishio looked at Ritsu, who had just cleaned up the dish. Is Nanami going to be your maid from now on? Ritsu asked weirdly. Yes, she's working for me now as my maid, Shishio said as he looked at Nanami, who was looking at him with a blush. Ritsu looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, do you like maids? Shishio wondered how many times he would answer this kind of question, but there was no hesitation on his face as he said, I love them. Ritsu. I was joking, senpai. By the way, do you want to go to Jinbako in the future? Shishio asked to change the subject. Jinbancho was a place where many used bookstores were centered. Without a doubt, Ritsu would be baited by this offer and would forget the question that she asked before. Jinbako. Ritsu was surprised, but then she quickly asked, when? During Golden Week, if you're free, then let's go there to buy some books, Shishio said. Yes. Ritsu nodded with excitement. They talked for a bit before Ritsu returned to her room, leaving Shishio alone with Nanami and Roberta. Well, Nanami, you should rest first since you have to work tomorrow, Shishio said. Shishio-kun, what's my work? Nanami asked. Well, you should cook for me, do laundry, and clean up my room, Shishio said. Okay. I'll work hard. Nanami nodded then asked, is there something else again? Shishio looked at Nanami and asked, do you want to help me with anything? Yes, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Nanami said as she clenched both of her fists. Looking at Nanami, who showed such an expression, Shishio couldn't help but ask, is it okay for you to wash my back when I take a bath? Roberta. Nanami was stunned before her face flushed. What? I was joking, Shishio said calmly. Still, you don't need to work so hard, and it is enough to just help me with laundry, cleaning, and cooking. Nanami still couldn't erase her blush and nodded. Then I'll do that, but your food is better than mine, you know? Is it alright? Sometimes I want to go home with a warm meal that someone prepares, you know. Shishio didn't mind cooking, but if he was asked whether he wanted to cook for someone to let someone cook for him, then he wanted someone to cook for him. Nanami blinked her eyes then nodded. Then I'll cook you breakfast tomorrow. Is there something that you want to eat? But I can't cook something like roast beef like you know. She thought that she needed to learn more about cooking in the future. Miso soup, grilled salmon, and an egg, can you make that? Shishio asked. I can make that, or rather, isn't that too easy? Nanami was speechless, thinking that Shishio wanted to eat something complicated, but she didn't expect that he wanted to eat something so simple. Well, it's in the morning after all. You don't need to cook something complicated, right? Shishio smiled gently and said, I'll go back to my room first since I have something to do. You should also rest first since I'm sure that you're a bit tired now. Yes, good night, Shishio-kun, Nanami said with a gentle smile. Shishio walked out of the living room, and Roberta also followed. He looked at Roberta, who was looking at him, and knew he couldn't do anything to her since she was on her period, but why did she follow him? Still, Shishio also understood that women had a lot of different holes, so even if she couldn't use one of those holes, she could probably use the different holes to help him. Or she might be curious about the theory of relativity. Shishio thought that he would explain the theory of relativity tonight to Roberta so she would understand what it was. Nanami didn't follow them but looked at Shishio's back for a moment and murmured, I don't mind washing your back, you know. Her face turned red, and she covered her face with her hands, running back to her room while thinking that she was too bold, right? 302, let's go to my room, alright? Unlike what everyone imagined, Shishio didn't do anything perverted in his room, especially when Roberta was still in her period. It was better to tell her to rest since he knew how sensitive women were during their period. Instead, he researched the people who had a grudge against Katsumi Orakai. Even though he knew that Katsumi wouldn't wake up so easily and he had shaken that guy's head so his memory might be vague, but he knew that humans had a lot of possibilities, so he wanted to end that guy as soon as possible. Fortunately, Katsumi was an arrogant guy, and this guy had a lot of enemies from all the people he had found in the past. However, Katsumi's background was Shinshinkai Karate's heir, one of the biggest martial arts organizations, so no trouble could come to him. Still, it was different now since Doppo Orakai had passed away, and the organization was in shambles. Shishio didn't intend to kill Katsumi by himself. Instead, he would visit the house of one of those people who had a grudge against Katsumi, especially the one with the worst background. As for what he was about to do, it was better to keep it a secret. Still, even if the world might be surprised by what had happened on Orakai Doppo, Katsumi Doppo, and Shinshinkai Karate, no one would link their accident to Shishio. Shishio-sama, be careful, Roberta said and gave Shishio many things he needed. Thank you. Tell Mashiro that I'm going to the convenience store if she asks, Shishio said. Yes. Roberta nodded. I'll come back soon. Leaving such words, when Roberta blinked her eyes, she saw that Shishio had already disappeared. She was alone in his room, looked at his bed, and moved slowly toward it before resting there while hugging his pillow. Shishio-sama. Shishio didn't waste his time and saw a dilapidated house in front of him. He had come so far away to Adachi Ward, and without hesitation, he entered this guy's house. With the combination of Bajikwan mastery and ninjutsu mastery, it was impossible for someone to notice him, so he entered the house easily. Shishio heard the sound of a television in the living room, and he could see a man was sitting on the tatami floor while watching the television without a light, surrounded by trash. He saw that this person was watching the news related to Doppo Orakai and Shinsekai Karate with a disgusting grin. Shishio could see how happy this man was and even heard his curse, but he didn't care much since it had nothing to do with him. He then sneaked behind this man, pressed the pressure points on his body, and murmured in a low voice, causing the man to be in a daze. He whispered something and put down a doctor uniform on the side of this man before he walked out directly. As Shishio walked out, the man didn't hesitate to put on a doctor uniform, went to the kitchen to pick something, and walked out of his house directly, walking toward the direction of the hospital where Katsumi Doppo was treated. After what he was doing, Shishio didn't hesitate to go home directly. What he was doing before was using his hypnosis mastery to make that man too. There was no need to explain, right? Shishio knew that he might be cruel toward Katsumi Doppo and Orakai Doppo, but since they had become his enemies, there was no need to show mercy. Also, he had to admit that everything was because of Tokugawa. If Tokugawa didn't bring him to the underground arena, then this thing wouldn't happen, but at the same time, it was also Togo's fault, too, since she was the one who brought him to the Kengan match. However, more importantly, it was also his fault. If Shishio didn't agree to become a fighter of all those stupid things, then this wouldn't happen. If he didn't join the fight, then he might spend his time steadily accumulating his net worth by seducing girls. Still, what had happened then happened and all he could do was to minimize the damage. Instead of regretting what he was doing, which was simply a useless act, it was better to think to solve this matter as soon as possible. Shishio didn't regret what he was doing, and the matter of killing was something that needed to be done. He knew that even though Doppo and Katsumi weren't bad guys, they weren't good guys either. If they didn't provoke him, then there was no need for him to do anything, but since they had provoked him, then there was no need to blame him for being ruthless. As for that man before, Shishio only granted his wish and encouraged him to do what he wanted to do. Also, it might be his bad luck to be targeted by him. Still, that man wasn't a good man either since there were many women that this man had raped. He sighed and thought that the world was dangerous. Why is there a lot of danger in my life? Shishio sighed, then returned to his room, but then he was stunned when he saw Roberta sniffing his pillow intoxicatedly. Roberta suddenly noticed someone's presence and quickly awoke, but then she was stunned when she saw Shishio was there. Shishio didn't say much and kissed Roberta's lips since this woman was too cute, right? Still, why did she have to have her period today? Shishio could only lament his luck today. Nanami had woken up at 6 in the morning since she wanted to help Shishio as soon as possible. After all, he had paid her, and she wanted to be helpful to him. She thought to clean up his room, but she felt that it might be rude to wake him up so early, so she didn't have anything to do and sat absently in the corridor near the living room while staring at the yard in front of her, without knowing what to do. There's no need to work so hard. You just need to clean up my clothes, room, and cook, hey. Nanami felt that her work was simple and there wasn't much she needed to do, but her salary was good. Still, she felt uncomfortable just receiving a salary like this, and she wanted to do something more, but she wasn't sure what to do. While she was thinking about what to do, suddenly she heard the sound of the door being opened, and when she looked at who it was, she didn't expect that it would be Shishio. Shishio-kun. Shishio, who had just finished his workout, looked at Nanami, who was sitting in the corridor. He felt slightly surprised, then greeted her. Good morning. Why did you wake up so early, Nanami? It's Saturday, you know. Nanami also moved to Shishio without hesitation and said, Good morning, Shishio-kun. It's just a habit that I have always woken up in the morning. I see. Shishio didn't overthink and asked, Then can you make me breakfast? I will take a bath first. Yes. Nanami nodded. Did you just finish a work? She couldn't finish her words since suddenly Shishio took off his shirt. Shishio-kun. Her face flushed, and she panicked. She closed her eyes with her hands hurriedly, but there was a huge gap between her fingers. Sorry. Shishio apologized and wore his t-shirt again. Sorry, it was just that there weren't any people in the early morning, so I'd usually take off my upperwear like this. No, it's all right, you don't need to mind me, you know. If you want, you can take off your upperwear, Nanami quickly said with a red face, especially when she recalled how amazing Shishio's body was, but... Shishio. Nanami quickly realized what she was doing and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Shishio-kun. She didn't expect to be so bold, and she quickly ran away. Looking at Nanami, who ran away, Shishio felt that he needed to do something about this girl so she would be able to relax. Nanami was cooking for Shishio's breakfast in the kitchen, but her mind kept recalling when he took off his upperwear before, and her face flushed once again. She believed that if she took Shishio's photo that was full of sweat and showed his ABS, there would be a lot of people who would buy it, or rather, she could sell it with a lot of money, but she was reluctant since she wanted to keep that image for herself alone. No, you can't think of that, Nanami. Nanami shook her head furiously, causing her ponytail to sway from right to left. She then focused on cooking breakfast for Shishio since she knew that he would come out soon. Still, she forgot that two women were sleeping in the living room together, next to each other, ignoring their femininity. There were 3 women before, but one woman slipped out and went back to her room since she needed to clean up her makeup or her skin might be damaged, right? Shishio entered the kitchen and saw that Nanami had prepared breakfast for him. Shishio-kun, Nanami greeted Shishio with a smile. I have prepared breakfast. You should eat while it is still warm. Thank you, Nanami. Shishio looked at the breakfast that Nanami had prepared. The breakfast was quite simple, and it consisted of steaming hot white rice, miso soup, grilled salmon, and a simple salad. He then sat down and started to eat after he said itadakimasu, but then he noticed that Nanami was sitting in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Is there something on my face, Nanami? No, nothing. Nanami quickly shook her head with a blush, feeling slightly embarrassed when she was staring at him, eating her food with relish. Is it good? It's delicious. Shishio nodded and asked, are you not going to eat? I'll eat breakfast later. You don't need to worry. Nanami sighed in relief and felt happy when she heard that her food was good. By the way, did you sleep well last night? Shishio asked. Yes, I had a good sleep last night. Nanami had to admit that it was quite good to stay on Sakurasu. Even though the building was quite old, the facilities were better compared to her previous apartment. Still, there was something that she needed to say, Shishio-kun. Is there something that you want me to do again? Nanami asked. Shishio looked at Nanami for a moment and patted her head. Shishio-kun. Nanami was surprised when her head was patted so suddenly. Still, it felt so nice. You have done enough, Nanami. I know that you might feel uncomfortable with my help, and you might want to do more, but this is enough for me, Shishio said gently. Nanami looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, why are you so gentle with me, Shishio-kun? We're just classmates, right? Even though she had decided to accept his help, she still felt uncomfortable that she couldn't do anything for him except for household chores. Shishio looked at Nanami and asked, do you want our relationship to be more than classmates? Nanami was stunned. Shishio knew that Chihiro and Mayumi were still sleeping nearby, but even so, it wouldn't hurt to be more careful, right? After I have eaten my breakfast, let's go to my room, Shishio whispered. Nanami was dumbfounded, but this time, her face was so red. You want to help me more, right? Shishio moved closer to Nanami's ear, then said, then let's go to my room. Nanami felt that her heart was thumping and her face was so hot. She knew that she shouldn't nod and shook her head since she knew that Shishio had a girlfriend, but… Nanami nodded. 303, what do you want to do? Nanami, sit down on my bed first, Shishio said. Nanami shyly nodded and sat on Shishio's bed. When she sat down, she could smell Shishio's smell, and she had to admit that it smelled nice, but then she was stunned when she saw Shishio take off his clothes. Shishio-kun, why did you take off your clothes? You want to help me, right? So let me teach you how to do it, Shishio said with a smile. Nanami wasn't sure what they would do, but she didn't want to run away. It feels great, Nanami. You seem to have talent in this area, Shishio said with a comfortable sigh. Is this really good, Shishio-kun? Nanami asked shyly, but she was happy when he praised her. Yes, it feels nice, Nanami. Hearing his confirmation, Nanami smiled as she moved her hands excitedly. Yes, move your hands like that, Nanami. Shishio-kun. Shishio felt that it was great his room had become soundproof since he didn't need to worry about anything. However, he also knew that he needed to be careful so what they were doing wouldn't be known by someone. Still, have you learned to massage someone, Nanami? Yes, I have given my parents a massage in the past. Shishio and Nanami didn't do anything weird. Instead, he asked her to massage him, and she happily did it for him. Shishio knew that he didn't need a massage, especially when he had an enhanced recovery along with his powerful body and orthopedic mastery, his muscles had always been in the optimum condition. However, who would reject being massaged by a beautiful girl? Still, your body is soft, Shishio-kun. I thought it would be hard, Nanami said in surprise when she gave Shishio's calf a massage. When she saw his muscular body, she thought that her power wouldn't be enough to give him a massage, but unexpectedly, his body was quite soft. Shishio wanted to show Nanami that there was one part of his body that would become hard if she touched it, but he decided to keep quiet and said, if my muscle is all tough, then it isn't good. Being soft is a good thing for muscle since it shows that my muscle is healthy. Really? Nanami tried to touch her shoulder and could feel that it was a bit tough. My shoulder is a bit hard, so it isn't good. Let me check it. Shishio sat up and touched Nanami's shoulder. Well, it is quite stiff, but isn't it normal? You have worked a lot of part-time jobs after all. However. Nanami suddenly moaned since she felt that his touch was so good. Her face was covered in blush, and she was so shy. Shishio-kun. Relax. I'm quite good with giving someone a massage. Shishio didn't really want Nanami to turn back since something had stood up at that moment, and he needed time to calm it down. Still, because she used a ponytail hairstyle, her beautiful nape was shown, which made him a bit restless, and he regretted bringing her to his room since he was afraid that the demon inside him might be awoken. Bulletin, but I'm your maid, right? How you give a massage to your maid? Even though it felt good being massaged by Shishio, when Nanami thought about her status, she felt that she shouldn't indulge herself in his massage. Right now, you're not my maid, but you're Nanami, my friend, alright. Shishio said clearly. That's too unfair, Shishio-kun. Nanami knew that it might be part of Shishio's personality that he was so gentle, but if this continued, then… Shishio-kun, just why? Why am I so gentle, right? Shishio suddenly cut Nanami's words. Nanami turned her head and looked at Shishio, who had worn his clothes, without noticing it. She wasn't sure why she felt a bit disappointed, but she nodded. Still, the distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath, and if they leaned forward slightly, their lips might touch each other. Look, Nanami, I just want to help you, but it isn't because of pity, or I want to feel good because I help you, or any other reason. I want to help you because I want to help you, there's no other meaning, but if you force me to give you a reason, then it might be because I can get the good impression of a cute girl like you. Shishio wasn't sure why it was so hard to receive someone's help, but he somehow also understood Nanami's feeling. In Nanami's heart, Shishio had helped her so much and given her a job that could make her relax and focus on her dream, and it was also the reason she wanted to do something more for him. Nanami looked at Shishio and asked, "You like me?" "Of course, I like you. Who doesn't like a cute girl like you?" Shishio said without hiding it. But you have a girlfriend, you know." Nanami blushed and asked this question Shishio. "Nanami, I'm a scumbag," Shishio said calmly. "Nanami. I have 4 girlfriends. Nana is one of them," Shishio said softly. Nanami felt a bomb drop directly into her head, and she felt that all the noise around her disappear as she looked at him dizzily. She blinked her eyes and asked, "Really?" "Yes." Shishio nodded calmly. "Your girlfriends, is it Nana, Meiko, Maya, and Mashiro?" Nanami asked in a low voice. "Nana and Mashiro are my girlfriends, but Meiko and Maya aren't my girlfriends." There was also Roberta, but Shishio felt that his relationship with Roberta was more than girlfriends, and he felt that Nanami's head might go overheated, so it was better to tell this matter in the future after she had calmed down. "Then who are the last 2? "They are Miu and Saki. You might have seen them before," Shishio said. "They're seniors, right?" "Yes." There was a moment of silence between the two until Nanami asked, "Why do you tell me all of this?" "Nanami, I'm a scumbag. If you keep asking me whether there's something that I want you to do, then I might misunderstand your intention and ask you some perverted requests since you're a cute girl," Shishio said bluntly. Perverted request?" Nanami blushed instantly. "But you're also responsible for this," Shishio said with a sigh. "Hey? Is it my fault?" Nanami was dumbfounded. "Of course, if you're not beautiful, then how will I be tempted by you?" Shishio put all the blame on Nanami, which made her slightly helpless. Looking at Nanami, who fell silent, he patted her head again and said, "That's why this is enough, alright? If you ask more, then I might not be able to." He stopped, or rather, he couldn't talk since he was kissed. Shishio blinked his eyes and looked at Nanami, who had kissed his lips. Nanami wasn't sure how she did this, but it might be an impulse. However, one thing's for sure. She knew she wanted to do this. His lips feel so nice. She didn't expect that kissing would be so nice, but she knew that she had done something wrong and she wasn't sure what to do after this, considering she would be living with him from now on and Sheena was also his girlfriend, so Sheena might find out about this matter. Her head was in a mess, and she directly ran away after she had kissed him, but how could Shishio let her out so easily? Shishio quickly hugged Nanami's waist and didn't let her go. "Don't run. If you run, then our relationship will be awkward from now on. Let's talk." Nanami knew what Shishio had told her was right, and she knew that if she ran away now, it would be difficult to fix their relationship. "Still, I'm not sure what to say in this situation since I never expected that a girl would kiss me after I'd told her that I'm a scumbag." Shishio was unsure how to react to this situation since it was so sudden. "You don't need to do anything." Nanami's voice suddenly fell and said, "It was just my selfish act and an impulse." "You don't need to do anything, Shishio-kun. So we'll pretend that nothing has happened like there's nothing between us?" Shishio asked. "Yes." Nanami nodded without looking at Shishio's face, looking down at her feet, unable to look at his face. If possible, she just wanted to run away, holed up in her room, but she knew that she couldn't since she needed to fix the mistake that she had made. "You don't need to be responsible for me. I know that I have troubled you, so let's forget this, alright? Let's pretend nothing has happened before." And before she finished her words, she was kissed by Shishio. Nanami was surprised, and she couldn't react for a while before she started to enjoy their kiss, and she didn't care about anything right now. Shishio inserted his tongue inside Nanami's mouth and entangled her tongue against his, creating a lewd sound as they kissed. Nanami's hands also started to relax and hugged Shishio's neck as she let him push her to the bed. They kept kissing as if they couldn't get enough of each other until they parted because they needed to take a breath. Neither of them said anything as they stared at each other's eyes. Nanamai was quite shy at this moment and didn't dare to look at him, but she still looked at him since she wanted to know why he had kissed her. Nanamai, as I have said before, I'm a scumbag, but I'm not trash. You have given me your first kiss, and I won't pretend that there's nothing between us, but at the same time, I want you to understand my situation and think about what you want to do with our relationship. Shishio looked at Nanamai and said, I know that you were under an impulse to kiss me, and if we have decided to date each other because of this, I'm afraid that the two of us will be unhappy in the future, so I want you to think, what do you want to do? Do you want me to be responsible or just play around? What do you want to do, Shishio-kun? Nanamai asked while looking at Shishio. Nanamai, I have 4 girlfriends. Frankly, even if I have one more, it doesn't really matter to me, Shishio said simply. Nanamai had to admit hearing these words. She felt that Shishio was really a scumbag. So it has never been about me. It's about you. What do you want us to be? Do you want to be a couple with me? Or do you want us to just play around together, learn each other's bodies, and have fun together? Shishio asked while feeling the heat on her body. What if we become a couple? Nanamai asked. If we become a couple, then I'll be responsible for you, but at the same time, you'll also be responsible for me. Even though it is unfair to you and I'm being selfish, I hope that you can only love me in your life after we have become a couple, Shishio said as he stared at Nanamai. Nanamai looked at Shishio with a blush, blinked her eyes, but then she felt a bit hesitant and asked, What if we just play around? If we just play around, then I'm okay with it. You don't need to be entangled with our feelings, and I'll teach you a lot of fun things together, and if in the future, you fall in love with someone, you're free to leave me, Shishio said softly. Nanamai still blinked her eyes as she stared at him, but inwardly she felt uncomfortable since she realized that her existence wasn't so important in Shishio's heart. However, if that really happens, then I hope that you can be truthful with me and tell me that you have fallen in love with someone and want us to break up, alright? Shishio said, but Nanamai didn't give him an answer. He kissed Nanamai's forehead and pressed his forehead against her. I'm not saying that you should answer this question now, and you should think about this question thoroughly. Do you love me, Shishio-kun? Nanamai asked. What do you think? Shishio didn't answer Nanamai's question and asked her this question. Nanamai opened her mouth then closed it again since she knew Shishio's feeling toward her. Don't show such an expression. Even if I don't fall for you right now, it doesn't mean that I won't love you in the future. What's important right now is, what do you want to do with our relationship? Shishio said as he caressed her hair. Nanamai nodded and fell under deep thought. If possible, she wanted Shishio to hug her tightly, telling her that he loved her, but she knew it was her selfish desire. He didn't love her, and she forced her feelings toward him, making him feel guilty so they could be in a relationship. If they were really together, Nanamai also hoped that Shishio could be happy with her, but she knew everything needed a process. She also needed to think about his other girlfriends since even if he accepted her feelings, what about his other girlfriends? Still, no matter what your decision, don't forget that you're also my maid, alright? Shishio said with a cheeky smile. Nanamai really wanted to smack this guy's head at that moment. She was a bit furious and moved away from him directly. Don't worry. I will clean up your room later. However, when she was about to stand up, she was hugged by him again and fell in his arms. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't, so she just pouted while looking away, showing that she was angry. Great. Shishio smiled and said, Still, since you're a good maid. Let me reward you. Reward. Nanamai was curious what kind of reward she would get, but she didn't expect to be kissed again. Nanamai was surprised, but then she closed her eyes and started to enjoy her third kiss. She knew that this relationship was bad and this guy was a scumbag, but she knew that she loved him even with all of that. 304, do you have balls? Coming out from Sakurasu, Shishio rode his motorcycle to Nana's house since he had promised to help her search for her apartment, but he had to admit that his mind was still thinking about what he had done with Nanamai before. Shishio wasn't blind to Nanamai's feelings toward him, but if he got serious with her, it would be unfair for her, so he gave her time. He wanted her to think whether she wanted her to be in a serious relationship with him or to have fun with him. Shishio also felt that it was wrong for him to make a relationship with Nanamai just because they were kissing each other. He had taken Rui's virginity, but they weren't dating each other. Moreover, compared to Rui, who had taken his virginity too, the weight of Nanamai was lighter. Lastly, Shishio wanted Nanamai to understand that even if they were dating each other, their relationship would be different from other people since he was a scumbag that dated 5 women at the same time. Still, no matter what her decision was, Shishio was going to respect her choice. Of course, Shishio also thought to help her problem, such as making her have a smooth journey on her career as a CEO, but before that, he felt that Nanamai needed to hone her technique since she was still an amateur. Or should I not treat her dearly? Shishio felt that the path of the scumbag was difficult, However, Shishio knew that he was being unfair towards Nanami. What was unfair wasn't the fact that he was dating several girls simultaneously, but the fact that he would be alright even if Nanami wasn't with him. I'm just greedy for her body, hey. Shishio knew that they needed to talk again, but not now since there was something that he needed to do. Come in, Shishio-kun. Nana and my husband are inside. Shishio, who parked his motorcycle in Nana's house's yard, looked at Nana's mother, who was so excited, seeing him. He looked at this woman for a moment before he took off his helmet and said, "Yes, Auntie." "Why do you call me Auntie? Why don't you call me Mom?" Nana's mom complained. "Let's talk about that after I marry your daughter," Shishio said helplessly. "Hey? You don't plan to marry my daughter? Are you saying that you're playing with my daughter?" Nana's mom's tone changed. Shishio's lips twitched, but he calmed himself. He took a gentle breath, looked at Nana's mother, and said, "No, I'm serious about her, so even if she gets pregnant in high school, you don't need to worry. I'll take responsibility and marry her." Nana's mother looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you have balls, Shishio-kun. My balls have been enhanced, you know." Still, with Nana's mother's words, Shishio wondered what he was afraid of. Isn't it just more lovers? Shishio thought that his enhanced testicles would be useless if he kept hesitating like this. What he needed to do was to pour gasoline into the fire and keep that fire burning forever. Sometimes the fire was weak, but as long as there was still fire, it hadn't died yet. Still, even though Shishio wanted Nanami to be his, he wanted to maintain their current relationship since it felt wrong to suddenly change his mind, and the time wasn't right. He needed to solve Nanami's last problem before he could take her down. However, Nana's mother realized something and looked at Shishio in surprise. "Have they had sex? Isn't it too soon?" She was too dumbfounded and wanted to ask Shishio, but... "Shishio, let's go. Let's see our new house." Nana said excitedly before Shishio entered the house and hugged him directly, kissing his cheek without hesitation. Nana's mother was irritated by Nana's act and said, "You're a girl. How can you act so shameless like this?" Shishio looked at Nana's mother, who gave him bondage mastery in the past, but he stayed in silence, pretending that he didn't know anything. Still, he might not know that Nana's mother had misunderstood something. "Nana, you can go to my friend's real estate agency agent. I have given him a call, and you just need to tell me my name." Nana's father also walked out from the living room and reminded his daughter. "Yes, Dad." Nana smiled happily and pulled Shishio. "Let's go, Shishio." "Wait a moment, let me greet you, father, first." Shishio greeted Nana's father then talked with him for a while before he said goodbye to Nana's parents, leaving them to the real estate agency owned by Nana's father's friend. When Shishio and Nana left, Nana's mother looked at her husband and asked, "Is it all right?" She felt a bit worried about letting her youngest daughter live alone. However, she wasn't worried that Nana might get pregnant by Shishio. Instead, it was all right even if she got pregnant with him, but she was worried that Nana might not be able to take care of herself since she knew how sloppy her daughter was. Why not? Isn't it good that our daughter is going to live alone? We'll be living like newlyweds like before, isn't that good? Nana's father looked at Nana's mother with a smile. Oh. Nana's mother blushed and knew what her husband was planning. It's a rare time that there's only two of us. Nana and Shishio will probably come back in the evening, so... Nana's father carried his wife directly to his room. "Kaie." Nana's mother let out a cute squeal. Wait, I'm still sweaty. I need to take a bath. Let's take it together." With those words, both of them entered the bathroom together. Leaving Nana's house, Shishio drove to the real estate agency owned by Nana's father's friend. The distance was quite far, but it was alright since he was riding a motorcycle. Even though they had just met each other yesterday, Nana smiled happily when she met him. She hugged Shishio's waist tightly before she thought of a question that she wanted to ask. "Shishio. Do you want to live with me?" Nana asked. "I don't mind, but I can't live with you every day, you know." Shishio didn't mind moving, but he also had this strange affection towards Sakurasu. His parents also asked him to live there, and if he suddenly moved, it was quite troublesome to tell his parents, considering his aunt was also living with him there. "Okay." Nana was happy. "So should we get 1 LDK or 2 LDK? LDK is an abbreviation frequently used in Japanese real estate to describe apartments. It stands for living, dining and kitchen area and is preceded by a number of rooms. Some examples: 1 LDK equals 1-room apartment with a living, dining, and kitchen area. So if it is 2 LDK, then there should be more than one room. Let's check what kind of apartment they have on the real estate agency. Also, I might be able to get that apartment for free, so you don't need to worry," Shishio said. Free? How? Nana was surprised. "Did you forget about my fight before? My reward is either a house or an apartment, Shishio said. Nana was dumbfounded and asked, you're free to choose. Yeah, I'm free to choose. Let's get the most expensive, Nana said without hesitation. Shishio glanced at Nana and thought that this girl was really smart. Shishio and Nana arrived at the real estate agency, and they were greeted by the female agent kindly and warmly. After all, Nana's father was the friend of the owner of this real estate agency, and Shishio was so handsome that he could smite any girls on the street. Shishio might wear something casual since he was wearing white sleeves and a blue navy Sakujin jacket with a few dog pattern on the back and on his right chest, a white t-shirt, skinny jeans pants, and sneakers. His style might seem delinquent, but when he wore it, he gave a different feeling. Still, it might be because Shishio was so handsome that the female agent talked with him happily, but at the same time, she lamented the fact that Shishio had a girlfriend. This is for rent, right? Can you tell me your budget? The female agent asked. No, we're going to buy it, Nana said with a serious expression. Really? The female agent was dumbfounded and looked at Shishio subconsciously. After all, she thought that he was the one who made the decision and had the money. She could see that Nana was still in high school, but Shishio gave her a mature feeling, so it was normal for her to look at Shishio. Yes. Shishio nodded and asked, the price doesn't matter, but the building should be new with an electronic locking system, soundproof, internet, lift, also it should be either near the train or bus stations or near Swime High School. You sure know a lot, Shishio, Nana said in amazement. Shishio patted Nana's head and said, I think this is a common thing, so we'll be comfortable if we live there, but then, is there something that you want to ask? I'm not sure. I don't know much, but I think the size should be 2 LDK or 3 LDK. If it's like your apartment on Minato, I think it is too big, Nana said thoughtfully. Is it 2 LDK or 3 LDK, is it? The female agent asked. Still, she looked at Shishio, then looked at Nana in jealousy since this girl had caught a carp. Do you have a photo of them? Or is it possible to visit them? Nana asked curiously. Yes, of course. The female agent nodded. Do you want to go there now? Yes. Nana nodded without hesitation. I'll bring out the car so you can wait here for a moment, the female agent said. I came here with a motorcycle. Is it possible to park it here? Shishio asked. Sure. The female agent nodded. How about you park it in the parking park nearby? Thanks. After Shishio parked his motorcycle, the female agent brought Shishio and Nana to the apartment that suited their wish. She brought them to 3 apartments and explained each of those apartments carefully, but Nana didn't seem to be satisfied with the apartment since if she lived in each of those apartments, she needed to use a train to go to the school, and she hated the train since it was always packed with a lot of people. There is one more that is near the Swime High School. The train station isn't that close, but it isn't that bad. However, there's a bus station nearby that you can use to go to the school, the female agent said eloquently. Really? Then can we check it? Nana asked. Sure. Shishio didn't say anything since he knew how troublesome a girl was when shopping, so it was better not to say much, especially when he could see that Nana was having fun. Still, his lips twitched when he found out that the female agent had brought him to the apartment where Mai Sakurajima was living. There are a variety of plans inside. Whether it is 2 LDK or 3 LDK, you can see them inside, the female agent said. Let's see the 3 LDK first, Nana said without hesitation. Isn't it a bit too big? Shishio asked. Well, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to visit, right? Nana said with a smile. Shishio had to admit that Nana was really a smart girl. Wow! Nana looked at the apartment inside. It was already fully furnished, but the female agent told her that the interior could be changed anytime, depending on the wish. She then looked at the scenery from the balcony and she instantly fell in love with this place. She then looked at Shishio and said, Shishio, let's get this one. Are you sure? Shishio asked. Yes. Nana nodded without hesitation. Shishio felt a bit speechless when he thought that Mai was living in this place too, but he didn't think too much since Nana loved this place. Well, let me give a call to someone first. Yes. The female agent nodded and wondered whether Shishio was calling his parents. Nana, you should ask more questions, if you have any, Shishio said and walked to the balcony. Nana thought that Shishio would call Tokugawa, so she didn't bother him and talked with the female agent about this apartment more since she would be living here. Shishio, who was on the balcony, called Tokugawa and it was quickly connected. Tokugawa-san, I have chosen the apartment. Can you buy it for me? Okay. Tokugawa's voice was slightly low, and he agreed to Shishio's request without hesitation. Where is the location? It's on. Shishio told about the address, the real agency office, and the agent that took care of him. Okay, I'll tell my people to take care of it. You'll own that building tomorrow, Tokugawa said. Thanks, Shishio said gratefully since he had gotten this apartment for free. Then I'll hang up the call. He thought that he might have heard that he was going to have this building, but he thought he might have heard it wrong. Wait. What's wrong, Tokugawa-san? Shishio asked. Did you do it? Tokugawa asked with shaky tones. What are you talking about? Shishio was confused. Tokugawa wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth since he knew that there was no way for them to talk about this matter over the phone. Can you come to my house? You want me to fight someone again? Shishio asked plainly. No, Tokugawa said hurriedly. Then. I just want to ask. Tokugawa said weakly. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I'll visit Guki Shibukawa in the future. I'll talk with you there. Yes. Tokugawa agreed without hesitation. If you're free, then tell me, please tell me. You don't need to worry. I'll hang up the phone, alright? Shishio said. Yes. They didn't say more words and hung up the call. Shishio looked at the sight before him, staring at it absently until someone hugged his back, but feeling the two soft melons on his back, he didn't need to guess who this person was. What's wrong, Nana? Nothing, I just want to hug you somehow, Nana said with a smile. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment then kissed her lips without hesitation. Nana was surprised and felt a bit shy, but she slowly relaxed and hugged him. They kissed each other for a while before they parted. Let's not make Kiriyama-san, female real estate agent, wait, Shishio said. Nana nodded shyly. Kiriyama, who saw Shishio kissing Nana, blushed and felt quite jealous, but at the same time, she sighed since she was single. Feeling unhappy, she suddenly heard that Shishio planned to buy this apartment and someone should call her soon, which made her happy since she knew that she would get a lot of commission for this sale. Fuck boyfriend. I'm going to get a lot of money. Kiriyama screamed happily, but inwardly, if there was someone as handsome and rich as Shishio, then she might not work and become a housewife fully dedicated as his wife. Shishio didn't know what Kiriyama was thinking, but he knew that his day wasn't over and another girl was waiting for him after this, but before that, he was going to have a blast with Nana. 305, Ice Coffee Float. Sipping her iced coffee with a straw, Saki could taste a slight bitterness of the coffee mixed with liquid sugar and vanilla ice cream as she stared outside through the glass wall of the Vogneria. She might have been sitting there for a while, she wasn't sure how long it was, but it should have been more than half an hour. Still, she didn't feel that annoyed and was only absently staring at the outside, waiting for someone. Kawasaki-san, are you waiting for Oga-kun? Saki turned her head and looked at the lowly waitress in front of her. If Shishio didn't tell her that this waitress was in the same grade as her, she would think that this waitress was an elementary school student. Yes. Shishio had introduced Saki and Papura before, so it was normal for them to know each other. Still, isn't he late? He has made you wait quite a long time, Papura couldn't help but say. Don't blame him. I'm the one who came too early, and he has something to do now, Saki said and didn't want someone to talk bad about Shishio. She knew that he was dating Nana right now, and she also knew that Nana wanted to stay as long as she could with him. Still, tonight, he was going to be her. Saki's heart was beating so fast, and her face flushed slightly, anticipating what would happen tonight. Papura felt strange by Saki's expression, but her mind was similar to a child's, so she didn't understand why Saki showed such an expression. However, she had to admit that Saki's expression was cute, and strangely enough, she had some longings to have a similar expression. Is this the expression of someone in love? While she was in deep thought, she saw someone park a motorcycle in the parking park in front through the restaurant's glass wall. Watching him take off his helmet, she couldn't help but murmur. So handsome. Saki ignored Papura since she knew it was a normal reaction for a girl when they saw Shishio. Still, looking at Shishio's jacket, she wondered whether she could get something similar. Also, she had to admit that no matter what this guy wore made him so handsome, right? Saki saw Shishio waving his hand toward her, and she also waved her hand with a smile. She then looked at Papura, who was standing beside her, and asked, "You're not working?" Ah! Papura forgot that she was still working when she saw Shishio smile, but she quickly awoke when she heard Saki's voice. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize to me, but your colleague is troubled right now, Saki said as she looked at Anami Mahiro and Todoroki Yacho. Papura-chan. 2x. Papura looked at Anami and Todoroki, overwhelmed by the guests, and couldn't help but cry out and quickly help them. Wait a moment. I'll help. Saki shook her head then looked at Shishio, who entered the restaurant and sat next to her directly. Sorry to make you wait, Shishio said and let out a comfortable sigh as he sat next to Saki. He had to admit that out of all his girls, Saki gave him the most relaxing feeling. It's all right. Saki looked at Shishio and asked, Did you have fun with Nana? We chose an apartment for her to move into, then play around for a bit, Shishio said. Where she's going to stay? Saki asked curiously. It's quite close. When we go out later, I can show you the building. Shishio looked at the glass on the table and asked, what did you order? Ice coffee float. Is it good? It's quite nice. Let me order something first before we go out. Shishio raised his hand and ordered an iced coffee float before he continued to talk with Saki. What did you talk about with your parents? Shishio wondered what kind of reason Saki told her parents before she went out with him. I told them that I went to stay at Nana's house, Saki said without blinking her eyes. Anyway, they were sisters that dated the same man together, so she was sure that Nana would help her make an alibi for her to go out with Shishio. Shishio looked at Saki speechlessly, but he didn't say much. Still, Shishio, I'm your secretary, but you know, I have never done so much, Saki said with a sigh, feeling that her salary might be just pocket money from Shishio, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Why do you think so much about it? You can even think of me as your sugar daddy, you know. Shishio said with a laugh. Saki was annoyed and hit Shishio's arm lightly in shame when she heard Shishio's words. However, she felt it wasn't wrong to say that he was her sugar daddy, so shouldn't she give him some advantages? Saki looked at him for a moment and asked with a hint of nervousness, Shishio, let's go to your apartment after this. Shishio looked at Saki and asked, are you sure? Hearing Shishio's answer, Saki leaned forward as she grabbed his hand and asked, you don't want to? Her voice was trembling, and her face was so red as she asked this question. There was just a few centimeters distance between the two of them, and they could feel each other breathing, but then someone interrupted them. 2x. Saki and Shishio turned their heads and saw Papura and Anami were looking at them with a blush. Oh? My order, right? Yes, here's your order Oga-kun, Papura quickly said with a blush on her face, but then she couldn't help but ask, are you two dating? In the previous chapter, she might have forgotten that Shishio had hugged Nana, but she didn't think too much since the scene before her was too shocking. Anami also looked at Shishio and Saki curiously. Saki didn't say anything and looked at Shishio, waiting for his answer. Yes, she's my girlfriend, Shishio said naturally. Saki blushed while shyly hiding behind Shishio's back. Papura and Anami also blushed, thinking they were too bold, right? So, is that all? Shishio asked, wondering how long that they were going to interrupt them. Oh, sorry for disturbing you, but Anami has something to say to you, Oga-kun, Papura said. She knew that she had disturbed Shishio and Saki, but Anami had something to say with him after all, so she could only bite the bullet. Anami. Shishio looked at Anami curiously. Anami suddenly became nervous, but she made up her mind and bowed her head. I'm sorry. Okay. Shishio thought for a moment and knew why this girl apologized to him. You didn't hit me anyway, and you have given us a free meal before, so you don't need to worry too much. But I have to apologize to you since I have almost hit you, Anami said with a timid expression. Well, just be careful next time, and you should also fix your condition as soon as possible, Shishio said. Yes. Anami answered weakly since if she could fix her condition so soon, she wouldn't be in this situation. Shishio knew about Anami's androphobia problem, but he didn't intend to help her. Not because he didn't feel sorry, but because there was someone more suitable to take care of her. Is that all? Shishio asked since he didn't want them to interrupt him again. Well. Anami seemed to want to ask a question again to Shishio, but in the end, she swallowed her words and bowed her head before she walked away after apologizing once again. After all, her questions were quite rude, considering how they didn't know each other. Papura also said goodbye since she still needed to take care of the other guests. She also couldn't disturb them too much, right? Shishio somehow let out a sigh since suddenly the tense atmosphere had disappeared, but it had become a strange atmosphere that made him feel a bit annoyed somehow. Somehow, I feel strange if we continue our conversation as if nothing has happened. Again, he let out a sigh, feeling uncomfortable by this strange awkwardness. It's all right, but even if this restaurant is good, this isn't a good place for us to talk about this kind of matter. Saki also let out a sigh. Saki's words were right. After all, they were in a public place, and many things could happen when they talked about something serious, like what had happened when Anami and Papura came before. Still, I still ask you. You don't want to? Saki asked as she stared at Shishio. Shishio looked at Saki for a moment and said, you know, if you go to my apartment tonight, I have a feeling that I'm going to take advantage of you. Is that okay? Saki had a blush on her face instantly before she nodded. It's fine. Saki thought that they would go to Shishio's apartment directly, but she didn't expect that they were going to visit the video rental first. Why are we here? It's boring if we just stay there and do nothing, right? I think we should watch a movie or something there, Shishio said as he looked around curiously since it had been a while since he came to a video rental shop, or rather, it might have been a while since the business of video rental shop wouldn't last long. But Japanese culture might be different. He wasn't sure, though. That's not a bad idea. Saki also agreed and asked, is there a movie that you want to watch? How about you? Do you have a movie that you're bad with? Shishio asked. Well. Saki was a bit embarrassed when she heard Shishio's question. How about horror? Shishio asked with a teasing tone. No. Saki rejected Shishio's proposal without hesitation. Still, she realized that she had been teased and couldn't help but want to bite his neck. Don't tease me, alright. Okay, but if you don't have something that you want to watch, then I'll just pick something from the recommended corner, Shishio said since he knew that a movie definitely wasn't something that they would focus on when they were in his apartment later. Recommended corner. Saki looked at the recommended corner and looked at the movies that might interest her. Still, she didn't have a hobby of watching movies, so she didn't know much. Just choose randomly. Okay. Shishio then took one movie without hesitation and looked at the packaging, reading the summary of the movie. What kind of movie is that? Saki asked. It's about dancing, Shishio said. Dance. Saki tilted her head. Yeah, not like hip-hop or king of pop, but more formal ones like a waltz, salsa, sambo, Shishio added one martial art in the middle of the list, but it seemed that Saki didn't seem to realize it. Well, let's just pick this one. Saki didn't overthink since, on her head, she thought about Shishio's words before. When he told her that he would take advantage of her, she was a bit nervous, but she was quite anticipating what they were about to do. As they rented the movie, they went to the convenience store to buy snacks before going to Shishio's apartment in Minato. Saki sorted the snacks on the table, and Shishio sat down on the sofa after playing the movie on the video player. Which one do you want to eat first, Shishio? Saki asked while looking at various snacks on the table. Saki. Shishio couldn't care about the snacks, patted the space beside him, and said, sit here. Saki tilted her head and felt confused, but she sat next to Shishio obediently. However, suddenly she saw him resting his head on her lap without hesitation. Shishio smiled as he rubbed his face against Saki's thighs that were covered by tight jeans pants, but even so, he had to admit that Saki's thighs felt nice. Saki was speechless, but she didn't overthink as she caressed Shishio's hair since it felt nice. Still, when the movie started, she couldn't help but remind him. The movie has started, you know. It's alright, I can watch it from this position, Shishio said as he watched the movie. Looking at Shishio, who watched the movie while resting his head on her lap, Saki sighed and couldn't help but laugh, thinking that she had jumped to a conclusion and thought that he might do something lewd. Shishio looked at Saki and asked, what? Saki smiled bitterly and said helplessly, well, you said that you were going to take advantage of me, but this isn't what I thought you meant. What? Did you imagine something lewd? Shishio asked with a gentle smile. Saki blushed and felt embarrassed, but she wouldn't admit it. She looked away and refuted Shishio. No. That's not what I... She couldn't finish her words since she felt Shishio's hand on her cheek, making her look at him. Shishio looked at Saki as he caressed her cheek gently. But, I was... Saki's face flushed, and she felt her heart echo loudly, thumping by his words. She then saw him raise his body, and it made her slightly tense as she looked at him, but she knew what he thought since she also thought similarly. They stared at each other before Shishio moved forward and kissed Saki's lips. Saki also answered Shishio's kiss and let him put his tongue inside her mouth before they entangled each other's tongues, which somehow gave her a butterfly on her stomach, and it made her so happy that they could kiss each other. As they kissed each other, Saki moved back slightly, parting their lips, and said with a laugh as she licked her lips. It's a bit bitter, but it's sweet. Somehow their kiss tasted like the iced coffee float they had drunk before. Shishio smiled and asked, was this something that you imagined? Saki nodded shyly as she looked at Shishio. Still, she wasn't sure what to say at that moment. But this wasn't what I had imagined, Shishio said. What did you imagine? Saki asked, but she knew what Shishio thought since she also thought the same thing. However, there was no way for a girl to admit such a thing, right? I want you tonight. Shishio looked at Saki for a moment and said, so, shall we move to another place? Saki looked at Shishio for a moment, her face was red, but then she gave him a small nod without hesitation. She then moved forward and kissed his lips again, letting him carry her to his room, enjoying something even lewder than a kiss that they had right now. 306. Every girl has their own habits. Watching the sleeping face of his girlfriend might be one of the most luxurious privileges that Shishio had after his body became stronger. He had taken Saki's virginity, and he knew that she needed to rest. Still, Shishio must admit that last night was amazing, and he had let out a lot of them inside her last night. He didn't wear a condom after all, but it wasn't his fault since when he was about to come out outside, she hugged his waist with her legs subconsciously, so it was impossible for him to let it out outside, and in the end, he could only let it out inside. However, Shishio had to admit that he hated condoms, and if possible, he didn't really want to wear them since they didn't feel good. My reward is sure great. Shishio thought that he should explain his balls to his girlfriends so there wouldn't be a misunderstanding in the future. However, he wouldn't be explicitly telling them and used an excuse as a martial art technique so they would be alright even if he came inside them in the future. Looking at Saki's slightly messy long hair that spilled over her shoulder and back, Shishio felt that this look was quite refreshing since she usually tied her hair in a ponytail. It felt sexy, and she was so beautiful. Shishio looked at Saki for a moment, then looked at the rewards he had gotten. He felt slightly uncomfortable since it didn't feel good to receive all the rewards from the system after taking the girl's virginity. Somehow it made him think that he was trash who stole girls' innocence to get rewards. All of his actions were just deceit, and he didn't have a feeling toward them. However, it was also because of this reason that he usually didn't sleep and stared at the sleeping face of his girlfriends since this way, he could reaffirm his feeling toward them and knew that he loved them, even though sometimes, he felt that his feeling was impure. Still, Shishio knew he was a scumbag, so it was impossible to say that he was pure. Staring at Saki's sleeping face and listening to her soft breathing, Shishio felt that it was useless to think about those matters, and rather than thinking something complicated, what he needed to do was to treat this sleeping beauty dearly. Shishio then kissed Saki's forehead, which made her smile, and hugged him tightly. Shishio looked at his brother in his nether region and sighed inwardly, thinking that his brother was really insatiable. Shishio wanted to check his rewards, but then he looked at his smooth back while thinking about what had happened before. He had to admit that his girls had their own unique habit when they had sex with him. Sheena loved to bite him, leaving many bite marks on his body. Roberta loved to hug him, but she used all of her power to hug him when she was about to come out. If he was still a normal person, he was sure that he would pass out directly since her hug was comparable to the submission hold of the champion of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, showing how strong she was. Sheena and Roberta had their own habits, but Saki also had her own habits. Still, Saki's habit was cuter than Sheena and Roberta since it didn't harm him. Instead, she loved being in the submission position, and she loved being dominated by him, especially when she was being done from behind and being teased at how hot and excited she was during the act, which made him even more excited since he was quite a sadist, so her habit worked quite well with him. Shishio's brother became hard again when he thought how tight Saki's inside was when he did her from behind. Let's check the reward before she wakes up. Shishio also remembered that he hadn't opened the reward from Nanamiya yesterday. Enhanced voice, right. Shishio still remembered the reward that he had gotten from Nanamiya and wondered what kind of effect that this ability would bring him. Still, before that, he would check what kind of rewards he had gotten from Saki. Looking at his rewards, Shishio had to admit that they were so amazing that it made him lost for words sometimes. Even if he had to admit that it didn't feel good to receive those rewards since it gave him an illusion that he had taken advantage of the women, those rewards were amazing that sometimes it made him feel that his moral was just shit compared to all the rewards that he would receive by seducing and taking advantage of the women that triggered his system. Shishio let out a sigh inwardly, and in the end, he didn't think too much since sometimes it wasn't good to think too much. Still, the system tested his will and what kind of choice he would make before the temptation. However, this system forced him to become a scumbag, which made him helpless. It's not that I've had trouble becoming a scumbag since I've become one. Shishio had already become a scumbag, so there was no need to think too much. Still, being a scumbag was different than trash. Even if Shishio became a scumbag, he would do it with a class and dearly care of his women. With that said, Shishio started to check his rewards, and he began with the assets that he received, which were a luxurious villa and 67% shares of Nippon Susan Keisha. Shishio decided to accept the 67% shares of Nippon Susan Keisha, and he quickly understood what kind of company it was. Nippon Susan Keisha is a marine products company based in Japan. It is also one of the biggest commercial fishing and marine product procurement corporations in the world. Shishio looked at Saki and thought that the rewards that he had gotten from her had always been related to water, which made him speculate that the rewards that he got from girls were related to the identity, hobby, like, dislike, personality, and any other things that could describe the girls. If he had to give an example, then it was similar to Sheena, who gave him a lot of art-related rewards, Rui, who gave him a lot of food-related rewards, and Roberta gave him a lot of combat-related rewards. Shishio knew that Saki loved something related to water, such as fish, beach, and aquarium. After all, she was so excited when she was on the Enoshima Aquarium on their date in the past. It might be the reason why the rewards that I received from Saki were related to water. In conclusion, the rewards he received were related to the girls themselves. Still, Shishio knew that he shouldn't think of this since his intention to get girls wasn't because of these rewards. The rewards themselves were just a bonus. Well, let's continue. Shishio then accepted his luxurious villa and found out it was located on the Minami Izu. He read the details of the luxurious villa, and somehow, he wanted to visit it in the future, but not now, considering it was still spring. It wasn't that spring was a bad season, but the ocean's water became cloudy during spring, which made it hard for someone to see the living things inside the sea when they did a snorkel or dive. After all, he got his villa on Izu, and if he didn't do snorkeling or diving, then it would be too wasteful, right? Shishio then checked the rest of his rewards: enhanced voice, enhanced lungs, fishing mastery, and fishman karate. Without hesitation, he accepted his enhanced voice, and after he received it, he could feel that he could manipulate his voice. By using his language mastery, Shishio could talk in various languages, including animals, but it was impossible to mimic some of the animals' voices with his vocal cord, but with this enhanced voice, he could mimic them now. By using enhanced voice, he could also talk to two people simultaneously, and it also made his voice more beautiful. If he gave an example, then his voice might be as beautiful as a mermaid, making it easier for him to hypnosis someone. Still, he could make his voice normal so it wouldn't cause trouble in his life when he talked to someone. After he checked his enhanced voice, Shishio then accepted his fishing mastery, and as expected, he became a fishing master. He directly possessed extraordinary talent and instinct for fishing. He could also fish anything under any conditions, sensing the best locations, exploiting them, and finally capturing his prey. Lastly, Shishio also received knowledge about marine life. Knowing this ability, Shishio thought Jojo would be jealous of this reward. Shishio felt that his heart couldn't calm down for a while, especially when he saw his next reward. Fishman Karate, hey! Shishio then, without hesitation, accepted his last reward and realized how amazing this martial art was. Fishman Karate is a martial art practiced by certain skilled members of the Fishman race. This martial art was powerful since with this martial art, the Fishman race in the world of One Piece could fight a lot of powerhouses in the world of One Piece. Why is this martial art so powerful? The secret of Fishman Karate is mastery of the water in the user's direct vicinity, using its power to send powerful waves impacting the water within the opponent's body. Because every creature has a high percentage of water in their body, the users of Fishman Karate can battle opponents that are usually highly resistant, if not immune, against blows and punches. Still, Shishio knew he couldn't fully use it since most of the Fishman race was 10 times stronger than a normal human. On the other hand, he was just 3 times stronger than a normal human, so he couldn't use this martial art perfectly. Shishio thought for a moment and wondered whether he could strengthen his body more. However, he knew that it might take a long time, and it took a lot of energy since it took a lot of training and nutrition to make his body stronger. Lastly, Shishio looked at his last reward and decided to accept it. His face grimaced in pain when his body was transformed, but he only held it and didn't utter any words since he didn't want to wake Saki up. After a while, he sighed in relief since he could feel his lung capacity had become bigger. He hadn't tested it, but it might be possible for him to hold his breath for over an hour or more while underwater. Shishio thought for a moment and suddenly felt that his lips had become wet since he was kissed. He was a bit surprised and looked at Saki, who had kissed him after she had woken up. He then closed his eyes and enjoyed their morning kiss before they parted ways with each other, pressing each other's foreheads. Shishio. I love you. I love you too, Saki. Saki laughed and showed a beautiful smile, but then she flinched since she was quite sore because of last night's action. Are you okay? Shishio asked worriedly. We might have been a bit too much last night, Saki said with a blush. That's true. You're quite lewd after all, Shishio said with a sigh. Saki's face was as red as a boiled octopus, and she directly bit Shishio's neck since she was so embarrassed. Shishio looked at Saki and wondered why girls loved to bite him. Still, since he had a broad heart, he had decided to forgive her for insolence. It definitely wasn't because he thought it might be her revenge since he bit her nipple lightly last night. Definitely. 307, realizing the reality around them. On the top of the soft and huge bed, Shishio and Saki flirted with each other until sunlight came through the gap of the curtain. Saki, do you want to see the sun? Shishio asked. Sun? Saki blinked her eyes and asked in a baffling tone, while naked. With what they were doing last night, there was no way for their clothes to be intact, and of course, they slept naked. I'll help you to wear clothes, Shishio said since there was no way that he would let the world see her naked. Her naked body could only be seen by him alone, not even God that gave him the system. Well, I don't mind. Saki nodded, but then she said, I'll wear. She couldn't finish her words since she felt her lower body was so sore. You're still tired. Don't be stubborn, and let me help you. You're my secretary, but you're still my woman, Shishio said as he helped Saki gently. Saki nodded with a blush, then looked at Shishio's huge thing that was so hard. Wait, how about you wear clothes first? What are you embarrassed about? We have seen each other's bodies so much that I know every part of your body like there's a mole on the cheek of your butt, Shishio said while shaking his head. Still, he had to admit that this girl had a mole in an unexpected position, making her even cuter. Shishio. After wearing their clothes sloppily, they sat on the terrace while basking themselves in the morning sun. Saki didn't know why it felt so comfortable, especially when she leaned on Shishio's chest, closing her eyes, feeling relaxed. Is it because I'm with the one that I love? Saki looked at Shishio, who also closed his eyes, resting together. Her face was slightly red when she thought about how wild they were last night, and she had to admit that he was a beast. Still, there was something that she needed to talk about with him. Shishio. If I'm pregnant, what do you think? Saki rubbed her belly as if trying to feel the life that might be born from her womb. She knew what she had done last night might be done on the impulse. She didn't let him come out on the outside. Instead, let him come out inside. Deep inside, there was a demon inside her heart telling him to have a child with him, or it might be her woman instinct wanting to be impregnated by the man that she loved so much. In conclusion, Saki might just not want to part from him. Saki knew how normal she was, except for her beautiful face and slightly better grade. There was nothing that she could compare with Shishio. It might be because of this reason that she became desperate and held his waist when he was about to come out, letting him splurt all of his semen on her womb, hoping that she could get pregnant so she wouldn't lose him. Looking at Saki, Shishio sighed inwardly, thinking that when girls had fallen in love, their IQ was lowered to 0. If he was a cruel man, even if she was pregnant or not, he wouldn't care much since it had nothing to do with him. Still, as someone who came to this world alone, he sought a connection more than anyone in this world. Do you want to get pregnant with my child? Shishio asked. Yes. Saki nodded without hesitation, but not now, right? Shishio smiled and also started to rub Saki's belly gently. He could see a liquid dripping from her nether region to her inner thighs, but he didn't intend to say anything about this matter. Saki, we're still young. There's a lot of things that you and I want to do. While I don't mind having a child, at least I want you to graduate from high school first since there will be a lot of inconvenient matters if you get pregnant right now. I'm also not at my legal age to marry either, so even if you get pregnant, I can't marry you. Saki looked at Shishio and asked, you want to marry me? Yes. Shishio nodded. But you have a lot of girls, you know? Can you marry all of us? It is illegal to do polygamy in this country, you know. Saki asked while staring at Shishio. Hearing Saki's question, Shishio knew that this was the trouble he needed to face since he often said he would do something about the laws to legalize polygamy in this country. However, he knew that it would take a long time to do it since changing the law wasn't as simple as it seemed. After all, Saki was different from Maya and Mako. Saki was his woman, so Shishio wouldn't say bullshit before her since it was also important to see the reality before them. His system might be able to help, but how many women did he need to change the legalization of polygamy? All the girls in Tokyo? Japan? Or even the world? Shishio wasn't sure, but he was afraid he might be stabbed with a knife one day if he dared to fuck so many women. You know, even if we don't marry, I think that it is all right, Saki suddenly said. Saki. Shishio looked at Saki in surprise. I still remember what you said to Maya and Mako, but they've been quite stupid after all since they've been affected by your momentum, Saki said calmly. Shishio. But you know? I think this is enough as long as I can be with you. Marrying you might be nice, but more importantly, having you stay with me is all I want. If you're busy legalizing polygamy and forget about us, then that's something that I'm sad about, Saki said calmly and suddenly felt that her hair was kissed. She looked up and asked, Shishio. Sorry, I can't help it. Shishio looked at Saki, but then he smiled and asked, so I don't need to marry you, right? Saki somehow wanted to beat up this bastard suddenly. Sorry, I was joking. Shishio stared at the morning sky and said, still, as you have said before, we don't need to marry so we can be together. Our relationship might also change if we marry together, and some couples also are unhappy when they're going to marry each other, right? Saki was in silence and knew what Shishio had said was right, but at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed since, as a woman, who didn't want to marry the man that she loved. It might not be or a few years later, or it could be even a decade later. However, Saki was alright with waiting since she knew how complicated Shishio's relationship with a woman was and how many women he had. Having a child with him, Saki knew that Shishio could become a good father, but it might be hard for them to marry each other. Well, as long as I can be with him, then it's going to be alright. Saki cheered herself up, but tears kept dripping from her eyes. But Shishio's voice suddenly fell, and he said, it might not be now, but I hope that you will marry me, Saki. Saki looked at Shishio, blinked her eyes in surprise. So wait for me, alright? Shishio said as he kissed Saki's tears. Saki nodded then moved forward, kissing his lips, hugging him, without letting him go so she could imprint all of his existence onto her body. Shishio sometimes knew it was better not to overthink, but he knew that sometimes he also needed to think since he knew that Saki's feeling toward him wasn't something he could think nonchalantly. As they parted, they leaned into each other until Shishio said, "Still, we might have children before we marry each other, though. Is that okay?" Saki looked at Shishio and thought that this guy was a scumbag. Shishio and Saki didn't immediately go back and take a bath together before watching the movie they had rented last night. After all, they had rented it, so it would be wasteful if they didn't watch the movie. Saki laid her head on Shishio's lap at that moment, and frankly, it felt nice to lay on his lap, which made her smile happily. Shishio could only smile helplessly and thought that no matter how old woman was, they loved being spoiled by their man. Even though Saki was 1 year older than him, she acted like a little girl, which made him want to tease her. Unexpectedly, the movie was quite good, even though it was rather plain in his mind. Still, it was quite an enjoyable movie to watch. If Shishio had to give an example, this movie would be similar to the Japanese movie Shall We Dance? In 1996. The story was about a middle-aged man who had an unfulfilled life, especially after taking a loan to buy a house, so to make his life more exciting, he decided to join a dancing school. Still, what made Shishio attracted by this movie wasn't because of the dance. Instead, it was the decision of the middle-aged man to buy a house. It wasn't that buying a house was a horrible thing, but the thought of having a loan on the bank for an entire 15 years or more was something scary for him. Suppose the middle-aged man was a wealthy businessman or a high-ranking executive. In that case, Shishio might not think too much if the middle-aged man decided to buy a house, but the middle-aged man was just an average manager level of some companies. Therefore, considering the average income of that person, he felt that it was too hasty to buy a house. Still, life is a chain of choices. While it might be scary to have 15 years of loan, this middle-aged man might buy a house for his precious family. While it might sound stupid for some people, it wasn't a realm that could be understood by logic. Instead, it was in the realm of emotion. Shishio didn't feel surprised since emotion sometimes made us make do some impulses like what Saki did last night by hugging his waist when he was about to come out, especially when she knew that she might get pregnant during high school, but even so, she didn't let go of his waist. Luckily, if he didn't have enhanced testicles, he was afraid that this girl might get pregnant. As the movie ended, Shishio suddenly said, "There should be a pregnancy test here. Do you want to check it?" "Yes." Saki nodded awkwardly. After checking that she saw that she didn't get pregnant, Saki somehow felt that she didn't feel guilty anymore, but at the same time, she felt a bit disappointed until she was told that Shishio had a technique that made him able to not get girls pregnant, which made her dumbfounded. However, if she considered how strong he was, she felt that there should be such a technique in this world, so she didn't think too much. After all, even if she got pregnant, she knew that he would take responsibility, so what was she afraid of? Then after Saki felt slightly better, Shishio sent her back home since it was impossible to keep her with him all the time, and she needed to go home, right? Still, Saki told him not to send her too close to her house since she was lying to her parents that she played at Nana's house, but he ignored it and told her that he would send her to her house, which made her smile wryly but felt warm inwardly. As they rode a motorcycle, Saki rubbed her face on his back and hugged him tightly, wanting the time to stop. "Should I visit your house?" Shishio asked. Saki looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" "Why not? I don't mind, but let's not do it now. With how awkward I walk, my father might beat you up," Saki said with a smile. "It's all right, isn't it?" Shishio felt that 1 or 2 punches were worth it. "Well, my father is on a business trip now." "I lied to you," Saki said with a smile as she hugged Shishio's waist. "But there's my mother, little brother and little sister," Saki said. "Well, let's just see how it goes," Shishio said. Saki nodded and didn't think too much since she knew that this guy was good at bullshitting, so she knew he would be all right. As they arrived at Saki's house, unexpectedly, nothing happened. "When I get better, let's do it again." Saki kissed Shishio's cheek lightly before she walked inside her house slowly since her lower body was still sore at that moment. Shishio looked at Saki's back, and somehow he felt slightly complex. He shook his head and didn't immediately go back since there was one more duty that he needed to take care of. Shishio was waiting at the apartment building entrance while chatting with a group of housewives before someone he had been waiting for came. "Sorry to make you wait, Shishio-kun." Miu smiled, but her smile was quite awkward since there was a little thing that clung to her leg so tightly that she couldn't do anything. Shishio looked at Miu's little sister, Mia, and asked, "What's wrong, Mia-chan?" Mia escaped directly from Miu's leg and quickly ran to Shishio and begged, clutching onto his leg. "Ani-chan, can I go with you too?" Looking at her puppy-like expression, Shishio realized that the existence of a little sister was more dangerous than any martial art master that he had faced, since he just couldn't think of a way to defeat this cute creature, and there was only one answer that he could think of. Of course. 308, Shishio isn't a bad guy. Mia, Miu's little sister, would join their date, so it was impossible to ride on a motorcycle since the police would catch them once the police found out that they rode a motorcycle with 3 people. Shishio went to his parking park with Mia and took his car before he picked up Miu, who was waiting in front of her apartment building. As for using public transportation such as a train or a bus, he didn't have that idea since he had an appointment after this date. If he used public transportation, then he might take a long time on their trip later. Miu looked at Mia helplessly, but Mia was her little sister, so she doted her quite a bit. Still, luckily, Mia could read the mood and sat on the back, letting Miu sit on the side of Shishio. Sorry for the trouble, Shishio-kun. Miu was so helpless of Mia. After Mia had heard that she was going on a date, Mia directly pestered her to go together. She had anticipated her date with Shishio, but her little sister became a third wheel which made her quite helpless. It's all right. We can go on a date anytime, right? Shishio said as he held Miu's hand gently. Shishio-kun. Miu smiled and wanted to kiss Shishio, but she remembered that her little sister was right beside them, so she could only hold it. Mia looked at how close Miu and Shishio were, and even though she felt happy that their relationship was so close, she felt so envious at this moment. Shishio Nyakan, where are we going? Are we going to Disneyland? Mia. Miu couldn't help but reprimand her little sister when this little girl was too rude. Shishio Nyakan. Mia moved closer to Shishio so he would save her. It's all right, Miu. Mia is still a child after all, Shishio said. Well. Miu also didn't scold her little sister and listened to Shishio. Shishio Nyakan, I'm not a child. Mia pouted and felt unhappy when she was treated as a child. Yes, you're not a child, Shishio said in a perfunctory manner. Geez. Mia was furious, but she didn't do anything since she knew that it was dangerous to disrupt Shishio, who was driving. She also decided to forgive Shishio since he would bring him to a fun place. So where are we going, Shishio Nyakan? Are we going to Disneyland? Mia, we're not going to Disneyland. I have told you before, right? It wasn't Shishio who answered this question, but Miu. So where are we going? Aquarium. Mia asked again. Aquarium. Shishio and Miu somehow chuckled when they heard Mia's words. Well, you're not wrong since we're going to look at fish. Really? Mia became excited again. Yeah. Shishio nodded and said, we're going to Tsukiji Market. Hearing Shishio's words, Mia was dumbfounded. She knew that they weren't lying that they would look at fish, but she didn't expect to look at the fish market. Shishio Nyakan. Oni-chan. Hurry up. Mia, who had strode first, stopped and looked at Shishio and Miu excitedly since it was her first time to come to the Tsukiji market. Even though she was dissatisfied when she heard that they weren't going to Disneyland, as a kid, she was full of curiosity about her surroundings. So when Shishio told her that there was a lot of delicious food on the Tsukiji market, she became even more excited than Shishio and Miu. Mia, don't run so suddenly. What if you get lost? Miu couldn't help but reprimand Mia again. Don't get angry all the time, Miu. Shishio looked at Miu and felt that it might be his first time to see her showing such a strict attitude. He then looked at Mia and said, also, Mia, you shouldn't run so suddenly. Like what your sister said, if you get lost here, then you won't be able to go home. I'm sorry. Mia apologized while lowering her head. Shishio patted Mia's small head and said, all right, don't get sad. I'll treat you to a lot of good food later. Really? Mia became excited again. Yes. Shishio nodded and asked, what do you want to eat? I want sea urchin. Mia said excitedly and without hesitation. Okay. Let's get one later, Shishio said without hesitation. Yay. Mia was so happy, but then she asked, Shishio Nyakan, can you carry me? Why not? Shishio also felt that it might be dangerous to let this little girl walk on this crowd of people, so he didn't hesitate and carried her on his arm. Still, there was one unhappy girl. Shishio-kun, you spoiled Mia too much, right? Miu pouted. Shishio held Miu's hand and whispered. I'll spoil you a lot later. Miu's face was so red, and she lowered her head so her little sister wouldn't see it. Still, Mia wasn't blind and could only say that her sister was so lucky that Miu could get Shishio as her boyfriend. Alright, let's get a sea urchin first. Shishio said excitedly. Ooh. Mia raised her tiny fist excitedly. Looking at how close Shishio and Mia were, Miu also smiled and thought that Shishio would become a good father in the future. The Tsukiji market is the largest wholesale fish and seafood market in the world. After he came to Tokyo, Shishio had always wanted to visit this place since he knew that more than 700,000 metric tons of seafood were handled every year at the 3 seafood markets in Tokyo, with a total value of over 600 billion yen. Shishio had to admit that this Tsukiji market was amazing, but he didn't care much about the business value of the Tsukiji market. Instead, he was more excited about his date with Miu. Even though Mia also joined their date, it didn't lower their excitement, and they tried various foods on the outer market of the Tsukiji market. There is an inner market and an outer market on the Tsukiji market. The inner market is a licensed wholesale market where approximately 900 licensed wholesale dealers operate small stalls and where the auctions and most of the fish processing take place. The outer market is a mixture of wholesale and retail shops that sell Japanese kitchen tools, restaurant supplies, groceries, and seafood, and many restaurants, especially sushi restaurants. If Shishio didn't intend to visit someone after his date with Miu, he might visit the inner market to cook something later at Sakurasu, but he had an appointment with someone important, so he just played around the outer market having delicious food together. So creamy. Mia's eyes shone brightly, and there were stars in her eyes when she tasted the sea urchin. With this cooking mastery, it was pretty simple for Shishio to choose the best sea urchin in the shop. Still, he had to admit that the taste of the sea urchin was unique. He didn't like to eat raw food, but this one might be different. It has an interesting taste. He also felt that his body was slightly hotter, which made him think there might be an aphrodisiac effect on this ingredient. Dangerous. Shishio thought that he needed to avoid some of the foods on the market later so it wouldn't cause him trouble. However, unfortunately, Shishio couldn't escape this trouble since. Shishio-kun, open your mouth, Miu said as she fed Shishio. Shishio opened his mouth and let Miu feed him. Miu smiled, and she also ate the sea urchin from the same spoon, which somehow made them have an indirect kiss, and it made her shy somehow. Shishio looked at Miu's reaction and wondered whether the aphrodisiac effect on the sea urchin was working on her. After they ate sea urchin, they tasted various foods on the market again, such as grilled eel skewer, oysters, tamago, blowtorched scallop seafood, sushi, and ice cream. Mia had a satisfied expression on her face. She might not be able to eat all of them, and she only took a small bite of all of them. As for the rest, everything was eaten by Shishio, which made him a bit helpless. Miu could only laugh at this situation, but she also did something similar. There were a lot of delicious foods, but Miu and Mia couldn't eat all of them since their stomachs were full and they were afraid of getting fat. It might also be why Mia decided to walk midway so she could digest the food on her stomach and do a small workout by walking. Still, she might be tired, and after a few hours of the trip, she started to get sleepy. Shishio could only carry Miu again and let her sleep on his arm. I'm sorry, Shishio-kun. Miu apologized to Shishio again since she knew that her little sister had caused her trouble. However, during this date, she understood many things about Shishio. The first thing that she learned was that he was lustful, but it didn't mean that he didn't have self-control. Even though she also wanted to kiss him all the time, she also knew it wasn't appropriate to do it when her little sister was present. Self-control was one thing, there was another thing that she learned, and she realized that Shishio was good at taking care of children. Even though he might seem to spoil her little sister, he didn't spoil her too much, and he also taught her many things, especially how to appreciate the small things around them. Miu smiled happily as she hugged Shishio's arm, thinking that he would be a good father in the future. The only thing that she was worried about was that Shishio treated them with everything. She was happy, but she didn't date him because of money, and it made her feel a bit uncomfortable, but she also didn't have that much money either. Should I do a part-time job? Miu thought inwardly. As Mia slept, they didn't stay on the Tsukiji market any longer and decided to go home, but they didn't forget to buy some souvenirs before they returned. Miu looked at Mia, who was sleeping on the backside of the chair, then looked at Shishio shyly. Shishio-kun. Shishio turned, and he was kissed so suddenly by Miu. He wasn't surprised since he knew that the quiet one had always been the lewdest. Still, if Mia knew that her older sister was a lewd girl, he wasn't sure how this little girl would react. They kissed for a long time before they parted with each other. Miu's face flushed, and she tried to take her breath to calm herself. She didn't know why she felt that she had become meek and obedient when they kissed each other. Her head became lightheaded, and she wanted to kiss him more and more. Still, with that kiss, she felt that date was complete. Should we go back now? Shishio asked. Miu's face was red, but she nodded. She then looked at her little sister again, who was sleeping, and after she confirmed that Mia didn't wake up, she looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio-kun, can I ask? What's wrong? Did you have sex with Saki last night? Miu asked. Shishio turned his head and looked at Miu, who looked at him straight. Yes. He also didn't hide anything and nodded. We had sex last night. Miu. Did Saki tell you? Shishio asked. Miu blushed and asked, was it good? It's amazing. Shishio nodded and said, but if you want to know more, you should ask Saki. Still, he thought that the conversation would stop, but he didn't expect that the sleeve of his t-shirt would be pulled gently, and Miu would say, nay. Shishio-kun. Do you want to have sex with me? Shishio turned his head and looked at Miu since he could feel an intense smell emitted from her body. He then stared at her in a daze since he thought that she was so sexy at this moment. Her big eyes were moistened, giving her an image of a weak rabbit that asked him to push her down. Her lips seemed so soft and attractive, causing him to want to kiss those lips. Her breasts might not be the biggest, and her body might be on the petite side, but strangely enough, there was this alluring feeling that caused the demon on his head, telling him to push her. I want to. His voice was hoarse when he answered Miu's question. Then. But let's not do it now. Miu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, why? If we do it now, you might not be able to go to the school tomorrow, you know? You might need some time to recover. The monthly exam is on Wednesday, and I have an appointment after this, Shishio said in a hoarse voice since his heart was bleeding at that moment. He somehow wanted to break his promise with Rui after this and just wanted to spend his time with Miu, but he didn't have a hobby to break his promise with someone, so he could only endure this torment. Also, it was strange to take the virginity of two girls on the same day. I see. Miu was still disappointed, but... Golden Week, Shishio suddenly said. Golden Week. Miu looked at Shishio in surprise, but she also understood what he meant by Golden Week. Right after the exam, there's a Golden Week. Shishio told his plan subtly, but he knew that Miu would understand. Yes. Miu said without hesitation. So let's work hard toward the exam, Shishio said with a smile. Yes, let's work hard on the exam. Miu nodded with a smile. They looked at each other with a smile, anticipating the end of the exam. Still, they turned their heads and looked at Mia, who was still sleeping. They looked at each other again and moved closer, having their second kiss in the parking park of the Tsukiji market. Natsuo Fujii was waiting for the moving company to send his things from his flat to his new house. Still, until this moment, he didn't expect that his crush, who was also his teacher, would become his stepsister. Tachibana-sensei. In the corridor, Natsuo looked at Hina, who was waiting outside for the moving company with his new little stepsister too. He looked at Rui and somehow sighed since she was so cold toward him, but it was also expected since he had told her not to get close with him on the school since he didn't want everyone on the school to know that they had become a family. Natsuo knew that he had done something terrible to Rui and wanted to make up for her, but when he tried to make up their relationship, he didn't expect that Rui would have a friend at the school. Still, it confused him since he didn't understand how Rui would know Shishio Oga, the most famous first year at his school. Well, I won't force it. Natsuo also didn't overthink since he was happy when he thought he would live with Hina. However. Shishio-kun, you're late. Natsuo was dumbfounded when he heard Hina's voice. Sorry, sensei, I have something to do in the morning. Why did you smell a bit fishy? You mean, I smell like a fish, right? Really? I didn't smell anything. Natsuo looked at Hina and smelled the shoulder of the stranger. Hina-ne, what are you doing? Don't get jealous, Rui. Natsuo wanted to say something, but... Oga-kun, you're here. Natsuo looked at his father, who greeted this stranger with a smile. Yes, I have come Fujii Aji-san. Natsuo looked at his father, who talked with this stranger happily. Right, Fujii Aji-san, congratulations on your new house. It's a beautiful house. Aha! Really? Natsuo looked at his father, who was laughing happily, which somehow made him quite curious how his father's relationship could be so good with this stranger. Oh? Oga-kun? I'm sorry for the trouble. Natsuo looked at his stepmother, who also greeted this stranger. It's all right, Tachibana Abasan. By the way, I have brought a strawberry daifuku as a congratulation for your new house. Oh my, you don't need to trouble yourself too much. Even so, Natsuo could see that his stepmother was so happy. Oh, strawberry daifuku? Let me taste it. Hina. By the way, you don't know my son yet, right? Yes, Fujii Aji-san. I don't know your son yet. Let me introduce you. Natsuo, come here. Natsuo felt strange, but he didn't overthink and walked toward them. Natsuo, this is Shishio Oga. He's Rui-chan's friend and also your junior. Natsuo nodded and looked at Shishio. Even though he had heard about the rumor, he had to admit that this guy was really handsome. Oga-kun, this is my son. Natsuo Fujii. Hello, Fujii-senpai. My name is Shishio Oga. Nice to meet you, Shishio introduced himself gently, without smiling since he was afraid that he might seduce all the girls here. Yes, my name is Natsuo Fujii. Nice to meet you too, Oga-kun, Natsuo said with a smile, and somehow, he felt that Shishio wasn't a bad guy. 309, Home Moving Service 1. Shishio was welcomed warmly in the Fujiai household, especially by the mother of Rui and Hina since she had thought of him as her son-in-law. Looking at how excited their mother was, Hina and Rui could only look at their mother with a sigh if their mother knew the reality. Anyway, it was quite easy for Shishio to integrate into the Fujiai household. His relationship with Fujiai Akihito was quite good, and his relationship with Fujiai Natsuo was quite okay. After all, he was polite when he talked with someone, so it was quite easy for him to get a good impression of someone. Natsuo also felt quite good towards Shishio, and he also had to admit that Shishio was a good junior. Still, if he had something to complain about, he felt that Shishio was too close toward Hina, making him a bit unhappy. However, he felt that his thought was a bit unreasonable since it was normal for a student and a teacher to be close to each other, right? Natsuo still remembered how he met Hina on the rooftop 2 weeks ago by chance, and the two of them often talked to each other secretly. Still, he felt irked toward Hina since she treated him like a child when he happened to see her cry on the rooftop in the past. Natsuo thought he wanted to become an adult as soon as possible and followed his friends on the group date. However, it was harder than he had thought since it wasn't fun, and he also wasn't used to the group date, so after it ended, he could only go home without exchanging contact with the girls. Still, Natsuo wasn't sure why when he went home, he felt something was missing, and it was as if he had lost something even though he didn't know what it was. He thought something had been stolen from him, which somehow made him even more at a loss. Luckily, Natsuo had a best friend who could console him, so he felt better after talking with his best friend. However, Natsuo didn't expect a surprise from his father since his father told him that he was going to remarry. He didn't think too much since he knew that his father might be lonely since it had been so long since his mother had passed away. Still, Natsuo had never expected his father to marry Hina's mother, which shocked him to the core. His head was dizzy, and he felt that his knees were weak, but he would be lying if he wasn't excited when he thought that he would be living with Hina from now on. Natsuo was excited, but he didn't forget that he had another new stepsister, Rui. His relationship with Rui was fairly normal, they weren't so close, and they weren't particularly distant either. After all, they knew that they would become a family from now on, so they couldn't be too distant since it might cause their new family to be awkward. Compared to Rui, Natsuo was more excited about Hina. He knew that he was partial, but it couldn't be helped since he had a feeling toward Hina. Still, it was because of this feeling that Natsuo felt annoyed when he saw Hina closer to another student other than him. However, he also knew Hina's character so it wasn't surprising for her to be close with a lot of students since even now, he also knew that there were a lot of students who had a crush on Hina, considering she was beautiful, approachable and their age wasn't that much different since she was in her 24. Natsuo also thought that Hina's attitude toward Shishio was similar to those of other students, so he didn't think too much. Still, even so, Natsuo was surprised to see Shishio suddenly appear in his new house since he didn't expect it. His heart was beating so fast, thinking that the relationship between Shishio and Hina was closer than he had thought. Luckily, it seemed that it was only his imagination. After all, the reason why Shishio came to his new house should be Rui. Natsuo knew that he might be oversensitive toward his new step-siblings, so when he happened to see Rui suddenly transferred into his school, he thought that they shouldn't talk to each other so no one would think that they were step-siblings. It wasn't that being known as a step-sibling was taboo, but Natsuo felt that it was troublesome if someone knew about their relationship so he thought to keep it a secret since he didn't want a strange rumor to appear around them, especially when someone knew that they had become a step-sibling and lived together in the same house. However, he didn't expect that he would hurt Rui's feelings in the process. Natsuo knew that he was being childish, and he told Rui not to talk to each other at the school since he was afraid that there might be a strange rumor about them. Rui also replied Natsuo coldly and didn't care much about Natsuo and his ego since it was her nature. Natsuo felt a bit regret and thought to talk with Rui wanted to tell that it was all a misunderstanding, but when he came, he didn't expect to see her talk with Shishio and from their conversation, they seemed to know each other, which made him feel weird, but it was hard to ask, considering their relationship and also until this moment, the relationship between him and Rui was simply awkward, and he didn't know what to say. Natsuo thought they could talk to each other when they lived in the same house, but he wasn't sure what to say to her. While Natsuo was on his inner dialogue, the moving company brought their stuff to their new house. Shishio also helped by bringing a lot of huge stuff inside the house. Looking at Shishio, who brought a lot of huge and heavy stuff easily one by one, Hina, Rui, and Tsukiko Fujiai, the mother of Hina and Rui, were surprised. They couldn't look away from his strong arms that seemed to emit a masculine aura when he lifted their stuff to the house. Wow, Oga-kun, you're so strong. Did you do sport? Akihito Fujiai asked curiously. I did karate before, Fujiai Aji-san. Shishio didn't lie since he had just gotten his fishman karate before, so even if he told someone that he had trained karate, he didn't lie since there was a lot of karate school and each other had a different focus. It was just that his focus was on the water. It might seem weird why Shishio said that he had trained karate rather than Bajikwan, thunder breathing, ninjutsu, taekwondo, or boxing, but unlike karate, the majority of his martial arts were relatively uncommon being practiced by Japanese people. Instead, karate was the most common martial art practiced by Japanese people, so they would easily accept that he had trained karate in the past without asking many questions. If Shishio answered Akihito Fujii that he had trained taekwondo, he was sure that Akihito would ask him why he trained in such a martial art. Karate? Can you show me, Oga-kun? Hina asked curiously since it was her first time to hear that Shishio did karate. Hina. Don't mess around. Hurry up and move your stuff to your room. Tsukiko reprimanded Hina. Yes. Hina pouted, but she didn't complain. Shishio didn't overthink and looked at Natsuo, who also tried to lift a heavy thing, but he could see how weak Natsuo was, and this guy almost fell on the ground, so he helped him without hesitation. Are you alright, Fujii-senpai? Yes, thank you, Oga-kun. Natsuo blushed and felt quite embarrassed. He knew that it was childish of him since he tried to lift heavy stuff to show Hina that his strength wasn't bad, but he didn't expect that the stuff he lifted was so heavy that he almost fell. Luckily, Shishio caught him or else, his waist might not be saved. Let me handle this, Fujii-senpai. Shishio then took the stuff from Natsuo's hand and put it inside the house. Thank you, Oga-kun. Natsuo sighed and thought he shouldn't do something stupid and quickly finished the move. Still, there was something that he was curious about, so he asked, right, Oga-kun, can I ask you something? What's wrong, senpai? Shishio asked curiously. What's your relationship with Tachibana-san? Natsuo asked. Which Tachibana-san? Shishio asked strangely, wondering why Natsuo called his stepsisters by their family name. He knew that calling someone by their first name was something uncommon, and only someone who was close enough could call someone by their first name. Still, he didn't understand this tradition since the name was just a name, right? Why do you blush when someone calls you by your first name? Shishio just couldn't understand this, especially when Natsuo was so restrained to call his step-siblings by their first name. Natsuo realized his mistake and quickly said, I mean, about. However, before he finished, Hina suddenly interjected. Natsuo-kun, you should call our first name so you won't cause confusion. Natsuo was startled. Alright, call me, Hina-chan, alright. Hina said with a cute smile. Natsuo lowered his head in blush, feeling so nervous. Hina only smiled then looked at Shishio. Shishio-kun, you should also call me Hina-chan too, you know? It feels weird that you call me Tachibana-sensei when you call Rui by her first name. Natsuo, who heard Hina's words, was dumbfounded. Still, he looked at Shishio, wondering how Shishio would respond. Why should I call you that? Shishio asked weirdly. Hearing Shishio's answer, Natsuo somehow sighed in relief. Geez, don't be shy, alright? Just call Hina-chan, Hina said with a smile as she poked Shishio's cheek. Okay, Hina-chan sensei, don't cause trouble. Good job, Shishio-kun. Hina ruffled Shishio's hair with a happy smile and said, I can also call you, Shishio-kun, right? You have called me that. How am I going to stop you? Also, I'm a bit sweaty. Don't get too close, Shishio said as he moved Hina's hand away. Really? Hina didn't care when Shishio swept her hand since she thought he was shy. Still, she was quite intrigued by his words and moved closer, sniffing his smell, which caused her to blush since his scent was so masculine. You smell so nice, Shishio-kun. Natsuo. Shishio-kun, can you help me? Suddenly Rui's voice interrupted them. Okay, Rui-ne. Shishio didn't entangle with Hina again and walked away. Looking at Shishio, who walked away, Hina sighed and somehow felt a bit disappointed. She then looked at Natsuo with a smile and said, Come on, Natsuo-kun. Try to call my name. Natsuo blushed again and wanted to call Hina's first name, especially when Shishio had called Hina by her first name, but before he could say it. Hina, don't mess around. Tsukiko roared. Yes, Mom. Hina was scared and quickly moved. Natsuo. Shishio carried a box that was filled with Rui's stuff to her room and asked, Where should I put this, Rui-ne? Just put it on the floor, Rui said. Shishio put the box on the floor, but suddenly he heard the door was closed and locked. He raised his eyebrow, and when he turned his head, he didn't expect that his lips would be kissed by Rui directly. If Shishio didn't have an enhanced balance, he would fall messily when Rui suddenly pushed him. Fortunately, he had one, so he sat in a comfortable position. Still, Shishio was under two choices at this moment whether he should accept or push Rui away. He was in deep thought, and his mind was running close to a light speed, but when he felt Rui's tongue try to pry his mouth open, his mind stopped working since he had found his answer. Shishio hugged Rui's waist so their kiss wouldn't be broken and started his counterattack. Shishio had decided to become a scumbag anyway, so what's the use of rejecting? Rui knew Shishio's answer, which made her happy, even though she didn't understand the reason. Still, her thought was broken when she could feel his tongue inside her mouth, and she knew that she was at his mercy again, but she didn't mind, and she hugged his neck affectionately as they continued to kiss each other, causing the quiet room filled with the lewd sound of their kiss. 310, Home Moving Service 2. In this quiet room, Shishio and Rui were kissing each other. Their lips were pressing against each other, their tongues were entangled, and they sucked each other's saliva as if it was the most delicious thing they had ever drunk. Rui pressed all of her body against him, and she moved her hips, rubbing her panties over his pants, feeling his hard phallus. She felt how hot and big it was, making her flush and excited. She knew that it might be wrong since she knew that he had a girlfriend, but she just couldn't forget the feeling when they were having sex for the first time. It felt so nice and enjoyable that she often thought about the time they were having sex. Rui didn't understand her feeling, but when she heard that Shishio had a girlfriend, it saddened her and frustrated her. However, she knew that their relationship was just a friend, and it was wrong for her to feel unhappy when she heard that he had a girlfriend. Still, Rui wanted to know why Shishio had decided to get a girlfriend. After all, she could see his expression at that time wasn't lying, and he really didn't plan to make a girlfriend during his high school time, but suddenly he had a girlfriend, which made her feel flabbergasted. Rui didn't know what had happened. Either Shishio was a good actor, or there were too many girls that seduced him. Still, she felt that the reason should be the latter since she knew Shishio's charm was dangerous. His body was perfect, he was handsome, he was also good at sex, and he was polite and gentle, even if it was just an appearance. With all of those factors, which women didn't love him? This was why Rui invited Shishio to help her family move out to the new house. When Shishio helped to move the stuff inside the house, Rui didn't talk with him that much. Instead, she observed him from a distance, and it felt strange somehow when she saw Hina seemed to be too close to her liking, especially when Hina asked him to call her by her first name. However, she didn't overthink this matter since she also knew about Hina's character since Hina was her sister and all. Fortunately, Shishio didn't seem to have an interest in Hina. Rui was curious about Shishio's girlfriend, and she thought to ask him by asking her to help her to move her stuff to her room. Still, as they were alone together in her room, there was an impulse on her heart. So she closed and locked the door of her room and kissed his lips directly. Rui knew that it might be strange, and they were just friends, but she just couldn't help and wanted to do this again. Her feelings were mixed, but more importantly, she felt annoyed. She didn't feel annoyed toward Shishio, but she felt annoyed toward his girlfriend. She was the first person he met in Tokyo, and she was also his first friend. She should be the one who knew the most about him, but why did she feel that she didn't know anything about him? Rui knew that she was so selfish by forcing her feelings toward him, but she just couldn't help it. Still, her unhappiness directly turned into happiness when she wasn't being pushed away by Shishio. Rui had prepared to be pushed away by Shishio, but she didn't expect him to accept her kiss right away. Rui also let go of her worries and enjoyed their kiss. Ah, this is... Rui knew that this was something that she had always wanted, and it was also something that kept her from sleeping at night, so she let go of her reason and let her body burnt by the fire. They kissed each other's lips greedily, without caring about the fact that there were other people other than them inside this house, but as Rui became greedier, she moved her hand toward his pants, caressed them with her soft hand before she decided to take it out, but when she was about to do it, their lips were parted right away. Wait a moment. Rui's head was lightheaded, and her eyes were hazy. She felt that she was drunk, intoxicated by the kiss and the pleasure they exchanged, which was why Shishio's reaction made her unhappy. What's wrong? You want to say that you have a girlfriend? Shishio was speechless. He wasn't hypocritical enough to tell Rui that he had a girlfriend when he had just kissed her greedily. Wait a minute before we continue. There must be something that we need to talk about. What? Rui's mind also became sober, and she looked at him curiously. Still, she didn't let go of his neck, hugging it with her hands, pressing her forehead against his, staring into his eyes, without looking away, waiting for what he was going to say to her. Your parents and siblings are here. It's all right if we kiss, but doing more than that will be dangerous. Did you forget how loud your moan is? Shishio said without blinking his eyes. Rui's face quickly reddened, and she just wanted to slap this guy's head. Still, her entire body was so hot at that moment, and the obstacles that Shishio had mentioned were just a small matter in her head. It's all right. You can close my mouth with your mouth. Shishio looked at Rui and wondered how horny this girl was, but it wasn't Rui's fault either since he just subconsciously released his pheromone, which caused her to feel horny so, at this moment, he knew that he needed to say something to cause her desire to mate to disappear directly. Rui nay, I'm a scumbag. Rui was dumbfounded, blinking her eyes, staring at Shishio, while wondering whether she had heard something wrong. Before we continue, how about we talk about this matter first? Also, even though you have said that it might be fine if I close your mouth with mine, you think that your family won't notice if we disappear so suddenly? Shishio said calmly. Rui looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. You need to tell me a lot of things. Sure. Shishio nodded and said, so let's go out now. Rui nodded, then kissed Shishio's lips again for the last time. Shishio was dumbfounded and asked, why? I just want to. Rui stood up steadily while tidying up her clothes and her expression turned to her usual deadpan expression. Shishio could only shake his head and also helped her to tidy up her clothes. Don't forget about your clothes, Rui said since she was rubbing Shishio's stomach before and causing his clothes to be in a mess. Don't worry. Shishio nodded. They helped each other before they walked out of the room together, but they saw Natsuo, who lifted a box when they were about to walk downstairs. Natsuo was startled when he saw Shishio and Rui were together, but before he asked, Shishio quickly said, Senpai, do you need my help? Ah, yes, thank you, Oga-kun. Natsuo accepted Shishio's help without hesitation since the box he lifted was so heavy. It's a bit heavy. Shishio lifted Natsuo's box and said, it's a bit similar to Rui-ne's box. Did you help Tachibana-san before, Oga-kun? Natsuo asked curiously. Yes. Shishio nodded. After all, she's a girl. She can't lift something as heavy as this. That's true. Natsuo nodded since the box that he lifted was so heavy. It was heavy for him, and of course, it should be heavier for Rui, right? After all, girls' strength was weaker than men's. Rui looked at Shishio for a moment, but she didn't say much, walking downstairs directly. She didn't overthink even if what she was doing in the room was known by someone. After all, they didn't do a crime, and they were doing a happy thing, so there was no need to fear even if it was known. Still, she had to admit that this secret rendezvous excited her. Where should I put this, senpai? Shishio asked. Ah, let me help you too, Oga-kun, Natsuo said and carried the box together with Shishio. Shishio looked at Natsuo and thought that this guy wasn't that bad, but, he shook his head inwardly and didn't overthink. With Shishio's help, they finished moving pretty fast. Shishio-kun, why don't you stay so we can eat together? Tsukiko asked. Shishio wanted to reject, but he noticed Rui's gaze and decided not to. Thank you Tsukiko-abasan. It's all right. It's all right. Tsukiko waved her hand with a smile and asked, should we get sushi or something? No, I'll cook, Rui suddenly said. Cooking? Is that okay? Are you not tired from moving your stuff? Tsukiko asked worriedly. It's okay, Rui said simply, then looked at Shishio. Shishio-kun, can you help me to buy ingredients together? Sure. Shishio nodded. By the way, it might take a long time to buy them, Rui said and left together with Shishio. Looking at Rui and Shishio that walked out together, Tsukiko smiled and asked, Hina, are they dating? Really? Have they dated? Akihito Fujii was also surprised. What? Natsuo was dumbfounded. Hina's lips twitched, wondering how to tell that Shishio had a girlfriend, but that girlfriend wasn't Rui, but someone else. Still, she couldn't say that now since it might make everything turn awkward. Ah, no, they haven't dated yet. What? Their progress is too slow. Tsukiko complained. Isn't that fine? They're still a high school after all, Akihito said with a smile. Well, that's true. Tsukiko nodded, showing an understanding. Hina's lips twitched, and she sighed inwardly, but she didn't say anything. Still, Natsuo sighed in relief when he knew the reason why Shishio came to help to move out was because of Rui, not because of Hina, but strangely enough, he felt that something from him had been lost once again. However, he ignored it since he felt relieved to hear that Shishio liked Rui. Hina didn't care about what Natsuo was thinking. Instead, she wondered what was happening between Shishio and Rui. Rui should know that he has a girlfriend, right? She was afraid that a scumbag would seduce her little sister, but she couldn't say anything when she thought about her relationship since she wasn't that much different from her little sister. Shishio and Rui didn't ride a motorcycle but walked together toward a supermarket located quite far from Rui's new house. So? Rui looked at Shishio and asked, you're a scumbag? Yes. Shishio nodded. Rui wasn't sure what to say and asked, I wonder why you say that you're a scumbag. You know that I have a girlfriend, right? Yes. Even though Rui didn't feel comfortable, she nodded. The truth is, I don't have a girlfriend. I have 4 girlfriends. Rui stopped her steps and looked at Shishio in a daze. Then after she woke up, she said, scumbag. Right. Rui felt a bit complicated and asked, did you lie before? Before? You told me that I was your first, right? Rui asked. Yes. Shishio nodded. You're my first woman. I was a virgin when I met you. Rui stared at Shishio for a moment and nodded. I can tell that you're not lying. Shishio wasn't sure what to say. So, you have 4 girlfriends, right? Rui asked. Yes. What do they think if they know that you're dating 4 girls at the same time? Rui asked. They know each other, Shishio said. Really? Yes. Shishio nodded. I date them together, and they know each other. Also, their relationship is pretty good to each other. Rui felt a bit dizzy right now. Are you alright? Shishio asked worriedly and helped her to stand up by holding her waist. I'm alright. Rui let out a long sigh and said, it's just. I wonder where that pure boy goes. Pure boy? Shishio was speechless. I still want to ask you a question, but we don't have much time, Rui said. Hey? We have a lot of time, right? Didn't you say that we're going to go out for a while? Shishio asked with a confused expression since he thought that she would just ask him a question. This question is important, but there's something that I want you to help me with. Rui then pointed her finger at the nearby Love Hotel and asked, I haven't been there. Do you want to visit it with me? Shishio looked at Rui and wondered whether his charm was so high that this girl ignored the fact that he was dating 4 girls or if this girl was just too horny after what they were doing before. Still, in the end, he didn't overthink and held Rui's waist naturally, guiding her toward the hotel. Of course, he used his chi to erase their presence so no one would look at them. I'm also a bit curious about that place. Let's visit that place. As they entered, Shishio wondered the same question that Rui asked. I wonder where that pure girl goes. 311, Unfair Relationship. Rui was sitting on the bench while looking at a group of kids that played together in the playground. Unlike before, her skin was quite glossy, and when she sat there, it felt like she was a mother of those kids. Sorry to make you wait. Rui turned her head and looked at Shishio, whose hands were full of ingredients. She blinked her eyes and asked, You're so fast. Someone might have misunderstood if you say that, Shishio said as he sat down next to Rui naturally. Rui chuckled, but she didn't say much since she knew that this guy wasn't fast. Instead, his stamina was so good that it was simply impossible to handle him alone. Still, if there was no one waiting for them at home, then they might take their time. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay out so long, so they only spent an hour in the hotel before they walked out. Shishio-kun. Do you love me? Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and asked, Do you love me, Rui-ne? Rui blinked her eyes when she was asked back by Shishio. She thought for a moment and said, I don't know. She looked at the scenery enveloped by the orange illumination. I have never fallen in love with someone before, so I don't really understand what it means to fall in love with someone. Even so, is it alright for us to have sex again? Shishio asked. He knew that it was a bit late to ask this question since they had just had sex before, but even so, he wanted to know what Rui was thinking. You don't like it? Rui asked. I love it, Shishio said without hesitation. Rui chuckled and said, Then what are you complaining about? It's just that I feel that I have wronged you, Shishio said. Really? You don't think so? Shishio-kun, you still remember the reason why I have asked you to have sex with me, right? I remember. Shishio nodded. You don't want to be treated like a child because you're still a virgin. Everyone has had sex, but you're the only one who hasn't. You don't like that feeling, and that was why you invited me to your apartment that day. When he thought about it calmly, he knew that he didn't have any responsibility toward Rui, but she was, after all, his first woman. He would be lying if he didn't have any affection toward her. He also felt quite responsible and slightly possessive toward her, wanting her to be his. However, he knew that everything was just his selfish desire. Shishio knew that it might be possible for him to seduce Rui and made her enter his harem, but not now, not until she understood what she was feeling about. Yet. Rui nodded and said, Yet, but I didn't expect that it would be so good. When I talked with my friends about it, they told me that you seemed to have a lot of experience in that area, which made me wonder whether I was really your first woman. You're my first woman, Shishio said without hesitation. But you should know that some boys are bad at this, and some boys are born to be good at it. That's true. Rui nodded, showing a gentle smile, and said, Which is why I am grateful since you were my first since every one of my friends told me that it hurt when they lost their first time. Your friends are so open, Shishio said speechlessly and thought that the high school in Japan was so lascivious. Well, it might be the case with the girls from my previous high school but not with Swime, right? Rui said unsurely. That's true. Shishio nodded. It depends on the high school. Even so, he still felt that the girls in this country were quite open toward having sex, since as long as the girls loved someone, they could give their first time. Still, it depended on the skill of the guys whether they could seduce the girls or not. In the swim, most of the guys were focused on academics, so half of them might not know how to seduce girls, and the girls were also smarter, so they wouldn't have sex with a random guy unless they were a nympho or had an unfortunate background. Still, if the random guy was as handsome as him, then it might be possible. Probably. So, have you had sex with 4 of your girlfriends? Rui suddenly asked. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and wasn't sure what to say. Can you tell me? Rui asked. I don't really like to talk about this kind of thing, Shishio said, since he didn't like to show off how many girls that he had taken down or how many girls that he had sex with. It felt weird, and it was also rude toward the girls. He might have told the truth that he had dated 4 girls to Rui because they were about to have sex, and he wanted her to think carefully, but he didn't expect that she didn't care much and invited him to the hotel. Rui had invited him, so it would be too stupid if he rejected her invitation, right? Shishio knew that for some people, it might be stupid to accept Rui's invitation, but what if a beautiful girl suddenly invited you to have sex? What would you do? Of course, you would feel doubt, but after knowing that it was real, then the beast inside you would awaken, right? Still, there was an exception if someone followed a certain religion that believed that someone should have sex after marriage, which was a great thing. However, such a religion was so rare in Japan, where most Shinto gods were quite open about sex. It might seem that this country was promiscuous since most religions supported someone to have sex, but that wasn't true since most people had a bottom line or morale and only did it with someone that they love, since that was how the world works. Still, there was an exception, but it was better not to talk about this. Why? Rui asked. Having sex is fun, but sometimes, a human's heart is just mean, and they make their sex experience horrible. Shishio then looked at Rui and said, also, it's our precious memories. Why should I share them with someone? Rui looked at Shishio's smile in a daze and kissed him again. Shishio was in a daze before he asked with a confused expression, what was that for? I just feel like it, Rui said with her deadpan expression, but there was a blush on her cheeks. By the way, can I ask you again? Still, even though Shishio didn't say anything, she knew how strong this guy was, so she didn't feel that much surprised when she knew that he had 4 girlfriends. It isn't about sex, right? Shishio asked. No, I just want to ask you whether you love 4 of your girlfriends, Shishio-kun. Rui asked. I love them, Shishio said truthfully. Rui looked at Shishio and asked, so do you love me? No. I don't love you, Rui nay. Instead, I possess a different emotion toward you, Shishio said. What is it? Rui asked. While I don't love you, I will be lying if I don't hold an affection toward you, since you're my first woman. Also, instead of love, my feeling toward you is like a possession, Shishio said and didn't hide anything. Possession. I know that it is wrong, but I don't want you to have sex with another guy other than me, after all. Shishio held Rui's hand gently and said, I'm selfish. I'm a bad guy. I'm also a woman's enemy. If you don't meet me, then you might meet a better man in the future, who can you love you wholeheartedly alone, and yet I still want you. So, do you want to date me? Rui asked with reddened eyes. I want to do it, but I think that it is unfair for you, Shishio said while looking into Rui's eyes. Unfair? Rui titled her head. Yes. Shishio nodded. You don't understand what your feeling toward me is. While I want to think that it might be love, it might be something else too, like a possession, which is a similar feeling that I feel toward you since I'm also your first man. You don't want me to be possessed by another girl other than you. Rui didn't say anything since Shishio's words might be right. Shishio looked at Rui and felt that he was too scumbag if he asked Rui what she wanted to do, but he knew he needed to do this. So Rui-ne, what do you want us to be? What? I mean, do you want us to part? Do you want us to continue our relationship? Or do you want us to develop our relationship deeper? Shishio asked. Rui didn't answer Shishio's question and asked, what do you want us to be, Shishio-kun? While I want to hug you, kiss you, and proclaim that you're mine to the world. Shishio said in a dramatic pose which caused Rui to chuckle when she saw him. But I think that it is wrong to push my feelings toward you one-sidedly since it is unfair, so I want you to choose, Rui-ne. What do you want us to be? Shishio asked. Rui looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, If I choose us to develop our relationship deeper, what will you do? It depends, but I guess we will start by learning about each other better, and you also might need to meet my girlfriends. While I can date you even without their consent, I also want to respect their choices, Shishio said. I want to meet your girlfriends, but can you keep our relationship a secret? Rui asked. I don't mind, but can I ask why? I want to observe them, see whether their relationship is as close as you have said or if they force themselves to be close to each other. I want to know that, Rui said. All right. Shishio nodded. I don't mind. Also. Rui was about to say something, but she hesitated. Also. Shishio looked at Rui curiously. Let's set a time limit, Rui said. Time limit? Shishio blinked his eyes. Yeah. Rui nodded. I know that our relationship is bad, and I also have to admit that even though you're a scumbag, I don't want to leave you yet, so let's make a time limit where the two of us can determine what we want us to be. How long? Shishio asked. 1 year. It's that okay? Isn't that quite long? Shishio was surprised. Well, I thought I would give you time until I graduate, Rui said plainly. Shishio looked at Rui for a moment then kissed her lips. Rui was startled and couldn't react until they parted their lips. What was that for? Her eyes moistened, and her face blushed since it was for the first time that Shishio initiated the kiss. It was unfair that you kiss me all the time, Shishio said with a smile. Rui was in a daze again when she saw Shishio's smile, but then she snorted and said, unfair? Who is more unfair between us? Shishio. Should we talk more about our relationship? Rui asked. How about we do it later? While I don't mind talking about it now, everyone must be waiting for us. Also, it might be good to talk to each other again later since we have just had sex, Shishio said as he stood up while carrying the ingredients that he had bought. Why isn't it good to talk about this while we are just having sex? Rui asked with some confusion and also stood up. Shishio looked at Rui and asked, is it good having sex with me? Rui blushed, but she nodded. It was amazing. She had to admit that the feeling of having sex with Shishio was amazing, especially when his size could penetrate all of her inside, which made her giddy when she thought about it, and somehow she started to get embarrassed again. What are you embarrassed about? Did you forget what you were doing before? Shishio asked helplessly. Rui was mad and punched Shishio's arm. Whose fault is it? Okay, it's my fault. Shishio didn't fight Rui back and admitted that it was his fault. Rui pouted, but she smiled. However, she also understood why it wasn't good to talk about the relationship when they had just had sex since she knew that no matter what he was going to say, she would have a good impression of him. Still, there was something that she wanted to try now. Shishio. Let's hold hands. Somehow, I feel complex when you ask that. You don't want to. I have never said that. Shishio then naturally held Rui's hand and said, let's go back now. Rui nodded with a smile, but then she suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Shishio. Don't smile in front of Hina-ne or my mother, alright. Rui said with a serious expression. Shishio was wondering whether his charm was so high that he could seduce a married woman. He wasn't sure, but he wouldn't destroy the Fujii family that was just built so shortly. 312, sorry. Shishio and Rui walked back together while holding hands, but when they almost arrived at her house, they let go of their hands since she still wanted to keep this relationship a secret. Shishio wasn't sure why, but he felt that he was having an affair at that moment. However, he decided not to overthink and followed Rui, but someone reprimanded them so suddenly as they entered. Rui, Shishio, you're too late. Hina couldn't help but reprimand Shishio and Rui since they were too late. However, Hina-ne. Your clothes. Rui quickly reprimanded Hina directly. Hina only noticed that she didn't wear anything besides her panties and a towel around her neck. Her bare body was shown, her well-endowed breasts were huge, but it didn't give a sense of inconsistency. Instead, it enhanced her charm and made any men unable to take their eyes from her. Still, Hina was dumbfounded, and she quickly realized that she was only wearing panties with a towel around her neck. Kaya. She hurriedly covered her boobs with her towel so Shishio wouldn't see her body, but it was too late. Shishio looked at Hina's body and understood why Hina was the older sister. So sorry, it's just out of habit, Hina said with a laugh, trying to erase the embarrassment before she ran away back to the bathroom to wear her clothes, but before she ran away, she noticed Rui and Shishio, particularly their clothes since there was something different somehow. Rui looked at Hina, who ran away, then looked at Shishio and asked, did you see it? I saw it. Shishio nodded. Should I lie? Shishio asked. Rui let out a sigh and shook her head. No, it's all right. It was also Hina-ne's blunder. What's wrong? Akihito, Natsuo, and Tsukiko walked out from the living room, wondering what was happening since they heard a scream. Nothing. Rui shook her head and said, I'll prepare dinner first. Shishio noticed that everyone was looking at him, but there was no way that he told them that he had seen Hina's naked body, so he told them a white lie so the situation wouldn't become complicated. Still, Natsuo didn't know why, but he felt that he had missed something. They ate dinner together before Shishio decided to go home since he hadn't been to Sakurasa for a while. Shishio had gone out on Saturday morning, and he went back on Sunday night. He was sure that Chihiro would be noisy, and Mayumi was going to ask him a strange question. Still, more importantly, he missed Shina, Roberta, and Nanami. Hopefully, they didn't find my new books. Shishio thought about the new books that he had bought in Ikebukuro, and even though he had hidden them in a secret place, he knew that the girls on Sakurasu were like a hound. They could sniff any porn books in a kilometer of distance as long as they wanted to, so he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer and said goodbye to everyone. They thanked Shishio, who had helped them and wanted to send him back, but Shishio told them that it was alright and Rui was the one who sent him back. Looking at how close Shishio and Rui were, they only smiled, but Hina frowned since she was the only one who knew the truth. Hina then told everyone in the living room that she was going to the toilet, but the truth was, she was going to follow Shishio and Rui since she felt that they were suspicious. Shishio sat on his motorcycle and warmed the machine first, then looked at Rui, who was staring at him. What's wrong? Is Hina-ne's body good? Rui asked while pouting. Shishio could see that this girl was pouting and showing a cute expression. Still, he was too lazy to coax this girl, so he just pulled her closer and kissed her lips. Rui blinked her eyes for a moment before she realized that she was kissed, but when she realized what had happened, their lips had parted, and Shishio also wore his helmet. I'll go back first. Rui nodded as her face flushed red. Be careful. Shishio nodded then left. Looking at Shishio's back, Rui touched her lips, and all the uncomfortable feelings on her heart disappeared. Her mood was good, but a sudden voice woke her up. Rui. Rui turned her head and noticed Hina, who peeked at them from the beginning to the end. Did you just kiss, Shishio-kun? Hina asked in shock, but her tone seemed to be trying to interrogate Rui. Rui didn't feel comfortable being interrogated like this and only gave a simple nod. Yes. She didn't intend to talk and wanted to go back, but Hina wouldn't let her. He has a girlfriend. Hina said in a high-tone pinch. I know. Rui nodded simply and wanted to go back since she didn't want to talk about this matter, but Hina held her wrist. Is that alright with you? You're going to be played by him. Also, did you forget about Mom? She held Rui's wrist, and as long as Rui didn't give her an answer that could satisfy her, then she wouldn't let her go. Still, the more Hina said those words, the more she felt uncomfortable since she was in a similar situation as Rui. The reason why she stopped Rui might be partly because she was worried as her older sister, but at the same time, it might be for her own reason. However, she also knew that compared to Rui, her situation was worse since she didn't want to say it, or rather, there was no way for her to say this to her family. Rui felt uncomfortable when she heard Hina's words since she also understood her mother's situation. Her parents divorced because their father had an affair with someone, and this time, she was also having an affair with someone who had a girlfriend. Still, unlike her parents, her condition was different since neither of them was lying to each other, and they were truthful about each other's relationship. Rui understood that her relationship with Shishio was frowned upon socially, but did she care about the social prejudice against them? Hina-ne, this is our matter. Rui was unfazed by Hina as she stared at her and said, And do you have a right to say that to me? What do you mean? Looking at Hina, whose calm started to break, Rui opened her mouth but closed her mouth again. Sorry. She felt that she might have said too much to her older sister, but she also realized that her older sister also had her own problem, which made her worried. Hina also wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth again. She then shook her head and said, It's all right, but I'm just worried about you. You should know that Shishio-kun has a girlfriend, right? Is it all right for you to have a relationship with him knowing that he has a girlfriend? Was this asking this question for little sister or herself? Hina didn't know, but when she asked this question, her voice became smaller and smaller, and she also let go of Rui's wrist since she felt that she had lost her power. Rui sighed and said, Hina-ne. I understand what you are worried about, but you don't need to worry since I know what I am doing. She then walked away when Hina had let go of her. I'll take a bath first. She was a bit tired from moving her stuff to the new house and had done an exercise with Shishio before, so right now, she just wanted to rest. Looking at Rui, who walked away, Hina didn't know what to say, but she was still unsatisfied with Rui's answer, but she also understood Rui's feeling. However, Hina knew it was better to ask Shishio instead of asking her little sister since that scumbag had seduced her little sister. Shishio, who was on his way to Sakurasu, picked up the strawberry daifuku that he kept in his private parking park before visiting Rui's house. He continued his journey again to Sakurasu while thinking that his 2 days of the weekend were too amazing. Nanami and Rui. Shishio thought about two girls that he had an ambiguous relationship. It was possible to deepen their relationship, but it wasn't the time for him to get serious with the two of them since he hadn't taken care of his women yet. If he was in a hurry, then his ship would be capsized, which was why he needed to do it slowly. Shishio couldn't be in a hurry, and he needed to take care of the relationship he had decided to have with great care. Still, if possible, sometimes, he wanted a relationship where two parties didn't need to get serious. They had fun without any bind that tied them. However, when Shishio thought that it might be hard, considering almost all the girls that triggered his system were various heroines that appeared from various stories were pure girls with unique personalities. Moreover, they were all still virgins and beautiful. Because of this, there was a demon inside his heart that told him to get all of them without hesitation. Still, Shishio wouldn't get those girls actively, but it would be a different story if they were the ones who approached him since he was a scumbag, so he wouldn't reject them. But, he wanted them to understand their relationship first and confirm what kind of relationship they wanted to have with him. After all, he was selfish. Shishio then looked at the reward that he had gotten from Hina, which was enhanced hair. After he accepted it, he knew that he didn't need to worry that he would get bald in the future. As he checked his reward, he thought about Hina. Of course, when he kissed Rui, he noticed Hina, who peeked at them, but he still kissed Rui since he knew that it was better not to hide what they were doing. Shishio knew that he would face Hina sooner or later, but he wasn't afraid since he knew that Hina was also in a similar situation, and Hina also needed someone to help. Personally, Shishio hadn't overthought Hina, but after all, she might become his sister-in-law in the future, so he knew that he needed to help her since even though she was an adult, her mind was still immature. If I'm not wrong, she should be in her 23 or 24, right? Shishio wasn't sure, but it didn't matter since it wasn't that important anyway. Shishio might not have realized, but it seemed that he had entered an emotional roller coaster during his weekend. Starting from his disappointment when he found out that Roberta and Sheena were in their period before it was solved after he searched for a new house with Nana, spent a night with Saki, a date with Miu, and helped Rui with her moving. His weekend was great, and he thought about spending his happy time at Sakurasu again, but then he was dumbfounded and subconsciously opened the windshield of his helmet when he saw someone sitting at the entrance of Sakurasu alone. He frowned and knew who this someone was, but he was wondering why this girl suddenly appeared on Sakurasu, sitting alone at the entrance with somehow a gloomy aura. As his motorcycle approached, the girl, who had lowered her head, raised her head. She looked at Shishio, who was also looking at her. "You're finally home," Mai said with a hint of resentment and excitement as she hugged her body and rubbed her arms to warm her body up. Hearing her voice, Shishio showed a regretful, worried, apologetic expression since while he was having fun, there was someone who had been tormented by her condition, waiting for him. Sorry. There were no words he could say other than this single word. 313, sleep with me. When Mai saw Shishio, who had just arrived at the Sakurasu, she wanted to complain a bit, but after hearing his apology, she closed her mouth and also said, "No, I should be the one who said sorry." She knew it was her fault telling him to get out of her house at that time, and this time, she came to his dwelling unnoticed. It wouldn't be weird if Shishio got angry, but he apologized, which made her lips tremble since she understood the meaning of his apology. Mai's days in the past week after she parted from Shishio weren't easy. It was simply hell since, except for coming back to the showbiz, she just didn't know how to cure her problem. In the past week, after Mai parted from Shishio, sometimes, she could be seen by someone, and sometimes she couldn't be seen. It was mixed between two situations, and over time, the time she was unnoticed became longer and longer. This situation frightened her, and she always had an urge to call Shishio from time to time, but when she thought that she had chased him away at that time, she felt that she didn't have a right to ask for his help. However, in the past week, her condition had worsened. If it was before, it might only be an hour or so that she went unnoticed, but after a week of their separation, it had been a few hours, and it also came so suddenly without any precaution. When she went to the family restaurant, supermarket, or went to buy necessities to buy a sanitary napkin when she was on her period, she suddenly went unnoticed, and she couldn't buy either of them since the staff, employee, or cashier couldn't see her. With how dire her situation was, Mai became even more scared, and she decided to visit Sakurasu, waiting outside until she saw him. Mai waited outside of Sakurasu, and several people entered and walked out of the Sakurasu. But, unfortunately, no one could see her at that time, which made her even scared until she saw him appear before her. There was a bit of resentment in her voice, but it was just an act since she was so glad that Shishio could see her. Mai understood somehow why she hadn't seen him until now, even though she had been sitting at the entrance of Sakurasu since noon. After all, Shishio wasn't at Sakurasu and went out somewhere. Still, as they apologized to each other, they were suddenly in silence, and there was this awkward atmosphere between them, making it hard for them to talk until... Growl. Mai's face reddened rapidly, and she covered her stomach in embarrassment, but then she became annoyed when she heard a chuckle. "What are you laughing for?" However, she stopped, getting angry when she saw Shishio's smile. "Damn it, why is this guy so handsome?" She wanted to complain to someone since whenever she saw him smiling, she felt the world become still, and it was like the smile of the handsome guy on the shoujo manga where a lot of flowers suddenly appeared around him made her face flush instantly. Shishio also quickly stopped smiling since he knew how dangerous his smile was. He then took out a strawberry daifuku that he bought during his date with Miu on the Tsukiji market. Eat this. Mai looked at the daifuku in Shishio's hand. She didn't know that there was a massive strawberry inside the daifuku, but even so, she couldn't help but gulp her saliva when she saw a soft and huge daifuku that was wrapped in white powder as if it was the most beautiful snowy mountain. Thanks. She accepted Shishio's offer since she was hungry and ate the strawberry daifuku with her small mouth. As she bit down, Mai tasted triple the deliciousness from the soft mochi, sweet red bean paste, and the juicy strawberry. The combination of sourness and sweetness caused her tongue to become numb. It was so delicious and added to her hunger, she chomped down on the strawberry daifuku fast, but an accident happened. Cough. Cough. Mai coughed hard since the daifuku suddenly got stuck in her throat. Shishio was speechless and unsure whether he should do this, but he took out his bottle of water from his bag and gave it to Mai. Mai directly grabbed Shishio's bottle of water and drank the water until she felt better. She let out a satisfied sigh then looked at him gratefully. Thank you. No problem, Shishio said with an awkward expression. What's wrong? Mai wanted to continue to eat, but she felt that Shishio's expression was a bit wrong. Nothing. Mai frowned since she was unsatisfied with Shishio's answer. Tell me. Shishio sighed and said, well, you might think that I'm childish since you're older than me, but we just have an indirect kiss. He didn't overthink about an indirect kiss, but he knew that the reaction of the youngsters in this country was quite exaggerated toward the indirect kiss, so he thought that Mai would be alright, or not. Shishio saw Mai blush instantly, but then she coughed, trying to calm herself, and said, are you a kid? You don't need to exaggerate just because we just drink from the same bottle. Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, is that so? Well, now that you've mentioned it. I'm a bit thirsty now. Can you give me back my bottle of water? Mai was stunned when she heard Shishio's words. Mai-san. Here. Mai gave Shishio his bottle of water back as she muttered. Shishio didn't overthink and drank some water while observing Mai's reaction and smiled since this girl's reaction was too cute, right? Mai's mind was in a mess when she saw Shishio drinking from the bottle of water that she had just drunk, but at the same time, she was also annoyed since this guy didn't even fluster when they had an indirect kiss. Mai snorted as she chomped on her strawberry daifuku as if she was biting her most hated enemy. Still, it might be because Mai ate too fast again that the daifuku stuck on her throat again, which made her grab Shishio's bottle of water again as she gulped the water, trying to relieve herself. She wanted to cry at this moment, wondering if the god of Machi cursed her. Mai wasn't sure whether there was a god of Machi or not in this world, but she lowered her head since she was too embarrassed to face Shishio since they had shared an indirect kiss again. Don't eat too fast, Mai-san. Shishio rubbed Mai's back so she would feel better. Mai felt a bit depressed since even though she was older than him, she felt like a little girl in front of Shishio, which made her feel unacceptable and slightly depressed. Also, she realized that she didn't hate this feeling, that she could depend on someone, and the feeling when someone pampered her. However. Thanks, Mai said. No problem. Then I'll go back. Mai left since she felt that she shouldn't trouble Shishio again. Also, she knew that his girlfriends were quite wary of her, and she didn't want to cause him trouble, so she decided to go back. This was her problem, so she felt that she should solve this by herself. However, how could Shishio let Mai go back like this? Shishio caught Mai's wrist directly and asked, are you going back like this? Let go of my hand, Mai said as her voice trembled. Do you want to disappear? Next time, I might not be able to see you, you know. Shishio was worried since even though he might have an enhanced memory, he wouldn't forget anything, but Mai's condition was too weird. Being unnoticed by someone as her existence was slowly forgotten by everyone in this world. Even Shishio was also frightened by Mai's condition. Even though his existence was a cheat, especially when he owned a system, Shishio wasn't confident that he might not forget or not be able to see Mai next time since the existence of the adolescence syndrome itself was like a bug in this world. The adolescence syndrome wasn't something that could be understood with logic, and it was also the reason why it was better to solve this problem as soon as possible. Hearing Shishio's words, Mai's mouth trembled and her eyes read that she might cry any moment since she was scared with the thought that Shishio might not be able to see her like everyone else before she would disappear from everyone's eyes. However, she held herself, trying to show a strong posture as she said with a trembling voice. You don't need to worry. My problem will be solved soon since I have decided to return from my hiatus. Yes, Mai had decided to return as an actress again since, like what Shishio had said before, she didn't hate acting instead. On the contrary, she loved it, but her mother told her to take a bikini photo without telling her during her active time, causing a painful memory for her. Of course, she didn't want to take such a photo, but her mother had signed the contract, so in the end, she could do that bikini photo even if she didn't want to. At that time, Mai knew that her mother thought of her as a money bag, and she decided to take revenge by taking a hiatus. However, Mai didn't expect to meet this situation where she became unnoticed by everyone around her. So just let go of my hand, and I'll take care of myself. Mai wasn't sure why she got angry at this moment, but she might be angry because she just couldn't be honest with herself. She just wanted Shishio's help and stayed with him, but when she thought about his girlfriends, she just felt annoyed, and she also felt that she shouldn't trouble him any longer. Just why? Mai felt that it would be great if she met him earlier, but there was no if in this world, so, in the end, she just wanted to walk away, since if she didn't walk away now, she might, even more, depended on him, but as she tried to break away, she was hugged suddenly, which made her head blank as her body started to feel warm, giving comfort. Sitting at the entrance of the Sakurasu until night, it would be weird if she didn't feel cold since her clothes didn't give her enough warmth. However, Mai became hot as she was embarrassed, but she didn't hate this feeling. Stay. Shishio hugged Mai and said, I'll help you solve your problem, and don't stay alone. Sleep here at Sakurasu. Mai didn't break away from Shishio's hug and asked in a dumbfounded manner, you want me to sleep with you? Shishio's lips twitched as he said, there's a girl in Sakurasu. I'll ask her to let you sleep with her. Mai didn't answer Shishio's question for a while until she nodded. Okay. Good. Shishio felt relieved that Mai accepted his offer. Still. How long are you going to hug me? Mai asked suddenly. Shishio felt that it was so comfortable to hug Mai, so he asked, can we stay for a while? Scumbag, Mai said without mercy. Shishio couldn't say anything to refute. But I'll let you hug me for a while, so be grateful, Mai said in a mutter. It was tough to be alone when she was in this situation, and she just wanted someone to stay with her, pampering her slightly, so she decided to ignore this guy's insolence. Thanks. Shishio showed a happy smile, which made Mai sigh, wondering whether she was too soft toward him since she let him take advantage of her. They stayed like this for a while until Mai told Shishio that it was enough, making him show a depressed sigh. Looking at Shishio's expression, somehow, all the unhappiness and uncomfortable feelings on her heart disappeared. Mai looked at Shishio with a smile as she followed him to Sakurasu. However, as they entered Sakurasu, Shina happened to be there. Shishio. Shina didn't hesitate and hugged him before she tried to kiss him since she just missed him so much. However, Shishio quickly stopped Shina and said, wait. Wait. There's someone beside us. Shina stopped, then showed a confused expression. Someone. She titled her head at the entrance of Sakurasu, and she saw no one. Is there someone else? She felt confused as she asked this question. Shishio opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed it before he looked at Mai, who tried to control her emotion. Still, he didn't expect that her situation had become so serious. 314, Shishio realizes that he needs to educate his maid. Her situation is this serious. Shishio didn't expect Mai's situation to be so serious that Shina didn't even realize that Mai was right standing beside him. Shishio-sama. Shishio. Shishio then looked at Roberta and Nanamai, who also came and greeted him. Roberta showed a warm smile under that cold expression, and Nanamai showed a shy smile since she remembered what they were doing in his room before. Shishio should have been happy when he met the three of them, but his feelings were mixed, especially when Mai, who was right beside him, hadn't been noticed by the three women in front of him. Roberta, Nanamai, can you see someone besides me? Nanamai was confused. Roberta was also confused, but she quickly asked Shishio worriedly, is there something wrong, Shishio-sama? Are you alright, Shishio? Shina asked as she held Shishio's hand. Shishio didn't answer their questions for a moment and looked at Mai, who lowered her head. He sighed inwardly and shook his head. It's alright. I might be a bit tired. Then you should rest, Shishio-sama, Roberta said quickly while observing Shishio whether there was something wrong with his body, and at the same time, she stared at the space right beside Shishio, but she couldn't see anything there which made her confused. Thank you. Shishio showed a light smile on his face, which caused Shina, Nanamai and Roberta to want to pamper him somehow since, under that smile, there was this indescribable feeling that awakened their maternal instinct. Is there something to eat? What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you, Nanamai said without hesitation. Even if Shishio came back quite late and everyone had eaten their dinner, she didn't hesitate to cook him something since she felt she wanted to take care of him now. You don't need to be so exaggerated. Is there a leftover dinner? Shishio asked. There's. Nanamai nodded. I'll warm them up for you. I'll help, Shina said while looking at Nanamai. Shishio, Nanamai and Roberta stared at Shina in silence, but they didn't say much. They just hoped that Shina wouldn't cause a mess somehow. I'll change my clothes first then. Shishio held Mai's hand and wanted to bring her to his room, but then he remembered something. By the way, this is strawberry daifuku. You can eat them together. Strawberry daifuku. They looked at the huge packaging of the strawberry daifuku on Shishio's hands and only realized that Shishio had brought a souvenir. Shishio gave the strawberry daifuku to Roberta and wanted to go back, but Nanamai suddenly stopped him. What's wrong, Nanamai? Nanamai's face was so red, and she was so shy at that moment, but then she said, Shishio-kun, I have placed your collection on the table in your room. Leaving such words, she then ran away to the kitchen to warm up Shishio's dinner, but at the same time, she also understood why he loved a maid. Roberta and Sheena also followed Nanamai since they were also going to help, or cause a mess. Shishio. What's wrong? Mai asked with some confusion when she saw Shishio's stunned expression. She was still quite depressed, but even so, Shishio's expression was so amusing that she couldn't help but ask, which made her feel slightly better somehow. Shishio felt a bit dizzy and rubbed his temple awkwardly. Nothing. Let's go to my room first. Mai nodded and didn't say anything even if Shishio held her hand since right now, the warmth of his palm was something that she sought after, especially when no one could see her beside him. She was desperate, and the only one that she could depend on right now was the young man in front of her. As they walked, Shishio looked at Mai and asked, Mai-san, has this happened so often? Yes. Mai nodded. Usually, it is in the morning and at night. I'm not sure how long, but it gets worse somehow. She took a deep breath and said, by the way, I have decided to return to the showbiz. Is that all right? Shishio asked. Mai smiled softly and asked, why? You're worried about something. I have heard the reason why you have decided to take a hiatus after all, Shishio said. I see. Mai wasn't sure what to say, and her feelings were mixed. Even though I have apologized before, let me apologize again since I didn't realize what kind of trouble that you have faced before you have decided to take a hiatus, Shishio said. How did you know? Mai asked softly while staring at Shishio. She might have taken a hiatus, but the reason why she took it had never been published to the public. I asked my parents' connection after all. The reason why you have taken a hiatus was an open secret among the people in the industry, Shishio said. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment and asked unhappily, your parents have a connection with the showbiz industry, yet you asked my help to help you to enter the industry. There was a hint of grudge in her voice, thinking that Shishio had played her. Shishio looked at Mai and said, it was just I was curious at why you have decided to take a hiatus, and after hearing the reason, I wasn't so surprised why you have decided to take one, but right now, are you ready to come back? He felt that it was quite wrong if Mai decided to return to the showbiz industry because her situation forced her. Shishio hoped that her decision to return to the showbiz industry was because of her own wishes, not because she was forced to. After all, even if Mai didn't return to showbiz, Shishio could make her be remembered by everyone again. Mai showed a gentle smile while looking at Shishio and said, you know, you might be right. I like acting for dramas and movies and feel like I can keep doing it forever. Maybe it's because I keep lying to those feeling that I get into this weird adolescence syndrome situation. You know, I came here so I could tell you this, not because I'm hungry or something, alright. Her cheeks were tinted with a light blush, showing how embarrassed she was when her stomach growled. Still, looking at him and giving her a gentle smile might also be part of the reason why she blushed. By the way, Oga-kun. Shishio. Just call me, Shishio, Mai. Mai blinked her eyes, but then she shyly smiled, but then she quickly showed a haughty expression and nodded. Well, even if you are younger than me, I'll give you permission to call my name directly, Shishio. Shishio also smiled when he heard Mai call his name directly. Japanese people were known for being polite, but Shishio didn't really like this since being too polite would lead to indifference. Even if someone was a friend, family, lover, or even a married couple, they would call each other by using the honorific suffix, which made him sometimes wonder whether they were families or a stranger. It was also why Shishio had never used a suffix that much except for someone he wasn't close with. If he was close with that person, he wouldn't use suffixes since it made their relationship seem distant. By the way. Can you skip school tomorrow? Mai asked. Skip the school? Shishio was surprised by her sudden request. I might not have time to play around after I return to the showbiz industry, so can you accompany me to play around tomorrow? Mai asked. Shishio didn't answer Mai's question for a moment until he nodded. Alright. He felt that there was one more reason why she asked him to skip school tomorrow, but it was alright. Thank you, Mai said gratefully since Shishio listened to her selfishness. She knew that they needed to go to the school tomorrow, and on Wednesday, there was a monthly exam. Their school was strict with the score, so she also understood why Shishio couldn't answer her question after a moment of hesitation. But is this okay? There's a monthly exam this week, right? Even so, she decided to ask. You don't need to worry. An exam is an easy thing for me, Shishio said calmly. Mai looked at Shishio and wasn't sure what she thought at that moment. Still, there is a big problem here, Shishio suddenly said. What? Mai asked curiously. The girls can't see you now. I can't ask them to let you sleep with them, Shishio said with a long sigh. Mai didn't say anything and kept staring at Shishio as if she had realized that his scumbag act had reached an unpredicted level. She quickly covered her chest, but she didn't expect that. So, do you want to go back or stay? Shishio asked. Mai was surprised and asked, you want me to go back? You don't want to go back? Shishio asked back. Mai was in silence, but then she asked, if I stay, then where will I sleep? My room, Shishio said, but then when he saw Mai's expression started to change, he quickly said, you'll sleep in my room, but I'll sleep in the living room there. He knew that this girl had misunderstood him. He was a gentleman, and even though he wanted to sleep with Mai, he wouldn't force someone and only did it when he got permission. He was a scumbag, but he wasn't trash. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment, and after a moment of thought, she asked, isn't it weird if you suddenly sleep in the living room? Well, do you want to sleep together? Shishio asked unnaturally. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment, and her face turned red, feeling complicated for a moment. She knew that she didn't mind sleeping with Shishio, or rather, she wanted to sleep with him since she was worried that she might go unnoticed and be forgotten again. Staying by his side gave her peace of mind. Oh okay. Mai was a bit nervous, but she quickly showed a haughty expression since if she got nervous, she felt that she would lose. Be grateful that you can sleep on the same bed as me tonight. I mean, I'm going to sleep on the futon. You can have my bed, Shishio said with a teasing smile. Looking at this smile, even though Mai had to admit that he was so handsome, she felt annoyed. You're teasing me? Of course not. I'm just afraid that you might misunderstand, Shishio said calmly, even if Mai kept staring at him. Anyway, let's go to my room and stay there until I come back. If I stay here for a long time, they might get worried. Mai nodded since she knew that Sheena, Nanamai and Roberta were waiting for Shishio. Still, when she thought about the three girls, she couldn't help but sigh. If only he wasn't a scumbag. Shishio didn't know what Mai was thinking, and if he knew that she thought that she was a scumbag, he could only smile since that was the truth. He opened the door of his room and was about to enter, but then he stopped, and his lips twitched when he saw a lot of books were stacked neatly on the table. What's wrong? Mai was confused why Shishio suddenly stopped, but suddenly her reaction speed increased several times, and she read one of the titles of books that were stacked on the table. The most beautiful senior in the school is my maid, hey. Then, she looked at Shishio and said, you sure read an interesting book. Her expression was as if a mother showed an understanding toward her son's fetish while telling him, it's all right. You don't need to worry. I understand. Shishio realized that he might need to educate Nanamai more. 315, Bongkuken. As the morning came, Shishio opened his eyes and was about to start his workout, but when he moved, Sheena, who was sleeping on his arms, opened her eyes slightly, wiping her sleepy eyes slowly. Shishio. It's still morning. You should sleep. Shishio patted Mashiro's head gently. However, Sheena didn't sleep and asked, who is the one sleeping on your bed? Shishio was surprised and asked, you can see my, Mashiro. Sheena nodded with a confused expression since Mai suddenly appeared and was sleeping on Shishio's bed when she opened her eyes in the middle of the night. However, she understood why Shishio asked him to sleep with him on the futon last night. Yesterday, after Shishio ate dinner while talking with the rest members of Sakurasu and being scolded by his aunt, he returned to his room to talk with Mai, but Mai had slept directly on his bed, which made him helpless. However, he didn't feel surprised since he saw her for the first time. He could see dark circles under her eyes, showing that she lacked sleep. Still, soon after, Sheena entered his room and asked him to sleep together. Shishio didn't mind, but he told Sheena that he needed to do something before they slept, to which she agreed. However, when they were together until they slept together, Sheena didn't see Mai's figure sleeping on his bed, which was why Shishio was surprised when she suddenly told him that she could see Mai, who was sleeping soundly on his bed. Shishio looked at Sheena, who was waiting for his explanation, and said, let's talk below. I'll bake you a bongkuken too. Bongkuken. Sheena's eyes shone brightly when she heard the word bongkuken from Shishio's mouth. Yes, I'll bake it for you. Shishio kissed Sheena's lips, then said, let's go together. Before he left, Shishio left a letter on the side of his bed so Mai wouldn't be startled when she suddenly woke up. After that, he left with Sheena to bake her a bongkuken since he had promised her. Sheena followed him while holding Shishio's pillow since she would continue to sleep while listening to Shishio's story of how Mai could sleep on his bed so suddenly. Still, if Shishio knew what Sheena thought, he would ask how she would listen to his story while sleeping? Sheena just followed Shishio, but suddenly she stopped and returned to his room again. She forgot to bring her blanket, and after she got it, she strode to follow him to the yard to see him, baking a bangkuchen. Looking at Sheena, who followed him while holding the tip of his t-shirt, Shishio was wondering why it felt like he had a pet instead of a girlfriend. While Shishio prepared to bake bangkuchen, Sheena lay on the corridor, hugging her blanket tightly like a cocoon. She was quite sleepy, but she looked at Shishio, who made a campfire in the yard. As the fire was on, Shishio mixed a dough for bangkuchen that was made from water, flour, sugar, and butter. All of them were simple ingredients, but everything seemed to be so delicious under his care, even though it hadn't been baked yet. Growl. Shishio turned his head and saw Sheena, who had stood next to him with a blanket around her body. He could only smile and say, "Be patient, all right." Hearing Shishio's words, Sheena showed a disappointed expression. "You might get a stomachache if you eat this dough." "Wait a moment." Shishio then took a stick and created a lump around the stick. As the lump was created, he cast it over through the fire from a distance, and as the surface baked, he added more mix around the lump. As he baked, the sweet smell permeated through the air, which caused Sheena couldn't take her eyes from it. Shishio sat near the fire with a stool, and Sheena sat next to him. "It's bangkuchen," Sheena said in amazement. "Is this your first time seeing it?" Shishio asked. Sheena nodded since she had only seen the finished product but never the baking process. While waiting, "Should we talk?" Shishio said since he knew that sooner or later, a lot of people would wake up after they smelled a sweet smell that came from the yard. Sheena nodded and only remembered Mai, who was sleeping in Shishio's room. Shishio knew that Sheena might forget about Mai, but he didn't overthink and explained what had happened to Mai to Sheena. Sheena, who heard Shishio's story, only listened to his story in silence and didn't even doubt his words, but she showed a surprised and sad expression when she knew about Mai's situation. After all, if she was in Mai's place, she also wasn't sure what she would do. "Shishio, you're going to help her, right?" Shishio looked at Sheena and asked, "Is that okay with you?" "Why not?" Sheena asked with a confused expression. "I mean, you're not jealous?" Shishio had always wondered what Sheena thought when he was together with other girls. Sheena stared at Shishio for a moment and said, "Isn't it a bit too late to ask me that?" "You're right." Shishio was helpless at this moment since he knew it was quite late for him to ask her this question, especially when he had a lot of women around him already. Still, he wanted to know what she thought about this matter. "So, what do you think?" "I'm jealous," Sheena said as she leaned her head on Shishio's shoulder. "I see. I'd be lying if I never thought what if I had you alone for me, but after we're together, I have realized something." "What did you realize?" Shishio looked at Sheena curiously while baking the bangkuchen. "You're a beast," Sheena said without changing her face. "I can't handle you alone. So I think it is the right choice if you get more girls," Sheena said. "Is that okay?" Shishio was lost for words. Sheena snorted and said, "You have taken Nana, Saki, Miu, Roberta, and even Nanamai, right? So what are you afraid of now? Be confident like you have always done, Shishio." She looked at Shishio and smiled. "I am happy that you are worried about me, but I'm alright as long as I know you love me." Mashiro. Shishio changed his mind. Sheena wasn't a pet. Instead, she was a wonderful girlfriend. They stared at each other for a moment before they started to kiss each other. If possible, they wanted this time to continue, but as time passed, many people were awoken by the sweet smell of the bangkuchen. But before that... Shishio. Help her, all right. Shishio looked at Sheena and nodded. Yes. Sheena snuggled on his arm again and knew that even though she might not be the only one, she was the most treasured one. Shishio. I love you, Sheena said with a smile. I love you too, Mashiro, Shishio said with a smile. They kissed each other again, and if Sheena wasn't in her period, then they might start a wrestling match on his bed right in the morning. With bangkuchen ready to eat, Shishio then asked Chihiro to skip today's class, which made her dumbfounded. Why? Chihiro frowned since there was a monthly exam on Wednesday, which meant there were 3 days before the exam, but her nephew suddenly asked her to help him skip school, which made her inexplicable. Still, Shishio was good at making excuses, so it didn't take long before Chihiro gave him a nod, which made her helpless. Shishio knew that unlike Sheena, whose mind was working differently from other people, there was no way Chihiro would believe the reason why he had decided to skip school. Mai's condition was too unique, and it would be hard for someone to believe her condition unless they saw what had happened. Even if they saw what had happened, Shishio didn't think that someone might help her either, making him understand why Mai could give her life Sakuta. Even if Mai's condition might be cured, he believed that she might have a trauma about her condition, and she would still be afraid that her condition might relapse, which was why she had always stayed next to Sakuta if possible. But of course, Sakuta's determination to save Mai was also one point that made Mai fall for him. Still, right now, the one who helped Mai wasn't Sakuta, but it was him, Shishio. Shishio knew that he needed to help Mai, so he needed to skip school today. Chihiro gave Shishio permission, and at the same time, she reminded him not to stay out so long since she had always been doubtful whether Shishio still had his virginity or not. After all, he often stayed outside. Wait, has he lost his virginity? Chihiro wanted to ask this question, but suddenly the appearance of Ryu Unosuk in his uniform shocked everyone. Hey? Ryu Unosuk? Why are you wearing your uniform? Mayumi asked, dumbfounded, ignoring that there was still a Bongkuken crumb on the corner of her lips. Isn't it obvious that I'm going to school? Ryu Unosuk looked at Mayumi as if she was an idiot and said, the exam is near. The school might expel me if I keep skipping school. Can you understand that? Mayumi was furious and wanted to flip the table, but when she thought that the Bongkuken was still on the table, she stopped and said, Shishio, don't give this kid a Bongkuken. This kid is too annoying. Okay, stop fighting, or should I take all of your Bakumchan? Shishio threatened and caused them to be silent, stopping fighting each other. They continued to eat and ignored all unpleasant matters before enjoying the Bongkuken that Shishio baked. As they ate it, they felt that they were standing near a beautiful lake, enjoying nature as they ate the most delicious thing in the world. Still, as Nanamai ate the Bongkuken happily, she noticed Shishio's gaze, which caused her to lower her eyes shyly since she was afraid that she might be eaten by him, or she might be waiting to be eaten by him. Still, Nanamai wondered whether she should make their relationship serious or just play around. Nanamai nibbled the Bongkuken on her hand while thinking about what she should do. After everyone ate the Bongkuken and breakfast, they went to their own. Nanamai, Shina, Ritsu, and Misaki went to the school together as Ryu Unosuk followed them gloomily from behind. Misaki invited Ryu Unosuk to join them, but Ryu Unosuk rejected without hesitation since he didn't want to get near the girls. Ryu Unosuk looked at Shishio before he walked away with a sigh since he wanted to talk with him about what Shishio asked him yesterday, but after knowing that Shishio was going to skip school, there was nothing that he could do, and he just hoped that Shishio could succeed since last night was his first time to see him have such an expression. Ryu Unosuk wanted to take out his laptop, but then he knew that it was dangerous to use it in the middle of the street. Shishio waved his hand as he watched them walk to school before turning his attention to his room and seeing someone looking at him from the window. However, he didn't look away from her and smiled warmly, which caused the girl to quickly hide in embarrassment. Well, let's work hard. There was a girl who needed his help, and he would help her until the end. His reason was pure, and it wasn't related to the fact that this girl was beautiful and he was greedy for her body. Really? Please believe in his pure eyes. 316, Mai, treasure this memory well, alright? Mai had been waking up after she smelled a sweet smell from the yard before, but when she woke up, she was panicked when Shishio had disappeared. However, when she found his letter on her side, she calmed down and sighed in relief since she knew that he was still able to see her, and at the same time, she was also surprised to learn Shina was also able to see her. Should I go back now? Mai sighed in relief, but at the same time, she also realized how troublesome her situation was. She was sleeping in the boy's room who wasn't her family, nor her lover. If someone knows about this and sells this news to the gossip magazine, then they might make a lot of money. Mai let out a sigh as she leaned on Shishio's bed. She didn't care if she was known to sleep on Shishio's bed, or rather, it might not be bad since that way someone wouldn't ignore her again. Wait, can I do that? Mai thought that if the news knew that she was together with Shishio was known, then without a doubt, she would be quickly noticed by everyone, and her problem might be solved, but there was one big problem. He has a girlfriend. Mai sighed when she thought about this and felt a bit depressed, especially when she thought about how Shina slept on Shishio's side last night. She had also awoken in the middle of the night and saw Shishio and Shina sleeping together, making her feel uncomfortable. However, she could only snort before she lay on his bed again. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but she didn't expect that she would sleep so soundly, which made her blame Shishio's bed for being so comfortable. Besides being so comfortable, the smell of his bed was so stimulating that she just wanted to sniff it several times. Fortunately, when she sniffed his pillow, Shishio wasn't in his room or else, he would think of her as a pervert, and she didn't want that. It had been a while since Mai had a comfortable sleep since she just couldn't sleep most of the days after she had her condition. Mai had been afraid, and there was no way that she could have a good sleep, so it was just surprised her that she could sleep so soundly when she slept on his bed. Unfortunately, Mai was just leaning against the wall silently. Still, her stomach growled when she smelled a sweet smell from downstairs which made her wonder what it was. She waited for a while until she saw him walking out of Sakurahu, waving his hand toward the members of Sakurasu. She kept looking at him until she saw him look at her with a smile. When Mai saw his smile, she blushed once again, and even though she knew that this guy was a scumbag, she somehow understood why there were so many girls who could fall for him. With the eye contact between the two, they understood each other, and Mai waited for him quietly until the door of his room was opened. "Sorry to make you wait, Mai," Shishio said. "No problem." Mai shook her head and asked, "Did I cause you trouble?" Shishio didn't answer Mai's question for a moment, then nodded. "Well, you caused me some trouble. Sorry." Mai apologized meekly, but then her chin was lifted by Shishio, which made her dumbfounded. She opened her eyes wide when he was about to move closer and subconsciously closed her eyes since she thought that he was going to kiss her, but after she waited for a while, she didn't feel that she was kissed, instead she felt his hand on her forehead, which made her strange. She opened her eyes then looked at him with a questioning expression. "Weird." Shishio murmured. "You're not sick." "Who is sick?" Mai quickly slapped Shishio's hand, annoyedly, before she pouted and looked away. Sorry, but it's weird to see you suddenly apologize to me," Shishio said with a smile. Looking at this smile, Mai could only grumble annoyedly and wanted to tell him to stop smiling at her since it made her hard to concentrate. She wanted to say something again, but... Growl. Neither Shishio nor Mai said anything in this situation until he broke the silence. "There's a bongkuchen. Do you want to eat it?" "Yes." Mai nodded with a blush, wondering why Shishio often saw her blunder from time to time, which made her a bit depressed sometimes. It somehow damaged her pride as his senior made her wonder who was older and younger in their relationship. As Mai ate the bongkuchen, her eyes shone brightly, wondering where Shishio had bought it. "Is it good?" Shishio asked. Mai nodded with a smile then asked, "Where did you buy it?" "You can't buy it." "Hey? Why?" Mai was dumbfounded. "Because I made it," Shishio said. Mai opened her eyes wide, then looked at the bongkuchen she almost ate, and asked, "Did you bake this?" "Yes." Shishio nodded and asked, "What do you think?" Mai felt complicated and could only say, "It's delicious." However, somehow, she felt regret after she said those words, especially when she saw Shishio's smug grin. "Can you wipe that smug grin off your face? It's a bit annoying." "It's great that you like it." Mai ignored Shishio as she continued to eat. "Do you like to cook?" "Not really." Mai was dumbfounded and asked, "You don't like to cook, yet you can cook something so delicious." "I don't really like to cook, but I like to see someone's expression happily eating my food." "Like what you do now," Shishio said with a smile. Mai blinked her eyes before she lowered her head slightly since she didn't want this guy to notice that she was blushing. Shishio also had enough to tease Mai, so he asked, "So what's your plan, Mai?" "Let's go back to my house first." "I want to change my clothes," Mai said. "All right." Shishio nodded and asked, "Do you want to go there by motorcycle or public transportation?" "I have troubled you enough." "Let's go there by public transportation," Mai said without hesitation. Shishio nodded and didn't overthink since that was her decision. "Please wait here for a moment. I want to take a bath first." "Okay. If you're bored, you can read some books there." Leaving those words, Shishio walked out with some clothes in his hands. Book. Mai looked around. Then her eyes quickly focused on the book whose title interested her so much. Her cheeks were tinted with a cute blush, and after confirming that she was alone, she decided to take that book, and her eyes were wide open, thinking of the costume that she had bought before. "Is this his type?" Mai murmured as she flipped to the next page of the book. As Shishio took a bath, Roberta slipped into the bath directly, making him speechless. "Let me wash your back, Shishio-sama," Roberta said. Shishio was lost for words, but he didn't say much and asked, "What if someone enters?" "You don't need to worry. Only Shiro-san is here, and as long as he enters his room, he will hole up for 6 or more hours, Roberta said. "You know everyone's habits?" Shishio asked weirdly. "Yes." Roberta looked at Shishio and said, "Isn't it normal?" "It's not normal." Shishio thought, but he wouldn't say it out loud. "By the way, Shishio-sama, I noticed someone inside your room. Is this person related to the question that you asked me last night?" Roberta asked. "Yes." Shishio sighed then said, "You might not believe my words, but do you want to listen?" "Yes." Roberta nodded without hesitation. Shishio then told Roberta about Mai's situation, which caused Roberta to feel surprised, but she didn't say anything, listening to his story quietly, and after he ended his story, she asked, "So you'll help her, right?" "Yes." Shishio nodded and asked, "Is it all right for you, Roberta?" Roberta showed a gentle smile and said, "Please help her, Shishio-sama." She could tell how frightening Mai's situation was. Luckily, she knew that Shishio would help her if she was in Mai's place. "So you're going to be late today?" "Yes." "Let me help you." Shishio wanted to say something, but then his lips trembled when he felt Roberta's soft hand start to stroke his penis. I'm still on my period, so I can only do this much, so please bear with it, Shishio-sama, Roberta whispered with a sultry voice. Shishio opened his mouth before he closed it again. Thank you, Roberta. No problem, I'm happy to help, but... Shishio looked at Roberta, who was looking at him with moistened eyes. The gap between her cold side and warm side of her was something that Shishio couldn't bear, so he took her delicious lips, kissing them deeply as if trying to mark that she was his. Mai was waiting in Shishio's room for so long, which made her wonder what he was doing, but she didn't say much since it was still in the morning. She wanted to get out of his room, but she was afraid that she might trouble him. She waited for a while, then the door opened, and she sighed in relief when she saw him. Still, he seems to be refreshed. She felt a bit envious when she saw Shishio had taken a bath, showing how refreshed he was, which made her want to take a bath too. Sorry for making you wait, Mai. Let me pack something before we go out. Okay. Shishio took his baseball cap, camera, bag and put something inside his bag. Watching Shishio prepare, Mai also stood up and waited for him near the entrance of his room. When she saw him finish preparing himself, she asked, should we go now? Sure. Shishio nodded and walked out with Mai. Still, when they walked, Mai grabbed Shishio's tip of sweeter. Shishio looked at Mai with a sigh, then grabbed her hand directly. Mai was dumbfounded, and she blushed. She wanted to ask him why Shishio suddenly held her hand, but then he said, I don't want you to make my sweater become all loose. Mai snorted, but she didn't say much, only she thought that she wanted to smack this guy's head since this junior was too cheeky, right? They walked to the entrance, but Mai was dumbfounded when she saw Roberta. Good morning, Roberta said while looking at Mai. Mai was surprised and asked, you can see me? Yes. Roberta nodded. Mai then quickly looked at Shishio, who smiled at her. You'll be all right. Don't worry. Hearing those words, Mai also smiled and nodded. Yes. Roberta then sent Mai and Shishio to Mai's house and left them after she had sent them. Shishio entered Mai's house again for the second time, but he didn't follow Mai in a hurry and observed the apartment building for a moment until Mai's voice woke him up. Shishio, what's wrong? Nothing. Shishio shook his head then asked, so where are we going? As they entered the building, he couldn't help but ask where this girl wanted to bring him. You're curious? Mai asked with a smile. Shishio. Being stared at silently by Shishio made Mai uncomfortable, so she snorted and said, we're going to Odaiba. Odaiba? You're not happy? Mai asked. Of course not. Shishio shook his head and said, after all, it is a rare chance for me to date an actress. Then you should treasure this memory well since you might not be able to have a date with an actress again in the future, Mai said with a smile. Looking at Mai, Shishio wondered why this girl had raised a flag. So we should have a lot of dates too in the future, hey? Shishi looked at Mai, who showed a charming smile at him, making him smile. Well, I guess it isn't bad. However, before that, he needed to solve Mai's situation, or else, everything would turn useless. 317, Our Mixed Memories in Odaiba. Odaiba. Shishio might have heard of this place before, especially after receiving a business mastery in the past since this island was lucrative, but it was his first time coming to this artificial island. Odaiba was initially built in this area for defensive purposes in the 1850s. However, it was dramatically expanded during the late 20th century as a seaport district and had developed since the 1990s as a major commercial, residential, and leisure area. It could be said that Odaiba was one of the most popular tourist attractions and date spots with a wide selection of shopping, dining, and leisure options. However, out of all the things that could be done in Odaiba, Shishio didn't expect Mai to bring him to this place. So onsen? Shishio asked with a deadpan expression. Yes. Mai nodded while smiling, ignoring his deadpan expression, and said, it's good, right? I'm not saying it's bad, but isn't it a bit too lukewarm? Shishio sighed while looking at his bare feet that dipped into the warm footbath before looking at Mai's white and smooth bare feet. Her feet wrapped in the black stocking were divine, but her bare feet weren't bad either. Shishio thought inside his heart but never said it out loud. Still. What? Mai noticed Shishio, who was staring at her legs, which somehow made her shy and blush, but at the same time, she was also proud that she could make this guy charmed. That yukata suits you well, Shishio praised as he stared at Mai, whose nape was shown when she tied her hair back since she wore a yukata on this hot spring theme park. Still, even if he stared at her, his eyes were gentlemanly, showing the appearance of an old scholar who researched an important text. Right. Mai nodded, showing a smug expression, but inwardly, she stared at Shishio since his appearance with a yukata was so handsome. However, she was too shy to say it. Still, she was glad that she came to this hot spring theme park on Monday since if they went during a weekend, Without a doubt, there would be a lot of people who stared at him. Well, they would also stare at her. Shishio rolled his eyes and then said, "Still, you can be seen by a lot of people before." Yes. Mai wasn't unnoticeable, but she was noticed when she walked despite wearing a cap. Luckily, no one seemed to recognize her, since if so, then they might enter a gossip tabloid. "It'd be great if everyone could see me from now on," Mai also said in relief, since she was glad to be seen and not be invisible by the people around. Shishio knew that Mai was contradictory. She wanted to go unnoticed since it tired her when a lot of people kept staring, pointing, taking a sneak picture, asking her, and a lot of more, considering her fame as an actress and all, but at the same time, she didn't want to become unnoticed like her condition now. However, it was normal, since whether it went unnoticed or noticed, if it was too much, then it would cause trouble. "So we will play around till night?" Shishio asked. "You don't want to?" Mai asked. "Well, my girlfriends might scold me later," Shishio said, since he was sure that they would be jealous of him who played in Odaiba, especially when he played with someone other than them. Mai stared at Shishio as if she had found a scumbag and said, "To say, you have a girlfriend, even though you are in the middle of a date with another girl. What a scumbag." Shishio's lips twitched, and he asked, "So we're having a date now?" Mai blushed, but then she asked while staring at Shishio, "You don't want to?" "I can have a date with Sakurajima Mai. If I say I hate it, then I might be cursed by all the male population in the entire country now," Shishio said helplessly. Mai's mouth turned upturned before she looked at her feet, raising them up and down, causing the water to splash around. "Then you should make me happy now. I can give you a good date, but can you stop moving your feet around? You're going to make my clothes wet. Also, if possible, why should we dip our feet in the footbath? We're in the hot spring theme park, you know." Shishio felt that there was something unfinished if they just spent their time in the footbath when they were in the hot spring theme park. If he had to describe his feelings right now, it would be like when someone ate an instant noodle without the flavor packet. He could eat it without a problem, but it wasn't delicious. Mai squinted her eyes, then asked, "So what do you want to do?" Shishio ignored her gaze and stared to him and said, "Why don't we dip into the bath?" "No." Mai rejected without hesitation. "Why? I didn't ask you to enter with me, you know." Shishio said helplessly. Mai's cheeks were slightly red, but she kept rejecting Shishio's plea. "No." She shook her head and told Shishio her feet. "What happens if my problem relapses?" This was what she feared the most, and it was the reason why she just dipped her feet on the footbath instead of entering the hot spring bath when they were in the hot spring theme park. She might be seen by someone now, but what if she couldn't be seen again when they parted ways to enter the bath? Mai might be embarrassed to say it from her mouth, but she felt secure beside Shishio, and she didn't want to part from him since right now, she believed that he was the only person who could see her. Shishio also knew what Mai was worried about at that moment, so he would make a compromise. He sighed and said, "Then why don't we enter together in the private bath? That way, you don't need to worry that your condition might relapse since I can be with you all the time. In your dream." Mai snorted and wanted to smack Shishio, who could say such an absurd thing with such an upright face. "Then I'll sleep now so I can have a dream to take a bath with you." Shishio wanted to close his eyes, but Mai pulled his ear, and at that moment, he knew that he couldn't have such a nice dream. However, it didn't matter since they might enter a bath together in the future. Probably. After spending a few hours together at the hot spring theme park, Shishio and Mai walked around Odaiba, enjoying their time together. Still, he needed to tell his girlfriends what he was doing, considering he was going out with another girl right now. Shishio knew that he had become a full-fledged scumbag, and frankly, being a scumbag was nice. Mai didn't bother Shishio when he talked with his girlfriends as she sat on the bench while staring at the sea, but her eyes kept darting towards Shishio, who seemed to coax his girlfriends. As she stared at him, she knew that she didn't have a right to be unhappy since she was a third party. She disturbed Shishio's relationship with his girlfriends, but she just felt unhappy right now and also felt sad and regretful at why she couldn't meet him sooner. As she was in the middle of her thought, a sudden voice woke her up. "Sorry, should we go now?" Mai looked at Shishio's handsome features, and frankly, if he confessed to her right here and now, she might agree directly. However, he didn't, so there was no need to have such an expectation. "Well, let's go." Mai nodded and asked, "Where do you want to go?" "I want to go to the Museum Maritime Science," Shishio said. "You want to become a sailor?" Mai asked curiously. "Of course not." Shishio shook his head without hesitation. "Then what do you want to be?" Mai asked. A driver." "Driver? Like an F1 racer?" Mai asked curiously. Shishio looked at Mai and felt that he shouldn't say anything at this moment since what he wanted to drive wasn't a vehicle. Instead, it was a human being and a female one at that. "We can talk about that slowly later. How about we go now since it is a bit hot?" Agree. Mai nodded without hesitation and continued their dates. As the sun glowed in orange color, Mai had a great time with her date with Shishio. Still, out of all the conversations that they had during their dates, she never asked him about his relationship with other girls since she didn't like it, but at the same time, she also understood why there were many girls who could fall for him so helplessly. Shishio had never complained about how troublesome Mai was and showed that he had a great time having a date with such a troublesome girl like Mai. As they sat on the stairs while staring at the orange-colored sea, Mai asked, "Say. Why do you help me? I'm such a troublesome girl, right?" Mai asked. She knew that she was troublesome when she asked this question, but she asked anyway. "Well, yeah, you're a troublesome girl," Shishio said flatly. Mai looked at Shishio in disbelief, opened her mouth before she closed it again, and she did it several times, but then, she saw him turn toward her, showed his gentle smile, and said, "But I don't hate such a troublesome girl." Mai was glad that the sky was orange-colored now since this way, she could hide the blush on her face. She quickly looked away and hummed. Is that so? Yes. Shishio chuckled since Mai was so cute. What do you chuckle for? Mai was annoyed, trying to hide her embarrassment. Nothing. Shishio shook his head and said, "But you're not falling for me, right?" Mai stared at Shishio and wanted to smack him at that moment. I was joking. I was joking. Shishio quickly said when he noticed Mai's cold gaze on him, and said, "But who are we waiting for here?" Mai knew that Shishio was trying to change the subject of their conversation, but she didn't mind and said, "Well, my mother." But then, she asked, "But you have realized that we're waiting for someone?" Well, it's kind of obvious. Shishio shrugged his shoulders and asked, "You want to tell your mother that you are going to return to the showbiz?" Yeah. Mai nodded with a smile then turned toward Shishio. "After I come back to the showbiz, we might not have much time to meet each other. Still, I have fun with you, Shishio." "No problem, I also had a fun time with you." After those words fell, they looked at each other since they knew that their chance to meet again might decrease after Mai returned to the showbiz again, but even so, they wouldn't forget this moment. As the sound of the waves and the rustling sand were mixed, there was an ambiguous atmosphere between the two which made Mai's slightly reddened face become even redder, but she didn't hate it, and at the same time, there was this anticipation that she felt inside her heart. Mai. Ah, yes. Mai wanted to curse herself when she answered Shishio with a slightly high voice. Her heart was beating so fast, and she was wondering whether it was too much if she directly accepted his confession, but then she felt that she might be too easy, so should she tell him to wait? Mai's brain was running so fast to the speed that she had never imagined in the past, but then, she might be overthinking since the sentence that came out from his mouth was, "Is that your mother?" However, Shishio didn't confess to Mai but looked at the beautiful mature woman in a business suit that walked toward them. With his enhanced vision, he could tell the resemblance between Mai and this woman, and frankly, Mai's mother was his type, but then he felt someone step on his foot. Shishio looked at Mai helplessly and asked, "Why did you step on my foot?" Mai only snorted and said, "Wait here, I'll talk with my mother first. Then I'll wait here." Shishio also stood up and didn't walk toward Mai's mother since he was afraid that he might seduce Mai's mother. Mai also didn't really want her mother to talk with Shishio, so she walked toward her mother and was about to say something when their distance was just a meter away, but then, Shishio and Mai were in shock, and their eyes were wide open when Mai's mother walked, passing Mai directly. Mai's mother then stopped in front of Shishio, looking at him from up and down, nodding in satisfaction, and slight blush on her cheeks. "Are you the one who called me out? Do you want to enter my agency?" 318, "Didn't you like a troublesome girl?" When those words fell from Mai's mother, there were a lot of emotions that came out from Shishio's heart, but more importantly, he was angry at this moment, especially when he saw Mai's disappointed and sad face. However, he also knew that this wasn't Mai's mother's fault, and at the same time, he was also angry at himself since he took this matter too lightly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself since he was afraid that he might raise his voice, showing his frustration. Still, part of him wanted to believe that Mai's mother would remember her daughter. "I'm Shishio Oga. I'm your daughter's underclassman. Sakurajima Mai." As for the system, Shishio decided to ignore it since this wasn't the time to think about the system. Mai's mother frowned and said, "What are you talking about? I don't have a daughter." Hearing those words, Mai stared at her mother in disbelief. Shishio had expected this, but he was just somehow disappointed, and it didn't stop him from asking again. "Mai Sakurajima, haven't you heard that name before?" He just hoped that hearing Mai's name would trigger Mai's mother's memory, but... Mai Sakurajima. Mai's mother was confused and asked, "Who is that? If you don't remember Sakurajima Mai, then why are you here?" Shishio asked. "Now that you mention it." Mai's mother took her cell phone then showed the text that she had received. I remember forcing myself to take some time for this appointment, but I can't figure out who the sender is. Shishio also looked at Mai's mother's phone, and he couldn't help but frown when he saw Mai's number was erased and somehow couldn't be seen as if there was something that had censored it. Damn it, what the hell? He felt frightened with something that couldn't be seen, trying to hinder Mai's existence from being noticed. So, how is it? Do you want to join my agency? Mai's mother then asked. Who cares about your agency? Do you not remember your daughter? Are you even her mother? Even Shishio couldn't bear it when this woman asked him to join her agency again when she even forgot her daughter. He raised his voice and lost his calm, but Mai quickly hugged him to stop him. That's enough. Hearing those words, Shishio wanted to say something, but he couldn't since he knew that Mai's mother was already helpless. After all, it wasn't uncommon for parents of child celebrities to treat their children as a golden goose. They would make their children work hard to get a lot of money. Shishio also remembered that there was once a mother of a famous actress in this country who told her daughter to take a nude photo to earn more money. Mai's mother might not treat Mai that bad, but Shishio knew that it wasn't that much different, and in the eyes of this woman, Mai might not be seen as a daughter. Instead, she was seen as money, so Mai's mother could forget her daughter easily. Shishio understood this, but he just couldn't help but feel disappointed and sad. Looking at Mai, whose body trembled as she closed her eyes, hugging him tightly, showing how painful she was, he could only hug her back and say, sorry. Shishio then parted, held Mai's hand, and said, let's go, Mai. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment, then nodded, holding his hand tightly since it was the only thing that could reassure her right now. Mai's mother looked at Shishio, who left so suddenly and showed an inexplicable expression before sighing, wondering what was happening, but then she looked at the screen of her phone again, wondering why she might have forgotten something important. Shishio looked at Mai's pale complexion as she lowered her head. Mai. Mai lifted her head slowly, looking at Shishio. I will remember you, and I won't forget you. You don't need to worry, Shishio said as he held Mai's hand. Mai's eyes reddened as she stared at Shishio. But what if everyone forgets about me? She wanted to ask what if Shishio forgot about her too, but she didn't dare to ask this question since there was such a possibility. Let's ask them, Shishio said without hesitation. There's a lot of people in Odaiba. I'm sure that some of them will remember you. He had a feeling that everyone might forget about Mai, but he was afraid that she might get even sadder if he said those facts. Also, it was just some of his selfishness, hoping that someone really could see her, even though he knew that possibility was almost zero. Mai nodded and agreed. Shishio didn't waste his time and started to walk to the crowd as he asked them whether they knew about Sakurajima Mai. Hello, do you know about Sakurajima Mai? Sakurajima Mai? Who is that? Shishio frowned, but he didn't stop and kept asking one person after another. Whether it was a man, a woman, or any person that he saw on the street, he asked them one by one whether they knew about Sakurajima Mai. He even used his connection to see whether the people in the entertainment industry remembered her name or not. However, no one seemed to remember Mai. Shishio could write Sakurajima Mai on the internet, but then, the information, photos, and any other things that were related to Mai seemed to be covered by something which made them unable to be seen. Shishio was wondering what Mai had done that she could receive this kind of punishment, and at the same time, he realized how horrible her situation was. He kept asking his subordinates and asking them about everything related to Sakurajima Mai until... Let's stop. Also, thank you for what you have done. Mai didn't want to believe the reality before her, and she just hoped that everything was just a nightmare, but she knew that it wasn't. However, she wasn't in the mood to do this anymore and wanted to go back, but as she was about to go, the hand that had been holding her hand grasped her hand tightly, making her unable to walk away. Wait, don't go. Don't give up so easily, Shishio said and really quickly hoped that his plan could work, but if it didn't work, then he could only give up. Mai's eyes were already full of tears as she stared at Shishio and said, I don't want to give up either, but all of them have forgotten about me. I have been forgotten. She had lost her calm. She felt afraid of the thought that all the people in this world would forget her. Including Shishio, if this continued. It is just the people in Odaiba. It is just a small part of the Tokyo area. Shishio tried to calm Mai. Can you 100% sure of that? Mai asked while staring at Shishio's eyes. Shishio couldn't answer since he knew that besides him and probably the original protagonist, Sakuta Azuzagawa was the only person who could remember Mai, and it was also the reason why he couldn't let her go. He knew that he was being a scumbag, but it didn't feel good when he just gave up Mai and gave her back to the original protagonist. He would get her, no, he would help her. Shishio sometimes felt that he was a hypocrite, but that hypocrite part of him had died. Watching Shishio's reaction, Mai's eyes turned red, and she wanted to run away from this place, but Shishio hugged her. She tried to break away and scream, telling him that she wanted to be alone, but before she could say all of those words, Her head was blank when she heard the words that came out of his mouth. I'll confess to you. Shishio said without hesitation. Shishio saw Mai, who was stunned, but he didn't stop and said, on Wednesday, we will have a monthly exam. That time, everyone in the school will be present, and when the exam is about to end, I'll make an excuse to the teacher and run to the field, then confess to you in front of everyone, shouting loudly, Mai, I love you, ... Mai was too stunned to say anything, and she looked at Shishio with her mouth wide open. However, her cheeks were so red, staring at Shishio in disbelief. Shishio smiled softly, looking at Mai in his arms, and said, that way, no one will ignore you again, you'll be remembered again, and you'll date me. Happy ending, right? I think there are some mistakes in your words. Mai smiled as she hummed softly. Some mistakes? Shishio raised his eyebrow. Do you think that I'll accept your confession after you have confessed to me? Shishio's lips twitched as he stared at Mai, whose face was like a child who was happy that her prank was successful, which made him a bit helpless, but then he snorted and said, then I won't confess to you. Hey! Mai was dumbfounded and complained. You're going to take back your confession. You're going to reject me anyway. Shishio sighed and said, what's the point of confessing to you? How can you give up so easily? Mai was mad. Well, because I have girlfriends, Shishio said calmly. Mai opened her eyes wide, but then she remembered that the young man in front of her wasn't single and he had a girlfriend. Her mouth pouted and asked, if I agree to your confession, will you break up with them? No, Shishio said without hesitation. Mai's mouth trembled, and she wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Her emotions were mixed, but then, she asked the question that she wanted to ask him. Do you love me? Shishio could lie to Mai and tell her that he loved her, but he didn't really like to lie, so he told her the truth after a moment of hesitation. I think that you're a charming girl and it'll be great if I can date you, but if you ask me, who is more important, whether it is you or my girlfriends in my heart, then I'll answer that it is my girlfriends. Even a child could understand that 4 was bigger than 1. Shishio knew that he was a scumbag, so instead of choosing one girl, he chose 4 girls, especially when the 4 of them had accompanied him during his hardest time. He should include Roberta, but he felt that it might be a bit too much, so he kept quiet for now. Scumbag, Mai said, but she didn't look at him, lowering her head as she pressed her forehead against his chest. Yes, I'm a scumbag, so you don't need to worry, and I'll make sure that you'll be alright, Shishio said as he caressed her smooth and beautiful black hair. Still, her hair smelled so lovely, and it was so comfortable being touched that he felt slightly addicted. Let's go back. It's already late. He held her hand and was about to walk, but then his hand was pulled, which caused his movement to stop. What's wrong? He looked at Mai with some confusion when he asked that question. I don't want to go home, Mai said. Then, let's go somewhere. Where? Anywhere is fine. Mai looked at Shishio and said with a hint of a plea, accompany me, all right. Shishio looked at Mai and sighed. What a troublesome girl. Mai smiled and asked, didn't you like a troublesome girl? Shishio wondered whether he could take his words back right now, but looking at her legs that were wrapped in translucent black tights, he decided to forgive this girl's selfish desire. 319, do you like them big? Yes, I'll go back tomorrow. I might not come to the school tomorrow. Yes, I know. Mai was sitting next to Shishio, who was on the phone, but she didn't bother him since she knew that she was being selfish and had caused him trouble. Mai looked at her phone and browsed the internet about where they were about to go. Still, she was in a daze, looking at him curiously since he had a way with words. Shishio needed to talk with many girls and women since he knew that he would skip school again tomorrow. Still, as expected, Chihiro was furious at him, but it was normal since he would skip school twice. Luckily, he was a good student, or else Chihiro might call his parents directly. Shishio spent quite a while calling his girlfriends one by one before he hung up his phone. Letting out a sigh of relief, he put his phone in his pocket then looked at Mai. Sorry to make you wait. It's all right. Mai shook her head and said, I'm the one who should be the one who apologizes. Did I cause you trouble? After their date and meeting with Mai's mother, they didn't go back immediately but went somewhere on a train together. Shishio didn't mind following Mai's selfishness since he was worried about leaving her alone. Her mother had forgotten about her, and all the people they had met also had forgotten her. He couldn't imagine how frightening the terror that she felt at that moment, but one thing for sure, he knew that he couldn't leave her alone. Still, Shishio also knew that he was being unfair toward his girlfriends since he was together with a girl other than his girlfriends. Even though Shishio didn't say anything, Mai could tell that she had brought him trouble, and when she was about to say something. Don't apologize. I'm the one who wants to help you, after all, Shishio said. Also, isn't this mood quite strange? We're on the trip, after all. We should be happier. By the way, where are we going? He didn't know where they were going since Mai was the one who bought the ticket while he was coaxing his girlfriends on his phone. In truth, Mai also didn't really want to talk about Shishio's girlfriends since it put her in a bad mood, so hearing his words, she also didn't mention this matter anymore and said, "We're going to Ibaraki. Ibaraki Prefecture." Shishio looked at Mai weirdly since he didn't understand why this girl brought him to such a place. "Well, it's Ore town, to be exact," Mai said. "Why did we go there?" Shishio was confused. "I have heard that there's one of the oldest torii gates there. I want to see it, or do you want to go somewhere?" Mai asked. "Well, if you want to go there, I don't mind." Shishio shrugged his shoulders and didn't overthink where they would go. Still, hearing about torii gates, he was also a bit curious about it. Mai nodded, but then she asked, "Shishio, can I ask? What do you want to ask?" Shishio asked curiously and only realized that their faces were so close to each other, and if he moved forward, their lips might touch each other. He wondered whether this girl had subconsciously moved closer to him, but he wasn't going to mention it since he was a gentleman, and he would be lying if he didn't love it. Inside the train, Shishio and Mai were sitting next to each other. The distance between the two was so close that they could feel each other's breath, which somehow made Mai's face slightly reddened, but she quickly calmed herself. Still, Mai felt a bit annoyed at this guy since he was so calm even though he was sitting next to a beautiful girl like her, which somehow damaged her pride as a beautiful girl. However, Mai didn't flinch and asked the question that she wanted to ask. "Why did you become a scumbag?" When this question fell, Shishio wondered why it felt like Mai asking a climber why they climbed a mountain. He had heard why a famous climber was asked why he climbed a mountain, and his answer was because the mountain was there, so in his case, he became a scumbag because a girl was there. Still, Shishio had his common sense, and he was sure that Mai would slap him if he answered her question with such an absurd answer. Shishio didn't answer Mai's question as soon as possible. Instead, he started to ponder that question. When he confessed to Saki, confessed to Nana, and confessed to Miu, he knew that he didn't love them at that time. He decided to confess to them so they wouldn't be sad, and it wasn't until Sheena had helped him and made him move on that he was able to love Sheena. Shishio knew that, unlike Sheena, who he loved dearly, his feelings toward Saki, Nana, and Miu were something else. It was something selfish. He confessed to them because he didn't want them to become the girlfriend of someone else. He wanted them to be his even though he couldn't move on. Shishio knew his feelings were selfish, but even so, right now, it was different since he loved them now. Still, the fact that he was a scumbag didn't change, and the reason why he became a scumbag was because I'm selfish. Selfish. Mai was surprised by Shishio's answer. Shishio nodded and continued to talk, ignoring Mai's reaction. I want them to be mine. I know that it might be wrong in the eyes of people, but I don't want to give them to other men. He looked at Mai and showed a slight smile on his mouth toward her dumbfounded expression. I'm a scumbag, right? Shishio wanted Mai, which was why he wasn't going to hide that he was a scumbag. Selfish. Mai murmured as she fell into deep thought. Shishio knew that this might be a good time to directly confess, but in the end, he didn't say anything since he felt that it was unfair to confess to her in this situation. Mai was under pressure because of her condition. If he confessed to her right now, he felt that he was using that condition as a convenience for him to get her heart. It might sound stupid, but as a scumbag, Shishio also had his pride. Shishio thought that Mai was in deep thought, so he didn't think too much, but then, she asked, still, how long are you going to hold my hand? Shishio looked at Mai and said as he intertwined their fingers together, intimately holding her hand. As long as I can. Mao pursued her lips with a blush on her face before lowering her head slightly. What a cheeky junior. Shishio only smiled and didn't say much. He turned his head toward the window, staring at the starless sky. The outside was dark, but strangely enough, this scenery gave him a serene feeling as if no matter how dark it was, he knew that he would be alright since right now, he was different from the past. Mai, on the other hand, was thinking about Shishio's answer. Selfish. It was only one word, and it was written in the dictionary, but for the people in this country who put forward the needs of a group instead of one, this word sounded quite strange. We could be selfish as much as we wanted during our childhood time. If we wanted to drink milk or take a shit, we just cried without caring whether we were in the middle of night or dawn, and our parents had never scolded us even though they lacked sleep and were awoken in the middle of the night even if they were sleepy. However, as we grow up, society, our environment, and other factors force us to read something which is known as an atmosphere. Even though this atmosphere was weird and made us uncomfortable, we were forced to follow because everyone also did the same, so everyone also expected you would do the same thing even though you didn't want to. It was also why Mai didn't do anything when she was isolated and only stayed silent without talking to anyone or asking someone for help since everyone expected her to do so. Being selfish would be condemned, but Shishio didn't care about any of that and told Mai that being selfish was alright. He's like a child. Mai thought inwardly as she looked at Shishio, but, she felt a bit jealous of his straightforward nature since she couldn't do the same. However, when she was with him, she could also be selfish, which was why. Mai hugged Shishio's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. The warmth on his body made her restless heart become serene, and she just wanted the time to stop right now. Still, even with all of this, there was something that she was worried about. Shishio. Can you see me? Shishio looked at Mai straight into her eyes and said with confidence, I can see you. Mai slightly blushed, but she didn't dodge his stare and asked, can you hear my voice? Clearly. Do you remember who I am? Sakurajima Mai. Shishio smiled softly and said, she's a second-year student at Swime High School and also a popular child actress. She's also an awkward girl who isn't honest with her feelings. Who is an awkward girl? Mai couldn't accept Shishio's image of her. Also, I'm pretty honest with my feelings. Shishio looked at Mai, who hugged his arm, smiled, and didn't say much. Mai also didn't say much and hugged him while telling about Oore town that they would go along with the Ibaraki prefecture in case that they might go on a trip tomorrow. It was Shishio's first time hearing that they were going on a trip when they were about to have an exam on Wednesday, but looking at her smile, he decided to shut his mouth, following her selfishness until her condition was solved. While they talked to each other, it didn't take long before they arrived at Oore. Oore was a small city, so when they arrived at night, they couldn't see any people, and the sound of trains and waves was the only thing they could hear. If Mai was alone, she might be scared to go to this place. Luckily, Shishio was right beside her. Let's stop at the convenience store to buy something before we search for an inn, Shishio said. Mai nodded and agreed, after all. Even though she didn't mind wearing the same clothes, she didn't want to wear the same underwear, so she needed to buy it at the convenience store. After she bought it, she asked, where are we going to stay? Let's just walk, and we might find an inn nearby since we're right beside the sea after all, Shishio said as she squinted his eyes to see the Torii gate that stood in a faraway place. Even though it was dark and there was no light around the Torii gate, he could see it with his enhanced vision. Okay. Mai nodded, but she felt slightly cold since they were right next to the sea, and it was already night, so the temperature was quite low. Shishio took off his jacket naturally and draped it on Mai's shoulders. Mai looked at Shishio and smiled. Thanks. No problem. Shishio shook his head then saw an inn. Let's stay there. Mai nodded, but then she suddenly thought of one question. Where should I sleep? She wasn't sure whether the inn employee could see her, but she decided to sleep with Shishio tonight if she couldn't be seen. Her heart was restless, but Shishio didn't notice it since he also wanted to enter the hotel since he felt quite cold too. The inn was quite ordinary, it was just an ordinary house from the outside, but there was an inn sign on the outside. They didn't enter the inn immediately but pressed the bell outside. Wait a moment. Hearing the voice from the inside, Shishio could tell that the voice should be a woman in their late 30s or early 40s, which made him slightly giddy. A lonely man and a lonely woman in the middle of nowhere. If Mai wasn't here, there were many things that he could discuss with the woman. Still, Shishio maintained his usual expression, but Mai still noticed that he was thinking something weird. Wait a moment. As this voice fell, the sliding door opened, and they saw a woman in her 30s with black hair tied behind and huge boobs that almost spilled up from her clothes. The woman didn't notice Mai, but her gaze stagnated when she saw Shishio. Luckily, it was dark, so Mai didn't notice that she was blushing. Shishio also stagnated when he noticed the woman, thinking that he might find the aunt of Nana and Ayaka, considering her size, but he quickly awoke since someone stepped on his feet. Turning his gaze to the side, he could see Mai, whose face was frosty. Do you like them big? Mai asked with a smile. Shishio thought that question was worth thinking over. 320, your kindness will be repaid. Shishio, whose face was still calm as if he was studying mathematics, said, sorry for coming too late. Is there a room? Ah, yes. The woman awoke and nodded with a gentle smile. A room for one person, right? Please follow me. Shishio looked at Mai and saw that she didn't react so much. He could only sigh inwardly then thanked the woman. Thank you. Still, it is quite rare for a young man like you to suddenly come to this place at this time. What are you doing? The woman asked curiously. The question that was thrown by the woman was quite normal. After all, she was curious why Shishio would come to this small city out of nowhere. I'm on pilgrimage, Shishio said without changing his face. Mai was dumbfounded, and the woman was quite surprised. Pilgrimage? Why? Well, my family owns a small shrine in Kyoto, so I'm on a trip to see various shrines around the country, Shishio said calmly. Really? Then should I bring you to visit the Ore Isosaka shrine tomorrow? The woman seemed to be excited and told Shishio that she would help him. Shishio, who had an enhanced sense of smell, somehow noticed the smell that came from this woman and also the gaze that she gave to him was. Still, Mai kept staring at him, so there was nothing that he could do. I'm sorry. I want to talk with you more, but I'm quite tired from the trip. Ah, sorry. I'll guide you to the room. Please follow me, the woman quickly said, then looked at Shishio with a smile and asked, oh, right, if you're tired, we have a massage service, do you want to try it? The eyes of the woman and Shishio met at each other for a moment. They suddenly felt the time between them seemed to have stopped. Maybe next time since I'm still on my pilgrimage, Shishio said with regret, but he didn't show it on his face. I see. The woman smiled, but she was pretty disappointed inwardly. Still, she was pretty persistent and didn't give up, thinking that it might be because Shishio was on the pilgrimage that he tried to avoid that kind of thing. She then guided Shishio to the room and told him to call her if he needed something while also telling him that she was lonely since her husband was on the ocean, sailing to fish a fish. Why do you need to tell me that? Shishio thought inwardly since those words awoke his demon. But, luckily, his will was strong, or else. Shishio shook his head then looked at Mai, who was sulking. What are you sulking for? I have rejected her, right? Well. Mai couldn't say anything since Shishio was right, and he had rejected the inn-owner woman's advance before. Still, she felt annoyed, and at the same time, she wondered whether Shishio had often gotten this kind of temptation. Still, Mai was also surprised that Shishio could reject the charm of the housewife that received them. Those massive boobs, her soft body, her maternal aura, and the excitement from the forbidden relationship caused MILF to be popular. Still, Mai was quite proud that Shishio rejected the woman's offer calmly, but she was also an actress and knew that this guy was crying inside. Should I help him with that kind of thing? She then shook her head with a blush on her face. Shishio looked at Mai, who showed various kinds of emotions weirdly. However, he didn't overthink and observed the room curiously. He saw that this room was quite similar to the room he had stayed at Iwafyun with Sheena in the past. He then walked to the paper window and opened it gently, and he was amazed when he saw the scenery before him. The clear full moon was reflected in the night ocean. Shishio felt as if two moons appeared in this world, giving breathtaking scenery, and he didn't hesitate to take his camera to take this picture. It's beautiful. Mai also walked beside Shishio when she saw this scenery. It's a bit cold. Shishio then closed the window and looked at Mai. Will you take a bath first for me? I'll take a bath first, Mai said without hesitation, then looked at Shishio and said, don't peek. Then should we go together, that way, I won't peek at you, Shishio said with an innocent expression. Mai realized how shameless this guy was, so she only smiled and said, humph. In your dream. Shishio sighed, showing disappointment, but he didn't say much afterward. Okay, don't peek, all right. Mai reminded Shishio once again. I know. You should go now. Waving his hand, Shishio continued to watch the ocean. Looking at his flat reaction, who didn't show much interest in her naked body, Mai snorted and thought she would prank him later. Humph, let's see how you can stay calm later. Compared to Mai's temptation, the temptation that the inn-owner gave was several times more dangerous. It was also why Shishio could stay calm even if Mai was taking a bath. Still, if they took a bath together, it might give him a different reaction. Hearing the sound of the shower from the bathroom, Shishio decided to avert his mind by watching the ocean absent-mindedly, and somehow he felt a bit sleepy before he closed his eyes and slept on the chair. Mai, who took a bath, was quite nervous, wondering whether Shishio might come and peek at her, but at the same time, she recalled that this wasn't the first time that she took a bath when Shishio was right beside her. Mai somehow pursed her lips and wondered whether she wasn't attractive. She looked at her body, and even though her breasts might not be as big as the inn-owner, the size was quite alright, and she also had confidence in her body. However, Mai thought about Shishio's girlfriends, then thought about his decision to confess to her during the exam. When she heard his words at that time, her heart was beating so fast, and she was flushed with happiness, but even if she was happy, there was one thing that she had been worried about. What is his feeling toward me? Mai knew that she was an attractive girl, but she also knew that she was troublesome, and she also didn't think she could match Shishio's 4 girlfriends. She could see his eyes when he talked about how his 4 girlfriends were different when he talked to her. It was so gentle that it made her heart tighten, feeling so jealous when she thought the person who could make Shishio show such an expression wasn't her. If his confession wasn't because of love and it was because of pity, then Mai wouldn't want such a thing. She wanted something genuine, the feeling from his heart, and not something fake that was born from a pity. She wanted to hear his real feelings and what kind of relationship he wanted to be with her, no matter how selfish and scummy it might be. Mai took a deep breath and knew what she wanted now, so after taking a bath, she dried her body and hair before she walked out from the bathroom, but when she was about to call Shishio. He's sleeping. Mai was speechless, but then she sighed and somehow also understood that Shishio might be tired. She approached him slowly so as not to wake him up. As she stood next to him, she poked his cheek with her finger. Wake up! Don't sleep here, or you might catch a cold. She kept poking his cheek until her finger was caught. What are you doing? Shishio, who was awoken, felt speechless by Mai's childish act. I'm done with the bathroom. Mai didn't feel embarrassed even if she was caught doing a little prank, and even if he caught her finger, she also didn't blush since she had been holding her hand, but once again, she realized that his hand was big, and it reassured her somehow. Then I'll take a bath. Shishio yawned and closed the window as he walked to the bathroom. Mai didn't say much and sat on the chair where Shishio was seated before. She opened the window again as she stared at the ocean. Unlike Shishio, who could appreciate the beauty of the ocean, she felt scared as if she was drowning just as she was staring at the ocean before she slowly disappeared from this world. Her voice couldn't come out until she heard his voice. Mai, can you help me pick up my clothes from my bag? I forgot to bring them. Hearing Shishio's voice, Mai sighed in relief, and at the same time, she knew that he still remembered her. She took a deep breath then said, okay, wait a minute. She closed the window, then walked to his bag and opened it before she looked at the clothes that he had brought. She then took his boxer that had a man kanji written on the back, which somehow made her laugh. Why are you laughing, Mai? Wait a minute. Mai smiled, then took a t-shirt and shorts on his bag while wondering whether Shishio had prepared his clothes so he could accompany her. Somehow it brought her a smile, and after she took his clothes, she walked to the bathroom, knocked on the door, and said, Shishio, here are your clothes. Thanks, Mai. Shishio opened the door slightly and took the clothes from Mai before he closed the door again. Still, Mai felt that the time stopped when she saw Shishio's body through the door's gap, and somehow she understood why her mother wanted to invite Shishio to her agency no matter what. She felt that if this guy became an actor or a singer, without a doubt, his popularity would be even bigger than her, which somehow made her quite curious whether it was possible. Even though Mai thought about returning to showbiz, she felt a bit reluctant to leave so early, considering she started to have fun at school, especially after she met this cheeky junior of hers. Moreover, if she returned to the showbiz, their chance to meet each other would be shorter, and she was afraid that he might forget her, especially when he didn't lack girls around him. Mai knew that Shishio was charming since even a lonely housewife would try to seduce him even though it was their first meeting. Mai didn't want to be forgotten, which was why she thought she should start the showdown tonight. Shishio, who had dried his body and wore his clothes, walked out from the bathroom and looked at Mai, who was right outside of the door. He looked weirdly at Mai then asked, are you here to peek at me? Mai somehow wanted to smack this guy's head. Shishio yawned and said, I'm a bit sleepy. Why don't we sleep? Okay. Mai nodded. Shishio then walked to the wardrobe where the inn-owner woman told him where she kept the futon, but his lips twitched since. There's only one futon? Mai asked. Yes. Shishio nodded, then said, you should sleep here. I'll sleep on the chair. After all, he was a man, so it was impossible to let Mai sleep on a chair. It was only a night, and if he really couldn't sleep, then he might try to come to the inn-owner's room. Oh, please don't misunderstand him, he was just asking for another futon, and he didn't intend to ask for a late massage. Well, enough of a joke, Shishio took out the futon and gave it to Mai. Sleep first. He was about to walk to the chair to continue his sleep, but then his wrist was caught. Wait. What? Shishio looked at Mai curiously, but somehow, he had a feeling of what she was about to say. Mai looked at Shishio shyly, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, how about we sleep together? When those words fell, Shishio somehow felt relief that he didn't accept the inn-owner's offer. 321, I don't want to forget. It's cramped. Aren't you the one who asked me to sleep with you? With Mai's request, Shishio slept right beside her on the same futon. Even though he was calm on the outside, he was quite restless inside, but he also knew that he shouldn't expect something pervert might happen, or rather, he shouldn't think of it, considering Mai's situation. Of course, if Mai was in the normal situation, he would show his mightiness, but right now, what she needed the most wasn't that, and it was something else. Shishio thought about tomorrow, and hopefully, his plan would work out. Still, Shishio had to admit that Mai's smell was really good, and it reminded him of the rose-like fragrance that he had smelled in her room in the past. Shishio. Do you like my feet? Shishio looked at Mai with a dumbfounded expression. Shishio's reaction amused Mai, then looked at him with a smile and said, you thought that I didn't notice you'd been observing my feet? You're wrong. Shishio shook his head without hesitation. Oh? Then why did you stare at my feet all the time before? Or do you like stockings? Can we not talk about this matter? Isn't there something fun that we can talk about? Shishio decided to change the topic of the conversation. Showing a smug expression, Mai felt happy that she could tease Shishio. So, what do you want to talk about? If it isn't fun, then I won't forgive you. How about we sleep? It's more fun, right? Shishio felt Mai's stare and sighed. Well, how about you ask me a question? It seems that you have a lot of things that you want to ask me. Mai's eyes brightened and decided to ask, but then Shishio quickly said, but I won't answer a question that is related to feet or stockings, alright. Mai chuckled and said, so you really like my feet and stockings, hey. Shishio was in silence and acquiesced to Mai's words. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, do you want to touch them? What? My feet? Shishio blinked his eyes for a moment, showing hesitation as if this question could determine his death and life in the next moment. He took a deep breath, then let out a sigh, and said, maybe next time. Mai raised her eyebrow and asked, so if you come to this inn again, you might accept that an owner's offer to give you a massage. Why are we suddenly talking about this? Shishio was speechless. Humph. Mai pouted and said, you like them big, right? I don't think it's a problem whether they're big or not. What's important is inside, Shishio said sincerely since Miu and Sheena weren't that big, but he loved them so much. Well, that's true. You like feet more after all. Mai nodded, showing an understanding. Shishio. Still, Shishio, what do you think of an arm pillow? Mai asked. Why so sudden? Shishio asked with some confusion. Just tell me. Shishio looked at Mai weirdly, wondering whether this girl wanted him to give her an arm pillow. He thought for a moment before he sighed. It's horrible. Horrible. Mai was dumbfounded. You think that it might be romantic since you often see them in movies, shoujo manga, or any other romantic-related works, but even the arm pillow is romantic for the girl. However, it is horrible for a guy, Shishio said with a sigh. Hey? Why? Mai asked curiously. Shishio then told Mai the reason why the arm pillow was horrible. It was true that the arm pillow was romantic, and it was nice to have your lover sleep so close to you, but then again, the feeling of your blood circulation blocked for a few hours wasn't something to be scoffed off. Sheena might often sleep on his arm, but truthfully, Shishio moved Sheena's head to his chest when she fell asleep so his arm wouldn't be numb. Hearing the ugly truth from the pillow arm, Mai was dumbfounded, then asked, if I ask you to give me an arm pillow, will you do it? Still, even though it was ugly, it was romantic since it showed the sacrifice of a man to let their woman sleep peacefully with their arms, right? You want to have an arm pillow? Shishio asked. Mai didn't nod or open her mouth, only stared at Shishio as if acquiesced to his question. Okay. Shishio agreed readily and gave Mai an arm pillow smoothly. Mai stared at Shishio speechlessly since this guy's action was so smooth, as if he had done this action hundreds or thousands of times. Still, it might have been her first time to have an arm pillow, but it gave her reassurance and peace of mind when she was so close with him. Her beautiful eyes stared at Shishio and asked, you're not going to take advantage of me, right? Look, Mai. Shishio also looked at Mai and said, I can even reject the offer from the charming inn owner. You should know if I accept her offer, what will happen tonight, right? Without a doubt, they would have sex. He didn't doubt it since he knew that the inn owner was in heat since he could smell an intense smell from her. Mai curled her lips, but at the same time, she decided that she wouldn't stay in this inn anymore since the inn owner woman was a bitch in heat, and she was afraid that the woman was hungry for Shishio's body. Still, there was something that she needed to ask. So you think that woman is more charming than me? Shishio was dumbfounded before he quickly shook his head and said, of course not. You're more charming than the inn owner. So, will you take advantage of me now? Mai asked while blinking her beautiful eyes. Shishio looked at Mai, who used his arm as a pillow, and the distance between them became even closer. Mai looked at Shishio and wondered what he would do, but she didn't expect that he would hug her directly. Her face was reddened, and she didn't expect that this guy would be so bold. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Even though she didn't mind, and her age was legal for marriage, she felt this development was too fast. However, Shishio didn't do anything and just hugged Mai gently as he caressed her smooth black hair. Mai also noticed that this hug wasn't something lustful, but something else, and when she was wondering what he was about to do. I won't forget you no matter what, so you don't need to worry and sleep, alright. Mai's eyes reddened, and tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she stubbornly held them and said, how can you be so sure? There's nothing absolute, you know. Can you just believe me? Shishio said speechlessly. Not enough. Mai shook her head, she thought for a moment, and said, let's kiss. Shishio blinked his eyes for a moment and nodded. Okay. Mai blinked her eyes and said, you agree so quickly. I think it'll be stupid to reject a kiss from a beautiful girl like you. Also, my reason for accepting your kiss isn't because related to your situation, so I won't forget you. Instead, it is because I really want to kiss you, Shishio said with a smile. Scumbag. Mai was speechless and asked with a smile, isn't that worse? Yes, it is worse, but I think it is better than hearing a hypocrite reason such as wanting to help you. Shishio looked at Mai's eyes and said, you're a beautiful girl, and I'm attracted to you, so I want to kiss you, Mai. Mai wasn't sure how to react, but her face was so hot, and she was so red. Well, close your eyes. Okay. Shishio closed his eyes without hesitation. Mai looked at Shishio, who closed his eyes and looked at his lips, licking her lips with her tongue, gulping her saliva, before she nervously moved forward and pressed his lips against her lips. She closed her eyes, trying to feel her first kiss before she parted their lips quickly in shyness. Shishio also opened his eyes and stared at Mai as their lips parted. No now, if you dare to forget about me, then I won't forgive you for the rest of my life, Mai said with a blush that covered her face and neck. She thought that Shishio would nod meekly and tell her that he wouldn't forget, but not enough. Mai. I think that kiss will only leave a weak impression. Shishio looked at Mai, moved closer, and said, how about one more? Mai was startled. Her face was hot, and she stared at Shishio in disbelief. I won't forget, no, I don't want to forget you, not ever, so I'll take extra care, alright. Shishio said with a serious tone. Mai was shy, but then she pursed her lips and said, well, I guess, that's okay. Just a kiss, right? She closed her eyes again, and this time she didn't take the initiative since Shishio had already taken her lips. Unlike her first kiss, the kiss that Shishio initiated was a kiss full of desire. It was packed with punches, and it would leave a deep impression. Hugging each other's bodies closely and intertwining their feet fingers against each other, they started to nibble each other's lips. The worries inside her head slowly disappeared, and it was changed into a pleasure that she had never felt before. Her head was blank, and she was just focused on the kiss they exchanged. HMNH. N. HNNH. Mai didn't feel that it was enough as she kept moaning, she wanted more and to be even closer, and her desire was transmitted to Shishio as he started to insert his tongue inside her mouth. Mai didn't stop him and opened her teeth, letting their tongues entangle each other while rubbing each other's bodies. It felt so nice, it felt so good, all the things on their heads disappeared, and they only focused on the present pleasure. Neither of them wanted to part their lips and continued this kiss as long as they could. Mai started to have hypoxia, but she greedily sucked the oxygen from Shishio's mouth. Luckily, Shishio had an enhanced lungs, or he might pass out right now. However, in the end, they needed to take a breath, so they parted their lips as they took a heavy breath since their kiss was so intense. Mai breathed heavily in a daze, but then she felt something hard and hot on her stomach. She started to sober, but the heat on her body could not be stopped. She raised her face and stared at Shishio, giving him a clear sign that if he pushed here and now, she wouldn't refuse, but let's sleep. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment before she smiled and snuggled on his arm. Thank you. What? For not giving up on me. I won't give up on you, and I don't want to. Shishio kissed Mai's forehead for the last time and said, good night. Good night. Mai nodded, but then she also gave him a peck on Shishio's cheek before she closed her eyes with a smile, thinking that she would have a good dream tonight. Still, before she slept, she thought that his size was too big, right? Still, while Mai had a good dream, Shishio needed to use all of his wills to fight against the demon in his heart, and at the same time, he thought that Mai was more charming than the inn owner. 322, a day without Shishio. Nanamai was in class, sitting in her seat before she looked at the empty seat behind her with a sigh. Compared to living alone in her apartment, she felt that living on the Sakurasu was several times better, especially when everyone was kind towards her. Still, Nanamai was thinking about the question that Shishio had asked her before. If possible, she wanted him to tell her that she was his and ravaged her in his room at that time, but the kiss that they shared wasn't bad either, or rather it was nice. However, Nanamai. Hearing this cheerful voice, Nanamai's heart almost stopped. She turned her head and looked at Nana, who was smiling at her. She tried to maintain her composure as she greeted Nana back, but even so, her expression was still broken. Ah, good morning, Nana. Nana smiled and asked in a low voice, I have heard that Shishio has asked you to become his maid. Nanamai's stomach somehow churned, and it was a bit painful. Her expression was quite stiff, but she nodded. Yes, Nana. Still, somehow, she was a bit proud that she could seduce Shishio, and at the same time, she also knew that she was a third party who had disturbed the relationship between Shishio and Nana. Frankly, she still felt quite guilty, especially when she kissed him so suddenly, and even if she knew that Nana was his girlfriend, but even so, she didn't feel regret. Nana kept smiling as she approached Nanamai. How about we have lunch together later? Nanamai wasn't sure why, but she somehow understood the feeling of the cheating partner, who was found by the wife of her partner. It was such a nerve-wreaking, but she took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. She felt that her feeling toward Shishio didn't lose to Nana, so she didn't hesitate and had lunch with Nana later. Looking at Nanamai, whose nervous expression started to change, Nana curled her lips and smiled, thinking that the lunch would be fun. But before that, can you tell me what kind of perverted request that he has asked you, Nanamai? While Nana and Nanamai talked to each other, Rui was staring at the window absent-mindedly. It might be her second time having sex with Shishio, and unlike her first time, she didn't feel sore. Instead, she felt ultimate pleasure. She wondered whether she could do it again, and while thinking about that, she didn't realize that someone had been calling her. Rui. Ah. Rui was startled, then noticed Momo Kashiwabara standing next to her. Sorry, Momo, I have been thinking about something. She apologized since she knew that she had been ignoring Momo. It's all right, but what are you thinking about? Momo asked curiously. Rui didn't think that she could talk about this matter to Momo, and she also knew that her relationship with Shishio was quite wrong in people's eyes, especially when he already had a girlfriend. Is it Shishio? Momo asked with a smile. Rui. Momo sat down in front of Rui before she moved closer and whispered, Did you two have sex? Rui looked at Momo in shock. How? Momo smiled and said, You have the face of a woman. Of course, I notice it. But then she sighed and said, Still, I didn't expect Shishio to be the type of person who would cheat. She knew that Shishio had a girlfriend, which was why she was quite surprised when she learned that Rui and Shishio had sex. No, I'm the one who seduced him. He's not at fault, Rui quickly said. Really? Momo was dumbfounded. Rui was uncomfortable, but she nodded since she didn't want Momo to misunderstand Shishio. She knew that the one who seduced him was her, and even though she knew that he had a girlfriend, she just couldn't stop it. Momo looked at Rui for a moment and asked, Was it good? What? Rui was dumbfounded. I mean. Momo moved closer again and asked, Having sex with him, does it feel good? Rui blinked her eyes, but then she said, Why should I tell you? Then should I tell his girlfriend? Momo asked. Rui pursed her lips and said, Don't tell anyone, all right. Okay. Momo nodded without hesitation and said, I won't tell anyone. Rui looked at Momo for a moment, then nodded. There was a blush on her face, and she said in a murmur, It feels good. Really? Looking at Rui's expression, Momo could tell that Rui wasn't lying, and she could also tell that it seemed that Shishio's ability in that area was amazing, but then there was one more question that she wanted to ask, How big is it? Hey! Rui was startled, but then she thought for a moment and tried to measure his size with her hand. Should it be this much? If she had a ruler, it would be easier, but she didn't have it, so she could only tell Momo according to her experience and estimation. So big! Momo exclaimed loudly, causing everyone to look in their direction. However, Rui quickly covered Momo's mouth and glared at her. Don't be so loud. Momo nodded and took Rui's hand away from her mouth. It should be 18 to 20 cm. That should be. Rui was still shy, and her face was so red, but at the same time, she felt a bit regret to tell this matter to Momo since she thought that she had betrayed Shishio. Momo murmured, trying to measure his size with her hands, and couldn't believe it for a while, but then she asked, So what's your relationship? Our relationship? Rui was startled, she thought for a moment, and knew that they were friends, but they had sex, so their relationship was. It should be a sex friend. Rui answered unsurely, and she was wondering how Momo's reaction was, but she saw that Momo's reaction was quite flat, and she asked, You're not surprised? What's so weird? There's a lot of people in that relationship after all, Momo said calmly. After all, it wasn't uncommon for a high school student in this country to have a sex friend relationship, considering how open this country was. Really? Rui murmured and felt surprised. She wasn't sure what love was, but she would love to have a relationship to be more than a friend with Shishio. However, she also knew that Shishio had more than one girlfriend, which made her feel unacceptable. The thought of dating him together with other girls was quite unacceptable for her, considering she didn't know his girlfriends and all. By the way, Rui, can I ask you something? Momo asked with a smile. What's wrong? Rui asked while looking at Momo with a doubtful expression. Can you include me if you have sex? Momo asked. The time passed quickly, and before long, it was time for lunch, and Nana brought Nanamai directly to the literature club room. Maya and Mako also followed, wondering what happened between Nanamai and Nana, but they could tell that it should be related to Shishio, which was why they were curious. As they left swiftly, USA also wanted to follow them, but when he saw Shishio was absent, he knew that his chance to join them was nil, and at the same time, he was wondering whether there was a way for him to get close to Ritsukawai. I wonder what I should do. USA sighed and wondered whether he should just confess directly. Still, when USA thought about Tegami, who had been shot down by his crush without mercy, he felt a bit scared, and he was afraid that their relationship might change after he confessed. Maybe I should talk with Shishio. However, he needed to think about the test first, since if he failed, then the consequences would be disastrous. Nanami thought that she would be judged and mocked that she was a thieving cat or something, but she didn't expect that. Nanami-san, can I call you that? Miu asked with a smile. Ah, yes, you can call me that, senpai. Nanami nodded without hesitation with some nervousness on her face. Thank you for taking care of Shishio. He is quite busy after all, Miu said. No, I have been paid after all. Nanami nodded and somehow felt that Miu was so gentle. Don't be nervous. Let's eat before the class starts, Saki said calmly. Okay, let's eat, Nana said with a smile. Everyone started to eat together, some of them ate bread, and some ate bento while talking to each other. Still, Nanami felt weird since everyone was kind and gentle. She felt happy when she thought nothing had happened, but then suddenly. By the way, Nanami, Shishio isn't asking you a perverted request, right? Saki suddenly asked. Everyone suddenly fell in silence, and they looked at Nanami simultaneously. Nanami wasn't sure what to say since she was too nervous. Saki, Nana, and Miu looked at each other and knew that Shishio didn't do anything to Nanami, but they also knew that Nanami might have a feeling for Shishio. However, it was normal since they knew the number of girls that had fallen for him in this school couldn't be counted with their hands. Hey? You have become Shishio's maid, Nanami. Meiko was startled. How? Maya also asked in surprise. Ritsu didn't say much since she knew Nanami's status, but at the same time, she was also curious. She wanted to ask Shishio, but that guy hadn't been home for a while, and even now, he skipped school because he had something to do, so there was no chance for her to ask a question. Nanami somehow wasn't sure what to say for a moment, but she still told them truthfully that she had just cleaned up his room, clothes, and cooked him for food. As for Shishio's request to ask her to wear a maid uniform, she thought he was just teasing her since he didn't ask her to wear a maid uniform after she became his maid. Hearing Nanami's answer, everyone nodded and thought it was pretty normal, but some still asked. Did you wash his underwear too? Somehow, this lunch had become a Q&A session for Nanami. Still, Nanami also didn't answer every question that they asked. After all, there was no way for her to tell them that she had kissed Shishio so suddenly, and she also had kissed Shishio several times on his bed before. While talking to each other, no one would expect Sheena to drop a bomb suddenly. Saki, did you have sex with Shishio? When Sheena asked this question, the club room was in silence, and they turned their attention to Saki instead of Nanami. Nanami was also dumbfounded while looking at Saki. She knew that Shishio was a scumbag with more than one girlfriend, but she didn't believe it, which was why when Sheena suddenly asked that question, she knew that it was real, and it seemed that the relationship between four girlfriends was close to each other. They might have noticed it before, but they weren't sure. However, when they looked closely, they could see that Saki had become more beautiful, and if they had to give an example, it was like a bud had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Saki was like a rose. Saki was beautiful, but her cold and curt expression were like a thorn. However, as long as they could bear that thorn, they could see how charming this girl was. Before that, beauty might not have shown that much, but now, Saki had bloomed. Saki was shocked when Sheena suddenly asked that question. If Sheena had asked that question privately, then she might not overthink and answered that question truthfully, but there were many people in front of her. Even though Saki was familiar with all of them, and they were all girls, she was still shy at that moment. Her face blushed, and her body was slightly hot when she remembered the night she was with Shishio. Still, Saki was pressured at that moment, and it wasn't something so shameful, so she didn't mind admitting it. While Shishio wasn't at school, there were many things happening, and he didn't know that there were a lot of problems that were waiting for him to solve when he returned. 323, Torii Gate and an affair. Mai had never thought that sleeping could be so exhilarating. She was just sleeping beside him, but all vexatious, awful never-ending cycle, this flood of outrageous thoughts, and all other disappeared directly as she was beside him. Even though it might be bold, he also took advantage of her, she didn't hate it, and somehow she learned what happiness meant. However, Mai somehow felt something was missing, and as she opened her eyes, she saw that the scumbag had disappeared. Her heart stopped, and her eyes were in shock. Shishio. Ignoring the fact that the wall insulation in this place wasn't good, she screamed loudly and searched for him, panicked. She didn't want to be forgotten. She wanted to be remembered. Shishio, where are you? She kept screaming and felt frightened at the thought that he had left her until she heard his voice from the outside. Mai, I'm outside. Open the window. Without hesitation, Mai opened the window and looked at Shishio, who waved his hand, smiling toward her direction. Still, Shishio, who saw Mai's expression, knew that he had done something wrong to Mai. I'm sorry, all right. Mai didn't listen to his apology and kept hugging Shishio on the beach outside of the inn. Shishio also knew that it was wrong to leave Mai so suddenly in the morning, but there was something that he needed to check, and he couldn't get a signal inside the inn, so he needed to go to the outside. Did you go out because you want to use this chance to make me fall for you by using a suspension bridge effect? If so, then congratulations, you have made me hate you, Mai said as she stared at Shishio grieffully since she was so frightened before when she thought that he had left her. Of course not. If I don't have something to do, I won't leave you. Also, you have fallen for me, right? So what's the use of using this cheap trick? Shishio said as he hugged Mai. Who is falling for you? Mai retorted with a blush on her face, but then she asked, I hope that you have a good reason for leaving me. She curled her lips and grumbled, showing how annoyed she was. Well, how about we sit down while we talk? Shishio said. Mai stared at Shishio for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Shishio then sat down on the beach, and Mai sat next to him. You're not sitting on my lap? Shishio asked. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. Don't take advantage of me, all right. We have kissed each other. What are you embarrassed for? Shishio said speechlessly. Mai blushed instantly as she slapped Shishio's thigh before she sat on Shishio's lap as she stared at the sea, watching the sunrise and the torii gate that was hit by the waves several times. The torii gate might have been built for centuries, but it was still standing firm on the single rock, being hit by the rough waves millions of times. Mai had never thought the scenery in front of her was so divine, and it made her realize how beautiful the world was. Beautiful. Mai blushed and looked at Shishio as she rested her head on his chest. It might be because it was early in the morning, so the temperature was still quite chilly, which caused her to shudder, but then she felt him hugging her body gently, sharing his body warm on her. She looked at him with a pout, but she didn't say much and asked, I hope that you have a good reason for leaving me so suddenly. Well, before that, you smell good, Mai. Shishio could smell the scent of flowers from Mai's hair that invaded his nasal cavity and caused him to sniff her hair several times. Enough of a joke. Mai's face was red as she twisted Shishio's waist. Ouch. Ouch. Stop, Mai. Shishio showed a painful expression even though it wasn't. Mai snorted and said, so can you tell me what are you doing here, leaving me alone inside the room? Even though the scenery in this place was breathtaking, she didn't think that it was better than sleeping while hugging her, right? After all, compared to the beauty of nature, she believed in her beauty more. Of course. Shishio nodded and said, I have good news for you, Mai. Good news. Yet. Shishio smiled and said, you're all right now. Mai. Shishio might not be able to forget Mai's expression right now since it was so funny that it made him ignore the beauty of the Pacific Ocean in front of him. How? There is only one question on Mai's head right now. Do you know about this forum? Shishio said and showed the forum that he had made before. Well, I know this forum since I have heard that everyone in the class lately. It is quite popular, right? Mai nodded with a confused expression and asked, so what's wrong with this forum? I made this forum, Shishio said. Mai was dumbfounded, but then she asked unsurely, did you make this forum for me? The truth, even if Shishio didn't meet Mai, he had planned to make this forum, but since Mai asked him this question, he nodded without hesitation and said, yeah, I made this forum to help to solve your situation. He looked at Mai, who showed an expression that told him to continue talking, so he explained why he made this forum and how he had helped Mai solve her situation. On Sunday night, Shishio had started his plan by triggering the memory of everyone with a flood of discussions about Mai Sakurajima. Everyone forgot Mai, so all he needed to do was remind everyone about Mai. Shishio put a photo of one actress to one actress after another, asking the students on the forum whether the actress in the photo was Sakurajima Mai, but they denied him. However, he was persistent and kept telling them that the actress in the photo was Sakurajima Mai. Still, they were also persistent, but at the same time, they also forgot how the face of the Sakurajima Mai looked. However, as he kept repeating the process several times, finally, someone remembered and posted the photo of Mai Sakurajima on the discussion. By then, it had become a snowball effect, and everyone remembered Mai Sakurajima. Mai was dumbfounded when she heard Shishio's explanation since she didn't expect that he had planned everything to solve her problem. She was happy that her problem was solved, and from the reaction of everyone on the forum, she knew that she was remembered again, but then again, she felt annoyed with Shishio. Why didn't you tell me? If he had made such a plan, then she wouldn't be this scared, right? I'm not sure whether this method is working or not. If this method fails, then you'll be disappointed, right? So I keep this matter a secret until it is working. Luckily, it is working, Shishio said with a sigh since the method he had planned was working. Still, he also needed to thank Ryu Unosuk since he had helped him. Mai stared at Shishio, then asked, "So from the beginning, you have never thought to confess to me?" Shishio felt that his heart stopped at that moment, and he saw Mai kept staring at him, waiting for him to answer her question. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "No, I planned to. If this plan fails, then I'll confess to you in front of everyone, even though I might hurt my girlfriends during the process." He grabbed Mai's hands, rubbing them gently while thinking that her hands were so cold that he felt that he was holding an ice cube. Luckily, as he rubbed her hands and shared his warm body, her hands became warm. Shishio knew that his decision to confess Mai in front of the public might lead to a disastrous effect on his girlfriends since he would hurt them. After all, no girls wanted to see their boyfriends confess to another girl right in public since it was similar to public humiliation. Not that he could say that he was right either since he was a scumbag. "So, do you love me?" Mai asked, kept staring at Shishio to see whether he was lying or not, but frankly, his words touched her since it was told with a genuine feeling. Shishio might be a scumbag, but when he faced a woman, he faced them with a genuine feeling, with some white lies in between so they wouldn't notice. If it was before, Shishio might give a choice to the girls whether they wanted to play around or had a serious relationship with him, but for this girl, it was different. He looked at Mai, looking straight into her eyes, and said, "Mai, I want you. Will you be mine?" Mai curled her lips and said, "What a scumbag. But I don't hate it." Mai showed a beautiful smile and asked, "Still, I won't agree to your confession." Mai looked at Shishio's reaction and felt a bit annoyed. "Can you at least show some frustration?" Shishio sighed and said, "I mean, isn't it normal for you to reject me? I'm a scumbag anyway." Mai snorted and said, "If so, then you give up so easily." "Of course not." Shishio then took Mai's lips again, which caused her to open her eyes in surprise. Mai was dumbfounded and wanted to push him, but this indescribable feeling filled her chest. She felt that she might not feel it if she did it with someone other than him. They kept kissing as the sound of waves hitting the Torii gate was heard several times, showing the jealousy of the Pacific Ocean toward Shishio, wondering why this bastard could kiss such a beautiful girl. As they parted their lips, Shishio asked again, "Mai, I love you." He kissed her forehead while hugging her in his arms. Mai's face was red, and she nodded, but she was still dissatisfied with the fact that this guy was a scumbag. "Let me talk with your girlfriends first." "Okay." Shishio nodded and didn't overthink since he had caught this girl, so whether Mai would answer him right now or sooner, it was all the same. While Mai's problem was solved, he thought about Shina, Saki, Nana, and Miu and knew that he needed to coax them so they could become a sister willingly. "After this, do you want to go around Ibaraki? It's wasteful if we don't use this chance to tour around." "Okay." Mai agreed without hesitation and didn't care whether they had skipped school twice. "I have heard that there's a beautiful flower garden here. I want to see that." "Sure." They talked to each other until the sun rose and their stomachs rumbled. They decided to return to the hotel, but they were surprised to see the inn owner who was about to enter their room when they opened the door. "Oh? Have you woken up? I thought I'd wake you up. Also, who is this? Your girlfriend?" The inn owner asked one after another with a disappointed tone, thinking that all the good men had been taken. "Yes, she's my girlfriend." Shishio didn't shy away, introducing Mai as his girlfriend, and Mai also didn't say anything, only blushing while looking away. "How about we have breakfast now? I have prepared it. Come on." The inn owner directly hugged Shishio's arm and pressed it into her two soft mountains, making him giddy, but he quickly escaped from the inn owner since Mai stepped on his feet. "Thank you," Shishio said with a smile which caused the inn owner to daze, but then Mai pulled his ear. "Ouch! Ouch! Mai, stop! It hurts. Next time, don't stay in this inn again." Mai was afraid that if Shishio stayed in this inn again, there might be an affair happening. 324, Why are there so many flavors? While Shishio might not explain how his date with Mai on Ibaraki was, there was one word that could describe their date at that time. Fun. With Mai's situation having been solved, neither Shishio nor Mai were worried about anything, and they played together, visiting various places on Ibaraki. Anyway, Mai was wearing a cap, and even though she was famous, they were in the countryside, so it might be quite rare for someone to know about Mai. Still, while they were on the date, Shishio also opened the rewards he had gotten from Mai's mother and Mai last night. He received 2 rewards, and those rewards were a mountain and 67% shares of Muji TV. Shishio felt a bit weird by one of his rewards, but when he received it, he didn't expect that he would really receive a mountain. Many people might not know, but there were a lot of small mountains in Japan, and he had received one of them. The mountain was located in Saitama Prefecture, and from the description, it was a good place for a trip during the summer. As for his second reward, he received shares of a famous Japanese television station, which made him think that the rewards from the main heroine had always been rich. Anyway, Shishio had a lot of experiences now, so even if the rewards were amazing, and he was roaring in happiness when he received his rewards, his face was as calm as a monk who had achieved enlightenment. Still, if he became a monk, his temple might be popular now. After spending their trip at Ibaraki, they returned to Mai's apartment in the evening, but neither of them would expect that someone was standing at the entrance waiting for them. Mai's mother was standing at the entrance of Mai's apartment, looking at her daughter with a complicated gaze. She remembered everything and wondered why she had forgotten her daughter before. However, when Mai's mother was about to talk with her daughter, she noticed Shishio. She looked at Shishio from up and down as if observing her son-in-law. Still, the strict process ended in a second, and she showed a satisfied expression. So, is this your boyfriend? Is he going to become my son-in-law? Shishio wasn't sure how to react, but one thing for sure, Mai's mother was beautiful. Hello, auntie. Mai coughed hard several times and said, Shishio, you should go back first. I need to talk with my mother. Okay. Shishio nodded and didn't force her to let him stay since he also needed to go back. If something happens, just call me, alright. Mai nodded and said, I'll visit Sakurasu directly if something happens. She then pecked Shishio's cheek before she grabbed her mother directly from her apartment, ignoring her mother, who wanted to talk with Shishio, wondering whether he had an interest in entering showbiz. Shishio shook his head then turned his gaze to the luxurious SUV car that slowly approached him. Roberta. Shishio-sama, Roberta said as she opened the window of the car. Have you prepared my room here? Shishio asked. Yes. Roberta nodded. I'll park the car. Wait for a moment. She then drove to the car to the parking park, leaving Shishio, who was observing the apartment building in front of him. Shishio knew that he had asked for a house, but he didn't expect Tokugawa to give him the entire building, telling him that he could rent or sell the suites inside the apartment building. As for the suites that had been sold, nothing could be done, but anyway, this entire building had become his, and it made him feel complex while also thinking that the Tokugawa family was still rich. Let's go, Shishio-sama. Roberta suddenly appeared beside him and pulled his hand. Looking at her eager expression, Shishio didn't stop her and knew what they were about to do. Wait a moment, let's go to the convenience store first. You don't bring it, right? Roberta thought for a moment and asked, what about your technique, Shishio-sama? After all, the feeling of using rubber and non-rubber was different, and if she asked which one she loved the most, then without a doubt, it was non-rubber since she could feel the connection with him. Well, just in case, right? Shishio didn't need a condom, but anyway, he just wanted to try to use it since it had been a while since he used it. If it didn't feel comfortable, it wouldn't be too late to take it off later. Roberta, who was eager at this moment, just wanted to go to bed, but she also knew that safety was first since Shishio was still a high school and it wasn't late. Then I'll prepare the room first. She told Shishio the room number and entered the apartment building while Shishio went to the convenience store to buy a condom. Shishio's choice of condom had never been weird. He chose the biggest size and the thinnest one with a mint flavor. After he bought a pack of boxes of condoms, he decided to go out, but he didn't expect to meet someone unexpected. This person also didn't expect to meet Shishio either. Shishio. Yukino-senpai. Why are you here? Yuki Nashida asked as she looked at Shishio curiously. Also, I have heard that you have been absent, right? How did you know? Shishio asked weirdly, wondering how this girl knew he didn't go to the school twice. The girls in my class cried when they knew that they couldn't see you for 2 days, Yuki Nashida said without emotion. Am I really that handsome? Shishio murmured and didn't expect his absence would cause such a reaction. Yuki Nashida rolled her eyes, but she didn't deny that this guy was handsome. Still, even though her reaction wasn't as exaggerated as the girls in her class, she was quite curious about why he was here. I have heard that you were sick. Are you all right now? She had heard from the gossip of her classmates that Shishio was sick, so she asked him worriedly. Yeah, I feel better now. Thanks. Shishio smiled and didn't say much about the reason why he didn't go to the school. Still, Yuki Nashida was in a daze and blushed when she saw Shishio's smile before she covered her face with her hand as if she had a migraine. What's wrong, senpai? Nothing. Yuki Nashida let out a sigh and asked, so what are you doing here? She then noticed a small box inside a plastic bag, wondering what Shishio had bought. Shishio, who noticed Yuki Nashida's gaze, quickly averted her attention by talking and hiding what he had bought. My apartment is nearby. Really? As expected, Yuki Nashida was attracted by Shishio's words and asked, where? Over there. Shishio pointed his finger toward his apartment building, located relatively near the convenience store. How about you, senpai? I am right over there. Yuki Nashida also pointed her finger in the opposite direction of his apartment building. Still, she took a second glance at Shishio's apartment building and nodded inwardly. Shishio looked in the direction that Yuki Nashida pointed and saw a high-end penthouse building. He looked at Yuki Nashida and thought that no matter where it was, an official or a politician was full of corruption. Did you think something rude? Yuki Nashida frowned. No, nothing. Shishio shook his head and quickly erased the strange thought on his mind. But didn't you live in Sakurasu? Did you move? Yuki Nashida asked. No, my family has an apartment here, but I mostly live at Sakurasu since my aunt is living there. I see. Yuki Nashida nodded thoughtfully. Then senpai, I'll go back first, and good luck with the exam tomorrow, Shishio said with a smile and didn't intend to talk with Yuki Nashida too long. Yes, you too. Good luck with the exam, Yuki Nashida also said with a smile. Shishio then, without hesitation, dashed to his apartment since someone was waiting for him in the apartment. He entered the apartment and went to the room told by Roberta before. He pressed the bell, and he heard the sound of footsteps being heard from inside. As the door opened, Shishio and Roberta looked at each other for a moment. His eyes brightened since she was still wearing her maid uniform, and without hesitation, he leaped toward her since last night was hell for him since he couldn't let it out. Roberta also answered him like a female leopard. She charged toward him and took his lips greedily while hugging his body. The door was closed, and they started to do what they had been wanting to do, enjoying the carnal desire that had been built up inside their bodies. While Shishio and Roberta were doing what they needed to do, Yuki Nashida entered the convenience store to buy some snacks for her night study, but then she was curious at what Shishio had bought. If I'm not wrong, it should be a little box, right? Yuki Nashida looked around the convenience store to see whether she could find something in the shape of a little box, but then her eyes stopped at the noticeable shelf that made her blush. Yuki Nashida had never had an interest in this shelf and had never glanced at it, but because the shape of the packaging that was sold on this shelf was similar to what was bought by Shishio, she became curious. Why are there a lot of flavors? Yuki Nashida looked at several condoms that were presented on the shelf, wondering why there were a lot of flavors such as strawberries, banana, orange, apple, and even durian, which made her speechless and wondered what was the use of flavors on a condom. Yuki Nohista then shook her head and felt that it might be her misunderstanding. Yuki Nashida didn't believe it, but she just couldn't get out the thought on her mind. The total is 1,555 yen, the female cashier said, but she was clearly in a daze, thinking about something. Yuki Nashida paid the money, but then, she couldn't hold them anymore and asked, can I ask something? Yes. The female cashier looked at Yuki Nashida curiously. What did he buy before? Yuki Nashida asked naively. The female cashier remembered Yuki Nashida was talking with Shishio outside of the store before, so she didn't overthink and pointed at the item that was bought by Shishio. He bought this one. She held the item that was purchased by Shishio and showed it to Yuki Nashida. It's amazing, right? She sighed and said, I'm jealous of his girlfriend. Yuki Nashida was in silence since the thing that the female cashier showed made her dumbfounded, and her cheeks blushed. Akamoto 003 Super Big Boy Mint Flavor. Yuki Nashida clenched her fist and thought she needed to talk with Shishio later. 325, Shishio, I don't hate being scolded. After cleaning up the apartment room, Shishio and Roberta returned to Sakurasu. Shishio knew that Mai was alright, and after her matter with her mother ended, she might call him tonight or tomorrow, but then again, both mother and daughter might need to talk to each other. Still, he hoped to speak with Mai's mother more in the future. However, Shishio felt that his progress was too fast. Shishio knew that he needed to stabilize the feelings of the 4 girlfriends that he had. He might be greedy for Mai, but he was afraid that Mai might capsize his fleet so she could monopolize him. Shishio stared at the street from the passenger seat inside the car, watching people, vehicles, buildings, and many random sceneries along the way while thinking about his relationship with women. Shishio was a scumbag, and he didn't deny it, but at the same time, he also knew that being a scumbag, he needed to manage his time right. He didn't need to worry too much about Shina and Roberta since they were practically living with him. As for Miu and Saki, he also didn't need to worry about the two, and what he worried about the most was probably Nana. Out of all the girls, Nana might be one of the girls that he spent the most time with since she was practically sitting next to him. He also knew that she wanted to go on a normal date. Shishio had been quite busy lately, and he thought he hadn't spent much time with Nana after school. He remembered the time when they came to the school early and had a secret rendezvous in the literature club room alone, thinking about their bet to go on a date together alone. He thought for a moment while wondering whether he should invite her on a date alone during Golden Week. Still, after Nana moved to his apartment later, Shishio felt they should have more time together. It might also be good for Mai. After all, Nana would stay in the same apartment as Mai. Mai was a lonely girl, and even though Shishio wanted to spend his time as much as he wished to with Mai, he was only a single man, and he couldn't use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, even though he had a ninjutsu mastery. Still, Shishio thought about Shina, who pushed his back at that time and could only sigh that he couldn't be loyal to this lovely girl, so all he could do was to give her more love than the others. As for Nanamai and Rui, Shishio hadn't thought to get serious with either of them now. His relationship with Nanamai was a relationship between an employee and a boss. His relationship with Rui was, probably a sex friend? While Shishio thought that it might be great if they could be together and stay in harmony with each other, he knew that it needed a process, and he couldn't force them. Anyway, Shishio knew that one thing that he needed to do was to get stronger. It might seem strange, but he had a lot of women, and of course, to satisfy them in the future, he needed a strong and healthy body, so from now on, he was going to live a healthy life, protecting his kidney, and essential organs on his body so he could live well and had a great nightlife. While talking with Roberta about what had happened to Sakurasu while he had gone, they had arrived at Sakurasu, and as expected, the moment he entered, he was greeted by his aunt with a bright smile. "Let's talk, Shishio-kun." Shishio wondered how many times Chihiro had asked him to talk right now. Shishio could only sigh when Chihiro reminded him several times, telling him that he needed to go to school and study hard as a student. Still, being scolded was a great thing since it showed that person still cared about you. If someone didn't care about you, then they would ignore you, be apathetic, be a passerby in their lives, or treat you like air. Which was why being scolded was a great thing, but he definitely wasn't a masochist, nor was he affected by Shiro-san, who gave him a thumbs up while hiding behind the door with everyone, watching him being scolded by Chihiro with a smile. Shishio only glanced at them helplessly before he stared at Chihiro, not toward her face since right now, she was scolding him, so her expression wasn't that pleasant still even, so she was still beautiful. Shishio didn't stare at Chihiro's face or body but moved down slightly, staring at her legs that were wrapped in a pair of stockings. Chihiro wore a white cascade-collared white shirt with a black pencil skirt which gave a professional appearance and intensified her mature charm. Under the skirt, her legs were wrapped in 20 denier stockings which gave her a natural, smooth appearance and perfectly silky legs. Shishio often sighed and wondered why Chihiro was his aunt, and at the same time, he wondered why stockings were so great. "Did you listen to me, Shishio?" Chihiro asked as she stared at Shishio with a strict expression and pressed her legs together. "I did." Shishio nodded, but he didn't really listen to Chihiro's words since he knew that it was pointless. Still, as she lifted her legs and opened her legs slightly, showing the fluffy slit between her legs caused the beast inside his pants to throb. He wondered whether this woman wanted to scold him or seduce him. Shishio still remembered the time when they had decided what kind of relationship they would have in the future, but if she kept seducing him like this, then... Chihiro stared at Shishio, looking at him condescending gaze from up to down. Shishio looked at Chihiro, who sat on the sofa while he was sitting on the floor in a seiza manner. It might be his imagination, but it seemed she enjoyed this situation when she could look down on him from a high position. Should he be surprised? Not really, since he was also a sadist, so he could also understand Chihiro's feelings. Shishio looked at Chihiro's eyes which somehow got out of focus, staring at him while nibbling her lower lips from time to time. She might not have noticed that he had noticed her expression, considering he was looking down and using a mirror to gaze upon her lustful expression. Chihiro stared at Shishio, who lowered his head before she snorted, then looked at the souvenirs that Shishio had bought. There was soba, natto, and soy milk, which made her wonder where this guy went. "Where did you go?" Still, his weak appearance somehow made her want to tease him more. He often appeared strong, and it was quite rare for him to show his weakness, which was why she might become more excited than expected. Ibaraki. Shishio didn't hide that he went to Ibaraki, but he hid the fact that he went there with Mai. He was also sure that Chihiro might not believe him, considering Mai was a famous child actress and all. Chihiro sighed and said, "Shishio, I'm not going to stop you with your business, but you should also need to take care of your study." "I know." Shishio nodded. "Tomorrow is the monthly exam. Are you ready for it?" Chihiro asked. "Of course, I'm ready," Shishio said with neither a humble nor overbearing tone while inwardly, he didn't think that he would fail in this exam. Still, at the same time, he realized that the system's existence was a great thing since it helped him with a lot of things. Instead, wasn't this system too overpowered? Sometimes Shishio felt a bit scared that he might change because of how convenient the system was, but at the same time, he was also confident that he wouldn't change. His feelings were contradictory, but this feeling was important, so it could become an anchor that could help him not to be swayed by various things that would change his personality. "Are you sure?" Chihiro looked at Shishio with a skeptical expression since she had never seen him studying. "I'm sure." Shishio nodded without hesitation. "If you can't get a good score, then what will you do?" Chihiro asked and moved her legs again, showing her fluffy slit again to Shishio by accident. As if being hypnotized, Shishio also gazed upon that place before he answered, "Then I won't go out until I get a good score during the midterm exam." "Good." Chihiro nodded with a satisfied smile, but then, it might be an accident, or deliberately, she moved one of her feet on top of Shishio's thigh. Shishio looked at Chihiro's beautiful and alluring foot placed on the top of his thigh. He could feel that she moved her feet slightly, rubbing his thigh gently. It might be because they were in the blind spot of everyone, and their action couldn't be seen, so she might be bold and try to tease him. Or she might get horny from scolding him, which led them into this situation. Still, this action caused his entire blood to be on fire, jolting his entire body as if being electrocuted, before his cock swelled up and throbbing in a manner that couldn't fail to be seen by Chihiro, considering his size. Shishio could see Chihiro's gaze on the nether region, and it might be because of an impulse, or might be something else. He asked, "Then if I get the first rank on the monthly exam tomorrow, will you get me a reward?" He held her ankle, causing her body to stiffen, and her neck reddened. "Reward? What kind?" Still, Chihiro answered his question with a hint of interest. "I'm not sure." Shishio shook his head and put down Chihiro's feet on the side, rubbing her sole slightly, tickling her, and causing her spine to straighten before he stared at her eyes again and said, "Surprise me." He might lose his mind at this moment when he uttered those words. Chihiro looked at Shishio, smiled charmingly, and said, "All right, if you can get first rank, I might give you a reward, so calm that down for now since it might not be weird for someone to suddenly see that." She had seen Shishio's beast when it was in the soft state, but when she saw how big it was when it got hard, it took all of her will to maintain her dignity as his aunt. Hearing those words, Shishio also took a deep breath to calm down. Chihiro nodded when she saw the tent on his shorts dissipated before she nodded and turned her head to everyone who had been looking at them. "You can come in." Everyone rushed inside the living room without hesitation, and Kamiyaga Misaki went to the souvenirs that Shishio had bought, looking at them curiously, wondering whether there was something delicious. Nanami and Ritsuo also came and reprimanded Misaki. Mayumi Nishikino and Sayaka Watanabe also did the same and looked at the souvenirs that Shishio had bought. Shiro-san gave a thumb up to Shishio before he looked at the souvenirs, but he was punched by Mayumi and Sayaka, telling him not to get close. Still, the cutest one was Shina as she sat on Shishio's lap and rubbed her head against his chin as if a cat that missed her master. Shishio's will was tested again, and he realized that having a strong body during puberty also had a disadvantage. After all, the beast that was about to sleep started to wake up once again. With all the temptation he received, Shishio felt that it was impossible for him to stop being a scumbag. 326, just a normal day with your normal scumbag. Sitting in the classroom, everyone had a solemn expression on their faces, waiting for something, and it wasn't until Koharu Shirayama entered the class that their expression became even tense. Koharu looked around then found Shishio, who had been absent for 2 days before she nodded to everyone. Still, she had to admit that looking at Shishio's handsome face really gave her energy. Not only Koharu, but all the girls in the class had been stressed when they couldn't see Shishio for 2 days, and now, when he appeared, they were all happy, and somehow they were full of confidence. "The monthly exam is about to start, so be prepared," Koharu said while looking at Shishio. Shishio, who had been looking at the window absently, looked at Koharu and gave her a smile that caused her to blush. Still, he didn't overthink about Koharu since he was more excited about Chihiro's reward if he got the first rank for the monthly exam. However, it seemed that someone misunderstood him. Shishio felt someone kick his feet which caused him to look at his right side. He saw Nana, who was looking at him, and even though no voice came out from her mouth, he could see the movement in her mouth. "Don't seduce Koharu-sensei." Shishio was a scumbag, but it didn't mean that he would seduce all the girls and women that he met indiscriminately, alright? Still, with all of this, the monthly exam starts. "The exam has ended. Stop your pen." Koharu shouted, but most of the students didn't stop and wore down a few questions that they hadn't answered until they could only give up when Koharu picked up all the tests from the table of the students. When Koharu passed Shishio's desk, she looked at him for a while and sighed, wondering whether this test was too easy for Shishio. Shishio felt that the test was relatively easy, and without a doubt, he would get a reward from Chihiro, but for other students. "Ugh, it is so hard. I wonder if my mom will scold me." "Oh, Sensei, wait a moment. Let me finish it for a while." However, Koharu was merciless and collected all the exam papers before she walked out of the class. While some of the students were calm and felt relief when the exam ended, some students were still panicking and could only sigh when they thought about their exam result. "Thank you, Shishio-kun." Nanami turned her head and looked at Shishio with a grateful expression. Last night, he taught everyone tips and which places they should learn, which made her confident about the result of this exam. Even though she might not get a good score, she believed she wouldn't fail and might enter the top 50 ranks. Nanami wasn't greedy, after all, so she was satisfied with just the top 50. Shishio looked at Nanami amusedly and said, "You shouldn't relax your guard. There are 2 more days, right?" Hearing Shishio's reminder, Nanami could only sigh since this hell was going to continue for 2 following days, but even so, she wouldn't give up since she had a dream that she needed to achieve in Tokyo. Shishio, do you remember our bet? Nana sat directly on Shishio's lap and asked him with a smile. This sudden action caused Shishio to flinch, especially when her orchid-like scent invaded his nose and her springy butts landed right on the top of his sleeping beast. He tapped her tan thigh gently without hesitation and whispered, "Nana, don't sit there." Still, as he tapped her smooth tan thighs, he could feel how soft and springy they were, which made him wonder how it felt to lay his head on the top of them. "Hey? Why?" Nana asked with some confusion, but there was a slight smile in her eyes. Still, her body was slightly hot when Shishio tapped her thighs, causing her to squeeze her thighs together. Shishio suddenly felt Nana's cheek butts tighten, squeezing the thing he hid inside his pants. He gritted his teeth and knew that if this continued, then he might not be able to control the beast inside him. He lifted Nana's thighs without hesitation and moved her to his side, so they sat next to each other. Even so, with how small his chair was and how big his body was, and how large Nana's butts were, they needed to squeeze each other so they could sit next to each other. Nana smiled happily when she saw Shishio's reaction as if she had won. Shishio sighed in relief since he had stopped the disaster, then looked helplessly at Nana and said, "Why don't you pull your chair next to me? If this isn't the school, then let's see how I'm going to punish you." Shishio thought maliciously at that moment. "No. Why? It's great to sit this way," Nana said with a laugh as she hugged Shishio's arm. Shishio could feel his arm being squeezed again, but this time, not by her cheeks, butts or thighs, but by her two summits on her chest. Sometimes he wondered whether a girl's body was a treasure since every part of their bodies could bring him happiness. Shishio felt that he was so simple since, at this moment, he had decided to forgive this girl. "Nanami, Maya, and Mako. So, do you remember?" Nana asked once again. "Of course, I remember, but you should also remember that you owe me a request, right?" Shishio still remembered that Nana had promised him a request, and he could ask anything he wanted when he won first place on the sport test in the past. Nana blushed, but then she said, "Of course, I remember, but I want to talk with you about Nanami." She then looked at Nanami and smiled cheerfully, which caused Nanami to have a stomachache. "I have heard that you have hired her as your maid, right?" She whispered those words in a low voice so only Shishio and Nanami could hear her. Nanami could only lower her head, and somehow she felt that she was a thieving cat that had disturbed the relationship between a husband and a wife, but this metaphor wasn't wrong since she had forcefully kissed Shishio. Still, their kiss was so addicting that they kissed each other several times before, but then again, she understood that Shishio was a scumbag. However, even if he was a scumbag, she just couldn't escape from him. Shishio was like a drug. Even though they knew that he was bad, they were so addicted to him. "We have an exam. I'll explain later when the exam ends," Shishio said in a whisper. "Okay." Nana nodded, but then she asked, "Also, tell me what you did in the past 2 days." Shishio wanted to say something, but she cut him again and said, "I almost forgot." She squinted her eyes at him and said, "Why did my senpai greet you in the morning?" The truth, it wasn't only Nana, but most of the students were dumbfounded when they saw how close Shishio and Mai were in the morning. However, when they saw them together, they felt that they were suitable for each other. Shishio rubbed Nana's head gently and said, "Let's go home together later." "Okay." Nana's bad mood directly disappeared when she heard Shishio's words. Maya and Mako, who saw how easy Nana fell for Shishio were, could only sigh, thinking that this girl was already helpless. Still, Nanami, Nana, Maya, and Mako had another question they wanted to ask, especially regarding their conversation on Monday. However, "Is that Sakurajima-san? So beautiful. Ah, I want her signature. Why is she here?" Everyone was startled when they saw Mai suddenly appear in the corridor of the first year. Still, inside their heads, they already had an idea, but they just didn't want to believe it. Mai looked around and found Shishio's class. She saw Nana, who she had met in the aquarium before. She nodded and greeted Nana. "Hello, Nana." "Hello, Mai senpai." Nana smiled. Mai and Nana then started to talk to each other, and they were full of smiles, but Shishio could only smile wryly while thinking that a woman was a terrifying creature. He then looked in the direction of Nanami, Maya, and Mako, but the three of them looked away from him, ignoring him, and started to talk to each other. Shishio looked at Nanami and thought that he should educate this maid later. Still, he looked in the direction of USA and Tegami, and he could see that the two of them looked at him with an enviable expression. If someone asked who was the most enviable guy on Swim-A, then, without doubt, it was Shishio. After all, there were a lot of beautiful girls around him, whether it was Nana, Saki, Miu, Shina, Yukinashita, Nanami, Maya, Mako, Mai, Chihiro, Hiratsuka, Momo, Rui, and a lot more. Shishio felt that he needed to get even stronger since 3 times stronger than normal people wasn't enough. At least 10 times. Shishio thought. "Right, senpai, are you free later on Friday? Nana suddenly asked. Mai thought for a moment and nodded. I should be free. What's wrong? We plan to go to karaoke after the exam, how about you join us? We can get to know each other there, Nana said with a smile. Karaoke? Mai was surprised, but then she asked, is that all right? It's okay. It's okay. The more, the merrier, right, Shishio-kun? Nana said with a smile while squinting her eyes. Shishio looked at Nana then said, are you sure? Do you have any other plans? Nana asked curiously. How about we have yakiniku? I'll treat all of you, Shishio said without hesitation. Yakiniku. 4x. Nana, Nanamai, Maya, and Mako suddenly felt that their lips were watery when they thought about a yakiniku. What do you? Okay. 4x. They answered at the same time. After all, instead of karaoke where they could go anytime, it was better to have a yakiniku, especially when Shishio would treat them. But is that okay? Nanamai asked hesitantly. She had joined Nana's group after they knew that she had become Shishio's maid. She might not be a guru, but it wouldn't be a bad idea, trying makeup so she could become more beautiful so she could seduce. Cough. Cough. Nanamai felt that learning makeup was necessary since her dream was to become a CEO, voice actor, and unlike in the past, today's CEO needed to perform, so it was necessary for her to become more beautiful. Her intention to learn was pure, and she didn't have any hidden intention, really. Hearing Nanamai's question, everyone also looked at Shishio, wondering whether it was alright to treat them. It's okay. Shishio nodded, then said, how about we go back now? We should study more since there are 2 more days before the monthly exam ends. They nodded and decided to go home since they needed to study. As they were about to go back, they met Saki, Miu, Ritsu, and Shina, who also had ended their exam and decided to go home by meeting Shishio and everyone. Shishio looked at Saki, which caused her to blush, and shyly lowered her head. Looking at the interaction between Saki and Shishio, except for Mai, everyone looked at the two of them with a thoughtful expression. Still, Ritsu looked at Shishio and Nana, who were so close to each other, and there was also Mai, who joined their party. She had her suspicion, but it was hard to ask Shishio. However, she felt that it was necessary to talk with him about her suspicion. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Sakurajima Mai. You might know her already, but she might join the literature club in the future, Shishio suddenly said. Mai looked at Shishio with blush and wasn't sure what to say for a moment. The truth was, she was pretty nervous when she came to Shishio, especially when she met a lot of girls around her age. After all, she didn't have a friend. Still, she didn't want to lose to anyone, and she also wanted to see how the relationship between Shishio and the girls around him, but when she saw Shina, Saki, Miu, even Ritsu, who were amiable to her, talking to each other freely, without thinking about her status, she felt that it was pretty good. They talked to each other and thought about studying together, but then Nana tucked Shishio's shirt. Shishio looked at Nana, and he nodded. By the way, I'll go back with Nana first. Shina, Miu, and Saki looked at Shishio for a moment before they sighed and nodded. Nana smiled, then hugged Shishio's arm, then said, then we'll go back first. Let's go, Shishio. She pulled him over and dragged him home together. Shishio looked apologetic to everyone then said to Nana, you don't need to be in a hurry, Nana. Looking at Shishio and Nana, who had walked away, Saki looked at everyone then said, well, how about we study together? They looked at each other then nodded. After all, they left early because of the exam so it wouldn't be bad to study for the exam. Also, it might be a good opportunity to learn from each other. Shishio and Nana were about to go back, but they happened to meet Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida noticed Shishio before blushing slightly before she snorted. Shishio was confused, but then Nana tucked his shirt again. What's wrong? Did you seduce Yuki Nashida-senpai too? Nana asked. Shishio took a deep breath and felt that his day was peaceful. It was just a day of your normal scumbag, really. 327, The Importance of Education 1. Shishio had promised to go back with Nana today. He thought that they would only talk on the way during their trip to her house, and he would go home, but it seemed she wouldn't let him go so easily. Let's go to my house, Nana said. Is that okay? Shishio asked hesitantly. Why not? You might not be able to visit my room later after I move after all, Nana said. After all, she would move alone, and once she moved, he might not be able to visit her room anymore, so while there was a chance, he wanted to bring him there. Okay. Shishio was also quite curious about Nana's room, and they went home quite early since they were in the middle of the exam, so it should be alright to spend his time somewhere before he returned. If your parents ask, then let's just tell them that we're going to study together. Good idea. Nana nodded with a smile. Still. You're so good at lying, so I wonder whether you have always lied to me. Nana still showed a beautiful smile. We still have a lot of time during our study session later, so why don't we talk at your house later, Shishio said without changing his expression. Okay. Nana nodded without hesitation and still maintained her sweet smile. Still, Shishio hoped he wouldn't spend his time alone with Nana at her house later since he was afraid that she might bring a knife during their study session later. Mom, I'm back. Nana shouted as she opened the door of the house. How is the exam, Nana? Nana's mom asked. She walked out of the living room bathroom with a basket of laundry in her hands, but then she was surprised to see Shishio was there. Oh? Shishio? You're here too. Hello, Auntie. Shishio nodded. Are you here to study? Yes. Then go up and study. I'll prepare juice and snacks. Nana's mother said simply, then looked at her daughter. Where are you going to study? My room, Nana said. Okay. Nana's mother nodded then left them, but then she stopped and asked, Shishio-kun, are you alright with the juice? Or do you want a cola? Is there tea? Shishio asked. Of course. Wait a moment. I'll prepare everything. Nana's mother went to the kitchen to prepare everything. Shishio saw Nana's mother's reaction that was quite flat. It was as if it was natural for him to come to Nana's house. It's like I have become their son-in-law. Still, even though he was glad that he wouldn't spend his time alone with Nana, there was this strange disappointment when he thought they wouldn't be alone in this house. Let's go to my room, Shishio. Nana then pulled Shishio to her room. Okay, you don't need to pull me like that, Shishio said helplessly. Nana took Shishio to the second floor of her house, where her room was located before she opened her room directly. Tade. After showing her room, she looked at Shishio and asked, what do you think? Shishio looked at Nana's room, and there was only one word that he could describe from her room. Normal. It's surprisingly normal, Shishio said after looking at Nana's room. Nana was slightly embarrassed when Shishio observed her room with a serious expression. Also, she felt lucky that her mother had cleaned up her room, or else her first time bringing Shishio to her room would be a disaster. Still, she was quite displeased when she heard his comment. Hey? You think that my room is going to be weird? I thought that you would put something gaudy in your room, Shishio said. Nana rolled her eyes and said, it's only my clothes. As for the rest, I'm pretty normal, alright. Shishio looked at Nana and thought that her words might be right. Even though she often wore something gaudy, her personality was surprisingly normal, but she often tried to tease and had more skinship than usual. Still, your room smells nice. The smell of her room was similar to the orchid-like smell that he smelled from her body. It's nice. Shishio thought. Right. Nana smiled, pushed Shishio inside her room, and closed the door directly. Shishio blinked his eyes and looked at Nana, but before he could say something, Nana pushed him to the bed, and he was kissed directly. Shishio didn't close his eyes and looked at Nana, who kissed his lips with so much joy. She thrust her tongue inside his mouth, trying to open his teeth, which made him roll his eyes, then slapped her cheek butt without hesitation. Slap. Nana's cheeks butt was like jelly. When he slapped them, they were jingling around. Shishio could feel that Nana's weight might have increased slightly, but even so, it was still comfortable, and her butts were amazing. However, there was a presence that was about to approach them, and if they didn't stop, they might encounter danger. Nana became even more excited, rubbing her body against him. Her skirt fluttered, causing her purple-colored lace panties to be shown. This girl. If her mother wasn't here, then Shishio would settle everything here. Unfortunately. Still, Shishio rubbed her panties several times before turning her around, changing their position. Nana was startled when their position changed. She was at the bottom and stared at Shishio, who was at the top of her. She smiled and wanted to continue, but she stopped when she heard his voice. Your mother is going to come. Nana's pupils enlarged, then she started to hear the voice of the faint footsteps slowly becoming more apparent. Tidy up your uniform. I'll set up the books, Shishio quickly said. Okay. Nana nodded without hesitation. Shishio and Nana were smart, so neither of them wasted their time and created an alibi so her mother wouldn't notice what they had done before. Shishio opened the books and pretended to study while Nana was on his side, listening to his explanation with her muddy mind, but strangely enough, she understood his explanation which made her wonder whether he would become a teacher in the future, but before she asked, the door of her room was opened directly. Nana, Shishio, how is your study? I brought you juices and snacks. You should eat them while studying. Nana's mother asked, but her eyes were as sharp as a hawk, observing the two of them. It's okay, Mom, Nana said with a smile, showing her ability as a natural actress. Shishio only glanced at Nana before he stood up and said, let me help you, Auntie. It's alright, you don't need to, but can I ask you something, Shishio-kun? Nana's mother put the tea, snacks, and juice on the table before sitting next to Shishio naturally. Shishio's lips trembled when Nana's mother was so close. The comfortable and warm smell occupied his sense of smell instantly. Still, even though Nana's mother suddenly sat close to him, he didn't misunderstand her since she seemed to have something to talk about with him. How could he tell that? It was because Shishio could tell that Nana's mother wasn't in heat, unlike her daughter, who was like an animal in heat. Still, most housewives would retain some of the heat on their bodies since they had tasted the forbidden pleasure. Of course, Nana's mother was also similar since she retained some heat on her body, but it was quite small, which showed that her relationship with her husband was extremely good. "Mom, we're studying." Nana pouted and wanted to complain to her mother that had disturbed them. However, she quickly cowered behind Shishio when her mother glared at her. "Shishio." Nana's mother then showed a gentle smile towards Shishio, making Nana wonder whose child she was. "Shishio-kun, I have heard that the apartment that Nana is going to stay in is your apartment?" Nana's mother asked. "Yes." Shishio nodded, then asked, "Is there something wrong? Then, are you two planning to live together while in high school?" Nana's mother asked while squinting her eyes. This was the question that she wanted to ask the most. Even though it might be possible for Nana to marry Shishio since she was 16, Shishio couldn't marry Nana since he was still in his 15, so if she got pregnant, then... Still, Nana's mother didn't mind becoming grandma early. However, somehow she felt a bit worried about her eldest daughter since Ayaka Sunoera hadn't shown an interest in marrying or had a boyfriend even though she was almost in her mid-20s. "No, I didn't stay in that apartment," Shishio said as he shook his head. "Hey? Why? From what I saw before, that apartment was quite nice, right?" Nana's mother had seen the apartment photo from Nana since Nana took a picture of it with her phone, and personally, she felt the apartment was quite lovely. "I stayed in the school dorm that is managed by my aunt. No one is staying in that apartment, so I thought I'd let Nana stay since it won't be good to let that apartment empty for so long," Shishio said. It wasn't something good to leave any properties empty for a long time since without someone who managed that place would be damaged by something. Also, more importantly, it was a waste of tax, and it was better to rent those properties unless you had a lot of money to waste. "So you won't stay at that apartment?" Nana's mother asked. "Yes." Nana's mother nodded, but strangely enough, Nana and Shishio had a feeling that she might ask something weird. "Mom." Nana looked at her mother, begging her to come out from her room, but her mother ignored her and asked, "So have you two had sex?" Shishio and Nana. "Mom." Nana yelled with a blush on her face. "What are you shouting for? I'm just asking a normal question." Nana's mother looked at Nana with a frown, but then she looked at Shishio and asked, "So, have you two had sex?" Shishio was speechless, but he answered truthfully by shaking his head. "Not yet." "Not yet, so you plan to have sex with Nana?" Nana's mother asked with a smile. Shishio wondered whether he had entered a punishment game. He looked at Nana, hoping to help her, but this girl looked away with a blush. "Is this a time for you to get embarrassed?" He wanted to roar, but he could only sigh inwardly. "So, at what stage are you two right now? Kissing?" "No, it should be patting, right?" Nana's mother said blatantly, ignoring the embarrassment of Shishio and Nana. "Mom. Mom. We need to study." Nana was already so weak at this moment. She felt that she had received an uppercut on her jaw that she only wanted her mother to get out right now. Her face was as red as a boiled lobster. She just hoped for her mother to walk out of her room as soon as possible. Shishio also felt weak since he didn't expect Nana's mother would like this. As expected, someone who gave me a bondage mastery. Shishio thought inwardly. Nana's mother thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Nana, how confident are you with this monthly exam?" Nana was surprised by this question, but then she said with confidence. "I should get top 10 ranks easily even if I don't study." Nana's mother nodded since she knew how smart her daughter was. She then looked at Shishio and asked, "How about you, Shishio-kun?" "I'm the same as Nana," Shishio said simply and didn't say that he could get ranked 1 easily even if he didn't study. Nana's mother nodded again since she also had heard that Shishio got the best score on the entrance exam in the history of the Swime Academy. She thought for a moment and made up her mind. "Alright, I'll teach you too." "Hey! 2x. Nana and Shishio were confused. After all, they told her they were confident of getting top 10 ranks on the monthly exam, but she suddenly told them she would teach them. They couldn't understand what she wanted to do. Nana's mother was unfazed when she saw their expression and said, "Of course, I'm not going to teach you about your exam." "Hey? Then what are you going to teach us, Mom?" Nana was confused. Shishio was also confused, but he didn't say anything, waiting for Nana's mother to say something. "I'm going to teach you too about sex," Nana's mother said without hesitation. Shishio might not have an enhanced hearing, but he believed his sense of hearing was so good that he wouldn't miss any voices and noises in his surroundings, but even so, he felt that he might have misheard something. Sorry. I'm going to teach you two about sex, so be prepared, Nana's mother said, then looked at Shishio with a smile. It might be only his imagination, but Shishio could smell the heat on Nana's mother increasing in a manner that stupefied him. It's just my imagination, right? 328, The Importance of Education too. Mom, what are you saying? Nana exploded. Shishio somehow sighed in relief when he heard Nana yell since his girlfriend still had common sense. However, Nana's mother only glanced at Nana and said, Nana, are you ready to get pregnant? Even though she had supported Nana's relationship with Shishio and even supported her to get married. She even joked around with Shishio that it was alright for him to impregnate her daughter. This matter and that matter was different, alright? As a mother, Nana's mother needed to think about her daughter's future. Hey? What? Nana was dumbfounded. Shishio. I'm sure that you two will have sex in the future, right? Nana's mother said calmly. Well. Nana couldn't deny her mother since she wanted to have sex with Shishio. She had heard the story of Saki's first experience with Shishio on Monday before, so she wanted to do the same, especially when she recalled Saki's expression. Also, there was Sheena too. Even though Sheena was in a daze and never showed her expression, after Shishio's confession, she knew that they had done it. Luckily, Miu was still alright, but if Nana knew that Shishio and Miu had promised each other to stay together after the exam, then... So I'll teach the two of you, Nana's mother said calmly. Why? Nana asked stupidly. Nana's mother sighed while looking at her stupid daughter. Do you know how to use a condom? What if you get pregnant? What if you're hurt after losing your first time? There's a lot of things that you need to watch out for. Hey? Is it going to hurt? Nana asked in surprise. Of course. Nana's mother nodded, but then she said, but there's a way so you won't be hurt. How? Nana asked curiously. That's why I'm going to teach the two of you. Hurry up and get a condom in my room. There should be one box on the shelves of my makeup table, Nana's mother said. Nana was dumbfounded when she heard that her parents had a condom, but she felt it should be normal since they were husband and wife. Still, she felt a bit conflicted when she found out that her parents had sex together. What are you gawking for? Hurry up. Nana's mother scolded Nana again. Yes. Nana quickly dashed to her parents' room to get a condom. The corner of Shishio's eye twitched and wondered whether he had a right to say something in this discussion. Then, when Nana was gone, he looked at his mother-in-law and asked, Are you serious, auntie? Of course. Nana's mother nodded and asked, Or do you have an experience, Shishio-kun? Shishio wanted to nod and said yes, but somehow, it felt weird to admit that he had sex with other girls other than Nana in front of her mother. Nana's mother didn't give him a chance and said, You're not a virgin, right? Shishio blinked his eyes, but then he nodded truthfully. Yes, if you know, then why did you suddenly ask to tell us that you want to teach us? Don't you know how awkward it is? Even if he could come under many situations, it was his first time when his mother-in-law would suddenly propose to teach him to have sex with Nana. Also, what kind of mother could calmly tell her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend that she's going to teach them how to have sex? Shishio didn't want to say this, but he felt that it was necessary since he just couldn't understand why this woman did all of this. Shishio knew that he was handsome, and he had seen a lot of housewives lust toward him, but he didn't want to destroy someone else's family, especially the family of his parents-in-law. But if no one knows, it should be, alright, right? The demon inside Shishio whispered, but he quickly threw away that thought far away. Personally, Shishio thought that Nana's mother was a charming woman. Even though Nana's mother was in her late 40s, she seemed to be in her 30s, with wavy long blonde hair that reached her waist, a body that would cause any woman to scream in envy, and the charm of a mature woman that younger women couldn't imitate. Frankly, it was unbearable for Shishio, and it made his throat dry whenever he stayed with this woman, especially her bubbies that almost spilled out from her blouse. He could even see that the buttons on her blouse were working really hard to withhold the pressure from inside. Shishio-kun. Nana's soft voice transmitted to his ears as her hand gently held his hand. Auntie. Shishio was stumped for a moment until he heard the words that came out from Nana's mother's mouth. If Nana moves to your apartment, will you have sex with her every day? Nana's mother asked as she stared into his eyes. Shishio. Even if you don't do it every day, I'm sure that you'll do it every time as long as it is possible, and at that time, if she is pregnant, can you be responsible for her? Nana's mother asked. She knew how lustful young people were, especially for someone who had tasted that forbidden pleasure, so she needed to give them some precautions before they had done it. I can, Shishio said without hesitation. Well, you might be able to be responsible for her, but do you think that she's ready to become a mother? Nana's mother knew that Shishio was coming from a wealthy family, and even if her daughter got pregnant, she didn't need to worry too much, but then again, would her daughter be ready to be a daughter? After Nana's mother saw Nana's eyes, she knew that there was no way for her to stop them from having sex. If they could marry, then she would marry them directly. But, unfortunately, Shishio hadn't reached a legal age, which was why she thought to teach them how to have safe sex. Hearing Nana's mother's question, of course, Shishio knew that Nana wasn't ready to become a mother, but with his enhanced testicles, if he didn't want to, then Nana wouldn't get pregnant. However, he felt that Nana's mother wouldn't believe his words, and she might have mistaken him for azoospermia, so it was better to keep quiet to see how it would lead since he was also curious about how Nana's mother was going to teach them how to have sex. Still, Shishio wondered how long Nana's mother would hold his hand. Not that he had anything to complain about, though. Neither Shishio nor Nana's mother talked to each other, and there was this ambiguous atmosphere between them. Shishio hoped for Nana to return since he was afraid to do something sorry for his father-in-law. They waited for a while before Nana entered her room again, but her expression showed hesitation and nervousness this time. "Mom, I think that it isn't good for you to teach us." When Nana thought clearly, she felt that it wasn't good for her mother to teach them. After all, she was embarrassed, and somehow she felt it was also wrong for her father. "Where's the condom?" Nana's mother ignored Nana and asked. Nana looked at her mother for a moment before she gave the condom that she had taken from her parents' room. Shishio looked at the condom in Nana's mother's hand and sighed since he knew it would be too tight for him. Still, he was pretty surprised that Nana's parents loved to use a strawberry flavor. Somehow, it's kind of cute. Nana's mother then pulled Shishio's hand and put the condom in his hand. "Here." Shishio was confused. "Always use this, alright?" "Never, ever, you don't use this thing, alright?" Nana's mother said. Shishio and Nana. That's it?" Nana asked in confusion. In her mind, the education that her mother would show would be like, showing each other genitals? Nana wasn't sure, but it might be because her mind was more perverted than most girls? Probably. Of course. Nana's mother looked weirdly at Shishio and Nana and asked, "Do you think that I'll take out his dick and let you show your vagina to him? Then, I'll be on your side, watching the two of you having sex or something." "Of course not, dummy." Nana's mother sighed and said, "I love your father after all, and there's no way for me to do that." Shishio looked at Nana's mother with skeptical eyes, considering this woman had secretly rubbed his thigh. Still. Has my charm reached such a dangerous level? Shishio thought that even a man needed to take care of himself since he was afraid that random women might rape him in the future. Then. Nana was so confused at that moment. "I just remind you to always use a condom, but even if you don't use it, then you need to come in outside." "Never inside, alright." Nana's mother said, then stood up. That's it?" Nana asked with somewhat strange expressions since her mother was too random, right? "That's all." Nana's mother nodded. Shishio and Nana felt so conflicted, and neither of them was sure how to react to this situation. If possible, they hoped for her to pretend she didn't see anything and only hoped for the best for her children, not to confuse them with this kind of useless care. Nana's mother walked out of the room, but she stopped and called Shishio's name again. "Shishio-kun." "Yes." "Take care, Ayaka too, alright?" Shishio looked at Nana's mother and wondered whether this request asked him to take care of her two daughters simultaneously. He didn't mind, but Nana's stare started to hurt him, so he could only nod while pretending that he didn't understand anything. "Yes, you don't need to worry, auntie." Nana's mother smiled sweetly and walked out, leaving Nana and Shishio alone. Shishio then looked at Nana, then put the condom that her mother gave on the short-legged table in front of him. Nana felt so awkward, then said, "Sorry." "No problem." Still. Nana took the box of condoms and said, "This won't fit you, right?" Shishio looked at Nana puzzledly. "By the way, don't be surprised." Nana stood up and went to her shelf before taking something from it. Shishio raised his eyebrow, but then his lips twitched when he saw the box that Nana held. Akamoto 003 Super Big Boy Strawberry Flavor. Does this family love strawberry flavor that much? Shishio and Nana looked at each other for a moment before he broke the silence. "How about we continue to study?" "Okay." Nana nodded since she also knew what kind of dumb thing she had done. They started to study together, but then Shishio asked, "By the way, Nana. When are you going to move?" Shishio asked gently. Nana looked at Shishio with a smile and thought that it wasn't only her who was excited. They looked at each other and were about to move closer, but then suddenly the door opened once again. "By the way." Shishio and Nana blinked their eyes, and their hearts were pounding, looking at Nana's mother, whose head peeked out through the gap of the door. "Keep this a secret from your father, alright?" Nana's mother said with a smile before she left. Shishio was afraid that he might do something sorry for his father-in-law in the future. Really? 329, Yukinashita-senpai is weird. Koharu Shirayama looked at her watch for a moment before she announced, "Alright, stop, the exam has ended." Whoa! Some guys and girls jumped out and raised their arms high when they heard Koharu's words. The time moved so fast, and before long, Friday came, and the monthly exam ended. They wouldn't be excited if it was a normal exam, but it was different since tomorrow is Golden Week. Koharu only smiled before she shouted, "Be quiet." No one was stupid, and everyone quickly shut their mouths, even though they wanted to scream right now, but if they shut their mouths, then they would go home faster, then they could enjoy their holiday faster, so no one said anything and waited for Koharu. Koharu nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'll collect the paper first, then I'll start an announcement before you can go home." Everyone nodded with a smile. Even some of them weren't confident with the result of their exam, and they thought that they might get a bad score. They didn't care, or rather they pretended that they didn't care since they knew that it would be pretty bad if they got a bad score. However, it was alright since tomorrow they will get a long holiday. After Koharu collected the exam papers, she sorted them out on the table and looked at everyone. "I know that you are all excited about Golden Week. I won't say much since I'm sure that you just want to go home now, so enjoy your holiday, but don't forget to finish your homework, alright?" "Yes." Everyone answered simultaneously, and Koharu also didn't give a long speech or anything since she knew how cruel that act was. After all, everyone just wanted to go home. Why should they listen to the long useless speech? Still, Koharu also recalled the time when she was so excited about Golden Week and many holidays during her school life, but now, somehow, she felt that her holiday was pretty sad. She was single, and she didn't have a boyfriend. So she would spend her holiday alone in her room, maybe sleeping and maybe eating. "I want a boyfriend. I want to get married." Koharu screamed inside her heart, but then, she glanced at Shishio and couldn't help but sigh, wondering why she was born earlier than him. When Koharu ended her words and walked out of the class, Shishio noticed that Koharu glanced at him for a moment, letting out a sigh before she walked away. When he saw her, he also understood this beautiful teacher's difficulty. After all, the problem that she felt wasn't uncommon. Instead, it was a common problem felt by women and men in their late 20s and early 30s. Being single was a painful thing, and when you were single in the late 20s and early 30s, you couldn't help but compare yourself with your friends or acquaintances that had already married, which made you wonder when you were going to get married, and it gave you anxiety. The man was pretty alright since they weren't in a hurry, and even if they were old, many women wanted to marry them since an older man gave a reliable feeling. Even if they didn't, as long as you were handsome enough, had a good body, or had a stable income, even if that man was in their 30s or even 40s and 50s, it was possible for them to get a woman in their early 20s or even an 18-year-old girl. However, the women were pretty miserable. Unlike men, who could choose and decide whether they wanted to marry a woman or not, the women couldn't do the same thing as men do, and all they could only do was wait for men to propose to them. If women can't find someone who wants to marry them, they might be single until their 30s or more. In Chinese, those women were called leftover women, which was a cruel term. On the internet, most people would say that those women were attractive. However, if they were asked whether they wanted to marry them, then they would be in silence for a moment. After all, marriage was a life decision, and someone needed to be serious about it. Men are like that. They're okay with sex and having fun, but if they're asked for responsibility. Still, marriage didn't equal happiness. However, if you're able to marry someone you love, and that couple is in love with each other, they're going to be happy, but of course, when someone is in a marriage, it doesn't mean that it is all rainbow and happiness. There was going to be a problem and conflict in the process. But even so, if they could stay together without cheating and be loyal to each other, then they would be blessed. Shishio wasn't going to be the one he mentioned above since he had a lot of women. He was a scumbag, and he was sure that unless he became prime minister, or bought the prime minister along with the legislation in this country to change the law to allow polygamy, then it was possible to marry all of them. Shishio felt that with the system, it was possible, and he didn't give up his goal to marry all of them. Now, let's go back to the question about the leftover women. If Shishio was asked whether he wanted to marry them, his response might be similar to the guys on the internet. If he was asked to have fun and have sex, he wouldn't hesitate, but if they asked for him responsibility, he needed to be careful. Still, at least, he was still better than the king or emperor in history since the number of his women still could be counted with his hands, and he cared them dearly. Still, Shishio realized that there were many women who wanted to get married around him from Chihiro Sengoku, Hirotsuka Shizuka, Koharu Shirayama, Mayumi Nishikino, and Kyoko Shirafuji. There might be more, but he might forget to mention them. As for Ayaka Sunoera and Tachibana Hina, they hadn't reached 25, yet so they were still young. Anyway, Shishio could think about this matter later since there was something that he needed to do. "Shishio, let's go." Nana hugged Shishio's arm, and she was ready to bring him to the literature club to gather first before they went out together in a group. They had planned to go out to karaoke before eating yakiniku. Anyway, they had planned to have a blast today, so there was no need to hold back, but... Sorry, Nana, I need to check my club for a bit before I join you, Shishio said with a sigh since Yuki Nashida suddenly sent him a text last night, telling him that there would be a club today, which made him helpless. Tonight, he anticipated his stay with Miu, so he hoped to go back early, but he didn't expect that Yuki Nashida would text him so suddenly. Shishio thought to ignore Yuki Nashida and decided to skip the club, but this girl told him that she had an important thing to say, and when he told her to talk on the phone, she told him that she needed to talk about this matter face to face. Club? Is it a service club? Nana also knew that Shishio had joined a service club because of his aunt and a counselor teacher. Yet. How long? It won't be long, around an hour, or it should be less. Shishio didn't think that he would stay on the service club for so long, and he might go back early after he talked with Yuki Nashida. Should I invite her to go out too? Okay. Nana nodded and said, it's still early after all. We'll talk at the club and play a game. Then, when your club is over, just text me. Okay. Shishio nodded and prepared to go out to the club since the faster he went out, the faster he returned. Still, he was glad that he came back with Nana at that time since her mood had been so good for the past few days. Oh, right, Shishio. Do you want to bring Yuki Nashida-senpai? Nana, of course, knew Yuki Nashida since Yuki Nashida was the one who gave Shishio a camera. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I'll try to talk, but she might reject. Nevertheless, he felt that there was something weird about Yuki Nashida, so he thought to talk with her. Nana snorted and clearly didn't believe Shishio's words since she believed that Yuki Nashida might have been seduced by Shishio already. Maya, Meiko, Nanamai, let's go. Nanamai, Maya, and Meiko, who couldn't join their conversation before, couldn't help but look at each other. What do you think, Nanamai? Meiko asked. Nanamai sighed and said, he's too gentle. I hope that he can act coldly in front of the girls. Maya agreed with Nanamai's words. Well, even if he's cold, do you think those girls will stop pestering him? Meiko asked. Maya and Nanamai couldn't say anything since Meiko was right. Even if Shishio acted cold, ignoring them, those girls wouldn't stop approaching him like a moth who flew toward the fire. Even if they knew that it was impossible, they couldn't stop it, somehow making them sigh. Well, anyway, neither of them cared much about those girls, and what was important right now was to have fun. Still, Shishio and his group were about to have fun. USA and Tegami wanted to join, or rather, everyone in the class wanted to join Shishio's group together to go to the karaoke, but then again, they saw Shishio walking out of the class alone, leaving Nana, Meiko, Maya, and Nanamai on the class. Also, when he said goodbye to them, they knew very well that their chance to go out together was nil. USA thought for a moment before he made up his mind. I need to get close to Kawaii-senpai. USA made up his mind, but then he wondered where Shishio had gone now. Yuki Nashida was already in the clubroom of the service club, sitting quietly while reading her book with a warm tea and snack on her side. But, even though she read a book, her mind was elsewhere, especially when she thought about her sudden meeting with Shishio at the convenience store. Yuki Nashida wanted to complain to Shishio that if possible, they shouldn't meet when they were about to have an exam, and even if they met, she hoped that he shouldn't buy such a thing in that convenience store. Still, Yuki Nashida wanted to slap her cheek when she thought she had texted him last night. What should I talk to him about? Yuki Nashida just wanted to reprimand Shishio for not playing around too much, but when she thought clearly, it wasn't her right to ask about his decision, and he had the freedom to do what he wanted to do. Also, there was no way for her to tell him that she saw him buying a condom, right? Ugh. Yuki Nashida knew that she didn't have a right and she wasn't even his girlfriend, but even so, she just hoped to remind him. But how? Yuki Nashida kept thinking, and somehow, she didn't realize that Shishio had entered the room. Senpai. Yuki Nashida saw Shishio appear suddenly in front of her, which surprised her. Wah! Yuki Nashida threw out the book and the cup of tea in her hands. Shishio was dumbfounded before he caught the book and the cup of tea in his hands. When Shishio caught the book and the cup of tea, Yuki Nashida and Shishio let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Safe. 2x. Suddenly there was this strange silence around them. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and felt something weird about this girl. 330, Shishio is once again. When Shishio was at the service club, Nana, Nanamai, Maya, and Meiko went to the clubroom of the literature club, and when they arrived, they saw a lot of people were already there. Hey? Where's Shishio? Mai asked. After the past few days, she had integrated into this group quickly. She somehow felt so thankful for Shishio at that moment. After all, before she returned to the showbiz, she had tasted the life of a normal high school girl, talking with friends, and going out with friends. She also knew about Nana, Saki, Miu, and Shina, and somehow, the thought of sharing him with them wasn't that bad either, she thought. He's at the club. He might be back in an hour or so, Nana said. They nodded, but then Mai was confused, and asked club? Didn't he join the literature club? He also joined the service club, Saki said. Service club? Mai raised her eyebrow, feeling weird by the name of this club. The one who possesses skills shall grace those without them. Those people are called volunteers. They reach out with a helping hand to those in need. And that's what this club does. Welcome to the service club. I will fulfill the task given to me by fixing all your problems, Nana mimicked Shishio, who introduced the service club to her in the past. It's that kind of club. It's a unique club. It was the only thing that Mai could say at that moment. Oh, right, Mai senpai, you can wear this, Nana said and took out the bright yellow tracksuit jacket and a black cap. This. Mai looked at the two items that were taken out by Nana and fell in love instantly, but at the same time, she also knew what these items were for. Even though she might be on hiatus, she was still a famous child actress, and there was a lot of advertisement that used her picture on Shinjuku. As long as she walked, someone would come, asking for a signature or picture, which would trouble her, but there was no need to worry about it anymore with these outfits. Mai felt warmth when she thought that Shishio had prepared these outfits for her, and it brought her to smile, but she quickly hid it since she felt quite embarrassed to show it. It's from Shishio. He said that you need to wear this, so you won't be troubled, Nana said. I see. Mai smiled, then took off her blazer and wore a bright yellow tracksuit jacket and a black cap. It can't be helped. I'll take this. Her jacket is similar to Jia Yule in How to Fight. Everyone, who looked at Mai's expression, knew well that this girl had fallen. Nanamai looked at Mai and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even if he tells me that I'm beautiful. When she compared herself to Mai, Shina, Saki, and Nana, she couldn't help but feel unconfident. Still, when she looked at Miu. What's wrong, Nanamai? Miu asked gently. No, nothing. Nanamai shook her head, causing her ponytail to swing right and left. Miu only tilted her head and felt confused. But if I'm the only person who wears this, aren't I going to attract attention? Mai suddenly asked. After all, everyone was still wearing a school blazer, and if she was the only one who wore the tracksuit jacket, then without a doubt, she would attract the attention of a lot of people. You don't need to worry, senpai, Nana said, then also took out her hoodie. Shina, Saki, Miu, Maya, Meiko, Ritsu, and even Nanamai also took out a cardigan, tracksuit jacket, and hoodies with different kinds of colors before they took off their blazer and wore them. Why did all of them have such outwear? It began when they went to the underground arena, and Shishio gave them hoodies. By then, they realized how stylish they were and became hooked on buying a lot of outwear. After they bought it, they took off their school blazer directly. The school blazer wasn't bad, but it was a bit stuffy, and it wasn't good to wear them to play. If it was a normal school with a loud reputation with a high standard score, then it was impossible for them to wear such colorful outwear, but then again, their school was also a famous art school, so a lot of students could wear different outwear outside on their uniform since there was also a fashion subdivision on the art division of the school. Mai looked at everyone and somehow gave a satisfied nod, but then, she wondered whether all of them were Shishio's harem. That bastard. Mai thought that she needed to remind him not to play around with a woman too much, or else she wasn't sure how many girls he would seduce. However, Mai didn't realize that Shishio was seducing another girl at that moment. Be careful, senpai. Shishio put down the book and the cup of tea on Yukinashida's table. Tha thank you. Yukinashida answered nervously. Her mind was in a mess, especially when Shishio came so suddenly. She was thinking about how to talk with him, and she hadn't found the solution. Can you come a bit later? Yukinashida wanted to complain, but in the end, she didn't say anything since the words stuck in her mouth. Shishio looked at Yukinashida for a moment and wondered why she had such a reaction. Yesterday, she was normal. Shishio remembered their meeting at the convenience store a few days ago, and his expression suddenly changed. Yukinashida also noticed the change in Shishio's expression, and it might be just her instinct, but he could probably tell why she acted like this. I'll take a seat first. Okay. Shishio was unsure what to say, but he didn't have any obligations to tell Yukinashida. However, he felt that it was so awkward after all. She had found out that he had bought a condom. Shishio dragged the chair to Yukinashida's side with a heavy heart, but this time, the distance was slightly further than he usually did. Yukinashida, of course, noticed this, but this time, she didn't say anything since she also felt a bit awkward. Shishio sat down, then asked, by the way, senpai. What's your plan for Golden Week? Shishio asked. Shishio decided to run away and changed the topic of the conversation. After all, he felt that it was sexual harassment if he casually talked about the condom that he bought. Yuki Nashida rolled her eyes when she saw Shishio, who showed such an innocent smile as if a baby had never done any sins. She sighed and rubbed her temple. What's wrong, senpai? Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want me to bring you to the infirmary? Shishio felt that it might be good to bring Yuki Nashida to the infirmary. That way, the club would end, and he could go out with his girlfriends. Yuki Nashida didn't say anything and only stared at Shishio silently. Don't stare at me like that, senpai. Shishio sighed and directly asked, just what do you want to ask senpai? Could she ask if Shishio bought a condom? Of course not. Is it a matter on the convenience store? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida let out a sigh and said, Shishio-kun, even though I know that it isn't my place to say this, but you need to be careful, alright? Of course, I have been careful, or else, I wouldn't buy that thing, right? Shishio thought on his mind, but he didn't think it was good to say that. Instead, he just wanted to go home quickly at this moment and said, I don't understand what you mean, senpai. As long as he didn't admit it, no one could force him, and he could just pretend that he didn't understand what this girl was saying. Also, he made a note in his heart that he shouldn't buy a condom in the convenience store, and at the same time, he wondered whether he could get a condom company in the future since that way, a lot of things could be done easily. Yuki Nashida could only pout when Shishio pretended to be stupid, but she also knew how awkward it was when someone you knew found out that you had bought a condom. Still, even though she felt a bit unacceptable, she thought it was quite common for a high school to have sex since a girl could marry when they were 16, so having sex in high school was nothing. Yuki Nashida was a girl, and of course, she was also curious about that kind of thing, but was it good to ask that question to Shishio? Yuki Nashida wasn't sure, but in the end, she asked, I don't have a plan for Golden Week. She chickened out and didn't dare to ask such a perverted question, so she answered Shishio's question that he asked before. You don't plan to go home? Shishio asked curiously. Home? Yuki Nashida frowned, and of course, such a change was captured by Shishio. She didn't answer his question and asked, how about you? Are you going back to Kyoto? No, I'll stay in Tokyo, Shishio said. He had been called by his parents a few times in the month after he moved to Tokyo, and he was also asked whether he would go back to Kyoto, but he told them that he was going to stay in Tokyo. They understood him and didn't say much, but then again, somehow Shishio felt a bit helpless when they told him not to do something strange and asked him whether he really had graduated from his Chiyunabu. However, Shishio couldn't blame them since the past Shishio was really a cute Chiyunabu and his parents might think of him as someone who pretended to be normal people in public, but secretly, he was a supervillain or something. Well, I might be a villain, though. What are you going to do in Tokyo? Yuki Nashida asked. Well, going out with my girlfriends, Shishio said simply. Yuki Nashida. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and asked, by the way, senpai. Do you remember our conversation before? Our conversation? Yeah, about the cat cafe. Cat cafe? Yuki Nashida's eyes brightened. Do you want to go out with me there on Golden Week? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment, then asked, is that all right? She felt a bit hesitant since she knew that Shishio had a girlfriend. Well, just think of it as a part of club activity. Have you heard about animal therapy? I think it might be good to visit the cat cafe for future references in case someone comes to ask and needs help, then we can use that place as a way to save those people in need, Shishio said naturally. I see. I see. Yuki Nashida seemed to accept Shishio's idea and nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. I think that we need to learn more about animal therapy so when students with problems come, we can use this method. She didn't show that she was so excited with the thought of visiting a cat cafe and used that the animal therapy might be good for the student with a problem that would come to the service club in the future. When do you want to go? I might be busy right after Golden Week. I'll text you when we're about to go, is that all right? Shishio asked. Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded and didn't overthink since she was practically free during Golden Week. Shishio nodded, then off his blazer, causing Yuki Nashida, who was on the side, to quickly glued her eyes to his body. When Shishio wore his school uniform, he seemed slim, but when he took off his blazer, showing the white shirt inside, Yuki Nashida's eyes opened wide since his body was so amazing, right? Even if his body was covered by a white shirt, Yuki Nashida could still see the low body fat, powerful compact muscles, strikingly fine features, but there was a remarkable beauty in his body that couldn't be mistaken as femininity. Instead, the words that could only describe his body were masculine and powerful. Yuki Nashida felt that her face was so hot, and she knew that she needed to look away, but she felt reluctant somehow. Shishio noticed Yuki Nashida's gaze, but he ignored it and took his army bomber jacket from his bag to wear it, but then he thought for a moment and decided to invite Yuki Nashida to go out together. By the way, senpai. Before Shishio finished his words, the door of the service club was opened. Yuki Nashida. Oga. It's great that you two are here, Hiratsuka said with a smile. Sensei, how many times have I told you to knock on the door before you enter, Yuki Nashida said helplessly. However, Hiratsuka ignored Yuki Nashida's words and looked at Shishio since his body was too amazing, right? 331, what a scumbag. When Hiratsuka saw Shishio, who took off his blazer, showing his shoulders and chest through the gap of his uniform, her mind stopped, and she stagnated. Her face flushed, and she couldn't think straight until... Cough. Cough. Yuki Nashida coughed and reminded Hiratsuka of her status. After all, she was a teacher, and she needed to become an example for everyone. However, she also understood her reaction since she also reacted similarly. Hiratsuka awoke and blushed, but then to regain her dignity as a teacher, she looked at Shishio and quickly asked, Oga, why did you take off your blazer and wear a jacket? Am I breaking the rules? Shishio asked plainly. Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka-sensei, what are you doing here? Yuki Nashida asked to break the awkwardness. Oh. Hiratsuka somehow felt a bit dissatisfied and asked, why do you think that I have something to ask you if I come here? Don't you think that I came here because I want to ask you whether you are doing alright on your exam or not? So you don't have anything to ask us? Shishio asked. No, I have something to ask both of you, Hiratsuka said without hesitation. Yuki Nashida and Shishio. Yuki Nashida sighed and asked, so what do you want to ask sensei? I hope that you don't ask us something weird. Don't be in a hurry. Hiratsuka dragged the nearby chair and sat between Shishio and Yuki Nashida while facing them. So, how is your exam? It's alright, Yuki Nashida said simply. Hiratsuka nodded since she knew how smart Yuki Nashida was, so she didn't ask much and looked at Shishio. What about you, Shishio? Chihiro told me that you told her that you could get first rank easily. Yuki Nashida quickly turned her head at Shishio, looking at him curiously. She only remembered that this perverted junior that had bought a condom at the convenience store near her apartment was the smartest student in his grade. Somehow, it made her feel conflicted. Yes. Shishio nodded calmly. I should get the first rank on this monthly exam. Oh? If you don't get it. Hiratsuka must admit that Shishio's confidence was so handsome, and he perfectly fit as her type of guy, but as a teacher, she also wanted to teach him humility. If I can get the first rank? Shishio asked. Then I'll treat you to the best ramen in Tokyo. Hiratsuka patted her chest without hesitation. Shishio smiled softly and said, then if I don't get the first rank, I'll treat you to the best ramen in Tokyo. Really? Hiratsuka asked with a smile. Of course. Shishio nodded. Then, it is a bet. Hiratsuka smiled, showing excitement. However, Yuki Nashida, who saw this, felt unhappy since they had made an appointment for a date. The only difference between their bets was who would pay for the ramen, but without a doubt, they would go to eat ramen together. Shishio noticed Yuki Nashida's gaze, so he also added, Senpai, do you want to join the fun too? Hearing Shishio's words, Yuki Nashida didn't nod directly but thought for a moment then asked, then if you lose, what will I get? Then I'll treat you to ramen too, Shishio said. Hiratsuka looked at Shishio and wasn't sure why she wanted to beat this guy up, so she quickly coughed and said, alright, stop for a moment, there's something that I need to talk with you too. Shishio and Yuki Nashida. Aren't you the one who started it? The two thought, but they were too lazy to say anything. Okay, after Golden Week, I plan to invite someone to this club, Hiratsuka said. Is it a girl or a boy? Shishio asked, but somehow this question caused Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida to glare at him. He expressed doubt and asked, what's wrong? It's a boy, Hiratsuka said while staring dangerously at Shishio, then asked, are you dissatisfied? Of course not. Shishio shook his head and said, I'm happy that I can get a new friend. Yuki Nashida rolled her eyes and thought that this guy was too slippery. However, Hiratsuka thought for a moment then nodded. It'll be great if you can become friends with this boy, Oga-kun. You seem to care much about this boy, sensei, Shishio asked curiously. Hiratsuka somehow smiled when she heard this question and asked, what? Are you jealous? Yes, I'm jealous, sensei. Shishio nodded. Hiratsuka blinked her eyes, and somehow there was a blush on her cheeks at that moment. Hiratsuka-sensei. Yuki Nashida looked doubtfully at Shishio and Hiratsuka, wondering whether there was something between the two since they were too close, right? Okay, I won't talk much, but I just want to remind you that you'll receive a new member after Golden Week, so I want you to be prepared, Hiratsuka said after she regained her dignity while telling Shishio through her eyes not to worry since there was only one student who could cause her heart racing. Be prepared? Is he dangerous? Yukinashita asked with a frown. Don't worry, he is as harmless as a flea, Hiratsuka said confidently. Shishio and Yukinashita. Also, if there's someone dangerous, Shishio can protect us, right? Hiratsuka said while looking at Shishio. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka's smile, and he wasn't sure why, but he saw an illusion where he and Hiratsuka had become high school students and spent time together. Hiratsuka looked at Shishio, who was in a daze, staring at her face, which somehow made her embarrassed. Hui? Why don't you say anything? Shishio then patted his chest calmly and said, Don't worry, I'll protect the two of you. He was sure, if he said you instead of the two of you, then Yukinashita might keep staring at him with a strange gaze. Yukinashita nodded in satisfaction, but Hiratsuka snorted. Still. But sensei, how did you know that Shishio-kun can fight? Yukinashita looked at Hiratsuka weirdly. Ugh. Hiratsuka was dumbfounded and unsure what to say in this situation, then looked at Shishio for help. You're asking for my help? Shishio rolled his eyes, then said, Right, sensei, is that all you want to ask? Yukinashita rolled her eyes, but she thought it might be related to Shishio's past. She looked at Shishio and thought that this guy must have been a delinquent during his middle school time. Oh, yeah, I want to ask you that you are going to Tateyama on Golden Week, right? Hiratsuka suddenly asked. How did you know? Shishio asked curiously. Chihiro told me about it. Hiratsuka was a bit embarrassed and said, Chihiro invited me to go with all of you. Is that all right? I have heard that the hotel owner is your acquaintance, right? If it's trouble you, then. No, it's all right, you can go with us if you want, sensei, Shishio said without hesitation. Really? Hiratsuka was surprised. Yes. Shishio nodded with a smile. Somehow Hiratsuka felt that Shishio's smile became even more handsome. Still, hearing the plan of Shishio and Hiratsuka, who planned to go to Tateyama, Yukinashita felt quite lonely. Shishio, of course, didn't forget about Yukinashita. If she didn't know about his plan, then he wouldn't invite her, but since she knew then, he asked, Do you want to come with us, senpai? What? Yukinashita was surprised. Yeah, you don't lack money. After all, you can get a private room and join us on the trip, Hiratsuka also said since she knew how lonely Yukinashita was, and she was sure that Yukinashita was going to spend her golden week in her apartment alone, considering how bad her relationship with her family was. Yukinashita was surprised while looking at Shishio and Hiratsuka. She thought for a moment and said, Let me think about it. No time to think. If you don't make a decision, then we'll come to your apartment to get you, senpai. Shishio was too lazy to wait. Yukinashita sighed and said, Did someone tell you that you're too assertive, Shishio-kun? I want you to call me a man of initiative, senpai. Also, I'm sure that if we let you go home, then you'll make an excuse like you can't join us and go back to your family or something, Shishio said since everything was just an excuse. A woman is a liar. Even though their mouths say they don't want to, their bodies are honest. Oops, Shishio felt that he had given the wrong example. Yeah, it's not like a loner like you have a plan anyway, right? Hiratsuka said in agreement. If a stare could kill, then Yukinashita could kill Hiratsuka now. Still, she sighed and asked, Tateyama is in Chiba, right? What are you going to do there? Well, we can pick strawberries, play on the beach, eat local food, and enjoy a hot spring. There's a lot more, Shishio said. Yukinashita thought for a moment and asked, Am I not going to trouble you? It's all right. You don't need to worry. Yukinashita sighed, then said after a moment of hesitation, Okay, then. Yay. 2x. Shishio and Hiratsuka clapped their hands together since they had succeeded in inviting Yukinashita with them. Yukinashita looked at the two of them with a helpless smile, then asked, By the way, who will go on this trip? It's the three of us and everyone from Sakurasu, so there should be 2 more guys and 8 more women, Shishio said. Okay. Yukinashita nodded. Then, since it's settled, I'll go back first. I need to finish my work. Hiratsuka sighed and thought to finish her work as soon as possible so she could enjoy the trip. Good work, sensei. 2x. Shishio and Yukinashita could see Hiratsuka's lonely back. If only Hirasuka was a high school student, then without a doubt, they would play together during Golden Week, but then again, they might be caught in a love triangle. Still, when Hiratsuka left, Shishio asked, Do you have a plan after this, senpai? Yukinashita put down her book and asked, You ask me this question, are you going to invite me again? Shishio wanted to say something, but then the door opened. Yukinan. Oga-kun. Are you here? Let's go out after the exam. Shishio and Yukinashita turned their heads and saw Momo and Rui enter the club room of the service club. How about you all follow me together? Shishio said and decided to have a showdown. 3x. Yuki Nashida, Momo, and Rui looked at Shishio together, wondering what he was going to show them. Shina, Saki, Miu, Nana, and the girls were waiting for Shishio at the clubroom of the literature club. Some of them were reading, some were sleeping, some were playing games, and some were talking to each other. In conclusion, they were having their own time, spending their time together. They knew that Shishio would spend an hour in his clubroom, so they waited for him, but they didn't expect an hour, or it should be half an hour later. He ended his club, but he didn't come alone. Instead, he came with 3 beautiful girls, which made all the girls in the literature club stare at him simultaneously. Shishio, who had always been calm, was challenged at this moment. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, who wants to go out and sing karaoke?" They only stared at Shishio, and somehow they wanted to curse him at the same time. What a scumbag! 332, no matter where Shishio is amazing. If someone asks a high school student what the most common entertainment among high school students is, then without a doubt, they will answer a karaoke. Most high school students in Japan have visited karaoke, singing together with their families or friends. Of course, some haven't come since they feel uncomfortable or don't like to sing. There are a lot of reasons, but even so, everyone from the literature club and the service club has come to the karaoke to play together. Still, even though Shishio said that it was all, USA didn't come to the karaoke, which made USA feel so sad, but Shishio didn't overthink since he was under pressure at that moment. However, even if he was under pressure, he could also see that among the group, some people were uncomfortable with karaoke, such as Ritsu. Shishio knew that Ritsu didn't like to talk, and she might also have a communication disorder. So what if someone with a communication disorder came to karaoke? There were a lot of problems with their inner self, and they would be full of worry. What song should I choose? What'll happen if I suck? Can I even sing in the first place? Will I ruin the mood? Those questions kept appearing, making Ritsu become anxious and decide to shut their mouths and sit in silence while watching everyone singing. That should be the case, but when Shishio brought Yuki Nashida, Rui, and Momo, the tension among everyone became strange. Everyone in the literature club observed the 3 girls, and the 3 girls also observed everyone in the literature club. There was only one similarity among them, and that similarity was that each of them was simply beautiful. Yuki Nashida, Rui, and Momo were even dumbfounded when they saw Mai, a famous child actress, join Shishio's group, making them wonder how this guy even seduced her. Instead of being angry, they were amazed by Shishio since this guy's skill at seducing girls was too amazing, right? There were also many types of beauty in this place, whether it was a cold type, guru type, literature type, warm type, older sister type, popular actress type, and many other popular types. There were also MILF and older woman types in the story, showing how dedicated Shishio toward the path of Scumbag was. The only one that was lacking was a little sister character. Unfortunately, Shishio didn't have a little sister, so such a thing was impossible. When everyone was in silence, Shishio then broke that silence by asking them what kind of drink they wanted to drink. It's 1 drink per person. Tell me what you want to drink. Tea, Yuki Nashida said. Pepsi. Cola. Coffee. Lemon tea. Shishio was speechless when all of them ordered all kinds of different drinks, which made him wonder whether they wanted to trouble him. He then looked at Nanamai, his maid, and gave her a gesture to help him. Nanamai, who was affected by the mood, also felt a bit annoyed by Shishio's scumbag act, but when he stared at her, her body was soft, and she nodded and decided to help him, but Mai quickly held her hand and shook her head. Nanamai looked at Mai for a moment, then looked at Shishio apologetically, telling him that she couldn't move since Mai stopped her. Shishio looked at Mai, and Mai only smiled smugly at him. Next time, I'll kiss those lips without mercy, Shishio vowed before he ordered all different drinks for everyone perfectly. Everyone looked at Shishio, who ordered all the drinks perfectly for everyone, without forgetting any of them in amazement, thinking that this might be the reason why he could become the first rank in his entire grade and became a scumbag. Shishio then naturally sat next to Shina since she was the most lovely out of all the girls. Shina, who was pouting, felt better and smiled at Shishio. Everyone. So, who is going to sing first? Shishio asked. Then I'll sing first, Shishio said without hesitation. They nodded and let Shishio have the first turn while wondering what kind of song he would sing. Even though this world might be a parallel world where some of the movies, arts, games, and other things were quite different from his previous life, there were some similarities, and some works from his previous life appeared in this life too. This was why, without hesitation, Shishio chose this song. Kawa no Nagare no Yanai, like the flowing river? You're going to sing Enka, Shishio? Saki was a bit dumbfounded. Hey, this is my grandma's favorite song. Maya was surprised. Can you sing this song, Shishio-kun? Momo asked with a star in her eyes. Yet. Shishio nodded and said, so just sit there and listen to my performance. His words were full of confidence as if he was about to perform a world concert. He hoped by singing this song, they would realize how precious they were in his heart, but it didn't mean for all of them since he sang it for his 5 girlfriends. BGM, Kawa no Nagare no Uni, like the flow of the river, Highberry Misora. The sad yet beautiful melody was heard. Closing his eyes, Shishio tapped his feet gently and started to sing. Unknowingly, I've walked down this long and narrow road. His deep voice caused everyone to shudder, and they could feel the young man's sadness, courage, and struggle from this song. Ah, like the flowing river. Gently. The long years will pass away. Ah, like the flowing river. The endless sky. It is colored by the setting Sunday. Everyone heard various emotions, and somehow they couldn't stop their tears, watching Shishio sing on the stage. His voice was like a gospel from heaven. It brought salvation to everyone, reminding them that life was like flowing water. It would not stop and kept flowing until our time stopped and we passed away, which was why they should live without regret. Shishio didn't want to have regrets in his life, so he decided to become a scumbag, dating all the girls that he wanted, but hopefully, this message wouldn't be delivered to the girls in this box, or else they might throw him into the river. To live is to go on a journey. On this endless road. With our loved ones by our side. We chase our dreams. Even if it rains. And the road gets drenched. There will come a time. When the sun will shine again. Inside this karaoke box, only Shishio's voice was heard, and everyone was in silence, listening to his song, afraid that they might miss it. Even the staff outside also stopped her movement and listened to Shishio's voice since it was so beautiful. However, their reaction was normal since Shishio got an enhanced voice from Nanami, and it was the reason why his voice was so beautiful, and it could affect everyone's emotions. Ah, like the flowing river. Calmly. I will give up this body of mine. Ah, like the flowing river. As I continue to listen to these youthful babbles. Shishio closed his eyes as he enjoyed this song. He felt that this song was really a masterpiece since even though it had been more than decades since it was created, it was still beautiful. As he opened his eyes, he gave a gentle smile to everyone. They felt that they saw an angel descending from heaven. Still, even if he was an angel, he was a fallen angel who had been cast out and expelled from heaven because he sinned. So, who is going to sing next? Shishio asked. They were in silence again since they somehow wanted to listen to him again. Shishio was a bit awkward when everyone was in silence again. Still, who was he? Mashiro, do you want to sing with me? Shishio suddenly asked. Sing. Sheena tilted her head and said, I don't know any Japanese songs. In terms of painting, she might be a master, but a human had a limit, so she didn't know anything else. What kind of song do you know? Shishio asked. Twinkle twinkle little star, Sheena said simply. Everyone looked at Sheena speechlessly. Okay, let's sing that song together, Shishio said. Okay. Sheena nodded simply. Everyone. Still, even though they were skeptical when they heard that Shishio and Sheena would sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, they were full of smiles and made them want to sing. Sheena also sang happily and thought that the world was colorful when she was with Shishio since he taught her many wonderful things. I'll sing next. Shishio, sing with me. When Shishio and Sheena ended their song, everyone started to pull him to sing, which made him speechless. Wait, I need to go to the toilet. You can have fun first, Shishio said and decided to escape. Hopefully, their relationship would become closer, and as expected, as soon as he left, they started to talk to each other, and some started to sing while complaining about how scumbag he was. Shishio sighed then went to the toilet. Inside the toilet, there were 3 young men who should have been in high school from their uniforms. When Shishio entered, he quickly became the center of attention, but he didn't care about guys' attention. He yawned lazily and walked, ignoring the 3 guys, and took a piss on the urinal. Still, when the 3 young men saw Shishio's beast, they could only twitch their lips and quickly hide their puny pricks while thinking the world was too unfair, right? The 3 then walked out, leaving Shishio alone while lowering their heads. Hey, that guy thing is. You don't need to say anything. Even if you don't say it, I understand. The world is really unfair. The 3 of them sighed, but then, one of them suddenly asked, right, Takamoto, what about your girlfriend from Swime? She has huge boobs, right? Yeah, didn't you say that she will let you bang her as long as you ask? 2 guys looked at Takamoto curiously, wondering what had happened to his girlfriend since he was so proud, showing off about her before. Takamoto sighed and said, I still want to date her longer, but she found out that I cheated on her. What a scumbag. 2x. Takamoto only rolled his eyes when he heard those 2's words since they weren't much different from him, but somehow he missed that girl since the feeling of fucking her was amazing, especially those huge boobs. He felt a bit lonely, but then he saw a familiar pigtail hairstyle and familiar huge boobs. His eyes shone, and without hesitation, he greeted her, Momo-chan. If anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. Unexpectedly, Momo met someone that she didn't want to. 333, don't touch her. When Shishio went to the toilet, Nana, Maya, and Mako started to sing together, but Saki looked at Rui, Yukinashita, and Momo before she asked, what's your relationship with him? Yukinashita, Rui, and Momo quickly turned their attention to Saki. Nana, Maya, and Mako, even though they were singing together, they also looked at Yukinashita, Rui, and Momo curiously, wondering how that guy could befriend a lot of beautiful girls so easily. In reality, even though this novel had been published for so long, it had been only a month since Shishio came to Tokyo, but the number of beautiful women he had met couldn't be counted with his hands anymore. They might not know Rui, but Yukinashita and Momo were famous figures. Yukinashita was a beautiful girl known for her beauty and intellect, but she was so cold that among the students in Swime, she was known as the Ice Queen. Momo was also famous, but the rumor around her wasn't good since most people knew her as a slut. If it was a normal student, they would look at her with disgust, but everyone in this place was different, and they didn't really have prejudice over her, but they still wanted to know what her relationship with Shishio was. Momo also smiled when she saw everyone's reaction and felt that it was great that she could know many people so easily. After all, she didn't have many friends, and she only spent her time with either Yukinashita or Rui, but this time, it was different since she knew many people now. I'm his friend, and he's also a member of my club, Yukinashita said calmly. Still, inwardly, she was confused at Saki's question. After all, Shishio's girlfriend was Nana, right? In her head, there was one possibility, but there's no way, right? Yukinashita shook her head. I'm his friend too, Momo said with a smile. They nodded and didn't show any reactions to the introduction of Yukinashita and Momo since they had a feeling that they were just really a normal friend, but the next girl, they didn't know why. It might be their girl's instinct that told them that there was something special between Shishio and Rui. Rui didn't feel surprised by their reaction since Shishio had told her that he was a scumbag. I'm Tachibana Rui, and you can say that I'm his first friend in Tokyo. Still, even so, somehow, she wanted to challenge them. Oh. Hearing Rui's introduction, everyone's eyes quickly gathered toward Rui since her introduction was unique. Shishio's first friend in Tokyo? In other words, Rui met Shishio when he came to Tokyo. Still. Okay. Saki only nodded. Rui raised her eyebrow and asked, is that all? She thought that Saki or those girls might get angry, but strangely enough, their reaction was flat. He has invited you all to karaoke together instead of fighting. Isn't it better to have fun? Saki said simply. Yes. Miu nodded with a gentle smile and said, I also want to know all of you better. Can we become friends? Let's sing together. Nana cheered with a smile. Shina only nodded and didn't say much. Yukinashita, Momo, and Rui looked at the girls in front of them and thought they were different from the girls they usually met at the school, and somehow, it wouldn't be bad to become friends with them. They also started to know each other as they talked and sang, and their relationship became closer. Still, even though Mai was glad that she could know a lot of girls, who could become her friends, she felt that she needed to talk to Shishio so the number of girls in this place wouldn't increase in the future. Momo was full of smiles and thought it was fun, especially when no one thought much about her reputation. I'm going to the toilet first. Do you want me to go with you? Rui asked. It's all right. It's all right. You should have fun here. Momo smiled then whispered to Yukinashita. Yukinon, take care of Rui. They might bully her if you leave Rui alone. Why? Yukinashita looked at Momo with doubt. Momo only smiled and patted Yukinashita's shoulder. It's all right if you don't understand. Just accompany her, all right. Her expression was as if a mother gently told her daughter that she was too young to understand. Yukinashita wasn't sure why, but she felt insulted by Momo. You don't need to worry. She took her cola and slurped it lightly, feeling quite annoyed and didn't like the feeling when she didn't understand anything. Momo cheered, then left and went to the toilet, wondering whether she could meet Shishio along the way since there were a lot of things that she wanted to ask. She wasn't blind, and she had a feeling of what kind of relationship Shishio had with those girls. It might be outrageous for some people, but she felt if it was Shishio, then it was possible. Unlike the trash that Momo often saw or met, even though Shishio was a scumbag, he could make his girls happy and became friends with each other, which made her even curious how he could do that. Momo walked cheerfully to the toilet, but when she was about to go there, someone suddenly called her, making her mood strange. Momo-chan. Momo stopped and turned her head. She saw 3 young men, similar age to her, walking toward her with a nasty smile. She was quite familiar with this smile, and it was a smile that showed an eagerness to fuck someone. She could tell that from their eyes, they treated him as nothing but an onahole, and it made her frown. Still, Momo almost forgot who they were until she recalled one of those guys. She raised her eyebrows and asked unsurely, Takamoto-kun. Ah, it has been a while, Momo-chan, Takamoto said with a smile and thought that he was successful. Takamoto, is this your girlfriend? Wow, she's so beautiful. Takamoto's two friends couldn't help but marvel when they saw Momo, especially her huge breasts that almost escaped from her white shirt, and their eyes also became lustful and thought that they could ask their friend to let them bang this girl later. Momo was a beautiful girl, especially that naive and cute expression that made people want to tease her. Her boobs were also so huge that they jiggled whenever she walked, which caused the man to be crazy about her. Takamoto was full of smiles since he didn't expect to meet Momo in this place. Momo frowned inwardly and felt regretful that she didn't bring Rui with her before, but at the same time, she was glad that she didn't bring Rui or other girls since she was afraid that those three guys might trouble them too. Momo-chan, I'm sorry that I have cheated on you before. Takamoto showed a regretful expression and said, now, I understand that you're the one that I like. I have broken up with that girl, so can you return to become my girlfriend? He knew that this girl was easy, and he knew that it was only a time before Momo accepted, but... Sorry. Momo rejected Takamoto without hesitation. Takamoto. Puff. 2x. Ahahaha. 2x. Takamoto's two friends laughed so hard when they saw their friend was rejected without hesitation. Hearing Momo's rejection and the laugh of his friends, Takamoto frowned and felt insulted. Why? We were in love before, right? I won't cheat on you again. Sorry, but please don't bother me again, Momo said simply and didn't want to talk with Takamoto again. She sighed and wondered why she had always dated trash while wondering why she didn't meet Shishio earlier, but she didn't expect Takamoto's reaction would be so exaggerated. You bitch! You open your legs so easily in front of me, and then you reject me now. Takamoto was furious and insulted Momo without hesitation. You. Momo frowned and didn't expect that she would be insulted. Also, Takamoto's face was so scary that it made her feel scared. Looking at Momo's scared expression, Takamoto felt quite proud and said, now, how about we take a rest in the nearby hotel? I'll forgive you if you let me do you. Takamoto, are you serious? Yeah, aren't you too hasty? Just shut up. Takamoto was still furious at his two friends and said, I'll let you two bang her later. Help me. Oh, if you say that, then it can't be helped. Momo-chan, let's have fun together. Momo became scared, and she couldn't utter words, especially when Takamoto was about to touch her, but when his hand was about to touch her body, someone suddenly hugged her and slapped Takamoto's hand away. Don't touch her. Momo was startled, but she felt relief when she smelled a familiar smell and looked up. Oga-kun. Takamoto, whose hand was slapped, felt the tingling pain on his hand, and it made him a bit scared when he saw his hand had become purple after being slapped. He was furious, then looked up, then he was in a daze when he saw Shishio. It's you. Takamoto's two friends were also surprised to see Shishio and thought about his beast on the toilet before. Shishio was a bit speechless since he didn't expect Momo to meet such trouble so suddenly. Luckily, he quickly appeared, or else. Next time, you should walk with someone, Shishio said helplessly. Yeah. Momo smiled and sighed in relief. She wasn't sure why, but there was this feeling that she would be alright with as long as he was here. Takamoto felt quite bitter when he thought about Shishio's beast and somehow understood why Momo rejected her. He was a bit scared of Shishio, but how could he let go of this bitch so easily? Do you like this kind of bitch? Shishio and Momo had ignored those three young men and were startled since they didn't expect that one of them would suddenly insult Momo without hesitation. Hey, stop. Yeah, this guy is bad. Even though Shishio didn't do anything and just stood there, the two young men could tell he was dangerous. However, Takamoto had been clouded with anger, and of course, he wouldn't care about the words of his two friends. This girl's pussy is so loose. She's a bitch that will open her legs to anyone. Do you like this kind of bitch? Momo's eyes were already brimming in tears while wondering how someone could be so cruel. Those words hurt her, and Shishio also heard everything, which made her scared since she was afraid that he might treat her with disgust in the future. However, Momo was hugged again by Shishio again. His hug was so gentle that she couldn't help but lean on him, and this time, she could feel his face on her side, which made her face flush. She was surprised and doubted since who would expect Shishio would suddenly show such an intimate action toward her so suddenly. Enough. Shishio asked with an expression as if looking at an idiot. Takamoto didn't expect that Shishio would show off how close he was with Momo after hearing all of that, which made him frown. Don't you care? She's a bitch that will let anyone fuck her. Shishio only snorted and said, even if she's a bitch, she's my bitch now. Also, you don't need to worry. She won't let you fuck her again since your little prick won't satisfy her. He looked at Takamoto's lower body with disdain. You. Takamoto's face was flushed in shame and anger. Takamoto's two friends also couldn't say anything since they had seen the fact on the toilet before. Also, Takamoto, is it? Shishio threw Takamoto's student card directly toward his face, along with two other students' cards toward Takamoto's friends. WH. Takamoto was dumbfounded when his student card was thrown at him. This is the last time. Don't appear in front of her army, or I'll send the record of what has happened here to your parents and school, and I'll also include a lawyer to sue you, 3 for sexual harassment. You, 3, will be jailed, then dropped out of school, then die socially with everyone, whether it is your friends, schoolmates, teachers, parents, families, neighbors, and everyone that knows you as trash that will force a girl, Shishio said in one go, staring at them coldly. Takamoto and his friends' faces were already pale as if blood was drained from their bodies, but they didn't dare to say anything or run away since Shishio's stare was like an abyss. After all, they thought that they would be beaten up, but they didn't expect that the scale of Shishio's revenge would be so exaggerated that it made them pale. Answer me, Shishio said coldly. Yes. 3x. Go. The three of them left without hesitation since they were afraid to stay there any longer. Shishio took a deep breath, then looked at Momo, who was in his arms. Senpai, are you alright? Momo nodded shyly with a cute blush on her face. Shishio. 334, I like you. Shishio was a bit stunned when he saw Momo's expression, but he didn't care and gave a karate chop on her head. Ouch. Momo quickly held her head and asked, what are you doing? She was confused at why Shishio would give her a karate chop so suddenly. Are you stupid? Why didn't you scream? Do you want to be raped? Shishio asked speechlessly. He wondered how this girl could stay in silence when those guys almost touched her body. If he didn't come earlier, then what would happen? Luckily, Shishio saw what had happened so he could stop them, or else. Sorry. Momo lowered her head and knew that she was stupid for not screaming. If she screamed, would those guys dare to do something to her? After all, they were students, and of course, they would panic when she screamed, but she didn't and was trapped in her fear. Well, it's okay. Shishio wondered about Momo's luck in dating such trash and decided to remind her. Still, next time, you should choose a better boyfriend. Momo was in silence, then asked, you're not going to ask anything? Shishio stared into Momo's eyes for a moment and asked, do you want to talk? Momo was unsure how to talk about what had happened. By the way, I have to apologize to you. However, before Momo said anything, Shishio suddenly apologized. Hey? Why did you apologize? You didn't do anything. Momo was confused. I'd called you my bitch before. Even though it might be because of the situation, I feel that it might be a bit too much to call a girl a bitch, Shishio said. No. Momo lowered her head sadly and said, you didn't do anything wrong, Oga-kun, and everything was my fault. She felt depressed, especially when Shishio would think of her as something dirty, but then she felt surprised when her head was patted. Oga-kun. So, are you a bitch that will open your legs to anyone, senpai? Shishio asked. No. Momo shook her head without hesitation. Even though she might not be a virgin, she only did it with her boyfriend, and she had never done it with a random man, especially to someone she didn't like. Then what are you afraid of? I'd never thought of you that way. You don't need to worry, alright. Shishio said gently. Being patted and hearing those soothing voices, Momo's eyes blurred, and she looked at Shishio with tears dripping from her eyes. You should wipe those tears, or else everyone will think that I bullied you, Shishio said speechlessly and took out his handkerchief to wipe her tears. Oga-kun. I like you. Shishio looked at Momo for a moment and nodded. Okay. Momo blinked her eyes and wondered whether Shishio had misunderstood her. I like you and want to go out with you. Yeah, I know. Shishio nodded calmly. Then. But do you know that I have a girlfriend, right? Shishio said. I don't mind. Momo shook her head without hesitation. What do you mean that you don't mind? Shishio was speechless. Momo kept staring at Shishio for a while, waiting for his answer, before her forehead was flicked. Ouch. Momo rubbed her forehead and asked, why did you flick my forehead again? It's because you're stupid. Shishio was speechless and said, there are a lot of wonderful guys out there. So why did you choose a scumbag like me? Scumbag. Momo blinked her eyes and stared at Shishio. I am a scumbag. Shishio nodded and said, I date 4 girls at the same time. I'm the worst, so you shouldn't choose me. The truth was, he really did have an idea about Momo since she had triggered his system, but a serious relationship was a different matter. The fact that he wasn't her first man might bother someone a bit, but he didn't care much about it, considering most of the people in this world would lose in terms of sexual ability against him, so no matter how experienced that woman was, he believed that he could conquer her. However, Shishio also knew about Momo's love life, and all the guys she had met were losers, scumbags, or trash. She had met them so much that she could fall for someone so easily as long as they treated her little gently. It was also the reason why he needed to remind her that he was a scumbag and he dated a lot of girls at the same time. Momo had been hurt a lot of times, and Shishio didn't want to become part of her bad memories. Still, Shishio could tell that Momo didn't think many things on her head. I don't mind. Momo said without hesitation. Shishio was speechless and said, then I reject you. Momo was dumbfounded and asked, why? It's not. Why? It's so sudden, and I don't know you well, Shishio said. But you're a scumbag, right? So aren't you alright with just having sex with a girl? I don't mind becoming your sex friend either, Momo said without hesitation. Sex friend? Shishio raised his eyebrow. Oops. Momo quickly closed her mouth, but being stared at by Shishio, she sighed and said, I know your relationship with Rui. I see. Shishio nodded and didn't feel surprised. How about we start as sex friends? Momo asked again. Shishio sighed and said, Senpai, while it might not be in my place to say this, you don't see sex as something special, right? Well. If Momo had to say whether sex was something special or not, then she didn't think so. She wasn't a virgin, and she had a lot of experience, so it was normal for her to think so. Senpai, I'm selfish. I only want my woman to be my only mine and won't have sex with men other than me, Shishio said. I'm alright with it, Momo said without hesitation. Shishio looked at Momo and knew that this girl would accept his every demand, which made him sigh that love really made people stupid. Let's take a step back. Tomorrow is Golden Week, and think about whether you can accept my relationship with other girls. If your decision doesn't change, then let's try it. Momo wanted to say that she was okay and accepted everything since Shishio could accept her, but she could only nod obediently when she saw his eyes. Okay. Good. Shishio nodded with a sigh. Should we go back now? Everyone must be waiting for us. Wait. What's wrong? I need to go to the toilet. Momo squeezed her legs, and she felt that it was almost coming out. Should I accompany you? Please. Shishio waited outside of the toilet, leaning on the wall, waiting for Momo, but then he turned his head and said, it isn't good to eavesdrop on someone. If you know that I'm there, why don't you say anything? Mai said as she walked out of her hiding place. When Shishio and Momo talked before, she just happened to go out to go to the toilet, and she didn't expect to hear anything amazing, but she wouldn't expect that Momo would confess to Shishio that Momo was even alright to become his sex friend. You want to ask me something? Shishio asked. Why don't you just agree before? Mai looked at Shishio curiously and asked. She's such a good girl. Do you want me to agree? Shishio asked again. Mai curled her lips and said, your question was unfair. Did she want him to accept that confession? Of course not. Until now, Mai still wanted Shishio to break up with all of her girls and be together with her, but she also knew that it was unrealistic, and it was also the reason why she still hadn't accepted his confession, even if they had kissed each other. However, after Mai knew his 4 girls, her mind started to shake, and she felt that it wouldn't be bad to be together with him, even if he dated 4 girls simultaneously, until suddenly she saw that someone had confessed to him. Still, if Mai was in Momo's place, it also didn't feel that surprising for her to confess Shishio, especially when she saw how Shishio helped Momo when she was troubled by 3 young men before. Mai was hugged by Shishio, but she didn't move away and let him kiss her lips. It might have been a few days since they had kissed each other, but she really missed this feeling. If possible, she wanted him to live together with her and stay together, but for now, she was satisfied with this. Do you still feel the same way as before? Mai asked as she leaned on his chest. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I like you, Mai. Mai smiled softly and said, it's good to know that. Shishio slapped Mai's butts without hesitation and felt that this girl sometimes really annoyed him. Slap? Why did you slap my butts so suddenly? Mai complained, but there was a blush on her face. Don't you have something to tell me? Shishio asked as he stared at her. Mai blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. I like you. I didn't hear it, Shishio said with a smile. I like you. Mai grumbled and asked, are you satisfied? I'm satisfied. Shishio smiled and kissed Mai's lips again. Mai was surprised and wanted to complain to him not to kiss her so suddenly, but in the end, she closed her eyes and decided to enjoy their kiss. Still, they didn't kiss that long since they were in the corridor of the karaoke store, and someone could walk anytime. By the way, during Golden Week, do you have any plans? Mai suddenly asked. I have a lot, Shishio said helplessly. Mai snorted and felt annoyed again since she thought she could spend her time with Shishio during Golden Week. But you don't need to worry, I'll spend time with you, Shishio said as he hugged Mai. Who wants to spend time with you? Mai snorted, but her body was honest as she leaned against his body. By the way, I haven't told you yet, but I might move to your apartment building, Shishio said. Hey? Really? How? Mai was surprised, but at the same time, she was excited. I'll talk about that later. Kashiwabara-senpai is almost out, Shishio said. Wait, can you do the same thing as you did to her before? Mai suddenly said. What did I do to her? Shishio was confused. The one that you did to shoo those guys away, Mai said. You want me to do that? Shishio looked at Mai weirdly. What's with that stare? Mai was furious since Shishio stared at her as if she was a pervert. Well, I don't really mind, though. Mai felt his hand around her waist as she was pulled deeper into his embrace. Woman, you'll be mine from now on. Mai blushed and looked away. Woman, you dare to look away from me. Mai's chin was held, and she was forced to stare at him. She could see his expression was 9 points of indifference and 1 point of affection, so without hesitation, she hugged his neck and kissed his lips again. Why don't you follow the script, girl? Shishio was speechless since he should be the one who gave the kiss, but why should he overthink? In the end, they enjoyed their kiss again, racing against the time since the more they kissed, the more they were likely to be found out. 335, your hard work will be rewarded. After everyone played karaoke together, Shishio kept his promise and treated everyone to a yakiniku. Is this all right? Yuki Nashida asked since she was afraid that she might have troubled him. After all, a yakiniku definitely wasn't cheap, and Shishio would treat all of them, which was quite a large sum of money. You don't need to pretend to be cool by treating us. We can pay by ourselves since you have used your free voucher to treat all of us to karaoke, Mai said gently. She didn't lack money. She was a famous child actress. If Shishio wanted, he could be her toy boy and tell him to work as a household husband. Mai suddenly fell deep in thought as she rubbed her chin. It's not bad at all. She felt that it was a good idea to let Shishio become a household husband so that no vixen would bother him anymore. When everyone was on the karaoke before, Shishio told them that he had a free voucher to play on the karaoke for free, but this time, it was different. Senpai, if you treat me as a friend, then you don't need to feel troubled by being treated by me. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, then looked at Mai, and said, also, since I have promised you, that means I won't be troubled even if I treat all of you. Lastly, tomorrow is Golden Week. We won't meet each other for a while, so just this time, let me treat all of you, alright? Shishio said calmly and told everyone that he wouldn't change his mind, so they could just enjoy themselves. They looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. Still, when they thought about Golden Week, even though they were happy that they wouldn't need to go to the school, they were sad when they thought that they wouldn't meet him for a while, except for his girlfriends, of course, since they were going to meet him even if there was Golden Week. So, where are we going to eat? Nana asked. A few days ago, I saw there was a yakiniku store nearby, Shishio said. Oh? What's the name? Meiko asked curiously. It should be Sakura Yakiniku. Shishio answered, then pointed his finger at the yakiniku store. That's the store. They followed the direction where Shishio's finger pointed and saw the yakiniku store that he had told them about. The store seemed normal, but it was designed with delicate craftsmanship, especially the signboard. They could tell that a famous calligrapher wrote it. Still, even with all of that, the store's design was quite low-key, making it approachable so the customers wouldn't hesitate to come. Come on. They nodded and entered the store. They were hit by the delicious aroma of grilled beef that increased their appetite as they entered. Growl. It might be because they had just ended their exam, spent most of their calories on the exam, and went to the karaoke before, so when they entered this store, they felt hungry. Sorry, that was me. Shishio blushed. I know that it might be too late to ask this question, but are some of you not good with meat? Shishio asked since they were all girls. He knew that some of them might want to keep their weight, so they didn't eat meat, but it seemed that his worry was redundant. No. They answered without hesitation. They were all young, and even if they were girls, they also loved to eat meat. Shishio nodded and didn't doubt, especially Shina, Saki, and Rui since the three of them ate his meat deliciously. Welcome. With that said, when the waitress welcomed them, Shishio sat at the same table with his girlfriends, leaving Yuki Nashida, Rui, Momo, Meiko, Maya, Ritsu, and Nanamai on the different table since even if the table was huge, it was impossible to accommodate all of them. Still, even if they were sitting at a different table, they sat at the next table, so the distance between them wasn't that far, and they could still talk to each other easily. What's your order? The waitress asked. Well, for now, 3 plates of galbi, sirloin, short loin, shoulder roast. Shishio then looked at his girlfriends and asked, do you want rice? No. 4x. Sheena thought for a moment and asked, I'll eat Shishio's rice. Okay. Shishio nodded and asked, do you want to order more? If we can't finish it, can you eat the rest? Nana asked. Yes. Shishio looked at Nana and said, you should remember my appetite, right? Saki and Nana had gone on a date with Shishio, so they knew how big his appetite was. Then can I order 1 plate of liver and salad? Nana asked. Yes. The waitress nodded. Then they ordered the drink and waited for their order to come. Mashiro, have you tried yakiniku? Miu asked. Sheena shook her head and said, no, but I have tried Shishio's roast beef. Shishio's roast beef. 4x. Shishio, who was checking the temperature of the grill, was speechless and said, well, I have cooked it for everyone in Sakurasu in the past. You can cook. Mai raised her eyebrow. I can. Shishio nodded, but Saki said, don't look down at his cooking skill. His cooking skills should be the best among everyone here, Miu said with a solemn expression. His girlish power is even stronger than all of us. Nana sighed. The last one is unnecessary, right? Shishio's lips twitched. Really? Mai curled her lips, feeling quite jealous when she thought that everyone had eaten the food that was cooked by Shishio. Shishio noticed Mai's reaction, so he said, if you don't mind, I'll cook when Nana is going to move to her new apartment. Oh, right, Nana, you're going to move into the apartment, right? Where are you going to move to? Miu asked curiously. It's it. Nana told everyone where she would move, but Mai was dumbfounded and said subconsciously, isn't that where I live? They looked at Shishio simultaneously since they could tell that this guy might have realized that Nana had moved into Mai's apartment building. I forgot to tell you. This was the only thing that Shishio could say since whenever he wanted to talk about the fact that Nana and Mai were going to live in the same apartment building, there were many things happening. Everyone. Still, Mai and Nana looked at each other, and somehow instead of a complex feeling, they felt relief. Please take care of me from now on, Mai senpai, Nana said with a smile. She would be lying if she wasn't worried about living alone, and even if she wanted to live with Shishio all the time, it was unrealistic. Fortunately, Mai would be living in the same apartment as her. Mai smiled, then shook her head and said, you don't need to worry. Also, likewise, please take care of me too. Shishio looked at Mai and Nana and felt that it was pretty unrealistic when the relationship between the two quickly became so amiable, but when his waist was twisted by Mai, he knew that he needed to talk to her again later. While they talked, their order came, and they also started to grill their meats. Unlike everyone else, Shishio was the only one who ordered white rice. Even though the combination of white rice and grilled meat was so delicious, it had too many calories, and rice was full of carbohydrates, making it deadly for girls who didn't want to get fat. Mai, who would return to the showbiz, also didn't plan to eat much and only grilled the meats before she put them on Shishio's plate, watching him eat, but she didn't expect that this guy would feed Sheena. Open your mouth, Shishio asked. Sheena opened her mouth and let Shishio feed her. As she chewed the rice and beef, Shishio asked, is it delicious? It's okay. Compared to the food that Shishio cooked, Sheena felt that the taste of the grilled beef was quite bland. I'll try to grill the meat. Shishio took some pieces of meat and grilled them on the grilling. When the meat touched the grill, the sizzling sound was heard, and the tempting smell permeated through the store. Even though there was a smoke extractor on each of the tables in this restaurant, the smell of the beef that Shishio grilled caused everyone to gulp their saliva. Shishio waited for a moment and wanted to pick up his beef, but who would expect that Nana would steal his beef? Delicious. Nana's eyes shone brightly as if she had tasted the most delicious food. Shishio stared at Nana silently, and he had written this crime on his mind. Still, not only Nana, who was attracted, but all the girls were also attracted by the meat that Shishio grilled, so at this moment, he became a meat grilling machine. While Shishio was busy grilling the meat, Miu and Saki went to the toilet together. Saki. Miu looked at Saki shyly. Saki understood what Miu wanted to say and asked, you're going with him tonight? Miu's face was burning red, but she nodded to answer Saki's question. Saki sighed and somehow felt disappointed. Why do you seem to be disappointed? Miu was confused. I want to do it again with Shishio. Saki thought that if Miu didn't come with Shishio after this, she would go back with him since she wanted to do it again. Miu's face turned red once again, but there was a shock this time. Still, there was a curiosity in her expression, and she asked, was it good? It's great, Saki said without hesitation since, in the past week, sex with him was something she had been thinking about. At first, she thought it would be scary, especially when she saw his huge thing, but she felt so pleasant and pleasurable when she did it for the first time. If there wasn't an exam, he was sure that he would invite her all the time. So, will you go with him tonight? Yes. Miu nodded without hesitation since this was what she had always wanted to do before. If her little sister didn't bother her at that time, they might do it, so this time, when no one would bother them, she wouldn't hesitate. Still, she looked at Saki and asked, "Do you want to come with us?" Saki was dumbfounded and asked, "Are you sure?" Well. Miu wasn't sure why she suddenly invited Saki, but then after a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Saki looked at Miu for a moment, looking at her in surprise, then said, "Without a doubt, that guy will be happy." "Yeah." Miu smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sure that guy will jump up cheerfully." Saki and Miu weren't wrong. If Shishio knew that he would get a chance to do a threesome, then without a doubt, he would be jumped in happiness and hoop of delight. 336, We love to study 1. Shishio was quite depressed when he had become an automatic meat grilling machine for everyone. "It's so delicious." Momo sighed as she patted her stomach. "Yeah, it's so delicious." Yukinashita nodded and thought that she almost passed out when she tasted how delicious the beef that Shishio grilled was. Even though the restaurant gave the same beef, when Shishio grilled them, it gave an indescribable flavor that couldn't be described by words. Yukinashita wasn't sure about meat grilling, but she had heard the words of grilled eel master. The eel grill master said that if someone wanted to become a qualified chef for grilled eel, they needed to learn 3 years of skewering, 7 years of slicing, and a lifetime of grilling. With those sentences, it could be said, even the most experienced chef could mess up on the grilling process, but Yukinashita could tell how perfect Shishio's grilling technique was. Even now, Yukinashita could feel her mouth was watery. If her appetite wasn't small, then she might ask him to grill her meat again. "Shishio-kun, do you want to become a chef?" Rui's eyes were scorching when she asked Shishio this question. "Not particularly," Shishio said, causing Rui's eyes to become downcast. He looked at Rui for a moment, then added, "But I might become a restaurant owner." Restaurant owner? Still, Yukinashita rolled her eyes since this guy's dream was all over the place, right? Before she heard that he wanted to become prime minister, then a writer, and now a restaurant owner? However, why didn't Yukinashita feel surprised? Somehow, Yukinashita felt that if Shishio wanted to do something as long as he wanted to, then without a doubt, he would be successful. She often heard inspirational words that everyone could be anything as long as they wished and worked hard, but some people could become anything when they didn't try and had never wished for it. Yukinashita somehow felt a bit jealous, but at the same time, she also realized why Shishio was so attractive and why there were so many people gathering around him. A small curve formed in her mouth, but it quickly disappeared since Yukinashita's face was loosened once again, showing an AJO expression as she tasted the food cooked by Shishio. Still, Yukinashita was quite annoyed and said when she thought that there were some secrets that were shared between them, yet she didn't know anything. However, no one noticed Yukinashita's expression since they ate with a happy smile. "By the way, where did you learn to grill?" Meiko asked. "In Kyoto," Shishio answered naturally like a small kid dressed in a blue suit, glasses and a red bow tie, and always answered that he learned everything in Hawaii. Their lips twitched, and they wondered whether they could learn everything in Kyoto. "Well, since we're full now, how about we go back?" Shishio said. Whenever there was a beginning, there had always been an end. Every fun time would always end, but they couldn't help but feel immensely sad even though they knew it. Still, they decided to go back and went back together. Shishio had promised Miu to go back together last week, but who would expect that Saki would also join them? Wait a moment. Shishio had a premonition on his heart, but he shouldn't let his hope get better of himself. "But..." Shishio looked at Saki and asked, "You're going to go back with us?" Saki nodded shyly and didn't dare to look at Shishio. Shishio was dumbfounded, then looked at Miu. Miu was also embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Shishio. Shishio took a deep breath, and it seemed that his wish was about to be granted tonight. As expected, hard work has never betrayed yourself. Shishio had worked hard to achieve this dream, but then, he wondered whether it was really okay? It didn't take a while for Shishio, Saki and Miu to arrive at his penthouse in Minato by train. Still, Shishio had no intention of appreciating the scenery of his apartment. Instead, he looked at Saki and Miu, then asked, "Are you sure? Even though I'm happy, this is your first time, you know." He looked at Miu and felt that this girl's decision was too hasty. "You don't need to worry, I won't bother you when you do it, but she might want to see us do it," Saki suddenly said subtly. "I know that it is quite late to ask this question, but are you alright with it?" Shishio looked at Saki and asked. "If I'm not ready, then I won't come," Saki said calmly, but her voice was quite shaky, showing how nervous she was. It might not be her first time, but it was her first time doing it together with another girl. I'm ready." Miu nodded as she clenched her two fists. Shishio was lost for words, but should he hesitate? No. How about we take a bath first? Shishio asked. Yes. 2x. Miu and Saki agreed since their bodies smelled like grilled beef. The smell of the grilled beef might be pleasant, but it wasn't a suitable smell for what they were about to do. Then should we do it together? Shishio asked once again. Their faces turned red instantly. They showed hesitation for a moment before they nodded shyly. Oh okay. I'll try. Looking at their reaction, Shishio understood their reaction, and it was normal for them to show a reluctant expression since they didn't want to be told they were too excited or slutty. However, he also knew that they didn't really hate the ideas and their bodies were honest about his idea. The three of them walked to the main bathroom, where there was a huge pool inside, but as they entered, Saki and Miu were quite nervous about taking off their clothes, which was why Shishio took the initiative. Shishio took a deep breath and said, I'll take off my clothes. Saki and Miu opened their eyes wide, but they didn't stop him. However, before Shishio took off his clothes, Saki suddenly said, Shishio. I'll help you to take off your clothes. Okay. Shishio nodded. I'll help you too. Miu somehow didn't want to lose. Shishio didn't say anything and watched Saki and Miu, who told him that they would take off his clothes. Saki was braver and took off his shirt by unbuttoning his button one by one. Miu also mimicked Saki, but unlike Saki, her face was so red, her eyes were watery as if she was about to cry, but some excitement couldn't be hidden since she had been staring at Shishio's body from the beginning to the end. Gulp. As his shirt was taken off, Miu and Saki could see Shishio's body and couldn't help but try to reach it, especially his ABS and his Adonis belt. It wasn't Saki's first time, so she didn't hesitate and touched his ABS, caressing them with her every finger. Miu also did the same, but there was an urge on her head that made her want to rub her face on Shishio's face. Their soft and warm fingers tickled his body, but at the same time, it also made his body burn and caused his flaccid phallus to become hard. With his size, it was impossible to hide the fact that his phallus had become hard, so Saki and Miu quickly noticed the change on his body, which caused their faces to become redder and their heads to become dizzier. His smell was manly and musky, causing them to want to press their noses against his body, but their reason stopped them since they felt that action was too shameless. Take it off. Unlike before, his voice was so deep and hoarse as if ordering them. However, Saki's thighs squeezed, and her face was so excited, but even so, she couldn't take off his pants since her hands were too stiff and she was too nervous. Good grief, you can't even take off my pants. Shishio sighed, looked at Miu, and asked, Miu, help Saki. Ah. Miu, who had been in a daze, was startled. Her face was so red that if someone saw her, they thought that she was burning, but it wasn't wrong since her body was so hot that she felt that her entire body was burning. It might be her first time, but when she heard Shishio's words, she nodded and helped Saki take off his pants. As his pants were taken off, the hard phallus was shown to two girls, and it caused them to gulp once again. So big. Miu subconsciously uttered those words. She might have heard that Shishio's phallus was gigantic, and it seemed that it was right. It's your favorite, right, Saki? Why don't you do what you did before? Shishio asked with a smile. Saki shuddered, and her body tightened. She stared at the delicious glands in front of her, ignoring Miu's presence beside her, before she gulped and touched his hard phallus with her hand. Shh, it's great. As Shishio let out a comfortable sigh, Saki felt an excitement on her body, and she opened her mouth as large as she could before she swallowed the head of his phallus as the most delicious thing in the world. Her mouth was so warm and tight that it made him feel as if he had put his thing inside her genitals. Shishio could smell an intense smell coming from two girls, but he ignored Miu and focused on Saki. With his encouragement, Saki's movement became even more intense. She swung her head back and forth as her ponytail kept swaying. The sound of her sucking his phallus echoed through the changing room. Miu's head was dizzy when she saw Saki was so excited, ignoring her presence and enjoying how Shishio bullied her. Still, watching her, sucking his phallus so deliciously, she felt jealous and also wanted to do the same. The lewd sound kept sounding, and before long, Shishio was on his limit. I'm going to come. Saki didn't let go of his phallus. Instead, she hugged his waist as she kept his phallus inside her mouth. At that moment, the white lava that had been kept inside his balls immediately ejaculated inside her mouth. The amount was so much that she couldn't keep them all inside, and it dripped out from her mouth, dirtying her mouth, hair, and uniform. Gulp. Miu kept gulping her saliva as she watched Saki drink all of Shishio's semen. Open your mouth, Saki, Shishio said. Saki breathed hard, but after hearing his request, she opened her mouth, showing her messy mouth that was dirted by semen. Swallow it. Gulp. Saki swallowed the semen without hesitation before opening her mouth wide, showing that she had swallowed it clean. Can you stand up? Shishio asked since he couldn't hold it anymore. Saki stood up slowly since her legs were weak. Even if she just sucked his thing, it caused her to come. Shishio helped Saki to stand up and instructed her to hold the washing machine with her hands. He took off her skirt and panties, showing off her pink inner lips that were wide open, and her love juices kept dripping to her thighs. Miu was in a daze, watching it, but at the same time, she could tell that Saki was aroused. However, she was even surprised at Shishio's phallus since it didn't lose its hardness, standing tall toward the ceiling, even after he had come out with such a large amount of semen. Shishio looked at Miu and said, "Miu, I'm going to have sex. Do you want to see it?" Miu was stunned, then nodded dumbly. Shishio smiled, then touched Saki's labia with his fingers. "See? It's so wet, right? You can see how excited this girl is." Shishio. Saki's face was dying in embarrassment, and her eyes were in tears. "Aren't you the one who wants her to see?" Shishio asked. "Buletin but. Also, didn't you suck my cock so excitedly?" "You're a really naughty girl, hey." Shishio held his hard phallus as he rubbed it against her entrance. Shishio. Saki couldn't hold it anymore and just wanted to push her entrance against his thing. "What do you want, Saki?" Shishio asked in a whisper. Saki's face was red, her body shuddered, but she said in a low voice, I want your penis." "I didn't hear it." "I want your penis." "Where?" Inside my vagina." "Good girl." Shishio patted Saki's head gently then rewarded her for being a good girl. As his thing was put inside, Saki moaned loudly. Miu, who was on the side, could only sit in a daze, watching the two of them, having sex in front of her, and thought that she wouldn't forget this scene in her entire life. 337, we love to study too. Ahem. Saki arched her back as she rolled her eyes. Her body tightened and quivered several times before she felt something hot on her back and hair. She felt quite dissatisfied since he didn't let it inside her, but she was too tired to say anything and dropped to the ground. Shishio quickly caught Saki in his arms and said to Miu, "Wait here for a moment." Miu sat on the ground, and her lower body was so wet that she had created a small puddle under her skirt. Shishio helped Saki wash her body before bringing her to rest in her room, leaving Miu alone in the changing room. Miu was still in a daze, and she just couldn't believe what she had seen before. She wondered whether Shishio and Saki were perverts who loved someone watching them having sex with each other. However, she knew that Saki did this because Saki wanted to tell her that this was what sex was about. Frankly, Miu was jealous of Saki since she could tell that Saki had had a good time before. Miu stood up slowly, and her legs were still weak, but she was too embarrassed to stay, especially when she had made a puddle in the room. She wanted to clean the puddle, but Shishio had already come, which made her face become red instantly. Shishio-kun. She gulped as she saw his naked body, and she was in a daze again when he saw his phallus was still hard. Isn't it harder than before? Miu felt that her logic was constantly challenged since she realized her boyfriend was stronger than she had thought. "Let's take a bath together, senpai," Shishio said gently before he looked at the small puddle on the ground. Buletin but. Miu then remembered that she had made a puddle on the floor, which embarrassed her. She tried to cover it with her hands, trying to stop Shishio from seeing it. Don't look, Shishio-kun. We can clean it up tomorrow. Now, you need to take a bath first." Shishio moved closer to Miu and asked, "Do you want me to take off your clothes?" Miu wasn't sure how to respond to this problem, but she shook her head and said, I'll take off my own clothes, please wait inside the bathroom, Shishio-kun. In the end, she was too embarrassed to ask him to help her. Okay. Shishio also knew that the mood was slightly weird, but he still could smell the intense smell coming from Miu and knew that she was in heat. Miu took a deep breath and saw Shishio enter the bathroom, but she decided to clean up the puddle that she had made up before she made up her mind to enter the bathroom. Shishio wasn't sure, but he could imagine how awkward it was for someone to be taken together with another girl for the first time. He wasn't sure what Miu imagined at that time for agreeing to such a lovely idea, but one thing for sure, he was satisfied now. Even if Miu wasn't ready, Shishio didn't mind, and it might be good to spend their time talking to each other, but the demon inside him told him that there was no need to hesitate and took two girls simultaneously. Shishio sat on the small stool and watched his reflection in the mirror. He was naked and didn't wear anything, wondering whether Miu cleaned up the puddle that she had made before. Shishio didn't intend to move and waited for Miu since he knew that she was in the middle of a dilemma. He thought that he was going to wait for a while, but shortly, she entered. Don't look, Shishio-kun. Why? Shishio didn't hesitate and turned his head, staring at Miu's naked body. That should be the case, but a white towel wrapped around her body. Unlike Saki's athletic body, Miu's body was petite. Her legs were thin, her boobs were small, but strangely enough, everything about her was alluring. She might not have a perfect body out there, but this imperfection caused him unable to look away. Shishio-kun. Miu was so embarrassed when she looked at Shishio. After all, she was unconfident about her body, she wasn't tall, and she also didn't have big boobs. She also wasn't that stylish either, and sometimes, she wondered what made him love her. Suddenly, tears dripped from her eyes, but suddenly she heard him call her name. Miu. His voice was deep and hoarse. Look at me. Miu didn't dare to look at Shishio, but her chin was lifted, and he kissed her. HNNH. Miu opened her eyes wide, and the white towel on her body dropped. She could feel his hard and hot phallus on her stomach, which made her body burn. She could feel that he rubbed his body against her and kissed her even deeper. Miu felt that her mind was broken at that moment, and she started to go wild. They kept kissing each other as they rubbed their bodies, but Shishio then grabbed her soft butts and put his phallus between her slender legs as he shook his waist back and forth, having intercrural sex. Miu's mind was blank, and she just focused on the pleasure that she felt. She kept dripping love juices from her honeypot as she kept sucking his mouth. As they kept rubbing each other against it, they felt their bodies quivering at the same time. Miu was in a daze again when she felt the hot liquid dripped against her butts and thigh, but then her heart was bitten. Hi on. Her entire body shook, and her nipples were hard. Her face flushed as she asked in confusion. Shishio-kun. This pleasure almost erased all of her reasons and caused her to intoxicate in pleasure. I love you, Miu. Miu's body shuddered as she felt her neck kissed several times. She hugged him tightly as she replied in a lusty voice. I love you too, Shishio-kun. It was her first time doing this, but she felt it was great to be able to do something like this with her loved one, but then she saw him, looking at her breasts. Shishio-kun. She quickly hid her breasts since she was unconfident with them. They were small, and she felt that it was unattractive. Don't hide them. Shishio grabbed Miu's hands so he could see what was hidden there. What was hidden behind Miu's hands were two cute pink nipples surrounded by slightly darker pinkish areola. Unlike Saki's healthy breasts or Nana's enormous melon, the only appropriate word that Shishio could find for Miu's breasts was modest. They might be small, but it didn't mean they were none. Miu's eyes were teary, but she was shocked by the words that came out from Shishio's mouth. They're beautiful. What? Miu was surprised, but she became even more surprised when she saw him sucking her nipple. NHNN. Miu bit her lower lip, trying to hold her moans, but she couldn't, and she kept crying. His mouth sucked his nipple, and his hand rubbed her breast, twisting her other nipple with his fingers. Miu kept moaning before her body quivered as she fell in his arms. Her breath panted, her legs were weak, but she held his neck and kissed his lips again. Shishio didn't care about taking a bath anymore and carried her to the empty room in his penthouse. Miu also didn't think anything since the pleasure caused her mind to go blank, but when she fell on the bed, their lips parted. Fueh. She was in a daze as her saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, feeling confused when they suddenly moved inside the room. The air conditioner's temperature was perfect, but with how hot their bodies were, their bodies sweated profusely, but neither of them cared about it. They stared at each other and knew what they were about to do. Shishio-kun. Miu held his neck as she kept staring into his eyes. Not yet, you're not wet yet, Shishio whispered. Wet. Miu was confused, but she saw the scene that made her head blank. He opened her legs with his hands, and she lay on the bed with her legs showing an M-shaped. Shishio-kun. She shouted in shame and tried to close her legs since she was embarrassed, but she couldn't. She was confused at what he was about to do, but her eyes were wide open again when she saw him, licking her dirty place. Shishio-kun. Tha, that place is dirty. Miu squeezed her legs as she tried to push him away, but the sudden pleasure that hit her caused her body to quiver as she let out a loud moan. Hi on. Shishio slurped her honeypot as her love juices flooded out from inside. It was so delicious that he couldn't stop. He kept licking as he played her clitoris with his thumb. There's no dirty place on your body. Miu cried in shame. Miu was embarrassed that her dirty place was licked by Shishio, but she also felt the pleasure that kept hitting her over and over. Her body was at his mercy, and she could only beg him to stop since she was almost crazy by the pleasure. As he stopped, Miu lay weakly on the bed, and she couldn't utter her energy. Senpai, I'm about to do it. Miu turned her head and stared at his eyes. She hugged his neck again and kissed his lips again. Their tongues entangled each other as they sucked each other's saliva. Miu's kiss was so lewd that no one would ever think that she was pure and innocent a long time ago. Shishio was about to take his condom as their lips parted, but Miu stopped him. I want to feel it without that thing. Miu's voice was so low, but it was full of determination. Okay. Shishio also didn't entangle much since he also wanted to do it with her as soon as possible. Miu gulped and stared at his huge phallus pressed against the entrance of her vagina. Her body quivered when he rubbed his thing against her. She stared at him with watery eyes and asked him in an alluring voice. Shishio-kun. She couldn't wait anymore. She wanted him to be inside her, Shishio answered her wish and slowly inserted his phallus inside. He gritted his teeth as he tried to hold the pleasure that he felt. Her inside was so tight that it almost crushed him, but her love juice kept flooding from inside, causing it easier for him to insert it inside. Her body trembled as she kept kissing his lips to ease the pain until she felt something inside her broken, and she could feel his thing filling her entire vagina. It was overwhelming, but at the same time, she felt happy. I love you, Shishio. Shishio smiled as they intertwined their fingers. I love you too, Miu. As they kept kissing, Miu's pain disappeared, and all that was left was only pleasure. Shishio didn't wait anymore, and after he did her in missionary position, he let her rest her head and arms on the pillow while doing her from behind. Her moans echoed through the room as they continued to have sex for the entire night. 338, the quiet one has always been the lewdest. Shishio moved Miu to the same room as Saki before they slept together. Miu and Saki slept directly like a log, hugging him tightly without letting him go. Shishio thought that his night was so wild, but frankly, he was happy. Still, even with two girls, he was as healthy as ever, and he could still continue, which made him speechless. However, the two girls were already sleeping so soundly, and there was no way for him to bother them unless he did them when they were sleeping. Shishio also thought to go sleep, but before that, he decided to check the rewards that he had received from Miu. If it was before, Shishio would open his rewards the next day before he slept, but this time, he decided to open them tonight. He checked his rewards, and there were 2 rewards of assets, and the rest were talent and ability. Shishio decided to accept Wasabi Farm and Otsuka Pharmaceutical first since he was quite curious about them. I see. If Shishio had to explain whether there was something special about those 2 rewards, he could only say that the size of the 2 assets was huge. The Wasabi Farm that he received was located in Izu, and it was also nearby to his villa. Also, it was the largest wasabi farm in Izu. Some people might know or might not know about wasabi, but it is an important condiment of Japanese food. It is similar in taste to hot mustard or horseradish rather than chili peppers in that it stimulates the nose more than the tongue. Frankly, Shishio loved this reward since he knew how expensive wasabi was. Some people might argue that wasabi was cheap since they often see them in the supermarket now, but the wasabi that was sold in the supermarket was artificial, and it wasn't made from the actual plant. If it was real wasabi, then the price would be higher. Shishio had always wanted to visit Izu somehow since he owned a villa and a wasabi farm in that prefecture. Let's visit them over the summer. Shishio was sure that his girls would be happy to play to Izu, especially when the water on the sea was clear during summer, so they might be able to go diving there. It was still a long time before Shishio decided to visit Izu, so right now, it was better to check the Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. Frankly, Otsuka Pharmaceutical was a normal pharmaceutical company, but if there was something special about this company, then it sold popular sports drinks and energy bars in the world. Shishio only looked at this company for a moment before he checked the rest of his rewards. Still, it might be because it wasn't his first time to open his rewards, and he also had often seen a lot of amazing rewards, so his reaction was flat. This discovery made him feel conflicted, but at the same time, it was also normal since a human had always been an adaptable creature. Shishio somehow remembered the time when he was full of distress and self-blame when he took Rui's virginity and got his first reward. Right now, Shishio didn't feel the feeling that he felt at that time. Instead, he felt all right. He felt that instead of agonizing over everything that he had done, it was better to think about how to make his women happy since they were the ones who had given him all of those rewards. Yes, without all of those girls, there was no way for the system to give him rewards, which was why he needed to treasure and show his gratitude toward them. Still, some people might feel that his words were bullshit when they recalled what he did to Saki in previous chapters. He did that play because she loved it, and being gentle all the time wasn't something that man should do. Men needed to conquer women and told them that they could be only their women until the last moment of their lives. If not, then other men might take care of your women. If Shishio had to give an example, then it would be Mitaka, Sorita, and Natsuo Fujii, who would receive the same fate as the 2 previous men. Shishio didn't want to have a similar fate as those 3 in the future, so he had to treasure his women now and in the future. With that mindset, Shishio decided to accept his other rewards. Dance Mastery, Enhanced Fingers, and Tuna Mastery, hey. Shishio put his eyes on Dance Mastery first, and personally, he thought that this reward was useless since he had gotten Art Mastery from Shina in the past. The Art Mastery gave Shishio the ability to understand and have talent over many types of arts in this world. Dancing was, of course, included in this skill, so he thought that this skill was useless. However, it seemed that he was wrong. When 2 skills had a similar effect, it wouldn't turn useless. Instead, it would enhance the named skill. In his case, it was dancing. Shishio felt that if he was dancing in front of the girls or women, without a doubt, he could bring them back to the room, having another dance in a different place such as a bed. Shishio hadn't tested the effects of the combination of art mastery and dancing mastery, but one thing was for sure, he might enter history just by dancing alone. Since I have an enhanced voice, should I be able to enter history by singing too? Shishio didn't have any plans to make his debut, so he decided to pay attention to his other reward. Tuina Mastery. Shishio looked at his reward for a moment before he accepted it, but as he received all the information and skill into his head, a small curve on his mouth was formed. Interesting. Shishio felt that this Tuina Mastery was simply tailored for him. Some readers might not know Tuina, but it is a traditional massage technique from China. It might be boring to read the description or explanation about Tuina, but one thing was for sure, with this skill, Shishio could restore the stamina of his women easily, so, when they were tired, after doing that, he could use Tuina to restore their stamina. Of course, this Tuina Mastery wasn't as magical as those supernatural massage techniques on the story that could have a similar effect to 8 hours of sleep. Still, it was amazing since it could relax the body and mind of his women as long as he massaged them. Shishio was satisfied with his rewards, but then there was another reward that he needed to open. Enhanced fingers. When Shishio accepted this reward, he felt that his fingers were burning. Whether it was his hands' fingers or feet fingers, all of them were burning, but he held it until the process ended. Wow! Those were the only words that Shishio could utter at that moment since he could feel that the speed and dexterity of his fingers had increased. Shishio felt that he could create a new martial art where he would focus on the pressure points in the future, considering he had orthopedics mastery and Tuina mastery. Still, one thing was for sure, as long as he did something by using his fingers, the speed and the quality of everything that he made would become even perfect. With all of that, Shishio somehow felt tired after receiving all of those rewards, and he decided to sleep. His days were good, so he slept soundly together with Miu and Saki on both sides. Shishio hadn't opened his eyes, but he could hear two girls talking as they touched his body, especially his hardened phallus. He might have done it a lot last night, but as a healthy boy, of course, he would have morning wood. After all, as long as someone was a man and had a penis on their bodies, it was something inevitable. Still, as a gentleman, Shishio decided to pretend to sleep so they wouldn't be embarrassed. Not because he was curious about what they were planning to do with his little brother. Work hard, brother, Shishio thought at that moment. Miu and Saki didn't know that Shishio had woken up, and they lifted the blanket on his lower body to observe his hardened phallus. When they woke up, they saw something standing tall below the blanket, which made them curious, but as they had done it with him, they, of course, knew what it was. Miu and Saki were a bit embarrassed and afraid that Shishio might scold them, but their curiosity couldn't be contained, so after they made eye contact, they lifted his blanket and pulled his boxer without hesitation. No matter how much we did last night. Miu blushed as she murmured. It's so big. Yeah. Saki bit her lips, and she stroked his hardened phallus. She could feel the heat that was transmitted from it, and it made her body burn again. Do you want to do it again? Miu's voice startled Saki, so she could only look at her with guilty consent and blush. What are you embarrassed about? Didn't you do it in front of me last night? Miu was speechless at Saki's reaction. But, don't you want to do it too? Saki asked meekly. Well. Miu would be lying if she didn't want to do it again, but she had just lost her first time, and she was all sore since they were quite wild last night. My body is sore. Ah. Saki nodded and showed her understanding. But Saki. Was it good? What? I mean. Miu lowered her head and asked in a low voice, didn't you drink it last night? Oh, how did it taste? If you're curious, how about you taste it? It's still morning. It's fresh, Saki said with a laugh. Miu also laughed shyly, but her hand didn't shy away and started to stroke Shishio's phallus, trying to milk him out. Am I a cow? Shishio wondered whether he had become a cattle that waited to be hand-milked by two girls. Still, the two girls had shown the personality that they often hid and showed each other their true personalities. He felt relief with how close their relationship was, so he decided to sacrifice himself to become a cattle for them, letting them milk him out. Shishio's phallus was huge, and it gave them many chances to experiment to see which places gave him the most stimulus. As they stroked his phallus, they observed Shishio's reaction while giggling since it was too funny. Miu also tried to lick and swallow his glands, but her mouth was too small. She didn't want to give up and tried to swallow it, but her clumsy mouth gave him a disaster. Ouch! Ouch! Your teeth! Your teeth! Shishio was awoken when Miu bit his glands. So sorry. Miu was panicked when she heard Shishio's voice. Unlike Saki, who he gave instructions to in the past, her Falladio was self-learning, so it was normal for her to cause a mistake. Shishio wanted to cry somehow and felt that he should wake up. Are you alright, Shishio-kun? Miu asked worriedly. It hurts. What should I do? Miu kept panicking while trying to think of a way to ease his pain. Try to caress it. Caress? Okay. Miu nodded without hesitation and caressed his glands again. Saki only stared at Miu before Shishio then rolled her eyes and knew what this bad guy was thinking. Then lick it. Li lick. Miu's face was red, but she nodded shyly as she licked his glands with her small tongue. Then, she licked him right at his urethra, giving him extra pleasure. Let me help. Saki also wasn't going to lose and licked his balls. Shishio took his breath and thought that this might be the life of the winner of life. Oh, he's going to come. Saki quickly reminded Miu since she could feel the movement on his balls. See you come. Miu was confused, but then she made a determined expression and said, please come, Shishio-kun. Ugh. Shishio looked at her innocent expression that was full of determination, and his desire to soil her became even stronger, so without hesitation, he sprayed her face and hair directly with his semen. So hot. Miu opened her eyes slowly as she felt the heat on her entire body, but then her face flushed, and her body was hot when she smelled the intense smell on her face. She was embarrassed to say it aloud, but she loved the smell. Her mind was blank, and Miu licked all the semen that she could on her face. It smells strange. She said those words, but her face was full of excitement, showing how much she loved the smell of his semen. Shishio and Saki stared at Miu at this moment and thought that the quiet one had always been the lewdest. 339, for now. After spending time together for a while in the morning, Shishio sent Miu and Saki back to their home. They still wanted to stay together again, but they promised their families to go back before noon, so they could only go back. Shishio had a lot of things to do, but they promised to play together again on Golden Week. He also told them the good news that his apartment that he had gotten from Tokugawa was almost ready, and they could play there when it was ready. Even though his apartment in Minato was good, they knew that the distance was quite far from their house, but his new apartment was located in Shinjuku, close to their home. While they talked, Shishio sent them back one by one before he returned to Sakurasu. His mood was good, but he didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out to him when he was about to enter. Shishio. Shishio looked at Misaki, who latched onto his body. Misaki shook his body as she asked in excitement, when are we going to go on the trip? Golden Week had always been the days that she had been waiting for. She had been holed up, creating her anime, and she hadn't come out for a while. Her mind had been constantly challenged, but she had enough now. She also wanted to go on a holiday, and their trip to Tateyama was something she had been waiting for. I want to go diving. I want to eat strawberries. I want to try a hot spring. I want to go on the underground tunnel. Misaki was excited and started to list what she wanted to do at Tateyama. Shishio nodded and seemed unfazed when he heard that Misaki wanted to go to the underground tunnel. If it was before, he might ignore Misaki and go to his room since he wanted to change his clothes. However, there was a group of people behind Misaki from Chihiro, Mayumi, Sayaka, and Shiro-san. He didn't care much about the other three, but he was afraid that Chihiro might try to scold him again to satisfy her sadistic hobby, so even if he didn't care what Misaki was talking about, he kept her to stay with him. Shishio wasn't a masochist, and he didn't have a hobby to accommodate Chihiro's hobby, but it would be a different matter if Chihiro was a masochist. Still, this wasn't the time to think about such a thing since he saw Chihiro seemed to be impatient. Ahem. Misaki shut her mouth and turned her head. She looked at Chihiro, who coughed and stared at them with a smile. However, she didn't know why, but this smile made her freeze for some reason. Good morning, Chihiro-ne. Shishio smiled gently as he put down Misaki on the ground. As expected, his smile stagnated everyone's movement directly, and their faces flushed in an instant. He knew that he had taken the first step, so what he needed to do now was to change the subject of conversation. We'll go to Tateyama tomorrow. I have told my acquaintances, and we can go to the hotel right away tomorrow. Yay! The ones who were the most excited were Misaki and Mayumi. Misaki was one thing, but Shishio felt a bit sorry if Mayumi could be so excited about this trip. He sighed and thought that there were so many older women who had a lonely single life in this country. Still, Shishio also knew that this leftover women problem wasn't only in this country but also in most developed countries, considering the high cost of living in such countries. Taking care of one's life was one thing, but having a family, whether it was a wife or children, was tough with limited income. Instead of marriage, there was a lot of enjoyment that could be achieved cheaply, so most men did that. If Shishio was an unbelievable scumbag without saving, then he thought it would be his job to take care of all of those beautiful and sexy leftover women. Unfortunately, even if Shishio was a scumbag, he could still be saved. Probably. Have you prepared? You should do it so we can go there directly tomorrow, Shishio said. Don't worry, we are prepared, Shiro-san said with a smile. Yeah, you don't need to worry, but how is the hotel? Is it a good hotel? Mayumi asked. The hotel is good. After all, it was his hotel that he got from the system, so of course, it would be good. As they talked for a while about their trip to Tateyama, they became excited after they heard that they were going to stay in a 4-star hotel. Sayaka suddenly asked, Oga-kun, how is the room? How much room did you get? Shishio looked at Sayaka and understood what this young woman was worried about after hearing her question. Even though Sayaka was beautiful and cute, the truth, all of them were just makeup, and her true appearance was something that she didn't want to show to anyone since she knew how horrible her true appearance was. If possible, Sayaka wanted for them to have one room on their own, but she knew that it wasn't realistic, but even so, she still needed to ask since she needed to prepare in case she would sleep with everyone. I have booked 4 rooms, so there should be 3 and 4 people in one room, Shishio said. 3 or 4 people. They nodded and didn't complain since this trip was free and 3 or 4 people in one room weren't bad at all. Even though it was possible for Shishio to give one room to every one of them since it was his hotel, he didn't want to do that since he was already generous enough to provide them with a free trip. Still, Shishio didn't mention that the truth of what he got 5 rooms and the last room was for himself. Shishio saw Shina, Nanami, Ritsu, Roberta, and Ryu Unosuk join their conversation, so he explained to them about the rooms that he booked and told them to settle their room independently. As for the guys, there were only him, Shiro-san, and Ryu Unosuk, so they would stay together. Sayaka nodded and thought that it wasn't bad, and at night, she could use a face mask or something to hide her face. Then I'll sleep a night with Shishio-kun. Shiro-san suddenly asked with a blush. Everyone. Ryu Unosuk, who planned to say, decided to go along with everyone when he heard that he would stay with Shishio and Shiro-san in the same room together. No, I'll stay in my own room later, Shishio said. There was no way for him to stay with Shiro-san and Ryu Unosuk. It didn't mean that he hated them, but during this trip, if he didn't have a private room, then there was no way he could bring Shina or Roberta to his room, right? Shiro-san and Ryu Unosuk. Hey? Do you have your own room? Sayaka was dumbfounded. Yes. Shishio nodded. That's not fair. Mayumi complained. Then pay for the room yourself, Shishio said. Okay, we have talked enough. I need to go out now, Shishio said. Hey? Are you going out again? Chihiro asked with a frown. He's going to go with me, Shina suddenly said. Everyone looked at Shina in confusion. They might have noticed it before, but they didn't overthink it since Shina and Shishio were a distant family. However, they were too close, and it felt like they were lovers. We're about to meet her editor. Don't you remember her manga? Shishio said. Chihiro nodded and then said, well, I know. Don't be late. We'll go to Tateyama tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, right, has Shizuka told you that she is going with us? Chihiro asked before Shishio walked back to his room. She had always wanted to ask this question, but she almost forgot since there were a lot of things happening. Yeah. Shishio nodded. My senpai is also going to join us too. Your senpai? Chihiro raised her eyebrow, but then she shook her head. Well, whatever, I'll go and prepare first. She didn't want this trip to be fouled by her mood, so she decided to prepare her luggage while her mood was still good. Still, during the trip, she might need to talk with him since there were a lot of things that she needed to ask. Shishio also didn't continue to talk with Chihiro and talked with Shina. Has your editor told you where we will meet? Shina nodded, then said, she told me to meet her in a cafe. Cafe? Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt that he needed to meet Shina's editor since this editor really didn't understand Shina. If it was a normal person, then this editor wouldn't be wrong to invite that person to a cafe for a manga discussion, but if this person was Shina, then it was a wrong decision. After all, even though she was quite experienced in that area, she wasn't that much different from a kindergarten child on the other things. What cafe? It's El Amant. Shina showed her phone to Shishio, showing the address of the cafe. Shishio nodded and thought he had misunderstood Shina's editor since the cafe's location wasn't that far from Swime. Alright, I'll change my clothes first, and we'll go there soon. He saw that the appointment time was at noon, so it was better to go there early since there was a chance they might get lost. Okay. Shishio looked at Shina, who kept standing in front of him and didn't say anything after she said, okay. Shouldn't you prepare your manuscript and change your clothes first? Shishio asked since Shina was still wearing pajamas. Okay. Shina nodded, but then she showed a depressed expression. Shishio knew what this girl thought, so he whispered, tomorrow, during our holiday, stay in my room. Okay. Shina nodded again, but this time, even if her expression was still in a daze, she became even more cheerful. Shishio saw Shina strode to her room cheerfully before he went to his room to change his clothes, but when he was about to change his clothes, someone knocked on the door of his room. Shishio-kun, I have cleaned up your clothes. Nanami. Shishio raised his eyebrow and said, enter. The door opened, and Nanami was stunned when she saw Shishio only wearing ankle-length khaki-colored slim-fit linen pants. His powerful and manly body was shown to her, making her flustered. However, she didn't scream and quickly closed the door of his room. Shishio-kun, you need to wear your clothes. Nanami couldn't help but scold Shishio in the Osaka dialect. After all, this guy didn't realize how destructive his body was for girls like her. She sucked a deep breath, stared at him from up to down, and felt that her mouth was dry. Luckily, Shishio didn't face her and only showed his back toward her, but even so, she had an urge to touch his back. I know, but I don't mind being seen by you, Nanami, Shishio said with a laugh as he unbuttoned his short-sleeve open-collar navy-colored shirt. Still, personally, he admitted that Nanami's Osaka dialect was cute. Nanami sighed as she put his clothes on the table, then she walked to him and said, "Let me help you." She stood in front of Shishio and put his hands away before she started to button up his shirt. "You're going to meet Mashiro's editor, right? Then you shouldn't appear sloppily." "So, do you think I appear sloppily?" Nanami raised her head and started at Shishio. Even though his hair was a bit messy, it didn't give people an image that he was lazy or rude. Instead, it gave him an image of an intellectual man. "No, you're so handsome right now." She smiled and praised him without hesitation since this guy was really handsome. "Thanks." Shishio kissed Nanami's cheek after he heard her praise. Nanami blushed and lowered her head shyly, but then she scolded him and said, "Don't mess around. You're going to meet someone important." Still, she was happy that they could flirt with each other like this. Shishio only rolled his eyes since he was going to meet an editor from his publishing house, but he wasn't going to say anything. After Nanami had buttoned up all of the buttons on his shirt, she tidied up his shirt and nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect. Thanks, Nanami." "No problem." Nanami was happy that she could be helpful to him. Still, there was something that she had always wanted to do with him. Nanami hadn't put down her hands that she placed on his chest as she looked at him subtly as if trying to invite him to do something. They looked at each other before they closed the distance between their lips and started to kiss each other. Nanami wanted to have a serious relationship with him, having him as a boyfriend and her as his girlfriend, but for now, she was satisfied with this relationship. 340, Unhappy Shishio. Nanami reluctantly parted her lips as she took a heavy breath. She panted as she rested her forehead against his chest. She could feel his hand stroking her hair with care. She knew that it might be a simple action, but it put a smile on her mouth. "I'll go now." However, his following words caused Nanami to feel unhappy. She hugged his neck and kissed him again. This girl. Shishio thought that Nanami had become bolder, which made him speechless. He then taught her who the master was as she could only moan and leaned weakly on his chest. Still, this made his body burnt, and his hardened phallus was shown through his pants. Shishio-kun, you're... Nanami, of course, noticed the big bulge on his pants, and her face flushed in embarrassment. "It's your fault, Nanami," Shishio said without hesitation. Nanami was startled by his accusation. "You're so charming that I react this way," Shishio said as he caressed her cheek. Shishio-kun. Nanami was so embarrassed, but she was happy by his reaction. "And since it is your fault, maybe you should be the one who takes the responsibility and take care of it?" Shishio asked in a whisper. The distance between the two was so close that Nanami could feel the warmth on his breath. His masculine and musky smell invaded her nose and caused her head to go blank. His powerful body wrapped around her body, making her hard to breathe, but she wanted him to hug her tighter, then. Nanami's head was full of imagination, but... Ouch! Nanami quickly covered her forehead with her hands. "Is it noon yet you think something perverted?" Nanami stared at Shishio, speechless as if telling him who was the pervert here. "I'll go out now." Shishio kissed Nanami's cheek as he patted her butt slightly before walking out. Nanami didn't say anything as she looked at his back and grumbled. She felt that Shishio was unfair, even though he had told her to choose whether she wanted to have a real relationship or play around, but if he kept doing this, then... However, Nanami also knew what Shishio's wish was. Nanami thought for a moment before she made up her mind. Shishio walked downstairs, and he happened to meet Sheena. "Are you ready, Mashiro?" Sheena nodded as she held her cute backpack on her back. Shishio looked at Sheena, and his eyes brightened since she was so cute right now. She wore an oversized grey-colored knitted sweater on top of a white t-shirt with black leggings wrapped over her legs. Shishio only realized that black leggings might be the greatest invention of humanity. Still, Shishio realized that he might have influenced Sheena a lot. If it was in the past, Sheena might not care about her appearance, and her clothes were all girly with either dress, frill, one-piece or just a plain t-shirt, but after knowing him, she started to change. Sheena knew that Shishio loved legs, which was why she often wore something that emphasized the shape of her legs. Shishio somehow felt conflicted since he might have tainted Sheena. Let's go, Shishio. Sheena smiled brightly as she linked his arm. When they met for the first time, Sheena was full of confusion and worry about her future, but now, she could smile so brightly and warmly. Shishio realized that the feeling that Sheena had given to him had always been different from other girls. While he knew that it was unfair to them, he knew that she had a special feeling in his heart. He removed her hand from his arm, then held her hand as they intertwined their fingers. Okay. Sheena smiled as she moved closer and tightened their fingers together. Still, while Shishio did this, he knew that someone was looking at him, but he knew that sooner or later, his relationship with Sheena would be known. Should I move out? Such a thought suddenly crossed his mind before he threw it away and went out with Sheena to the cafe where her editor was waiting for them. Ritsu, who just happened to walk out from the girls' area, saw Shishio and Sheena holding each other's hands. While it might be true, their relationship was so close. She couldn't help but feel that their relationship was too close for a mere distant family. Ritsu suddenly recalled the conversation she had with Shishio when they walked to the school together for the first time. Don't be like Mitaka-senpai, alright. Ritsu didn't want to believe it, but when she thought about how close his relationship with other girls was. This isn't a problem that I should care about, right? Ritsu thought that this wasn't the problem that she should think about. She should ignore this problem as she stayed in her own world, reading a book like usual, but strangely enough, she felt uncomfortable and it's hurt. Ritsu clutched the book tightly on her chest as she squatted down and closed her eyes, holding the tears that were about to come from her eyes. Finally, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he knew that she needed to ask him this question. Shishio knew that another storm was about to brew, and he might not be able to escape from this storm. Shishio rode his Vespa to the El Amant Cafe where Sheena's editor told them to meet each other. Still, he realized the importance of GPS and couldn't help but lament how life in 2005 was so inconvenient. Shishio didn't know much about Tokyo, and he also couldn't use a GPS to go to the place that he wanted to go, so in the end, he brought a detailed map of Tokyo then remembered all the streets in Tokyo single night. Shishio had enhanced memory, and it was too wasteful if he didn't use it for his benefit. Still, it was so weird of him to buy the detailed map of Tokyo. If someone didn't know what he was doing, then they might think of him, planning to buy the entire Tokyo. Yes, not as a burglar or as a criminal, but as a businessman who wanted to buy land or buildings in Tokyo. After all, Shishio was so handsome, so there was no way for him to be mistaken as a criminal. It might be the reason why most of the masterminds of crime have a handsome face, hey. Shishio suddenly found a strange truth, but then he sighed since he was really free enough that his mind started to wander in a strange direction. Is it here, Shishio? Suddenly Sheena's voice woke him up. Yes. Shishio nodded and looked in the direction of the El Amant Cafe. This should be the cafe that your editor told you about. Sheena looked at the cafe curiously. The cafe isn't that big. Instead, it has a modest size. However, Shishio knew that this was normal since the land price in Tokyo was high, so it was normal for a cafe or a store to be small unless they had the backing of a powerful company or got an inheritance from someone. While it might be small outside, Shishio could tell that the cafe should be pretty spacious inside. The words of El Amant are written in katakana with a bold red color at the store entrance. The location of the cafe is located inside the nearby shopping district. Shishio parked his motorcycle outside and entered the cafe together with Sheena. The sound of bells was heard, and the voices of 3 people greeted them. The 3 of them were one grown-up man, one young man, and one beautiful woman dressed in similar attire, showing a smile toward them. However, the 3 were quickly stunned as they gazed upon Shishio and Sheena. So handsome! The plump young man muttered as he stared at Shishio, then when he looked at Sheena, he also couldn't help but mutter. So beautiful! He then sighed and thought that the world was unfair. Still, out of the 3, someone reacted so strongly. Welcome! Is this your first time here? If you don't know, how about sitting on the counter seat? By the way, our Napolitan spaghetti is the best. The voice was full of femininity and coquettish sound. Unfortunately, this voice didn't come from a beautiful woman. Instead, it came from a grown-up muscular man. Shishio. On the other hand, Sheena stared at this man curiously since it was her first time seeing such a creature. The man had long curly black hair tied in a ponytail and a light-trimmed mustache. He wore a waiter-like uniform and gazed upon Shishio like a lion that had found his prey. If it were normal people, they would be scared away by this man, but who would Shishio be? Please don't look at me like that. It's disturbing. Shishio tried to be polite, but he just couldn't when he was being molested like this. His eyes were cold, and he just wanted to get away from this place. That gaze is so nice. The man became even happier, and his gaze became feverish. Everyone. Shishio was scared and wanted to walk out of the cafe, but Sheena stood up in front of him, which surprised him. Mashiro. Shina raised both of her hands and said, Shishio is mine. Oh, my. The man looked at Shina and sighed disappointedly, then he smiled warmly and said, I'm sorry for bothering your boyfriend. I didn't realize that he had such a beautiful girlfriend beside him. He didn't hesitate and apologized. It's all right. Shina nodded calmly and felt happy with this man's praise. But I have been hurt by your boyfriend. Can I ask for compensation? The man suddenly asked. Compensation? Shina titled her head. Yeah, if he kisses me on the cheek, then I'll forgive him, the man said with a sweet smile. Shina wanted to say something, but Shishio rejected without mercy. I refuse. He then held Shina's hand and said, Mashiro, let's go back. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer. While he didn't care about the hobby of someone and could also respect their choice, it was a different matter when he was treated as a piece of delicious meat. Still, Shishio didn't expect the woman waitress to trigger his system. Shishio had mixed feelings when he entered this cafe, but frankly, he was glad. However, he didn't want to stay longer and wanted to return. Still, Shishio was glad that the system had a trace of humanity since it didn't trigger when the effeminate man suddenly approached him. Shina still wanted to ask this man since this was the unique creature she had never seen, but she could also see Shishio was so uncomfortable, so she nodded and excused herself, but... Shina-san, I'm here. Shishio and Shina turned their heads and saw a woman in her late 20s waving her hand toward them. The woman's appearance was above average. She had short curly hair that she tied with a ribbon-like headband. However, Shishio didn't have a good impression of this woman since he knew that when such a thing happened, she watched the scene before her with interest. This woman. Shishio. Shina looked at Shishio and said, that's Ayano. She's my editor. Shishio took a deep breath and decided to forgive Ayano. Still, without a doubt, Shishio was unhappy at that moment. 341, El Amant. So, you're Mashiro's editor. When Shishio asked this question, he observed Shina's editor closely and noticed a silver ring on the fourth finger from the right on her left hand. Without a doubt, this woman had married, which surprised him. It had always been Shishio's rule not to attack a married woman, but if he was attacked, then it was a different matter. Shishio sat on the inner side of the table with Shina sitting next to him. He looked at Shina's editor and asked uncomfortably. They sat at a table in the corner since Shina's editor had been sitting on this table. Shishio didn't have a problem with this table, but he had a problem with the grown-up man who sat next to Shina's editor amiably as if he was their close friend. Yes, my name is Ayano Ida. Ayano gave out her name card to Shishio as she stood up with a gentle smile. I see. Shishio wasn't in a good mood and only glanced at Ayano's name card for a moment before he looked away. After knowing this woman was from his company, he wondered whether he should greet his people to teach this insolence woman some manners. Is it alright for a stranger to join our conversation? Even though Shishio didn't mention who this person was, the people who sat at the table knew who he meant. Oh, right, I haven't introduced you. Ayano tapped her forehead and patted the shoulder of the man. This is Masaki Kobayashi. He's the owner of this cafe. Geez. Masaki pouted and complained, Ayano-chan, how many times do I need to tell you to call me Marie? Sorry, I forgot. Ayano only laughed and didn't seem to care about Masaki's complaint. You can call me Marie. As you can see, I'm a woman who is trapped in a man's body. Nice to meet you too. Masaki introduced himself as he looked at Shina and Shishio, but he glanced at Shishio. Shishio rolled his eyes when he heard Masaki's introduction. Shina Mashiro. Shina's introduction was so simple. I see. Masaki nodded with a smile and asked, can I call you, Mashiro-chan? You can also call me Marie. Okay. Shina nodded and looked at Masaki with interest since it was her first time seeing a woman trapped in a man's body. So. The three of them then glanced at Shishio, waiting for his introduction. Shishio sighed and reluctantly said, Shishio Oga. Ah, what a manly name. Masaki was even happier when he heard Shishio's name. Okay, let me be blunt. Kobayashi-san, wasn't it? Shishio couldn't handle it anymore and knew that he needed to be straight with this man. Ah, please call me Marie. Masaki said in a coquettish tone. Kobayashi-san. Shishio ignored Masaki's words as he stared at Masaki. I'm not going to say whether you're right or wrong since everyone is free to make their own choices, but at the same time, I'm also free to make my own choice. He squinted his eyes as he stared at Masaki and said in a heavy tone, personally, I don't like the way you look at me as if I'm the most delicious meat in the world. It is as if you're ready to rape me anytime if I give you a chance. His stare was like a lion, the apex of a predator, and anyone who saw it would shudder in fear. Masaki might be a woman who was trapped in a man's body, but he was a yakuza in the past, so he had seen a lot of dangerous people because of his line of work. He might have retired, but even so, he knew the feeling that came out from Shishio was dangerous. He might not have realized it, but his back was full of sweat at that moment. Ayano and Shina didn't say anything from the beginning, but they would be lying if they weren't nervous about the confrontation between Shishio and Masaki. After all, who would want to see someone fighting, right? The plump waiter boy and the beautiful waitress were also nervous. They knew about their boss's bad hobby, and whenever their boss saw a handsome man, he would flirt and even try to kiss that man. However, all of them would give a meek reaction and only show a reluctant expression. Those people had never fought, and there wasn't any problem. However, this time, their boss had met a tough nail, and the wrong answer might have led to a huge fight in the cafe. The plump boy thought to bow his head and apologize to Shishio since no one wanted the situation to escalate further. However, I respect you, and I won't say anything bad about your preference, so you also need to respect me. Shishio looked at Masaki and said with a heavy tone, so don't look at me with that kind of gaze again. It's disturbing. This time, even if Shishio still showed a stern expression, there was a gentleness that was shown on his face. This contradiction somehow made all the women inside the cafe feel their hearts tighten and their faces flushed. Ayano was also in a similar state before she quickly shook her head. You have a husband. You've got a husband, Ayano. Ayano kept repeating those words in her head, so she wouldn't be swayed by Shishio. Masaki blinked his eyes for a moment before he bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'd shown such an unsightly side toward you. It's okay, Shishio said calmly. Everyone sighed in relief when they saw the confrontation between the two people had ended. However. But, you might not believe me, but I fell in love with you at first sight, Masaki said with blazing eyes. Everyone was in a daze again. I fell in love with you, so can you think about it? Masaki said shyly. Somehow his aura was all pink, and he was like a girl who shyly confessed her love to her loved one. His feeling was sincere, and he fell in love with Shishio at first sight, so he didn't hesitate and confessed without hesitation. Everyone could only stand or sit there in silence, and their expression showed that they were so confused. When they thought that everything had ended, they only realized that it was a prelude to everything. Shina wasn't much better, and she could only stare at Masaki in a daze. It's impossible since. Shishio rejected without hesitation. It's all right. I won't give up. Shishio hadn't finished his words, but Masaki didn't let him finish his words. He looked at Masaki and knew that this guy was the type of guy who would entangle him like a leech. Unless he threw a bunch of salt at this guy, Masaki wouldn't give up. It seems that you don't understand. Shishio shook his head and thought that it was better to show Masaki through an action that the two of them were simply impossible. Shishio. Shina was confused at why Shishio suddenly touched her chin, but then her eyes widened when she saw him kissing her lips in front of everyone. Everyone. They watched this scene with gusto since they didn't expect that they would watch such an exciting love story. It felt like they were on the emotion of roller coaster when they thought that it had ended. Suddenly they would fall with a high velocity, giving them a scare, but strangely enough, they were addicted to this feeling. Still, some girls and women looked at Shina enviously since they also dreamed of such a wild kiss. Shishio kissed Shina's lips deeply as he parted their lips. There was a string of saliva between their lips, causing Ayano and Masaki, who were at close distance, to flush shyly, wondering how it felt being kissed by Shishio. Shishio. Shina was also shy but also happy. However, when she thought that it had ended, she felt his strong arm wrapped around her waist. She suddenly lost all of the strength in her body, and she meekly leaned on his side. Shishio licked his lips and wiped Shina's beautiful cheery lips with his thumb. As you can see, I love her, and it's impossible for me to accept your confession, Shishio said firmly as he stared at Masaki. He knew that Masaki had confessed to him with all of his feelings, so he would reject him with all of his feelings to respect him. Shina smiled sweetly as she snuggled on his arms. No one blinked their eyes and stared at Shishio's table, unable to look away and afraid that they might lose anything important. They looked at Masaki, who could only sigh and showed a disappointed expression. I see. Masaki sighed, but then he asked, still, don't be afraid and come to my cafe again, all right? Sure. Shishio nodded, but then he smiled and said, that's what I want to say, but if your food is bad, then I won't go back, you know. The cheeky words that came out from his mouth and this smile, when it was combined, caused all of them to lose their minds for a moment. Masaki also smiled and swore. My food is the best. You've said that your Napolitan spaghetti is good. Can I try it? Shishio asked. Yes. Masaki nodded without hesitation, then looked at Shina. How are you, Mashiro? Do you want Napolitan spaghetti too? Yes. Shina nodded without hesitation. Okay, wait a moment. I'll prepare a special Napolitan spaghetti for the two of you. Masaki then dashed to the kitchen to prepare the foods for Shishio and Shina. When he felt that he could see Shishio's smile again, he felt that it was enough, and because of that, he needed to cook the best Napolitan spaghetti so they would return to his cafe once again. Shishio somehow felt tired, then looked at Ayano, who had been watching them. Did you have fun? Yes. Ayano nodded subconsciously, but then she quickly realized that she had said the wrong answer and promptly said, no, we might have been off track with our conversation. Why don't we start to talk about manga? Her expression was serious, and she emitted an aura of the professional woman at this moment. Shishio stared at Ayano and thought that he might need to call his people to teach Ayano a manner in the future, so this woman wouldn't do this kind of insolence act in front of him again. 342, Shina is amazing. Shishio sipped the warm black coffee slowly as he observed Ayano. I have read the manga, and personally, I hope that this manga can be published right away, Ayano said as she looked at Shina and Shishio with a smile, thinking that they were the key to her promotion. When she met Shina for the first time, Ayano knew that Shina had the talent to draw, but it wasn't something unexpected since Shina was a world-class painter. However, Shina lacked the ability to create a good story. Ayano had read all the stories that Shina wrote, but they were so bad that she didn't know what to say. However, she felt that it was normal since when God gave someone a talent, God would rob something from that person, which would be fair. Still, some people were born with many talents from their birth, but this was a rare case, and she couldn't apply it to Shishio. Shina's talent at painting was undoubted, and Ayano saw the possibility to become one of the best mangakas, but at the same time, she also knew Shina's trouble. In the beginning, Ayano thought to tell Shina to create a story based on whatever around her, what she felt, what she saw, every experience that she had experienced. However, she didn't expect that Shina would ask someone to make her a story, and that story was so good. The story that Shishio had made might be something from his previous life, but even so, he had enhanced it, so it would be even better. After all, he had an art mastery, so while the status quo was good, he thought of the possibility of going beyond. Shishio didn't hesitate and went beyond that and reached the plus ultra with 5 centimeters per second. Ayano felt that Shishio was a genius at writing and Shina was a genius at drawing, the combination of the two would give her the best mangaka in history. When Ayano saw that was a possibility, she was so excited, but at the same time, she didn't want them to be arrogant, which was why she tested their reaction after they heard that their manga was about to be published. Still, out of all the reaction that she had thought, her lips twitched when she saw them calmly drinking a melon soda float and black coffee. Did you hear me? Ayano asked unsurely since their reaction was too calm, right? Yeah, we did hear you. Shishio nodded. Shina also nodded as she kept eating the ice cream on her melon soda float. Then show some reactions. You two are just 15 and 16, right? Yet you have published your own manga. It is an achievement that some people can't achieve in their lives. You should be happier. Ayano's emotions exploded as she told the two of them. She stood up as she slapped at the table, causing everyone to be surprised, wondering whether something had happened again. Wait a moment before we're going to celebrate and be happy. There are some questions that I need to ask, Shishio said calmly. Please ask. Ayano sat down and looked at Shishio curiously. Our manga is going to be published in weekly magazine, right? Shishio asked. Yes. Ayano nodded without hesitation. There were two types of manga magazines, weekly and monthly. The difference was simple, and someone could tell the difference from the name alone. If it was weekly, then the manga would be updated one chapter per week, while on the other hand, the manga would be updated one chapter per month. We're students, and don't you worry that we can't do a serialization for weekly manga. Shishio asked. Is it alright for you to decide right away? Shishio and Shina were students, and they needed to go to school. The school would usually end in the evening, so the only time they could draw was at night. With that limited amount of time, they needed to draw at least 18 to 24 pages of manga every week. It was challenging, and it was taxing. Shishio knew that Ayano knew that, so he was confused as to why this woman could be so reassured to believe them that they could do a weekly serialization. Ayano smiled when she heard Shishio's question. I'm happy that you asked that question, and to hear that, I assure you that you'll be able to do a weekly serialization. Oh? Why? Shishio asked. Because of her. Ayano looked at Shina and said, Shina-san's drawing speed is something that normal people can't achieve. She's also a genius, and from what I have heard that the story has been completed, right? She looked at Shishio and asked, if possible, can you let me read the story? I have heard from Shina-san that you have written the story into a novel. I don't mind. Shishio nodded and didn't say much since Shina's manga serialization had been decided, so there was nothing to worry about. Before that, can I see the contract? Still, he also understood why Ayano was reassured with Shina's ability since she could draw one page of the manga in an hour or less when usually a normal mangaka needed to use at least 3 hours to finish one page of the manga. Her speed wasn't the only amazing thing, but the quality of her drawing was also something that many people couldn't achieve. Shina's drawing skills are impeccable. The story of the manga also had been completed, so what was Ayano worried about? Ayano never felt so reassured when she was assigned to become an editor of mangaka until she met the two of them. She might have been worried about Shina in the past, but with his lover, she felt that worry disappear since she could see how dependable he was. Yes. Ayano nodded and took out the contract from her bag, giving it to Shishio. She also understood why Shishio asked her since she could tell that he was worried about Shina being fooled, considering how lacked Shina's common sense was. Shishio knew that Shina's common sense was simply zero, and he was afraid that Ayano might cheat Shina. However, Shishio thought too much since Shina's treatment was something that a newcomer might not achieve. He looked at Ayano in surprise and asked, "It's amazing. How did you do it?" Usually, a newcomer mangaka would receive 9,000 yen to 11,000 yen for one page of the manuscript. Some unscrupulous publishing houses even dared to pay their mangaka with 4,000 yen to 6,000 yen for one page of the manuscript. It could be said that the manga industry was cruel. There were thousands of people who dreamed of becoming mangaka, but only a few of them could be one. Some people were even desperate to become one and didn't care if the publishing house worked them out as a slave and didn't give them fair compensation as long as they could become one. In addition to the manuscript fee, there was also a royalty income. Usually, most newcomers would receive 8% to 10% of the royalty from one book that was sold. If a manga was priced at 500 yen, then a mangaka would receive 50 yen for every manga that was sold if the royalty was 10%. The manuscript fee that Shina had received was 15,000 yen, and her royalty was 12%, which was why Shishio was surprised. Considering her status as a newcomer, the contract that she received was luxurious. Still, compared to the famous mangakas and others, there was a distance, but even so, it was amazing. Because she's Shina Mashiro. Ayano's answer was simply because the one who would become a mangaka was Shina Mashiro. Shishio couldn't say much since Ayano wasn't wrong, but he sighed, thinking this was reality. Nay. Shina hummed happily when Shishio caressed her head. Shishio also smiled gently and thought that this girl was adorable, but at the same time, he thought that if Sorito was in his place, he could imagine him clenching his fists tightly, hearing how amazing Shina was before drowning in his inferiority complex. Still, Shishio knew that if it was other people, they wouldn't receive Shina's treatment, they would be doubted since they were newcomers, but Shina was simply a superstar in the art world. Her name was loud, her skills were impeccable, and she was beautiful. If there was a disadvantage, then it was her common sense. Shina had been using all of her time to study painting, so she didn't know anything about other things, which was why she often acted like a kindergarten student. Still, among those factors, some people might argue whether being beautiful was useful or not, but being beautiful was one of the factors someone could be popular. It might be depressing, but beautiful girls and handsome boys had more chances than someone who lacked in terms of appearance. People often say that no one should judge a book by its cover. However, almost all the people judged people by their appearance. With how handsome Shishio was and how beautiful Shina was, along with how good the story and drawing were, Ayano knew that it was simply a time before their manga became popular. By then, your manga will be made into an anime, TV drama, movie, novel, and other related goods. Ayano simply said as Shishio read the contract silently. Shina didn't say anything and only looked at Ayano curiously since she was quite interested in anime, TV drama, and movies. Don't put too much expectation on us. You should know that if the manga isn't well received, then your disappointment will be big, Shishio said calmly, but he wouldn't reject the contract since it was generous. It might not be much for his current net worth, but it was good for Shina's pocket money. Sorry. Ayano apologized and said, but that's how I feel about your manga. I feel that it can become a big hit. Thank you for your praise. Shishio looked at Ayano and said, I have read the contract, and I don't think that there's something that we need to change. I have worked hard to get that contract. Ayano smiled and said, still, if you have something to ask, then you should ask away. I don't have one now. Shishio looked at Shina and asked, Mashiro, do you have something to ask? Movie. Shina looked at Ayano curiously. Well, this is a romance manga, right? So if it's become popular, then it won't be weird if it receives an offer to create a live action or a movie, Ayano said simply since this matter was a common thing. Shina thought for a moment, but then a voice interrupted them. Are you done with your discussion? How about you eat first? I have poured all of my feelings into this dish. Try it, Masaki said with a smile as he brought 3 spaghetti Neapolitans to their table. Thanks. Ayano smiled. Thank you. Shishio also nodded. Shina looked at the Napolitan for a moment and decided to eat first since she was famished. The 3 of them decided to eat the lunches first since they were hungry, but then, Shishio's nose twitched a moment when the door of the cafe was opened. Welcome. 2x. The plump boy and the beautiful woman greeted the new customers who entered. Shishio didn't overthink and continued to eat, but then he didn't expect this new guest would sit behind him, and he was familiar with the smell of this person. No way, right? 343, Scumbag. Shishio thought to turn his head to see whether the person behind was his acquaintances, but he decided to eat the Napolitan that was cooked by Masaki first. How is it? Masaki asked everyone with a smile. It's the best. Ayano said without hesitation as she ate heartily. Mashiro-chan, what do you think? Masaki asked curiously. Okay. Shina ate the Napolitan, then tucked Shishio's shirt and asked, Shishio, can you cook this? Even though it wasn't as delicious as Shishio's food, she loved the sweet taste of the Napolitan, and with his skill, she thought that he could make it even more delicious. I can make it. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Still, he could tell that Masaki was an excellent chef since the Napolitan was quite good. Oh? Do you want my recipe? I don't mind sharing it with you if you want it, though, Masaki said generously. Marie, is that okay? Ayano was surprised and said, didn't you often say that your recipe is a secret? Masaki only smiled at Ayano and said, Ayano, have you heard that a woman in love can do anything? But you're not a woman. Shishio and Ayano thought at the same time, but they decided not to say anything. It's okay. I have already understood the recipe, Shishio said. Understood? 2x. Masaki and Ayano were dumbfounded and asked, what do you mean? Shishio is a good chef, Shina said proudly. Really? 2x. Masaki and Ayano looked at Shishio at the same time again, looking at him curiously. Ayano-san, do you have paper and a pen? Shishio asked. Oh. Oh. Wait a moment. Let me get it. Ayano took out a piece of paper and a pen from her bag and gave them to Shishio. Shishio then wrote something on the paper then gave it to Masaki. This is your recipe, right? Masaki took the paper with doubt, but then he was dumbfounded and asked, how did you know? He kept reading and saw that Shishio had written all of his recipes perfectly from the ingredients, how many grams, methods, timing, cutting method, and a lot more. If it wasn't Shishio's first time coming to his cafe, he thought Shishio would be his stalker. If he's my stalker, then that's fine. Masaki thought happily. How did you do it? Ayano asked curiously since she could see that Masaki wasn't lying. Maybe a talent, Shishio said ambiguously. Talent. 2x. Masaki and Ayano's expression darkened, but nothing could explain his skill other than talent. Shishio wanted to say that he had a sensitive tongue, but he was afraid that Masaki might do sexual harassment on him, so he changed his wording. Still, if you do this, it'll make it better. Shishio took another piece of paper and gave Masaki the enhanced version of his Napolitan recipe. Masaki read the recipe, and his expression became serious before he stood up. I'll check it out right away. He didn't hesitate and went to the kitchen to test Shishio's recipe right away. Oh, right, thank you, Shishio-kun. He gave a wink and a flying kiss, which Shishio dodged without hesitation by hiding beside Shina. Shishio felt that Masaki was okay as long as that guy didn't show such a disgusting reaction toward him every time. Still, Shishio's reaction caused Ayano to laugh and Shina to smile. Shishio looked at Ayano and asked, Ayano-san, today is Golden Week, right? You didn't receive a holiday. This had always been bugging his mind from the beginning. After all, Ayano was different from Masaki, who owned a cafe. She was an employee, so it was natural for her to have a holiday, but this woman was still meeting them. That's right. Ayano sighed and said, I should be on holiday now, but I'm going to work because of you too. Thanks for your hard work, Shishio said. Thanks for your hard work. Shina also said the same. Shishio wasn't surprised by Ayano's actions since many people in this country were workaholics, but at the same time, he felt sorry for her husband. Really, you should. Ayano murmured, then asked curiously, still, when did you start dating? We have been dating for a while, but I guess it was 2 weeks ago that I felt that this girl was the one for me, Shishio said gently as he held Shina's hand. He felt that he was fortunate to meet this girl, and even though she might have a lot of disadvantages, he loved her, and that feeling wouldn't change. Shina lowered her head shyly even though she didn't know why, but her heart was beating so fast at that moment, and she felt so happy. Ayano sighed and somehow felt a bit jealous right now. She thought that she should do something similar with her husband later. What on earth should we do now? Suddenly they heard a soft and weak voice from behind. They could tell that it was the voice of a woman, but they felt quite curious why this woman would suddenly ask such a question with such a tone. However, they didn't need to wait too long to understand everything. I'm going to divorce my wife. The voice of a man was heard, and his voice was full of determination, but then he said, but I can't do it right now. This time, his voice was full of hesitation and regretted as if he had done something wrong to the woman. Ayano and Shina couldn't help but frown. However, Shishio laughed heartily when he heard the man's words. Shishio's laugh attracted a lot of attention since he was so handsome when he laughed. Still, Sheena asked, "Why did you laugh, Shishio?" "Well, the man won't divorce his wife," Shishio said simply. "How can you be so sure?" Sheena asked curiously. "Divorce is a big decision, Mashiro." Shishio patted Sheena's head and said, "Remember our conversation at the cat cafe? You have said that our relationship will keep changing, right?" Sheena asked. Ayano also listened to their conversation with interest, waiting for Shishio to answer Sheena's question. "Yes." Shishio nodded and said, "While I believe that I will keep loving you, it doesn't mean the same with other couples. Some couples' relationships will change over time. It starts with something special, then ordinary, and lastly, they might start to hate each other." "Hate each other? Is that possible?" Sheena was surprised. "It's possible, but I might phrase it wrongly." Shishio thought for a moment and said, "I think that an indifferent might be the right word." "Indifferent?" Sheena titled her head. "Yes, even if you're there, or you're not there, it doesn't matter. You have started to feel each other's existence as something that doesn't matter whether they're there or not. Then they start to feel that they're not attractive or they feel bored with a relationship, then it leads one to become workaholic or infidelity." Shishio sipped his coffee and said, "But even so, marriage isn't something that someone can end easily. After all, it is a lifetime decision." Shishio felt that it was normal since marriage was a matter of a lifetime, and when you lived so long with someone, you would start to get bored with a beautiful face that you often gazed at and loved every day. You would also learn a lot of bad things about your loved ones and feel enough of them. Then neither would talk to each other before they cheated each other. Still, it might not be known, but a married man was popular among women. How did women choose their men? This was a question that a lot of single men had always questioned. However, the answer was extremely simple. If you bought something, would you buy something from a store with many good reviews or a new store without a review? The answer was, of course, a store with a good review, right? Especially when you wanted to buy something important and expensive, you would choose a store with a good reputation since you didn't want to make a mistake. Women were just like that. They were clueless about how to know a good man, but they knew that a married man was chosen by another woman, so he had a good review. Then when they were treated nicely by that married man, and unsurprisingly, they fell for that married man. Men had weak resistance against a beautiful woman, so why should they refuse when the women asked him to have sex? Except if the man had a strong will or loved his wife so dearly, then they might refuse, but his story was about the majority of men. Shishio was sure that the woman fell for the man, but the man was unsure about divorcing his wife. After all, even men's relationship with their wives might become a rut, they still thought of them as their women. How could they give their women to other men? Men are selfish creatures, after all. If you love someone, you need to be decisive to get a divorce, and you can start a relationship with the one you love after that since no matter whether it is a male or female, being cheated is painful, Shishio said calmly. This was the reason why Shishio had never cheated. Instead, he dated his girls openly. Still, this case only happened because he was the protagonist, and while it was possible for other men, the possibility was small. Sheena and Ayano looked at Shishio in a daze and thought he was mature. The man is at the comfort zone now, and unless something happens with his wife or cheating partner, then he'll maintain the status quo for a long time. Ayano nodded and felt that Shishio's answer was reasonable since if the man was serious, he would divorce his wife decisively before he started to date his cheating partner. Still, Shishio didn't expect Sheena to kiss him so suddenly. Mashiro. Shishio looked at Sheena surprisingly. "I will always love Shishio," Sheena said without hesitation and full of determination and love. Shishio hugged Sheena without hesitation and kissed her cheek several times. "I will always love you too, Mashiro." He wondered how this girl could be so cute, and he was happy that she could be his. Also, he wouldn't let her go in this life and wouldn't give this girl to another man since he really loved her. Sheena also laughed happily and hugged him back. Ayano felt her black coffee become even bitter when she saw Shishio and Sheena, feeling so jealous. Still, Shishio was curious and wanted to see the face of the man and woman who talked behind him. He turned his head and looked at the woman, but the woman also happened to look at him. Shishio and the woman were silent when they saw each other. He had expected this from the familiar voice he had heard before, but he didn't expect that it would be Tachibana Hina. Hina also felt Shishio's back was similar, but she didn't expect that it was him, and she also looked at the girl who was on his arm. She saw that girl wasn't Rui. Instead, it was another girl. This made her frown, but this wasn't the problem since she panicked when she realized that Shishio had heard their conversation. Hina's expression was, of course, noticed by her boyfriend. "What's wrong, Hina-san?" Shishio only gave the nod to Hina before he continued to talk with Sheena and Ayano like usual. "No, nothing." Hina shook her head and gave a forced smile. The man turned around and saw Shishio, Sheena, and Ayano talking like usual and didn't overthink as he continued his conversation with Hina. Still, all those words that came out from the man's mouth couldn't be heard by Hina since she knew that Shishio had realized that she dated a married man. Are you alright, Hina-san? The man asked again. Ma, maybe I feel a little uncomfortable, Hina said weakly after a moment of hesitation. Really? Then should we go back now? Yeah. Hina nodded without hesitation, and when she was about to go back, she glanced at Shishio, who also happened to see her. He gave her a meaningful smile, and it gave her a dread. What's wrong, Shishio? Sheena asked. Shishio wanted to answer Sheena's question, but suddenly Masaki's voice was heard. Shishio-kun. My Napolitan has become even more delicious. Masaki came out from the kitchen with excitement as he brought the Napolitan spaghetti that Shishio had modified. He believed that his cafe would become even more popular with this recipe. Masaki's existence might cause them to sigh. However, neither Shishio nor Sheena have overthought this problem since they were going on the trip to Tate Yuma tomorrow. 344, just your normal day in Sakurasu. We're going to Tate Yuma. Misaki said excitedly as she shook Shishio's body. Shishio, who had just taken a bath after his morning workout, stared at Misaki silently. If you shake my body more, my towel will drop. Do you want to see mine that much? Even if he showed his little brother to the world, he didn't mind since there was nothing shameful about his body. Sorry. Misaki quickly let go of Shishio with an awkward blush on her face. Shishio sighed and said, I know that you're excited, but calm down, alright. I know, but I can't wait anymore. My body can't handle it. Shishio-kun, you're the only one who can stop the fire in my body. Misaki said as she shouted dramatically and hugged her body, trying to emphasize her huge boobs. Shishio looked at Misaki and wondered why this girl loved to say something in misleading ways. It was also because of this stupid girl's words that everyone misunderstood them, thinking they had an ambiguous relationship. Still, he decided to forgive her since she showed her a good thing in the morning. Shishio nodded thoughtfully when he saw Misaki's boobs, then decided to walk back to his room. He could tell that Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida had arrived, and they were right at the entrance of Sakurasu, so it wasn't good for him to stay with a white towel on his waist. He needed to change his clothes quickly since his danger intuition told him that a dangerous situation might happen soon. However, even if Shishio had prepared, there had always been something he couldn't control, which made him slightly annoyed. Come on and change your clothes, Shishio-kun. Or do you want me to help you change your clothes? Misaki said with a smile, trying to mimic a sultry woman. She thought Shishio would blush and be shy, but then she saw him ignoring her and walked away, which annoyed her slightly. Hey! Misaki tried to grab Shishio, but she grabbed his white towel instead and pulled it hard. Knock, knock. Chihiro, we're here. The door of the Sakurasu was opened, and Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida entered at the same time, but they didn't expect to see amazing scenery before them. They were stunned, but Shishio and Misaki were also stunned. The white towel on Shishio's waist fluttered on Misaki's hand as she stared at Shishio's butts. She almost had a nosebleed and wanted to touch his butts. She then noticed something like an elephant trunk that could be seen between his legs from behind, and somehow she also wanted to touch it too. On the other hand, Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida quickly focused on the massive thing between Shishio's legs. Then there was silence among them, and no one said anything. Shishio grabbed the white towel from Misaki's hand and skillfully wrapped it around his waist. He then stared at Misaki, but his expression was so scary at that moment. If someone had to describe his expression, then his expression was similar to Rakshasa right now. Senpai. Shishio wanted to call her stupid girl directly and threw out outside of Sakurasu, but he was afraid that a group of housewives might attack him in his current attire, so the best thing to do was to let her go, but his heart couldn't feel satisfied. Misaki knew that she was at fault, and she was a bit scared of Shishio, who was angry, so she decided to ask him for forgiveness. She squeezed her chest again as she presented them in front of Shishio. She showed a cute expression as she laughed cutely. Tee-hee. Forgive me, alright? Do you want to fondle my breasts? She thought that she would be forgiven, and Shishio would go back to his room without fondling her breasts, but unexpectedly he snapped and grabbed her breasts. Aura! 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 Oh-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah. Misaki's breasts were fondled roughly, up, down, right, and left, without mercy. Hiratsuka, Yuki Nashida, and other tenants who saw this could only stare at this scene in silence since this scene was too shocking. Shishio then threw Misaki mercilessly and returned to his room. How cruel! Misaki rubbed her breasts and could feel that her nipples were hardened before. Even though Shishio's fondling was rough, but strangely enough, she felt her body burning with excitement. Still, her face was lifeless since she felt that she had lost something important as a woman. Still, even if Shishio's heart was satisfied and Misaki had mixed feelings. However, the aftermath of this incident was something that he wanted to avoid. Shishio! Chihiro's scream reverberated throughout the Sakurasu. Yuki Nashida and Hirotsuka thought that there must be something wrong with this dorm. Shishio was sitting in a Caesar manner and sighed at the aftermath of his revenge. Chihiro and Hirotsuka scolded him without mercy in the living room. You're a guy. How could you do that? That part of woman can't be touched casually. Shishio didn't say much and observed everyone who had arrived in the living room before he observed the legs of Chihiro and Hirotsuka. Everyone who came late also learned what had happened and understood why Shishio was being scolded. Still, when they learned what had happened to Misaki and Shishio, they could only stare speechlessly at the two of them and understood why Chihiro and Hirotsuka were so furious. Okay, I won't do something like this again, and if you want to scold me again, then you can scold me at the school later. Shishio quickly stopped Chihiro and Hirotsuka and told them to scold him later when they were at school. Still, this was a good strategy since Shishio was confident that they would forget what had happened and wouldn't scold him later at school. We're going on a holiday, right? It's better to have a good mood instead of getting angry at me. Whose fault is this? 2x. Chihiro and Hirotsuka wanted to scream, but they held it in their hearts. Also, if you keep scolding me, then I can't prepare breakfast, or you don't want to eat the food that I cook. Please cook. 2x. Chihiro and Hirotsuka said at the same time. Shishio felt that getting a cooking mastery was a good thing. Also, if you want to scold someone, why don't you scold Ryu Unosuke? That guy had been skipping school several times. What? Ryu Unosuke, who had been sitting down in silence, was startled when he heard Shishio's words. Oh? You're the famous truant, Ryu Unosuke. Hirotsuka looked at Ryu Unosuke with a smile and said, You might know me, but let me introduce myself. I'm the current guidance counselor, Hirotsuka Shizuka, so can you tell me why you have been skipping the class? Ryu Unosuke. Shishio felt that Ryu Unosuke had other uses than his talent as a programmer and felt happy for it. Let me help you, Shishio-kun, Nanami quickly said when she saw him going to prepare breakfast. Thanks, Nanami. Shishio looked at Nanami and thought that his maid was the cutest since she was obedient, but he noticed that there was something wrong with her today. Are you angry, Nanami? No, I'm not angry. Nanami, who washed the vegetables, smiled and said, I'm not angry at all when I know that you fondled Misaki-senpai's boobs. Nanami-san. While Shishio and Nanami were preparing breakfast, there were a lot of things that Yuki Nashida wanted to ask, but someone asked for her identity first. Who are you? Mayumi asked while looking at Yuki Nashida. She knew Hirotsuka, so she didn't say much, but she was unfamiliar with Yuki Nashida. However, she was sure that without a doubt, this girl was related to Shishio, which somehow made him wonder how that guy knew a lot of beautiful women. Hello. Yuki Nashida bowed her head and introduced her name gracefully. My name is Yuki Nashida Yukino. I'm Shishio-kun Sr., and I'm going to bother you since he has invited me on the trip. Please take care of me. I see. Mayumi nodded, then glanced at Yuki Nashida's pitiful chest before she smiled sweetly and said, It's okay. If you're invited by Shishio, then you don't need to be so reserved and just have fun later. Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded, but she didn't know why she felt that she wanted to beat up Mayumi. She then looked at Ritsu, then said, Please take care of me, Kawaii-san. Yes. Ritsu had a complicated expression, but she nodded. Please take care of me too, Yuki Nashida-san. Don't be so stiff. You should have more fun. Misaki had recovered and hugged Yuki Nashida cheerfully. You're too close. Kamiagasa-senpai. Yuki Nashida showed an uncomfortable expression on the lack of personal distance. Don't say that. We're going to stay together on this trip. Let's be friends with each other, Misaki said with a smile and thought that Yuki Nashida was cute. They continued to talk to each other, but Yuki Nashida sighed since she couldn't shake Misaki, but then she asked, Kamiagasa-senpai. Just call me Misaki. Kamiagasa-senpai, has Shishio-kun always been the one who cooked? Yuki Nashida asked, and her mouth was quite watery since the smell of his food was too good, right? Well, before, he usually cooked, but he had been busy lately, so he didn't cook. Misaki thought about her boobs that had been fondled by Shishio and wondered whether she could use them as a way to ask him to cook for her. She rubbed her chin and felt that possibility wasn't bad. Yuki Nashida wasn't sure, but she could tell that Misaki thought about something stupid. Still, everyone talked to each other since they were excited about their trip to Tateyama. Alright, stop talking and let's eat, Shishio said and brought the food with Nanami. The voice disappeared, and everyone also focused on the food. Wow! This was one word that Yuki Nashida could only utter. Even though this place was dubious, Yuki Nashida had a complicated reaction since she saw Shishio's massive thing and saw him fondling the boobs of the female senior. She could see that the food that he cooked might be something that might come out from the last boss of cooking manga. Even though she hadn't eaten it, she could tell that it was so delicious. Let's eat. They didn't hesitate and started to eat the food. Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida somehow wanted to cry when the deliciousness of Shishio's cooking hit their sense of taste. Shishio was as usual and ate right beside Shina. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shina tucked into the corner of his t-shirt. It was a holiday, and Shishio wore something casual. He wore a navy-colored t-shirt and khaki-colored shorts. Meanwhile, Shina wore a pleated skirt that reached her waist and a yellow t-shirt that she tucked in on her skirt. Shishio, can you do my hair? Okay. Shishio didn't mind and helped to take care of Shina's hair. He let her long, straight, beautiful blonde hair fall down her back and styled her hair by wearing a braided headband. What do you think? Thanks. Shina nodded and was satisfied with Shishio's skill. Shishio could feel the gaze of everyone on him, then he asked, so do any of you want something similar? Yes. Still, Yukinohito was dumbfounded and wondered whether there was something that this guy couldn't do. However, this was how everyone in the Sakurasu was, and this was their normal day. It might be quite noisy, and there was a lot of commotion. However, strangely enough, Yuki Nashida felt a bit jealous. Senpai, do you want me to take care of your hair? Hearing his offer, Yuki Nashida was in silence for a moment before she lowered her head, trying to hide her blush, and said, yes. 345, we have a pig already, right? Tateyama is a city located in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. It is located at the far southern tip of the Boso Peninsula, facing the Pacific Ocean to the east and south, and the entrance to Tokyo Bay on the west. It is about 70 kilometers from the prefectural capital at Chiba and within 70 to 80 kilometers from central Tokyo. So, where are we going first? Hiratsuka asked as she wiped her mouth with a tissue. She looked at the food that she ate, then looked at Shishio. If only he is 10 years older. If he was 10 years older, she wouldn't need to hide her feelings and catch him directly. Still, if Shishio was 10 years older, he might be married already since no woman would let go of such a partner. I'd thought that we should go to Mother Farm first before we go to the hotel, Shishio said. Mother Farm? Hiratsuka asked curiously. It's a huge farm. We can do a lot of things there. Misaki was excited, telling Hiratsuka what they would do on the Mother Farm. Yuki Nashida listened carefully when Misaki listed various kinds of animals on the Mother Farm from cows, goats, dogs, sheep, horses, alpaca, piglet, duck, and a lot more. How about cats? Is there a cat there? Yuki Nashida asked the most important question. Probably, there's. Shishio wasn't sure, but there should be 1 or 2 stray cats on such a huge ranch, right? Hearing that answer alone, Yuki Nashida felt that this trip was worth it. By the way, there's one more important question, Mayumi suddenly raised a question. What? Everyone looked at Mayumi doubtfully since usually, this woman asked a stupid question. How are we going to divide the group? Mayumi felt that this was the most important question now. There are 13 people here. It might be a bit cramped, so I'd thought to divide the group into 2, Shishio said. You have brought a different car, right, Shishio? Chihiro asked. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, but Hiratsuka-sensei also has brought a car, right? And minivan types too, right? I brought a minivan, but 13 people is too much. Hiratsuka shook her head and sighed since she knew she wouldn't be in the same car as Shishio. Even if the minivan was huge, there was also a limit. Well, it should be enough for 6 to 7 people, though, Hiratsuka said. Then how about a high school group and an adult group? Misaki then hugged Roberta and said, Roberta Nissan will drive the high school group, and Ryu Unosuke will be in the same car as the adult group since it'll be lonely if Shiro-san is alone. Shiro-san and Ryu Unosuke looked at each other and felt slightly sad since the two of them didn't have any right to join this discussion. While Shiro-san was happy that he was being bullied, Ryusuke thought that women were horrible and might walk into the path he shouldn't walk. They talked to each other and agreed with the division of the group. Still, without a doubt, Shishio joined the high school group where Shina, Ritsu, Nanami, Misaki, and Yuki Nashida gathered together, with Roberta as the driver. In the adult group, there was Shiro-san, Ryu Unosuke, Chihiro, Mayumi, Sayaka, and Hiratsuka. After they had decided, they didn't hesitate to put their luggage in the car, but the adult group, especially Mayumi, Sayaka, Chihiro, and Hiratsuka, realized the difference between Hiratsuka's minivan and Shishio's minivan. When we get back later, let's change our car, Mayumi said to Sayaka. Okay. Sayaka nodded without hesitation. The decision had been made, so it was hard to complain, but they also wanted to enjoy Shishio's minivan later when they went back. The truth was Shishio's minivan wasn't anything special, and it was only a Toyota Alphard, but compared to Hiratsuka's minivan, there was a huge difference since his car was modified. With everything having been decided, they didn't waste their time and went on Mother Farm. Yukino-senpai, you haven't been on the mother farm before? Shishio asked as he tuned up the guitar that he had bought. He felt weird by Yuki Nashida, who asked Misaki about the mother farm even though Yuki Nashida was coming from Chiba. No. Yuki Nashida shook her head and said, it's like someone in Tokyo hasn't been in every spot in Tokyo. Even if I'm from Chiba, it doesn't mean that I have been to every spot in Chiba. That's true. Shishio was speechless, but he knew that Yuki Nashida wasn't wrong since even if someone had been living in Tokyo for a long time, it didn't mean that they had been on every corner of Tokyo. But why did you decide to go to Chiba? Yuki Nashida asked. After all, even though Chiba was a big prefecture, it wasn't a favorite spot for someone to go on a trip. I know. I know. I'll answer. Misaki raised her hand excitedly and told Yuki Nashida why they went to Chiba. As Misaki and Yuki Nashida talked to each other, Shina slept like a log since she had been with Shishio last night. Not because she did something with Shishio last night, but because she had been busy drawing a manga. Shina thought she could sleep with Shishio in the same hotel room tonight and have a crazy night together, so she wasn't in a hurry and built up her stamina. Ritsu tried to read her book, but when the car moved, she became dizzy and got car sick. Senpai, don't read inside the car, Nanami said gently while trying to help Ritsu. So sorry. Nanami. Ritsu blushed and felt embarrassed. Nanami's relationship with everyone in Sakurasu was good since she was gentle and she had always been helpful. Shishio looked at their interaction from the back mirror and couldn't help but smile since he knew that almost all the girls in this car were loners. Luckily, they met each other and became friends. The only problem was that many of them had a crush on him. Shishio must admit that he was quite narcissistic to think so, but the girls around him were like moths. Even if they knew that he was a fire that could burn them, they charged forward without fear. While Shishio talked to Roberta, guiding her to the mother farm with Hirotsuka's car following from behind, Nanami opened the snacks and offered them to everyone. Shishio-kun, do you want this snack? Nanami asked as she gave the chocolate Pocky to Shishio. Thank you, Nanami. Shishio was about to take the Pocky from Nanami's hand, but she fed it to him directly. This action, of course, didn't go unnoticed by Misaki, Yuki Nashida, and Ritsu, who happened to watch them. Shishio wasn't stupid, and because of this, he pretended that he didn't see anything and asked, can you give me more, Nanami? Sure. Nanami took out another stick of Pocky and was about to feed Shishio again, but this time, he took it from her hand and fed it to Roberta. Try it, Roberta. Roberta opened her mouth lightly, letting Shishio feed as she continued to drive. Nanami, Misaki, Yuki Nashida, and Ritsu. Nanami, can I get the Pocky too? Misaki asked. Sure. Nanami took out the Pocky, but Misaki asked her to feed her, making Nanami feel a bit helpless. However, she still fed Misaki and talked with her normally. Ritsu had been feeling restless for a while, and she knew the cause of this restlessness. She had this urge to ask a question to Shishio. However, the chance for the two of them to be alone was rare, and she also wasn't sure how to talk about this matter. Shishio, of course, noticed Ritsu's strangeness, but frankly, he didn't want to talk with her since he could tell what she wanted to ask. I shouldn't stay with Ritsu alone. Shishio made up his mind and decided to avoid staying with Ritsu alone later. However, Shishio felt that he might have raised a flag. Mashiro, wake up! Shina's eyelashes trembled as she had a hard time opening her eyes. We have arrived. Wake up, Mashiro! Hearing that they had arrived, Shina opened her eyes slowly and looked at Shishio, who was looking at her gently. You're finally awake. Shishio sighed in relief. Shishio. Shina rubbed her eyes lazily and asked, where are we? We're all done with the trip. We're about to head back to Tokyo, Shishio said gently. It might be Shina's first time to show such an expression, but they could tell that she was too shocked to say anything. Geez, you were asleep for 2 whole days, Nanami said helplessly. 2 days. Shina looked at everyone in a daze. I kept trying to wake you up. However, you don't need to worry since we have bought souvenirs, and we got a lot of pictures. We can look at them on the way home. Shishio and Nanami said together with a helpless expression while trying to cheer Shina up. Shina's face was almost blue before tears slowly dripped from the corner of her eyes. We're joking. We're joking. 2x. Shishio and Nanami quickly said at the same time. The rest could only watch this scene with panicked expressions since neither of them would expect that Shina would cry. Joke. Shina blinked her eyes before puffing her cheeks as she frantically hit Shishio's chest. Sorry, all right. Shishio could only laugh as he hugged Shina so she would stop hitting him. I won't forgive you. Shina still felt quite annoyed as she looked away. She was afraid that she would forgive him directly if she saw his laugh. Then I'll buy you an ice cream. Shina's ears moved when she heard Shishio's words, but she was unmoved. 2 ice creams. Okay, I'll forgive you, Shina said with a smile. Can you eat them? Shishio asked. If I can't, Shishio can eat it, Sheena said bluntly. Shishio wasn't sure what to say at that moment, but he knew that there was one thing that he needed to do. Let's start the trip. They should say ooh, but they only looked at Shishio, who hugged Sheena silently. Oh. In the end, Shishio shouted alone excitedly since if he didn't do so, he was afraid that they might ask why he was so close with Sheena. Still, ignoring the ooh from Shishio, they watched over the farm from the parking park, and the grassland and beautiful petunias flowers garden that stretched over their eyes could see. How is it? Shishio stood next to Ryu Unosuke, who showed a tired expression. I won't come again next time. Ryu Unosuke regretted his choice to come. He wasn't Shiro-san, and he wasn't a masochist. Being surrounded by many detestable women was hell for him. If possible, he just wanted to stay in his room as usual. Since you won't come next time, then you should enjoy this time as much as you can. Shishio patted Ryu Unosuke's shoulder before he joined everyone. Enjoy, hey. Ryu Unosuke lifted his head and watched over the breathtaking scenery in front of him. Even though he didn't want to admit it, he felt that this trip was worth it. Pig bus or dog bus? Which one? Mayumi asked. We already have a pig here, so isn't it better to get a dog one? It's also cuter, Sayaka said after a moment of thought. Pig? You mean, that's me? Shiro-san asked with a flush. If only they didn't come. Ryu Unosuke thought at that moment. 346, delicious strawberry. Mother Farm is massive. It is an overwhelming 2.5 million square meters in size. In other words, this vast meadowland is big enough to contain 350 football stadiums. With how massive this place was, it was simply impossible for them to walk around with their feet, so they decided to rent the sightseeing bus to tour around this farm. There are two kinds of sightseeing buses, the Wanwan bus, dog, and the Taunton bus, pig. There was a pig in their group already, so they decided to take the Wanwan bus, dog. Hey, is that pig is me? Shiro-san asked with a flush on his face, but everyone decided to ignore him since they knew that he would be happy this way. As they rode on the bus, Misaki excitedly poked her head out, watching the scenery of the farm. Still, Yuki Nashida thought that she needed to complain to the operator of this farm since there wasn't any Nyanyan bus, cat. It's amazing. Misaki could imagine that this place was ravaged by the fight of two robots with how vast this farm was. Still, if someone didn't know Misaki that well, they would think that the reason why she was excited was that she loved this place, which was kind of a cute reason. Yuki Nashida thought like that since Misaki was quite childish. Kamiagasa-senpai, be careful. Don't poke your head out of the window. She tried to pull Misaki inside the bus. Call me, Misaki, Yukinon. Misaki smiled and said, also, try to put your head outside. The wind feels nice. No, I don't want to. Also, don't call me Yukinon. Yuki Nashida let out a tired sigh and wondered why everyone loved to call her Yukinon, but at the same time, she wondered whether the reason why Shishio brought her here was to become everyone's babysitter. Yuki Nashida glanced at Shishio, who was sitting next to Sheena, and she might not notice, but she felt quite lonely somehow. With the tour guide that guided them through the farm, they stopped at the group of alpacas. So fluffy. Sayaka smiled and acted as if she saw the cutest thing ever. Shishio glanced at Sayaka and thought that if it was a normal guy, they might have fallen for this smile already. Unfortunately, there were no normal guys in this group. Still, they're too smelly, Sayaka said with a frown. Shishio. Shiro, your bangs are like an alpaca, Mayumi said with a laugh. Really? I'm not a pig now. Shiro-san asked. What kind of conversation is that? Everyone thought at the same time, but they didn't question them since they were afraid that they might be affected. Still, when Ritsu looked at the alpaca closer, her body was pulled abruptly. When Ritsu was still in shock, she saw the alpaca suddenly spit out saliva toward her. Are you alright, senpai? Shishio asked. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Ritsu sighed in relief since the alpaca almost spat her out. Ha ha ha. Riken was almost spat out by the alpaca. Mayumi laughed so heartily when she saw Ritsu's plight. Everyone. Still, when Mayumi laughed so hard, the alpaca suddenly spat out saliva toward her face. Everyone. Mayumi was shocked, especially when a slimy, cloudy, and smelly liquid suddenly stuck onto her glasses and face. Mayumi. Chihiro wasn't sure what to say at that moment. Be a bastard. Mayumi roared angrily and wanted to fight the alpaca, but everyone quickly stopped her. After all, they knew how big the alpaca was, and if they let her fight the alpaca, without doubt, she would be defeated. With how dangerous the alpaca was, they moved to other places and went to the more docile animals such as baby sheep or goats. Are you alright, Mayumi-san? Shishio helped Mayumi to clean up the spit on her face. Even when she was almost in her 30s, he could still see how beautiful this woman was. Still, with how busy and lazy she was, she had become slightly chubby, but he felt that it wasn't that bad since it was more comfortable to touch her. However, he knew that she needed to do something about her weight or else it might be dangerous for her. Yet. Thanks, Shishio. Mayumi sighed in relief when Shishio could help to clean up that disgusting spit from her face quickly. Luckily, I didn't wear thick makeup like Sayaka. If her makeup was thick, she would be in disaster now. What do you mean by that? Do you want your face to be spit out by the baby sheep now? Sayaka lifted a baby sheep toward Mayumi with a gentle smile. Take that thing away from me. Mayumi quickly ran away, with Sayaka chasing behind after her. Their relationship is really good, Shishio commented, which caused Hiratsuka, who stood next to Mayumi before, to feel speechless. By the way, Hiratsuka-sensei. He sat naturally beside her and asked, have you been here before? Hiratsuka's face reddened when Shishio sat next to her, but she gave him a nod. Yes, I came here in the past with my family. Still, she let out a depressed sigh when she thought about her family, especially when they often urged her to get married. She was almost in her 30s, and there was still no man around her except for her student. Hiratsuka wanted to smoke, but Shishio grabbed the cigarette from her hand. Let's stop smoking for today, sensei. Hiratsuka's lips twitched, and she said, why do you act like my husband? Oh? If I were your husband, I'd be even stricter since I didn't want something to happen to our baby in your womb, Shishio said as he tried to mimic how a husband caressed the stomach of his wife when she got pregnant. Hiratsuka's face reddened, and she slapped Shishio's hand away. Don't joke around. I won't marry my own student. So I'm not a student. Is it possible? Shishio asked curiously. Damn it, why do you have fun teasing your teacher? Hiratsuka felt that she was being played around by Shishio, which made her feel annoyed since she felt that she was a little girl in front of him. While she didn't mind acting like a baby in front of her man, the one in front of her was her student, not her man. Hiratsuka was afraid now. Hiratsuka was afraid that she might cross the line between a student and a teacher, then the two of them. Cough. Cough. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka for a moment, showing hesitation and showed the gentlest smile that he had ever shown. Shishio's reaction caused Hiratsuka to feel dumbfounded, and her heart started to beat faster. Does he has? Shishio was about to open his mouth, but suddenly. Shishio. Let's go watch the duck race. Chihiro shouted and showed a carefree smile that she wouldn't usually show. Yeah, wait a moment. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and said, let's go, sensei. Oh. Hiratsuka nodded hurriedly, but she just couldn't think straight and wondered what Shishio wanted to say to her. Everyone watched the duck race in front of them with a solemn expression on their faces. A group of ducks dashed forward as they swung their bottoms back and forth. The girls couldn't help but cheer loudly and happily as they supported their favorite duck in the race. Come on, Silver Fang. You can do it. Dash forward, Magnum Saber. Misaki was the loudest, cheering her Silver Fang as loud as she could. Hiratsuka also joined and cheered for her Magnum Saber to win the race. It wasn't that she had fallen so deep in the race, but she just wanted to avert her mind, especially when she just had an ambiguous exchange with Shishio. Yuki Nishida and Ritsu, who were also the quietest, watched the race intently. Shina couldn't even take her eyes from the race and clenched her two fists, trying to cheer her favorite duck. Shishio-kun, don't forget to take the picture. Yuki Nishida didn't forget to remind Shishio. Okay, you don't need to worry. Shishio had taken many pictures of the farm, everyone on Sakurasu, and many things they had seen over their trip. While he took a picture, he decided to accept the reward he got after fondling Misaki's boobs. Shishio wondered whether the reason why he got this reward was that Misaki often stayed all night to draw an anime. Yay! Silver Fang, awesome! Misaki cheered happily. On the other hand, Hiratsuka sighed depressingly since her Magnum Saber had been lost. Come on! Stop joking around! Chihiro said with a sigh, wondering why there were so many kids around. After the duck race, they continued their trip to the strawberry farms. Besides animals and flowers, this farm also had huge fruit farms that could be harvested every season except for winter. It was spring, so they happened to meet the harvest time of the strawberry. Everyone went to the strawberry garden and brought their own box to pick their favorite strawberries. Shishio also walked around, observing all the strawberries in the garden until he found something interesting. Shishio might often buy a high-grade ingredient, but he didn't expect that he would meet a black-grade ingredient in this place. He might have explained in the past that there were 7 grades of ingredients, and they were divided by colors, and those colors were white, yellow, green, purple, black, red, and golden. Shishio didn't hesitate and picked up the strawberry, but then he looked at Roberta, who had been following him. Roberta, open your mouth. Roberta tilted her head, but she obediently opened her mouth. Shishio then fed the strawberry that he had picked to Roberta. Try it. Roberta didn't overthink, but when she bit down the strawberry, a juice gushed out from it, and the perfect mixture of sweetness and sourness. Her usual cold expression was broken, and she was in a daze for a moment since she had never tasted such a delicious strawberry. If Roberta had to describe her emotions, she felt as if she had received an uppercut from the strawberry champion. It's delicious, Shishio-sama. Her lascivious lips became even glossier as the juice from the strawberry covered them. That's good. Shishio nodded with a smile and then checked whether he could find another high-quality strawberry. His eyes were moving like a high-resolution camera, trying to find the best ingredients. Unfortunately, the best that he could find was a purple-grade ingredient. While it wasn't bad, there was a grade different from the one that Roberta ate. Shishio-sama, is there more? Roberta asked meekly. Sorry, that might be the only one in this place, Shishio said regretfully. What? Roberta was surprised then asked, then why did you give that to me? If she knew that strawberry was so special, she wouldn't eat it and would give it to Shishio. While that might be the best strawberry in this place, that thing is nothing compared to how important you are in my heart. Shishio held Roberta's cold and slender hand tenderly, showing that strawberry was nothing compared to the wonderful woman in front of him. He could get many black, red, or even golden grade ingredients in the future, but this special woman was the only one in the world. Shishio-sama. Roberta's cold expression became so shy. Shishio looked at Roberta for a moment, then looked around before he pulled her to the ground, hiding from everyone on the strawberry field. Shishio-sama. Roberta was confused at Shishio's sudden action. Also, if I want to taste that strawberry. Shishio then kissed Roberta's lips without hesitation and licked her lips and tongue greedily. Roberta was dumbfounded, and before she could react, their lips parted. Delicious. Shishio licked his lips. Roberta. Wait, let me taste it again. Shishio kissed Roberta's lips again. Roberta. After he was satisfied, he stood up and used his eyes that could match the highest resolution camera to find the green and the purple grade strawberries. Come on. Help me get more, Roberta. There might not be one that was as delicious as the one that you ate, but there is a lot which isn't bad in this place. Roberta stared at Shishio's back for a moment before she licked her lips with a smile and followed him. Yes, Shishio-sama. 347, do you want to sleep here? After spending their time in the strawberry garden, they went to have lunch. They decided to taste the specialty of the mother farm, which was Kakai's Ken barbecue, ice cream and other foods that they could order before they continued to spend their time on the mother farm and went to the hotel after they got tired. The truth was, they still wanted to continue their trip since there were many places that he wanted to visit, and their stay in this place was only until tomorrow. However, they spent too much time on mother farm since this place was more fun than they had thought, so even though it was a shame, they were satisfied with this trip. It's a nice hotel. Shiro-san nodded. The exterior is fine, but what about the interior? Mayumi said strictly as if she was a professional connoisseur. If you feel unsatisfied, you don't need to stay, Shishio said flatly. No, no. I'm sorry. Mayumi apologized as she hugged Shishio's leg tightly. I'm satisfied. I'm super satisfied. Shishio was everyone's patron, and right now, if he told her not to stay, then where would she stay? Street? No way. Mayumi decided to apologize and wept without hesitation. Among Shishio's group, there were many high school students, and somehow, they learned many interesting things, such as there were many bad adults around them. Looking at Mayumi, who begged Shishio, hopefully, they wouldn't become such an adult. They then looked at Shishio, feeling sorry for him to be entangled by Mayumi. However, unlike what they had imagined, Shishio felt pretty good since Mayumi's deep cleavage pressed against his leg. He somehow could imagine how good it was to be pressed by those two huge things from the sensation that was felt by his leg. Okay, stop. You're going to embarrass me if you act like this. Shishio held Mayumi's armpit and lifted her from his leg. You have forgiven me? Mayumi asked cautiously. I forgive you, so let's enter now, alright. Shishio said. Okay, let's go. Without hesitation, Mayumi pulled Shishio's arm to enter the inn together. Looking at Mayumi's action, Sayaka squinted her eyes and felt that Mayumi was quite crafty. Mayumi might fool everyone, but she couldn't fool Sayaka since Sayaka could see that Mayumi used her weapon to seduce Shishio right now. I won't let you. Sayaka put on her best smile and said, it's a nice hotel. Let's enter together, Shishio-kun. Mayumi looked at Sayaka, who also hugged Shishio's arm, and couldn't help but snort. Shishio, who was the victim, didn't say anything, his face was still calm, but even so, he could feel heaven and hell were right beside him. While it felt nice being hugged by two beautiful women, it felt terrible when he felt the gazes of the girls and women behind him. However, Shishio didn't say anything and thought that he could use this as a chance to fondle their boobs so he could gain a reward. He had already fondled Misaki's boobs before, so why shouldn't he use this chance to fondle everyone's boobs in Sakurasu? Shishio thought it was a good idea until he realized that Ryu Unosuke was also one of those targets. He then turned toward Ryu Unosuke with a complicated gaze, and it somehow made Ryu Unosuke confused while showing what's wrong. Expressions. Shishio somehow felt complicated and ignored the confrontation between Sayaka and Mayumi. The women looked at each other, and there was a spark between them. However, that spark disappeared quickly when Chihiro and Hiratsuka pulled the two of them apart from Shishio. Okay, how about we enter the inn together? 2x. Chihiro and Hiratsuka spoke together as they dragged Mayumi and Sayaka. Shishio didn't care about Sayaka and Mayumi. Instead, many Shishio on his head constantly fought each other to decide whether moral or reward was more important. It's moral. Even though it was quite strange for a scumbag like him to say that a moral was more important, Shishio still had a bottom line, and he would never cross this bottom line no matter what, even if the reward he got was amazing. After all, if Shishio dared to cross this bottom line, he was sure that he would do something more outrageous in the future, and if he did that, he was afraid that he would change to a different kind of person. You're so popular, Shishio-kun, Yukinashita said. Shishio looked at Yukinashita and said, aren't you also popular too, senpai? Yukinashita couldn't say anything in retort. Anyway, let's enter. Hoo-hoo. Everyone entered the hotel at the same time, and the manager quickly welcomed them. Before they arrived, Roberta had told the manager to prepare, and they quickly welcomed Shishio's group and guided them to the room that had been prepared. Shishio had his own room, but it was different from the other group. Wow, the room is so huge. Sayaka was surprised when she saw how huge the room was. She thought that the room would be normal, but she didn't expect the room to be so exaggerated. She looked at Shishio and then at Chihiro, feeling weird since if Shishio's family was wealthy, how could Chihiro live in Sakurasu? Sayaka didn't look down on Sakurasu, but there were many places that were several times better than Sakurasu, right? Sayaka didn't understand, but she threw all that complicated matter aside and jumped into the huge bed without hesitation. I'm first. Mayumi shouted as she jumped. Hey, I'm going to be the first one. There are 2 beds. What are you complaining about? When Sayaka and Mayumi started to bicker to each other, Ryu Unosuke and Shiro-san also entered their room. They looked at the room and felt satisfied with the room, especially when there were 2 beds instead of 1. The room had a Japanese-style design with various interiors made from wood, giving off an amiable and cozy feel. The room had soft carpet floors, a few sofa chairs, a television, a balcony with a view of the ocean, and 2 double beds in size. Riken, Yukinon, Mash Iron, Nanaman, let's sleep together. Misaki invited the 4 of them to sleep together without hesitation. The size of the room and the beds were huge. It wasn't a problem for the 5 of them to sleep together. Ritsuo looked at the room where Mayumi and Sayaka stayed, then said, I'll stay at Mayumi-san's room. No, you stay with us. Misaki directly pulled Ritsuo to the room without hesitation. Ritsu. Yukinashita looked at Misaki speechlessly, then looked at Shina and Nanami and said politely, please take care of me, Shina-san, Aoyama-san. Ah, yes. Yukinashita-senpai. Nanami quickly bowed her head and was startled when Yukinashita was so polite. She glanced at Yukinashita and could feel the graceful and refined aura oozed from her body, making her feel inferior. Is this the reason? She sighed inwardly and glanced at Shishio, who walked toward his room that was located on the edge of the corridor. Call me Mashiro, Shina said. Yukinashita looked at Shina and blinked her eyes, feeling that this girl was really pure. If a piece of art could come out alive, then Shina would be perfect for that image. However, she also didn't feel surprised since she knew who Shina was. It was just Shina was different from what she had imagined, but even so, she nodded with a gentle smile. You can also call me Yukinashita. She just couldn't help but have a good feeling toward this girl. Yes. Shina nodded. Still, if Yukinashita knew that Shina wasn't as pure as she imagined, then... Roberta was about to follow Shishio, but Chihiro and Hiratsuka stopped her. How about we sleep together, Roberta? Chihiro asked. Yeah, there are many things that I want to ask too. Hiratsuka nodded in agreement. Chihiro and Hiratsuka had always been curious about Roberta and Shishio. They also wanted to know how much Roberta's income was since she was working as Shishio's maid and wondered whether she would also take care of Shishio's needs in that area too. Still, Hiratsuka, who touched Roberta's body, couldn't help but raise her eyebrow since she could see how powerful Roberta was. Instead of a maid, she thought that Roberta was a bodyguard. Roberta looked at Chihiro then Hiratsuka for a moment and could tell that Hiratsuka was strong, but she didn't overthink and looked at Shishio, asking for help since, if possible, she wanted to sleep with Shishio. However, Shishio only gave her an encouraging smile which made Roberta lose for words. Shishio laughed and walked into his room. Unlike the other rooms that were rented for everyone, even if Shishio's room had only one bed, it had a king-size bed, and there was also a private hot spring pool that faced the ocean. Still, there was no need to worry for someone to peek since his room was on the second floor with many walls covering the pool. The female staff put down Shishio's luggage and kept peeking at Shishio with a blush. Is there something wrong? Shishio looked at the female staff curiously since she didn't walk out of the room after placing his luggage. If you want, we have a massage service, the female staff said shyly. Massage service? Shishio murmured as he observed the female staff. The female staff was quite beautiful and could be considered above average. Her hair was tied behind, showing her alluring nape and her yukata-like uniform, giving her an image of Japanese beauty. Shishio was sure that if it was other men, they would be excited, but he couldn't be excited since a group was running toward his room. I'll call you if I need that service. Yes. The female staff said excitedly, bowing her head, and quickly walked out of the room, but she was dumbfounded when she saw Misaki. Misaki was also dumbfounded when she saw the flushed female staff, but Shishio's voice averted her attention. What's wrong, Misaki-senpai? Shishio asked. I'm going to check. Misaki hadn't finished her words, and she was stupefied when she noticed Shishio's luxurious room. Even though it was only a subtle difference, she could see that Shishio's room was on a higher level than her room, especially when she could see the private hot spring pool that could be seen from the glass door. Shishio glanced at the female staff, and the female staff gave him a nod before she walked away shyly. He then looked at Misaki again and asked, What's wrong, senpai? However, Misaki didn't answer him and jumped into his bed without hesitation. Yay! Misaki fell into bed and felt that the bed was so soft that she felt she was lying on the top of a cloud. I'm going to sleep here. Misaki said cheerfully, but she noticed someone also fell on the bed and lay beside her. Misaki's face quickly reddened when she noticed that Shishio lay beside her. Are you sure? His deep voice seemed to tempt her and caused her entire body to be burnt with fire. Misaki looked at Shishio for a moment and realized that she was a woman and he was a man. If they were staying together in the same room, then... Misaki's face flushed with the possibility that might happen in this room if she stayed with him, however. Misaki's body was carried like a cat before she was thrown out of bed. Okay, enough of joking. How about we walk around the hotel? Shishio said as he looked at Ritsu, Nanami, Yukinashita, and Shina, who also walked into his room. Misaki looked at Shishio and grumbled, thinking this guy teased her too much, right? However, Misaki felt that she might be seduced if she kept staying with him. 348, Orange. Before the dinner, Shishio decided to dip in the private hot spring pool in his room. He also used this time to talk with his girlfriends and ask them what they were doing. Nana, Saki, and Rui were alright, considering they went out with their families during Golden Week. Their families had always been busy usually, but during Golden Week, their parents received a holiday, so their families decided to take them on a trip. It was rare for them to have a family trip, so they didn't want to miss it, though they missed him and wanted to meet him after their trip ended. The one that was the most unfortunate was Mai since she was alone. Mai's relationship with her family wasn't good, she had never thought of her father as her family, and her mother also thought of her as money. Mai had cut her relationship with her family, and the only one that she could depend on and the only person she thought of as a family was Shishio alone. You should have agreed to when I invited you before, Shishio said speechlessly as Mai spent her days alone in her apartment. He was also quite worried about Mai and felt that he was the worst, considering he took Yukinashita, who was just his senior and friend, on a trip while leaving his girlfriend alone in her apartment. Mai also grumbled and felt regret about her decision to reject Shishio's offer to go on a trip with everyone from Sakurasu. However, there was no medicine for regret, and she could only wait patiently for him to return. When are you going back? I should come back tomorrow, Shishio said. Then, after you come back, can you come to my apartment? Mai asked in a sad yet proud manner. If Shishio had to give an example, then Mai was like a proud Turkish Angora cat. Even though she was lonely, she still showed that she was strong and didn't feel lonely, hiding her feelings. Okay, I'll come to your apartment as soon as I return. Shishio didn't hesitate and decided to come to Mai's apartment after he came back. He thought for a moment and smiled mischievously, asking, Can I stay at your apartment tomorrow? Hey? You want to stay? Mai was startled, but it wasn't that she didn't have that kind of idea on her mind. Instead, she anticipated him staying at her house. However, she wouldn't say this matter outright and convey it in an indirect way. Still, she also knew how he had never lied to his desire. She didn't hate this part of him though, since as a girl, there was no way for her to make such a request to him. After all, she didn't want to be seen as an easy girl. You might be tired from your trip, so I don't mind for you to stay, but let me remind you that you can't do something perverted, alright? Girls are like that, their mouths might lie, but their bodies have always been honest. Yes, yes. Shishio gave a perfunctory manner since he knew that this girl was dishonest with her desire. Mai snorted, but she heard the sound of water from the other side. What are you doing? I'm taking a dip in the onsen, Shishio said as he walked out from the hot spring pool. Hey? You call me in the middle of bath? Mai was dumbfounded. Is that not okay? Shishio asked. No, I mean, isn't it going to trouble the people around you? Mai thought that there were many people around Shishio since he stayed in the onsen, and her face blushed when she thought that many people might hear their conversation. It's all right. There's a private onsen in my room. Shishio put down his phone and turned on the loudspeaker as he dried his body with a towel. There's a private onsen in your room? Mai asked enviously and thought that if she accepted his invitation at that time, she might stay in the same hot spring together, but then her face became hot when she realized something. Wait a moment, so does this means, you're naked now? Yeah. Don't yummy. Mai retorted loudly when she thought that Shishio had been talking with her naked. Mai then started to think about her time with her when she happened to see his body when they stayed in Ibaraki. With how awesome his body was, she understood why her mother often pestered her to ask him to enter a showbiz industry. Well, I have put on my clothes now. Shishio put on a bathrobe and sat on the sofa while facing the ocean. It was almost evening, and the sun stained everything orange. However, unlike before, when their moods were mixed with various emotions, this time, their hearts were all sunny, and the cloud that had covered Mai in the past had disappeared. That's not the problem here. Mai said with a sigh. Oh? So you think about something perverted now? Shishio asked with a smile. If you like to go naked all the time, then when we meet tomorrow, you should go naked in front of me, Mai said coldly, but her face was all red since she couldn't deny that she was thinking something perverted. Shishio was speechless when he heard her request. Still, he threw that matter aside and asked, so what are you doing? Me? Mai looked at the book in her right hand and said, I'm reading a book. You're not going on a trip with your mother or anything? Shishio asked. Mai snorted and said in a tired sigh, when I met my mother, all she talked about was you. She kept asking me to enter the showbiz from her agency. She rubbed her temple, feeling annoyed and helpless for her mother, but at the same time, there was this strange feeling that told her that she shouldn't let her mother meet Shishio. I'm not sure what to say in this situation. If Shishio met Mai's mother again, he was afraid that instead of asking him to become a talent under her agency, he might create a different kind of relationship with her. After all, he could easily tell what kind of person Mai's mother was, and if he decided to help her, he could see that she might use her body to repay him. While Shishio didn't mind, he was sure that Mai would be conflicted since she never expected her mother to snatch her boyfriend. By the way, what kind of book did you read? Oh? I'm reading a classic. Mai looked at the title of the book and said, the title is The Count of Monte Cristo. Hey! Shishio was dumbfounded and asked, do you like such a book? Well, I had joined the literature club after all, and this book just caught my eye. I think this book is good, especially Edmund's revenge on those who have wronged him. I like it, Mai said with a laugh. Shishio couldn't say anything since if this was the case, if he dared to betray Mai, would she also give him revenge? However, Shishio was confident that he wouldn't cause something that might cause Mai to give him revenge. Wait a moment. Shishio thought about how he was a scumbag, and he had a lot of girls. That number also kept increasing instead of decreasing, which made him realize that there was a chance that women might stab him in the future. Shishio racked his mind and suddenly said, by the way, Mai. Do you want to hear a song? Shishio asked. Song? Mai put down her book without hesitation and asked with interest, you're going to sing me a song? Yeah, I made this song based on you. Shishio took the guitar that he kept in his room. He planned to sing in the car, but Sheena slept, and he didn't want to wake her up, so he didn't play it. Really? Let me hear it then. Mai smiled and said, if it isn't good, then you need to eat an entire packet of Pocky with your nose. I'll die if I do that, Shishio said speechlessly. Mai laughed and said, hurry up. I want to listen. She knew that Shishio was so good at singing, especially when she saw his performance on karaoke before, so she had quite high expectations of him, especially when he made this song for her. Okay, listen well. Shishio also didn't waste his time, strumming his guitar, and started to sing. BGM 7. Orange. We walked with our shoulders in line, laughing about things that didn't matter as we looked onward toward the same dream. If I listen carefully, I can still hear it. Your voice, staining this city orange. The soothing voice and the calm melody caused Mai to smile, especially when the words orange came out, making her remember when they stayed in Odaiba. It was tough when her mother and everyone else didn't remember her. Mai just wanted to give up, but Shishio didn't give up, staying by her side while telling her that everything was alright and he would make sure that she would be okay. Their meeting might be short, but all of them were unforgettable for her. When you're not around, I'm so bored. But when I say I'm lonely, you just laugh at me. Mai chuckled and thought that this guy was quite cute, telling her that he missed her in such an indirect way. However, he wasn't the only one who felt lonely since she also felt the same. Like the sky after the rain lets up, like clearing up one's heart. I remember your smile. It floats up in my mind, and I can't help but smile. Mai thought about when her problem was solved, and they played together in Ibaraki. Even now, those memories were still vivid, and she remembered how fun it was. Mai felt that the world was as beautiful as the sky after the rain, especially when he was right beside her. So I'm not the only one. Mai had always been worried whether she was the one who had this special feeling. After all, Shishio had many girls, and unlike the rest, she came late, and she also wasn't blind and he could tell how he treasured those girls. While Mai had prepared for this situation and it was okay as long as Shishio treated her dearly, she also wanted him to fall for her and told her that he wouldn't be okay without her. This single love was born among a million rays of light. Even if you never change, even if you happen to change, you're you, so I'm not worried. Someday we'll both become adults and meet wonderful people. At that time, I hope we can bring along our irreplaceable families and meet here again. Mai blushed and felt shy, especially when the lyrics told her that Shishio wanted to bring his family to meet her family in the future. That means. The smile on Mai bloomed, and her heart fluttered with the thought of his indirect marriage proposal. This single love was born among a million rays of light. We run through the passing seasons, seeing each of our many tomorrows. Choosing from each of our many dreams. Shishio ended his song, and Mai was touched by his song. What do you think, Mai? Shishio asked. It's amazing. This time Mai didn't lie, and she felt that this song was really amazing. What's the title of this song? It's Orange. Orange. Mai thought for a moment and asked, so you were inspired when we saw that orange light on Odaiba and Ore? When they were in Odaiba, the sunset stained everything with orange. When they were in Ore, the sun rose stained everything with orange. While some people's scenery wasn't something important and just something ordinary, for Mai, it was something unforgettable. The orange color covered her when her mother forgot her and when everyone remembered about her again. This song described all the feelings that Mai felt during that moment. Yet, Shishio said, lying without changing his face. Hearing his answer, Mai showed a warm smile, and at the same time, she would reject her mother no matter how many times her mother asked her to let him join her mother's agency since she only wanted him to sing for her. While it was selfish, she felt she had the right since she was his girlfriend. Also, she might be shy to say it before, but she could confidently say about her feelings this time. Shishio. I love you. Shishio smiled when he heard Mai's voice. I love you too, Mai. Orange might remind Mai of the despair she felt when she was in trouble, but an orange also reminded her of her wonderful time with the man she loved, and right now, she could say that it was her favorite color. With the orange sun as their witness again, they continued to talk to each other with a smile, feeling so close even if they were far apart. While Mai fell in love once again, Shishio sighed in relief and knew that he was alright for now, but he couldn't let down his guard since when girls or women fell in love, they could do anything. 349, if I can't do this, then I'm not a man. Having calmed Mai's heart, Shishio joined everyone having dinner at the hotel. Still, instead of calming her down, he wondered whether he lit up the fire of love in her heart. However, Shishio quickly threw the matter of Mai aside and joined everyone to have dinner at the hotel together. They gathered in the dining room, eating various seafood specialties around this area. Whether it was sea bream, tuna, abalone, lobster, shrimp, sea urchin, or many other kinds of seafood were served to their tables. There was also an A5 Wagyu beef marbled with beautiful fat that gave tenderness, juiciness, and flavor that couldn't be compared to all. Still, somehow they felt that Shishio's home cooking tasted better than the foods in front of them. However, since it was a luxurious dinner, it gave them the illusion that it tasted better, especially for Mayumi and Sayaka. Hiratsuka, who drank a beer, couldn't help but look at Shishio and ask, Oga, is it alright for you to treat all of us? Even though Shishio had deliberately told the restaurant's server not to show everyone the menu, so no one could know the price of the food, she knew this dinner wasn't cheap. Instead, it was very expensive. Hiratsuka knew that Shishio might be quite wealthy, but she wondered whether it was alright to use it on them. It's alright. If I don't use it now, when can I use it? Shishio drank an apple juice and said, money might be important, but I think that money will be more meaningful if I can use it to make the people I care about live better. Hiratsuka was stunned and looked away with a blush when Shishio looked in her direction when he said, the people that I care about. However, Hiratsuka quickly snorted and felt that her dignity as a teacher was challenged if she kept getting embarrassed after being teased by Shishio from time to time. Still, when she looked at him, he looked at her with a gentle smile, which made her head blank, and couldn't the words of complaint that she wanted to utter to him. It's not fair. Hiratsuka felt that Shishio was unfair for teasing her all the time, yet he never clarified what he wanted to do with her. Still, Hiratsuka let out a long depressive sigh when she thought that they were a student and a teacher. By the way, Oga. Damn it, why did I stutter? Hiratsuka's mind was in a mess. What's wrong, sensei? Hiratsuka felt quite depressed when the word sensei came out from Shishio's mouth, but she shook her head and asked, did you know about the result of your monthly exam? Oh? Has it come out? Shishio asked, and he glanced in Chihiro's direction. Chihiro, who ate the sashimi, stopped all of a sudden. Her entire body froze, and her face flushed red. What's wrong, Chihiro-sensei? Misaki asked. No, nothing. Chihiro took a glass of beer and gulped it down without hesitation. Shishio looked at Chihiro and thought her reaction was quite cute since he tried to hide her embarrassment by drinking alcohol. There was no need to wait for Hiratsuka's answer, and he could already guess the result of his monthly exam after seeing Chihiro's reaction. Let me guess. Oh? Then try to guess it. Chihiro looked at Shishio with a smile. I'm ranked first in the entire grade, Shishio said flatly. Everyone was speechless after they saw how confident Shishio was. Yet. You're ranked first in your entire grade, Hiratsuka said with a sigh. Even though this guy was a problem student, without a doubt, this guy was the smartest among his entire grade. If not the entire school. Everyone. While everyone's reaction was interesting, Shishio was more interested in Chihiro's reaction since she had promised him that she would reward him. He wasn't sure what kind of reward she would give him, but he hoped this reward would surprise him. Shishio. Shishio felt the sleeve of his yukata was tucked, so he turned and looked at Shina. Sorry. Which one do you want to eat next? This one. Shina pointed at the tuna. Open your mouth. Shishio took the piece of tuna and fed Shina. Shina opened her mouth and ate the tuna, chewing it slowly. She wasn't sure why, but the foods that Shishio fed tasted better, so she kept asking him to feed her. However, she also knew that to ask him to pamper her, she also needed to give an appropriate price. Don't overeat. You'll eat something later, right? Shina's face flushed, and her body trembled as she gave the nod. She would eat something later in Shishio's room later that night. As for what she would eat, who could guess? Shishio, why did you feed Mashiro? Mayumi asked. Is it a problem? Shishio asked. Of course, it is a big problem. Mayumi said without hesitation. You two might be a distant family, but you two can still get married. Also, don't you have a girlfriend? Have you two-timed your girlfriend? She just couldn't handle it anymore and felt jealous. Cough. Wrong. Mayumi felt that there was something wrong with the relationship between Shishio and Shina. She felt that they were too close, especially when Shishio already had a girlfriend at that time. Her memory was still vivid, and it was still fresh when she recalled the time when Saki came to the Sakurasu. When Saki came to Sakurasu, she told everyone that they were free to seduce Shishio confidently as if she didn't think that he wouldn't cheat on her no matter what. Mayumi was annoyed, but at the same time, she wondered how Saki could believe in Shishio so much that Saki wouldn't think that he would cheat when so many beautiful girls surrounded him. It was hard to ask this question on Sakurasu, but this time, Mayumi couldn't handle it anymore and decided to ask Shishio, asking him whether he had two-timed his girlfriend. The tables suddenly turned in silence when Mayumi asked that question. Even Ryu Unosuke, who gave an aura "don't talk with me," also glanced at Shishio curiously. No one was an idiot. They could see how close Shishio and Shina were, so they wondered whether Shishio had two-timed his girlfriend by dating Shina. Still, Nanami and Roberta, who knew the truth, wondered what Shishio would say. Shina didn't say anything, only looked at Shishio in a daze. Shishio glanced at Mayumi and said, Mayumi-san. What? Mayumi lifted her chest, causing it to jiggle slightly. Do you want to pay for the accommodation yourself? Shishio asked flatly. Shishio. No, Shishio-sama, please forgive me. Mayumi, without hesitation, hugged Shishio tightly with tears. Mayumi's income might not be bad, and it was quite alright for a single woman like her. However, it didn't mean that she could use all of that money unscrupulously. She wasn't stupid, and even if she didn't see the price of the hotel or the cost of the dinner, she could tell that it was expensive. If Shishio told her to pay for the accommodation with her own money, Mayumi was sure that she might need to eat instant noodles until next month. Mayumi didn't want that. Everyone. Shishio was satisfied with Mayumi's reaction, but he still showed a troubled expression and patted her head tenderly. Can you be a good girl without causing trouble now? Mayumi was in a daze when a young man who was younger than her gently caressed her head. Damn it, why does it feel so good? Mayumi wanted to complain, but she showed a sweet smile and nodded. Okay. Everyone. Mayumi returned to her seat and continued to eat. Still, she wanted to cause trouble again, but she decided to shut her mouth when she looked at the delicious food and alcohol. After Mayumi stopped her mouth, no one said anything, but it didn't mean that they didn't feel curious. Their minds wondered what kind of relationship Shishio and Sheena shared, and they also wondered whether Shishio was a scumbag who two-timed on his girlfriend. However, could they ask? No. Mayumi had been defeated easily by Shishio, and this atmosphere made it hard for them to ask. Still, if Shishio had to answer Mayumi's question, he would say that he didn't two-time his girlfriends. Instead, he was five-time his girlfriends. It was worse. Still, while it might not be related, somehow, the taste of the food didn't feel good anymore. I'll go back to my room, Shishio said and left. Sheena wanted to follow, but Shishio stopped her. Stay here for a moment. Sheena didn't know why Shishio told her to stay, but she nodded obediently and stayed with everyone to eat. When Shishio left, somehow the atmosphere became even more awkward, and they didn't know what to say. How about we rest early? Chihiro said. No one rejected Chihiro's words, and they decided to return to their rooms. But, of course, some of them also brought some alcohol and snacks to be consumed in their room later. Shishio didn't return to his room. Instead, he walked around the inn randomly. It was his first time to be in this inn after he had gotten this reward in the past. After walking for a while, Shishio saw a vending machine and got a Pepsi before sitting on the outdoor area chair. He opened the can and drank the Pepsi in a gulp as he watched the sea absent-mindedly. Somehow instead of feeling conflicted by Mayumi's question, Shishio felt that he was guilty. Shishio wasn't surprised by Mayumi's question since he knew that no matter how good he kept his secret, it would be known in the future, especially by the people who lived together with him or the people with whom he had a close relationship. It was impossible to keep everything a secret, which was why he had always prepared himself when the time came. However, this happened so suddenly, and he wasn't prepared to tell them the truth. Still, this wasn't the problem. The problem was that he felt that he was trash since he didn't dare to declare out loud that Sheena was his woman in public. He was afraid the status quo on the Sakurasu would change and felt that he should cut his phallus for not being a man. Shishio crushed the empty can in his hand, but at the same time, he felt that it was too stupid of him to think about this problem. After all, he didn't have an obligation to tell them. If they're strangers, it'll be easier. If they were all just strangers with whom he didn't have a relationship, Shishio felt that everything was easier. However, Shishio knew very well that they weren't strangers, and since he had this uneasy feeling, he didn't want to hide the truth from them and told them that he had dated more than one girl. Also, if I can't acknowledge my relationship, how can I marry all of them? His goal in this world had changed, and that was to allow polygamy in this country so he could marry all of his women. Shishio made up his mind and thought there was no need to fear and be confident with what he was doing. However, Shishio-kun. Shishio turned his head and saw Ritsuo was there. Can we talk? Ritsuo asked as she stared at Shishio. Shishio wondered how many times he was going to hear this sentence. 350, the confession of the scumbag 1. Even though Shishio had planned to tell everyone on the Sakurasu about his relationship with Sheena, it didn't mean that he was going to tell them on this holiday. He also knew how important time and occasion were, and there was no way for him to tell the public about his deeds as a scumbag. If possible, Shishio wanted to tell this matter when everyone had returned from the trip. Still, the plan that he had planned couldn't follow the problem that appeared so suddenly. What do you want to talk about, senpai? Shishio asked, looking at Ritsuo curiously. He had a feeling what this girl wanted to ask, but he decided to play stupid. Ritsuo planned to ask Shishio about his relationship with many girls, but it was hard to talk about it when there were only two of them. If this isn't important, then can we talk tomorrow? I'm a bit tired. I want to sleep. Shishio didn't wait for Ritsuo and decided to use a delay strategy. He stood up and was about to go back to his room, but his wrist was caught. No. Ritsuo grabbed Shishio's wrist and said, it's something important. I need to talk with you now. If she didn't ask him now, she was sure that she would delay so long until her heart burst out. She needed his answer, and she wanted that answer now. Shishio looked at Ritsuo for a moment and sighed inwardly, especially when this girl showed such a reaction. Oh, my charm. Sometimes, Shishio felt that his charm was too dangerous, right? Okay, we can talk, but how long are you going to hold my hand like this? Shishio said teasingly. Ritsuo's face instantly turned red, showing how embarrassed she was. I don't mind if we keep holding hands, though, Shishio said jokingly. Shishio-kun, you have a girlfriend. Ritsuo couldn't help but reprimand. She felt that Shishio was too flirty to someone even though he had a girlfriend already. Even though she didn't hate this part of him, she wanted to tell him that he shouldn't do this since this might cause a misunderstanding to the girl he had talked with. Still, Ritsuo also knew that even if Shishio didn't say anything, the number of girls that fell in the school might have reached 50% girl population at Swim Academy. That number didn't decrease and kept increasing since the students in the university part of Swim Academy also started to notice Shishio. Even in her class, Ritsuo often heard how the girls often talked about Shishio. There was also a group of housewives around the neighborhood too. Ritsuo suddenly fell in silence and thought that there were so many temptations around this guy, right? There was so much temptation that if it was a normal man, they wouldn't be able to handle it, and they might become a beast, right? Shishio was also a man, but the problem was that he had a girlfriend. Part of her wanted to believe that Shishio was a man of loyalty and wouldn't cheat on his girlfriend. However, another part of her wanted to hear that Shishio wasn't loyal to his girlfriend since that way she might have a chance to be with him since Ritsuo knew that she might have fallen for this bastard. Suddenly Ritsuo remembered the conversation she had with Shishio when they walked together to the school for the first time. They talked about how she told him not to become like Mitaka, and he promised her that he wouldn't become like Mitaka. Ritsuo didn't want Shishio to become like Mitaka since that scumbag and chicken was the worst. Ritsuo felt that Mitaka was a chicken, that Mitaka didn't dare to face his feelings toward Misaki and also hurt Misaki's feelings, but at the same time, she also hated how Mitaka had always played with various women every day. The only thing was that she didn't want to hear that Shishio would become like Mitaka, and that was what she was going to ask him. Ritsuo's feelings were contradictory. She wanted to hear that Shishio might be seduced by another girl other than his girlfriend, so that way, she knew that his love for his girlfriend wasn't strong and there might be a chance for her. However, Ritsuo also didn't want him to become a scumbag. If Shishio knew what Ritsuo was thinking, he could only conclude that this girl wanted him to break up with his girlfriends and date her alone. Ritsuo's wish was as simple as that. Yes, but you have also invited me, someone who has a girlfriend, to talk with you alone. Shishio looked at Ritsuo calmly and asked, if someone sees the two of us alone in this place, what will they think of us? Shishio-kun. Ritsuo's face reddened once again, and her heart was beating so fast since if someone saw the two of them here alone, staying together, then would they think of them as a couple? Such a thought made Ritsuo's face blush and panic. Oh? What did you think, senpai? Shishio asked curiously with a mischievous smile. I didn't think of anything. Also, don't keep teasing me. Ritsuo pouted and felt that she had always been teased by Shishio. It can't be helped. You're so cute, after all, Shishio said with a tease. Ritsuo might usually be uncouth because of her anti-social personality, but when she got embarrassed, she was so cute that he wanted to bully her more. Well, her face is beautiful after all. Even with such a crude personality, Ritsuo's appearance could smitten USA, showing how fair her appearance was. Shishio. Ritsuo lowered her head shyly and didn't dare to look at him. Shishio thought that Ritsuo was pretty easy, so he thought to use this chance to walk away. So should we go back now, senpai? No. Shishio. Ritsuo raised her head and faced him with a sad expression. Do you not want to talk with me that much? Oh, please don't show such an expression. Shishio was helpless. Ritsuo wasn't stupid, and she could tell that Shishio didn't want to talk with her. While the praise and flirts that he told her before made her happy, it made her sad when she thought he did all of that, so he could walk away from her. Alright, let's talk. Shishio looked at Ritsuo and sat down on the bench nearby. Ritsuo looked at Shishio, who sat down, and suddenly hesitated again. Sit right beside me, Shishio said in the left side of the bench. He wasn't sure where this bench suddenly came from, but he didn't overthink it. Ritsuo's mind was constantly thought about over and over whether she should ask this question before she made up her mind and sat next to Shishio. After they sat down, neither of them talked. Shishio also didn't want to talk since he didn't want to have this conversation. If Ritsuo didn't talk, it was alright with him since he didn't need to be troubled by Ritsuo's emotion. It was a battle of attrition between the two. Well, it definitely wasn't as exaggerated as a battle of the attrition since Shishio's mood had been so calm since, for him, whether his secret was known or not, it didn't really matter. However, it was different from Ritsuo since she wondered if she asked Shishio this question, would he think of her as a bother? Would he think that she liked him? So many things suddenly popped out of her head until he heard his voice. The moon is beautiful. Ritsuo blinked her eyes and looked at the bright crescent moon in the night sky. It was so beautiful, and she needed to agree with him. Yes, the moon is beautiful. Ritsuo wasn't sure why, but she felt that the meaning of her praise over the moon was different from him. She hoped that he understood the meaning, but at the same time, she also didn't want him to understand. She thought she might get panicked and flustered over, but she strangely calmed down. Shishio-kun. Did you date Mashiro too? Shishio looked at Ritsuo, and unlike her flustered expression, she was so calm, and her violet eyes stared into his eyes. Yes. The word that came out of his mouth was so simple, but it caused a huge ripple in Ritsuo's heart. However, this wasn't the end of his sentence. Not only do I date Mashiro and Saki, but I also date Nana and Miu. Shishio also dated Mai, but this girl's heart was complicated, and she still hadn't accepted the other girls, so he didn't mention her. However, Shishio suddenly moved his head back slightly, dodging the slap given by Ritsu. Ritsu's slap didn't hit the target, but she didn't give up and kept trying to slap this bastard. Ritsu was furious. Not only was this guy 2-timing, but this guy had done 4-timing. Still, how could Shishio allow her to slap him? Shishio caught Ritsu's hands without hesitation and asked with an annoyed voice, "Why did you slap me? You need to ask the reason why I decided to slap you." Ritsu asked with a cold voice. Her eyes had lost the warmth that she had shown before, and she felt so stupid for falling for this bastard somehow. Shishio couldn't say anything in return since it was a normal reaction. He also wouldn't be surprised if he was stabbed one day in the future if he didn't manage his relationship well. "Yes, I'm a scumbag, but I have never cheated on them," Shishio said quickly. "Ha!" Ritsu looked at Shishio as if this guy was an idiot. "You don't cheat on them? Are you saying that you date all of them while they know you have dated the other girls? Are you saying they have given you permission to date the other girls? Is that what you are saying? Are you kidding me?" She felt that she had heard the biggest joke this year, and she just wanted to smack this scumbag, but unexpectedly his answer made her dumbfounded. "Yes. I date 4 of them, and they know each other. They even permitted me to date the 4 of them together." The relationship between his 4 girlfriends was extremely good. He even had a threesome a few days ago. If threesome couldn't be evidence that the relationship between his girlfriends was good, then what kind of evidence should he give? However, Shishio decided to keep this matter a secret since no matter how close his relationship with Ritsu was, there was no way for him to share his sex life story. Ritsu stared at Shishio in disbelief for a moment and wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't and sat down again. "If you don't believe me, do you want me to call them?" Shishio asked. "No, it's all right. I believe you." Ritsu rubbed her temple and said, I'm just not sure how to react to this situation." If Shishio was in Ritsu's place, he also wasn't sure how to react when someone he knew would have a harem. However, stage 1 had been cleared out, and he needed to step into the next step, or else, from now on, the relationship between the two would be awkward, or even worse.